What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4 Decibels Chapter 91, Auto-generated chapter title, Open black lens bracket 91 close black lens bracket God who knows everything. Sarah was wrong before, Master Yi Feng, please forgive me, Lord Yi Feng, please forgive me. Sarah looked ashamed and knocked a few heads on the ground, making her forehead red and swollen. Her current inner heart can be said to be extremely uneasy, and she is afraid that this adult will settle the account with herself for the previous things. And if someone else is implicated, she is a sinner. The queen was also a little uneasy, she didn't hold her daughter, let Sarah say those words. Lil girl, understand, you are indeed a good material to be a queen. Yi Feng smiled. Lifting Sarah up, a smile appeared on her face. After he unifies the world, he will come to Lulin and make it the capital of the empire. In other words, he actually did this for himself, and Lulin had long been regarded as his own place. Thank you, my lord, thank you, my lord, Sarah almost cried and nodded quickly. Declare to the people below that what happened today was the work of the night wind. Lulin belongs to Yi Feng from now on, and her mother and daughter are only in charge of Lulin. Do you understand? Yi Feng handed over the queen, staring at the woman's eyes and said. Yes, Master Yefeng. The queen answered without hesitation. She is not a power-greedy person, if someone is more suitable for this position, she will not let him out without hesitation. What's more, Yefeng also helped Lulin to make this kind of contribution. I'm going to absorb the dragon veins. Oh, by the way, this little girl is Xian, barely my sister. Yi Feng said. As soon as the voice fell, the whole person had disappeared. Hey, what do you mean by reluctance? People are obviously related to you by blood. Xian said quietly. Yefeng is a newly born sprite, and has an extremely close relationship with her. Even ordinary people who don't know how to practice can find the similarities between the two vitalities. Miss Xian, please follow me back to the palace to rest. The queen respectfully said. Advertisement. The ministers retreated to both sides to make way for Xian. Master Yefeng's younger sister. Thinking about this identity is frightening. At the same time. The other side. Boom. The night wind pierced the ground to the bottom of the earth. In Lulin's underground, there is a huge chakra here, almost infinite. This is the so-called Dragon Vein, which is the source of Lulin country's survival to this day. But now Lulin's geographical environment has been completely changed. Even without this Dragon Vein, it won't have the slightest impact. Swallow this time, I want to become the ultimate creature similar to the tail beast, and I have succeeded in my own practice. A smile appeared on Yi Feng's face. The body is immortal, chakra is almost infinite, isn't this a tail beast? It's just that he, the tail beast, relied on himself to continuously devour and evolve, and then became what he is now. First, the Baki snake forbidden technique, then swallowed all kinds of blood to strengthen the body, and also obtained a natural immortal human body, and then swallowed the ancient monster sprite. One-tailed and nine-tailed beasts are actually part of 10-tailed beasts. As an invincible creature in the true sense, 10 tails also represented Datangmu Kagaya, representing the peak combat effectiveness of this plane. It's just a dragon vein, it's definitely impossible for Yi Feng to become as powerful as Tenwei. After all, the chakras of the tailed beasts are infinite, but one 9-tailed and 8-tailed, two together can sling all the remaining tailed beasts. Even if the amount of chakra is unlimited, it does not mean that it is invincible. Roar, the monster's low roar sounded. In the dark underground space, a complete monster with 8 snake heads entered the dragon veins. The majestic chakra continued to flood into the monster's body. The monster is like a bottomless pit, and even more chakras are swallowed in it. Time passed quietly, as if there is no concept of time. Half-year later. Lulin country. The oasis that suddenly appeared in the desert of the Kingdom of Wind, and the Kingdom of Lulin in the center of the oasis, the entire ninja world was shocked. Many ninja villages have sent ninjas to come, wanting to find out. But all the people who came were dead. As long as they wanted to enter Lulin with bad intentions, none of them returned alive. Advertisement doing all this is naturally the credit of the first and second generations of Hokage. The two of them wore black robes, claiming to be the subordinates of the legendary Yefeng, and they protected this place as Lulin's patron saint. And Lulin settled down under the queen's rule. Everyone knew about Yefeng's deeds, but the mysterious adult never appeared again. The city of Lulin is still spreading out, and it is also friendly to the outside world. The senior officials of the Kingdom of Wind came once and signed an alliance agreement with the queen to not interfere with each other. Outsiders are not allowed to step into the oasis at will, and Lulin will not randomly send strong people to the outside territory. In this way, time has passed for half a year. 2 huge amounts of cities were built not far from Lulin, and they have begun to take shape. One is named Night Wind City, and the other is named Ziyuan City. Lulin is getting more prosperous day by day, quiet and peaceful. And at the moment in the palace. Oh, how long does it take for my brother to absorb the dragon veins? Xian sat on the dragon chair, playing with her fingers boredly. There were many guards around, but no one dared to say anything. This is the sister of Master Yefeng, let alone sitting on the dragon chair. Even if she smashed the dragon chair, no one dared to say a word. In the palace, no one dared to be disrespectful to Xian. Even the queen and Princess Sarah were very polite, and met all the requirements no matter what. Lulin. Underground. Chakra was almost endless, the sea-like power finally gradually dissipated. Inside the white energy light cocoon, a monster as big as a mountain can be vaguely seen. People outside didn't know, but there was a giant snake hidden under Lulin. Compared with the previous Yachi Orochi, the current Orochi is larger than the Nine Tails, and it is a continuous mountain range. After devouring chakra this time, the bloated and deformed body has also changed. It was like returning to the basics. After this evolution, it became the most basic snake shape, with only one head. The scales are white, and the pupils of the eyes are golden, and the body is more than a kilometer long. Finally, it's over. Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes, and the eyes of the giant snake exuded an amazing golden light. The huge body dissipated, leaving only a small figure appearing in this empty underground space. After half a year, he finally swallowed all the power of the dragon veins and obtained an evolution. As long as he continues to swallow and become stronger, sooner or later he will become stronger than Huye, completely rule this world, and become a true god. God who knows everything. The Omnipotent God. Chapter 92, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 92 close black lens bracket return. Master Yefeng. Grown-ups. Seeing the sudden appearance of the night breeze that had not been seen for half a year, the Queen and Princess Sarah were shocked and hurriedly saluted. There hasn't been any major incident in the past 6 months, right? Yi Feng was also a little surprised when he heard that half a year had passed. For him in the dragon veins, it was like only 10 minutes had passed, and he didn't expect that so long had passed. Back to your lord, the kingdom of Lulin has established contact with the outside world and signed an alliance with the kingdom of Wind. The queen said everything about the big file size and the small size. There are 2 bodyguards provided by Yefeng, but there is no safety issue. A short while. Royal Palace. Yi Feng walked in, just in time to see Xian holding a book in a daze. It's time to go, little girl, the night breeze said lightly. Elder brother. You be asterisk 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 D. You can figure it out. I thought you exploded underground. Xian leapt forward with a smile, like a clingy cat, hung on a man's body. You have the ability to predict the future, you know I won't die, right? Stop talking nonsense here. Yi Feng patted the little girl's head. Hey, the little girl stuck her tongue out. Then I should leave this place too. The 2 subordinates will continue to protect this kingdom, but only if your scope of activities does not go beyond the forest. Before I come back, Lulin will leave it to your mother and daughter to take care of it. Yi Feng turned his head and looked at the 2 women. My lord, do you want to leave? The queen didn't expect that Night Wind had just appeared, and was about to leave soon. Questions? Yi Feng asked faintly. My lord, don't worry. Before you come back, I will help my mother manage this place. Sarah said very seriously, with a look of admiration. Only by witnessing the power of this man with his own eyes can he know his horror. Again, it's okay, don't mess around outside, but with those 2 puppets, you are not afraid that the ninja outside will make trouble in Lulin. See you next time. I hope this place becomes the prosperous Lulin I imagined. Yi Fengyu exhorted earnestly. Lulin is his thing, and he naturally hopes that it will develop better here. At this timeline, Watergate was probably only 20 years old. Advertisement in other words, there is a full 24 years of time difference from the point in time he crossed over. Let's go, Xian. Yes, brother, modern. Naruto Plain. Lulin Ruins. To be precise, this is no longer a relic, but a prosperous kingdom. In addition to the main city, Nightwind City, Ziyuan City, and 24 other small cities were built. Under the protection of 2 Chakra's infinite super shadow level ninjas, Lulin has been very peaceful for so many years. The land is in the interior of the Kingdom of Wind, which can be regarded as a small semi-closed country. What? It's been a year and a half. Yefeng and Ziyuan walked into a city casually and asked the civilians for information. It turned out that half a year has passed since they traveled into the past plane, and a year and a half have passed since they returned to reality. It was only half a year before Akatsuki organized his hands on the people in each ninja village. 1.5 years. Sister Hongdou will definitely kill me. Xian has a strange face. Why is she killing you? Yi Feng curled his lips. My brother followed me out for so long, but disappeared for so long, and still can't get in touch at all. Surely I thought I used some kind of crooked way to seduce my brother, and then treated me as a vixen? I will definitely be slaughtered by Sister Hongdou. Xian said pitifully. While talking, he shook Yi Feng's arm. Kill it, I don't have such a weak sister. Yi Feng rolled his eyes and then began to walk forward. Elder brother, Xian quickly followed. The 2 hurried on their way, and they returned to the country of fire in just 4 days and arrived at the long-lost base. Oh, Lord Oshimaru? Tu's expression changed, and then he knelt on the ground immediately, his expression full of excitement. Get up, did something big happen while I was away? Yi Feng asked as he walked inward. Ms. Hinata and Ms. Wawo's reincarnation eyes have both entered a complete state. If ability is used recklessly, it can already cause a very large amount of destructive power. But the rebirth eye doesn't seem to be cultivated in others. Cloned subjects cannot awakening reincarnated eyes, and artificial humans cannot awakening. The kaleidoscope cultivation experiment has made progress, and it is expected that the kaleidoscope will be mass-produced in 2 years. In addition, Sasuke Uchiha took Kareu, Shigego and Suizuki out to practice, saying that he was looking for opportunities to become stronger. I talked about the big file size and the small thing. Advertisement. The Night Wind cancelled Uchiha Shisui's filthy rebirth, and then motioned to leave. Together with Xian, they came to the room where the Hongdou girls lived. Sleeping in broad daylight, the red beans seemed to relax too. Well, it feels like a little fatter again. Yi Feng opened the room and saw Hongdou lying on the big bed in pajamas. The room was very dim, but it was already 12 noon. What? It looks like I've cried. Xian looked more carefully and noticed the tear marks on Idzuki Bean's face. Woo, sure enough, Sister Hongdou will definitely kill me. Xian said grievously. Obviously I also waited for my brother for half a year and didn't do anything bad at all, wow. I will definitely be killed by Sister Hongdou. Xian hugged his head and shrank in a corner. Yi Feng glanced at it and continued to look at the red beans on the bed. Look carefully, it is indeed a lot of blessings, maybe it is the end of overeating and irregular work and rest. But it doesn't really matter, it's not too fat to be too fat, just a little bit. The figure curve is still okay, not too out of shape. After all, the place that should be fat is also fatter, and if you lose weight a little, you will be more lorditic and warped than before. Huh? Brother, why did you fall asleep? Hello? Xian's eyes widened. The man got into the quilt and fell asleep. Seeing her resting, I also want to rest for a while. Yi Feng replied softly. Hateful, obviously I have been left in the air for half a year, I am also very tired, brother, you are partial. Xian complained again, but the man closed his eyes and was too lazy to answer her. Hateful, too disgusting, I want to rest too. Xian took off his clothes and got into the quilt. On the left is red beans, in the middle is night wind and then asters. How did you undress? Aren't you afraid that red beans will really kill you? The sound of the night wind is a little weird, huh, I don't care. Xian hugged one of the man's arms and said viciously. The man seemed too lazy to say anything and soon fell asleep. Chapter 93, Auto-generated chapter title, 93, Gained weight, red beans. At the same time, the other side, what, is brother back? Hinata was also a little excited when he received the news of the pocket. She has been living in this kind of place and she can't leave the base too far when she goes out, she has long been bored with this kind of life. Sister, let's go see the adults, he sees my eyes, he will compliment me. Hua Huo said triumphantly, the great talents must be tired when they come back. When he wants to see us, he will come to see us. Hinata thought for a while, but gave up on the initiative to look for it. Opening the reincarnated eyes and looking at it, it was true that all three people in that room were resting. Brother really cares more about Sister Hongdou? Thinking of this, Hinata was still a little lost. But in fact, Yi Feng didn't think about it so much, just because Hongdou's room was recently, so he went there. Suddenly I wanted to sleep again, and then I lay in bed to rest. That's it. Evening. Hongdou woke up slowly, but when she opened her eyes, she found a figure on her bed. Familiar face, familiar breath. Me, am I dreaming? Idzuki rubbed his eyes. The teacher who had been thinking about it was finally back, and was asleep next to her. But this feeling did not last long, Aster. Why is this woman too? Damn, this guy still only wears underwear. Hongdou found the Xian on the other side, and her eyes became extremely bad. But watching the sleeping night breeze, he gave up the idea of teaching Xian. Let's talk about this account later. In case it spoils the atmosphere of long-awaited reunion, if you make the teacher angry, it will be totally worth the loss. Grown-ups. Red Bean's eye sockets are slightly moist. Can't help but leaned over and hugged the man next to him tightly. Although his body is not too cold, it is definitely not warm, but the Red Bean still hugs tightly. Hold too tightly, girl. Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes. He slept very shallowly and woke up easily. Idzuki Bean's body was as hot as a flame. You finally came back, I thought you didn't want red beans anymore. The woman cried again, and the tears fell on Yi Feng's body. Advertisement. Yi Feng sighed and stroked Red Bean's hair lightly. He didn't expect it would take so long to go out. If it takes longer, I'm afraid the Ninja World War has already begun when he returns. Rest assured, you still have use value, and I won't abandon you. Men still speak so badly, or in other words, he has never had a time when he is not poisonous. Even if he pretends occasionally, he is still a black-bellied, selfish and hopeless guy. You are fat. Yi Feng suddenly said again. It was as if he hadn't noticed the atmosphere of the long-awaited reunion, and his tone was light. Teacher, you have a smile anyhow, really, don't you miss your lovely student? Hongdou said quietly, in no mood. The night breeze said lightly. I'm in Lulan country. With that said, Yi Feng probably recounted what had happened in Lulan country. At this time, Hongdou knew why 1.5 years had passed, and why he couldn't find the whereabouts of Dashawan. Yi Feng went to the past time, it is definitely impossible to find him on this plane of reality. So Xian has been waiting for half a year, hee. Red Bean smiled gleefully, she was envious of Xian just now, she can always follow the teacher. But now it seems that Ziyuan didn't get anything at all, just went out and traveled around. How about the organization? I haven't been fired, am I? Yi Feng said again. If you don't see a person for 1.5 years, you will be fired if you change a company. I don't have a ring, and they can't find a base. I don't know what's going on over there, Idzuki replied. 2. Yi Feng nodded. My lord, you just said I was fat, right? Idzuki suddenly smiled mysteriously. Although the light in the room was dim, Yi Feng still saw the woman blushing visibly. Well, I'm fat, you better lose weight, Yi Feng nodded. But it's not just getting fat. Hongdou took the man's hand, his face flushed even more. Alright. This place is Alsafet. Yi Feng touched a soft place in his hand. Idzuki Bean's body became even hotter, making him a cold-blooded animal a little uncomfortable for a while. Girl, advertisement, don't play with fire. Yi Feng enjoyed it for 2 minutes, then withdrew his hand. Now is not the time to play with beauty. The world is not unified yet, doing this kind of thing is just a waste of time and fighting spirit. Master Yefeng, Feng Jun. I like adults so much, I never want to be separated from you again, not for a minute, The red bean is like a dangerous and beautiful snake. Exuding an extremely warm breath, his eyes blurred, and he kissed him suddenly. The atmosphere became ambiguous. Xian, who was pretending to be asleep, finally couldn't continue to calm down. When he wanted to escape, he was caught by Hongdou. To Hongdou's surprise, this woman actually wore black lace. Wow, is the ability that predicts the future used for you? Teacher, hurry up and teacher, you are all to blame. If it weren't for you, how could it be like this now? Damn red beans. I don't know if Xian should be said to be mean and prepared quietly, or should he say that red bean is courageous. In any case, 2 women are destined to rest in bed for a while. Despicable foreigner, you are too bad, Xian. Red bean panted and flushed, but still did not forget to complain about Xian. This nasty woman was quietly prepared, and she took out a pair of black silk from her bag halfway through. If it weren't for you, how could it be like this? Xian said carelessly. Her face was also not calm, red as a tomato, and her body almost fell apart. Stop fighting, you guys rest first, I'll let them prepare something to eat. Yi Feng patted the heads of the 2 women and said. Suddenly I have reached this point, and I feel that it is not as bad as I imagined. Do not, Master Yefeng is here, you don't need anything to eat. Hongdou quickly grabbed the man. Xian did not speak, but also grabbed the other hand. In this way, Yi Feng had to lie down again. 2 women, one on the left and one on the right, entangled themselves like octopuses. You are committing a crime. Yi Feng sighed. I wanted to have a good rest, but in the next few days, these 2 women need a good rest. Brother, ignore this bad woman, we don't play with her. Xian kissed again. The girl's lips are sweet and the taste of strawberry candy. Yi Feng really found a candy. Aster. The expression in Hongdou's eyes became more resentful, and this hateful girl was even prepared for this kind of thing. Chapter 94. Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 94 close black lens bracket sealing technique 9 seals of magic dragon. The next day, Yi Feng finally got up, and the 2 women were still sleeping on the bed. I have forgotten the time after playing, Yakumo. Yi Feng found the maid who cleaned the library. After a year and a half, Yakumo seems to have been integrated here, and it looks much better than before. Grown-ups. Yakumo salutes respectfully. His long brown hair was combed into a ponytail, and he was wearing a black and white maid uniform. It was Red Bean's idea without even thinking about it. Get something to eat, wait for delivery to Hongdou's room. Yi Feng ordered. Yes, my lord. Yakumo nodded. A short while. Yi Feng knocked on the door, and then walked into the room of sisters Hinata and Huohuo. Brother, do you have breakfast together? The 2 sisters are eating breakfast. Yi Feng nodded, then found a chair to sit down. Both Hinata and Hanahuo's expressions were a little weird. Obviously, the 2 women also discovered what happened yesterday, and the reincarnated eyes will know it by just looking at them. But they didn't dare to watch more. After all, Yefeng can also perceive their sight. It's really timely, I just came back and started the meeting. Feeling the fluctuation in the ring, Yi Feng smiled. Immediately injected into the chakra and then condensed a phantom. This is an unfamiliar underground cavity. The outer golem was summoned, and everyone stood on a finger. On the ground, there are 2 people who are Zhuli, who are the 4-tailed people from Yanyan village, Zhuli Laozi, and the 5-tailed people, Zhuli, Han. What, Orochimaru? I thought you were killed, but this time I didn't expect you to show up. Scorpion said in surprise. Since it's here, let's prepare for the sealing technique. With 1 more person, the sealing time can be reduced a bit. Pain glanced at Oshimaru and said lightly, although this guy disappeared for a year and a half, nothing important happened before. It would be good to be able to come back at a critical moment. Unexpectedly, you have already started to catch the tail beast. Yi Feng stared at the 2 people on the ground. Zhuli. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and start sealing. The thought of staying here for a few days makes me upset. Fei Duan said impatiently, so, let's get started. Advertisement, seal technique Eternal Dragon 9 seals. Pain made a seal on his hands and shouted. The bodies of the 2 people Zhuli floated into the air, and the chakra of the tail beast emerged from the mouth, nose and eyes, and entered the mouth of the outer golem. This is to extract the tail beast and seal it into the outer golem. Definitely. After losing the tail beast, these people will definitely die. Time passed silently. Very long. 5 days later. Both tail beasts were sealed, and they were in this state for 5 consecutive days, and Yi Feng also felt a trace of mental drowsiness. Everyone remember to pay attention to your own safety and don't cause trouble during this time. Half a year later, Deidara and Scorpion will be responsible for the capture of the first tail, Kakato and Feiduan will be responsible for the capture of the second tail, and Dashemaru will be responsible for the third tail in the wild. Leave the 6 tails and 9 tails to me, and the 7 tails to Itachi and the ghost shark, and 8 tails will not move for now. Pain said again. and many more, leave the 2 tails and 3 tails to me, and give the 6 tails to Zhao Du and Fei Duan, and then the leader is responsible for the 8 tails and 9 tails. How about this arrangement? Yi Feng interrupted. Alright, do you have any comments? Pen thought for a while and agreed. The Eye of Reincarnation is invincible, and it doesn't really matter which 2 he catches. At least Nagato believed so. No matter which village, no one is his opponent. So be it. Disbanded. Back to reality. Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes, and he still stayed in Hinata's room. He came up suddenly at that time, and he didn't have time to change the place. Finally the seal is complete. Yi Feng stood up, slightly tired. The body is fine, but mentally I am still a little tired. Hinata and Huahua were not in the room, and he didn't stay too much and returned to his room, or in other words, Itsuki's room. Teacher. Brother, you are awake. Red Bean and Shion greeted Roar. Yakumo was also in the room, carrying 2 dishes on the table. She not only cleans these rooms, but is also responsible for cooking. Grown-ups. Yakumo bowed respectfully, and then handed over a pair of bowls and chopsticks. The food looks good and the aroma is very attractive. Then have a taste. Yi Feng was also welcome, and sat down and began to eat. Teacher, is there something going on looking for you over there? Why has it been delayed for so long? Red Bean curiously said. I used to look for overnight wind, but it was the first time I went there for 5 days. Advertisement. 4 tails and 5 tails. I'm busy sealing the 2 tail beasts. I haven't rested for 5 days. I have been using sealing techniques there. Yi Feng replied lightly. If ordinary people stayed without sleep for 5 days, they would starve to death even if they didn't die suddenly. Only ninjas can do this kind of thing. Are you going to start? Isn't there half a year left? Itsuki asked again. It's true that there will be half a year before it officially starts. However, in order to reduce part of the workload, some preparations have been made in advance. Yi Feng said. If you wait until you need to do something, and then send everyone to the major ninja villages to catch the tail beasts, I am afraid that time will not be too late. And if you do that, I am afraid that the 5 major powers will join forces, and it will be a little troublesome then. Yakumo listened to these words with no expression on his face. In this base, she has seen too many cruel and merciless things. Don't look at the atmosphere here as harmonious, it's just an illusion. Most of the people are experimental subjects, and kill them as they please, so these subordinates can have a bit of status. There are countless people who die here, and bodies have to be disposed of every day. Yakumo was numb to living in such a place, soon. After a good meal, Yakumo began to tidy up the table. Yi Feng lay directly on the big bed, planning to get a good night's sleep. He suddenly felt nostalgic for being in the bed. Feng Jun. Red Bean called this Roar again. He closed the door and took off his clothes, then slipped into the quilt. Humph. Shion climbed onto the bed in the same way. Don't make trouble, let me sleep for a while. Yi Feng said grimly. He can control himself, but these 2 women can't help it. It's true. This is not the time to indulge in pleasure. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** tightly and said softly. Qian drilled to the other side, surrounded by the night wind from left to right. You guys are really playing with fire. Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes. Two women stared at him, and four restless little hands touched him. This is so ghostly if you can fall asleep. My lord, what are you going to do? Hongdou licked his lips and looked at the man with amorous feelings. What? There was a blushing sound in the room, and it lasted for a long time. Chapter 95, Auto-generated chapter title, open black lens bracket 95 close black lens bracket Sora Shinobu. 2 weeks later, Konoha. Recently, a group of bandits appeared in the territory of the Country of Fire. Different from ordinary bandits, these guys have a fortress city that can fly in the air. Their people can use the strange equipment flight in the sky, and inject the chakra into the wings of the machine, and they can have the ability to fly. Along the way, no ninja can solve them effectively. Even if these guys bombed Konoha, the ninja on the ground had nothing to do with them. They call themselves Shinobu. What is the origin of these guys to carry out such a large-scale air attack? Inside the Naruto building, Mute couldn't help asking. During the Second Ninja World War, there was a group of ninjas who used chakra to perform flight skills. They called themselves Sora no Kuni and tried to fight against the ninjas of the 5 great nations, but they were eventually wiped out by Konoha. Then if they are the descendants of Soraran, yes, the target of their revenge is probably Konoha and Fire Country. When Konoha was bombarded indiscriminately, Yi Feng also came to the scene to watch the battle. I have to say that this group of guys who claim to be empty-handed does have some strength. Their main attack method is not ninjutsu, after all, chakra is used to fly. That is something similar to modern firearms, which can penetrate the human body, and the rest are detonating charms, bombs and the like. Brother, are we here to watch? Hinata said softly. When she came out this time, Yi Feng took her by her side. When their chakras are consumed to a certain level, these guys will definitely fly roar back to the base. When the time comes, we will just go back together. The Night Breeze said lightly. These coronary flying techniques are pretty good, and if they can be remodeled, they might be useful in the future. Then there is the most important goal that came out this time. Zero Tail. Although the name is Zero Tail, it is not actually a tail beast, but a similar existence to the ancient monsters and sprites. The Zero Tail is constructed from dark chakras, which is similar to sprites. But Zero Tail was created by a human named Shenong, and its birth history is not long. Hello, you, have you seen my teacher? A voice sounded. Yifeng and Hinata looked back and saw that they were a red-haired girl. Although she hid her long hair in her hat and deliberately wore boys' clothes, she still could see that she was a woman pretending to be a man. Who is your teacher? Also, why do you want a woman to pretend to be a man? Yifeng asked faintly. Advertisement, my teacher is Shenong, I am Yuliu. Have you seen him? He should be here to treat the disabled. The girl blushed after being seen through the disguise. She had tried very hard to make herself look like a boy, but she was still seen through. Go to the hospital and have a look. Yifeng thought for a while and didn't worry about chasing the retreating Kongren. After all, the goal is here. Yu Lu was a little nervous. Soon, the three people came to Konoha's hospital. Due to the chaos at the scene, both Yefeng and Hinata wore black masks, so they were not recognized. The injuries of these patients, as expected, the teacher is here to treat them. Yu Lu said with certainty. There is an accident in our village, we have to find the teacher soon. She seemed to be too tired, the girl fainted as she spoke. Night. Yu Lu stayed in Konoha's hospital. Yifeng and Hinata waited here, and they really waited for Shenong. You are this girl's teacher, right? Yifeng smiled slightly. Thank you, I'm not great enough to be called a teacher. Shenong said modestly. This is a middle-aged man with white hair, but he looks quite energetic and is very proficient in medical skills. If it weren't for you, it would be dangerous to come to Konoha now. You saved many lives. Yifeng continued. Shenong just smiled faintly and didn't pay much attention to praise. Yulia's village is on the border of the country of fire. It was attacked by unidentified ninjas last night, and countless people were injured. She came to Konoha to find me specifically to let me know the news. Shenong said slowly. Yes? Yifeng squinted his eyes. The next day, Shenong and Yuliu were going to the border village. Konoha sent Naruto to accompany the two to repay Shenong's help to Konoha. And Yifeng and Hinata also quietly followed in secret. With the strength of the two of them, no one would find them trailing. Speaking of which, why did the teacher reincarnate her in the dirty soil last night? Obviously with her strength, she is not worthy of rebirth from the dirty soil, right? Hinata asked in a low voice. Advertisement, hee. Yifeng just smirked and said nothing. Coming to Konoha this time, that was actually one of the goals. Anyway, I always feel that something is missing when I came to Konoha this time. It's not the same as when I came to Konoha before. Yifeng whispered. It always feels like something is missing. Oh, right. It's because the red beans didn't come. If Itsuki Bean follows Konoha this time, I am afraid that she will find a little blonde girl, and then Inosauce will keep screaming. It turns out that this kind of thing is missing. Yulia's village is on the upper reaches of this river, the deepest part of the tropical jungle. There is another ruin nearby, Shenong introduced. Why do you want to take this kind of broken ship? Clearly walk faster. Naruto curled his lips. Although he was hit by other gods, his performance was completely the same as before. As long as Yifeng did not take the initiative to give orders, then Naruto would still be the Naruto who dreamed of becoming Hokage before, and he would not realize that he had fallen into another god. This kind of tropical jungle, there are as many as there are snakes, venomous insects, and beasts. You can walk if you are not afraid, Yu Lu said grimly. This guy is very carefree and hasn't found out that she is a girl yet. And there are piranhas and crocodiles in this river. Shenong also smiled. What? Naruto's body trembled. Don't worry, there are doctors on board who are more effective than ninjas. I will save your life with a scalpel, Yu Lu said triumphantly. Now to protect you two doctors, but ninjas, furthermore, if you are cured by your scalpel, the person who can save lives also died. Naruto is not to be outdone. After speaking, he made a grimace. Nonsense. Don't look at me like this, I am actually the #1 disciple of teacher Shenong. In your cold ninja world, there is no such sincere bondage and medical skills passed down from generation to generation. What did you say? I can't ignore your words. Speaking of the relationship between teacher and student, Mr. Iruka, Mr. Kakashi, and the Horny Fairy, this bond is stronger than yours. Chapter 96, Auto-generated chapter title, open black lens bracket 96 close black lens bracket 0 tail. Yu Lu. The girl's package fell into the river, so Yu Lu jumped down to get it. But he didn't swim up for a long time underwater, and was entangled by algae, and then Naruto also jumped down the river to save people. Fortunately, the lack of oxygen is not long, so it is not dangerous. A short while. Everyone walked ashore and began to walk in the forest. Don't worry, there are very few bugs and beasts in this area. I will be in Yulia's village soon, Shenong smiled. Well, I said a lot of nonsense before, I'm sorry. Naruto was a little embarrassed. When he went down to the river to save Yuliu, he discovered that this guy was not in the right body, he turned out to be a girl. It turns out, cough cough cough, you are a girl. Hearing that, Yu Lu did not respond, she really looks like a boy in dress. That is, Naruto noticed the black gunpowder in the distance? Yu Lu looked over there, her face suddenly changed. Liar, these are all liars, right? Everyone, where did everyone go, are you hiding somewhere? Yu Lu ran in the flames. The entire village was covered in flames, the houses were turned into ruins, and no one was seen. Swish! Yu Lu ran everywhere, but accidentally stepped on a trap. Dozens of kunai shot out. Shenong finally arrived at this time, pushed Yu Lu away, and then faced these sufferings all by himself. He is just an ordinary doctor, so how can he prevent the trap set by this kind of ninja? Shenong was cut into a hornet's nest by Kuwu, blood soaked through his clothes. Yu Lu. Are you okay? Shenong puffed and fell to the ground. Teacher? Yu Lu was stunned. Teacher, please hold on to me, teacher. I didn't expect that I would fight for your life to save you. Why? Why? Because you are my proud disciple. I will leave it to you, to save everyone. Shenong belched. The performance was so perfect that even Naruto was deceived by him. The garment tomb was built on the same day. Advertisement. I used to be an abandoned baby. When I was entangled with diseases of unknown cause, no one in the village took care of me, but Mr. Shenong took the risk to treat me. When I woke up, Teacher Shenong had a big smile on his face. Finally survived, Yu Lu, the teacher told me with a smile. The girl stood in front of the grave. The villagers might be hiding somewhere, so Naruto went around to find a trace. Why does Shenong want to do this? Hinata was a little baffled. That guy is not an ordinary person, not only medical skills, but also ninjutsu. He didn't die at all, he just directed his own death. But what is the purpose of this? You have noticed, the thing sealed in Yulia's body. In fact, Yu Lu didn't get sick at all, but Shenong made her own claim and sealed the monster in her body. The monster was condensed from the dark chakra, so the host needs to fall. Anger, hatred, resentment. The more negative emotions there are, the monsters in Yulia's body will burst out. Yifeng replied, sounds, isn't this the tail beast? Hinata was a little surprised. This is also the case when Renjuli loses control of his emotions. That guy is called Zero Tail. What a huge chakra. Naruto hurried to the village. That uncle was already dead, and if Yu Lu had another accident, his mission this time would be completely messed up. What? Yu Lu? Naruto was taken aback. He thought that a strong enemy appeared, but he didn't expect that the source of chakra was Yu Lu. Yu Lu's pupils turned blood red. As Shenong thought, the body was occupied by Zero Tail. I am a Zero Tail. When the world is full of wars, when the human heart breathes darkness, I will be resurrected. I will devour darkness and be born, grow infinitely, and let this world be dominated by darkness. Yu Lu said slowly. The black chakra gradually appeared, wrapping the girl's body in it. This is not a big monster. Its purple-black body is like a snake, but it has no scales and is very smooth. The monster's head has a white mask with the word, Zero, engraved on it, and underneath it is a huge amount of blood basin. The body is made of chakras, so it can grow something similar to an arm. There are interesting things. Zero Tail's body entangled Naruto and began to absorb Naruto's chakra. At the same time, he also noticed the 9 tails in Naruto's body. Why not release its power? Advertisement Zero Tail said lightly. Naruto originally didn't have many chakras, and he was swallowed up quickly. Ah! Naruto roared, his eyes turned to the red of 9 tails. I don't want to rely on this power. I want to use my own power to save Yu Lu. Naruto is still fighting with Kyuubi in his body. What? What international joke? If there is no Kyuubi plugin, what would you use as the protagonist? Yifeng murmured in his heart. The darkness in your heart. Can that kind of thing really be done? That person is called Sasuke, right? You failed to illuminate the darkness in his heart? Zero Tail said lightly. It was born from the darkness of the human heart, and it also knows the weaknesses of the human heart best. It's getting bigger. Hinata's reincarnation eyes observed Zero Tail. When it just broke out, its body was less than 10 meters. The birth swallowed the huge chakra in Naruto's body, as well as part of the chakra in 9 tails. This guy is more than 30 meters long. Sure enough, as it said, he can grow infinitely. There is nothing you can do. Zero Tail angered Naruto again. Roar, a fiery red beam of light erupted, and Naruto completed the 4-tailed transformation in an instant. 4 of the 9 tails of the 9 tails have grown out, and the skin on the surface of the body has been torn off, and the evil chakras have formed a coat. The 9-tailed chakra tunic provides a strong defense and a resilience that can hardly be killed. But at the same time, every time Naruto uses this power, the body will be more invaded by the 9-tailed chakra, and the seal will be weaker. Yes, exactly, be angry, be more angry. Zero Tail smiled and looked at Naruto. Naruto can't kill it. Naruto's power will only be swallowed by it, making it stronger and stronger. Puff. Rage as Naruto rushed forward. Relying on the brute force of the 9 tails, he tore the Zero Tail in half abruptly. But it was useless. The broken body was quickly connected, and it grew a bit more. That fellow Jiraiya is really getting in the way. Yifeng squinted his eyes. The 4-tailed Naruto dropped a piece of talisman paper with the word, push, on him, and 9-tailed chakra was forced to return to his body. Correct. I want to save Yu Lu with my own strength. Naruto said slowly. Chapter 97, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 97 close black lens bracket Sky Fortress. Yu Lu. Wake up soon. Aren't you a disciple of Uncle Shenong? Shouldn't the disciple inherit master's will? Don't you want to be praised by Uncle Shenong? Naruto used his nirvana mouth escape. Yes, I may not be able to beat you, but if you listen to my last 3 sentences, the eyes of reincarnation will also be broken for you. Don't ask, ask as the protagonist. Nagato, teacher Shenong. As expected, Yu Lu opened his eyes, and Zero Tail also disappeared. It is attached to the darkness of the human heart, and when the dark side of the host's heart disappears, it naturally cannot exist. Even the darkness in Yu Lu's heart has disappeared. But it's okay, it's enough to start, let the whole world fall into war, and the darkness of people's hearts will be inexhaustible. Start it, Ankur Bandian. Now is the time to declare war on the 5 great powers, so that the Sky Country can achieve a real revival. The forest is moving. Naruto and Yu Lu were taken aback. Yi Feng and Hinata walked out and saw the emergence of this sky city throughout the process. It should be a city like the old ruins, but it requires a lot of conditions to start, and for this reason Shenong created the monster. Since it is man-made, someone must manipulate this place. Yes. Yu Liu and Naruto took advantage of the city to rise from under the forest and ran to the city. But Yi Feng and Hinata were still in the dark. The art of multiple shadow duplication. Don't hinder us. Seeing the enemy appear, Naruto also took out his unique skills. Ordinary ninjas couldn't stop them, and the two successfully walked to the center of the city in the sky. Good job, you two. Shenong sat on a chair and looked at the 2 people in front of him. Sure enough, I knew that it was impossible for the teacher to die. Yu Lu cried and ran over. Naruto realized that something was not so good. Less than 12 hours ago, the body of the guy filled with kunai, Shenong, was indeed cold. But he is here now, in the central control room of this ruined city? What is the problem? Naruto frowned. For those of you who are simple-minded, how can I explain it so that you can understand? The name of this fortress flying in the sky is Ankbandian. The appearance is disguised as a relic, but in reality it is the ultimate destructive weapon that the ninja of Sora no Kuni has spent decades making the nation's power. Advertisement, Shenong said slowly. Then, uncle, why are you in their fortress? Naruto asked. Just pretending to be dead, the art of physical activity that regenerates damaged tissues. Shenong did not answer directly, but instead explained how he survived. Surgery. Your words are very wrong from just now, right? Uncle, what are you doing here? Is it because I want to kill those guys, so I lurks here? Naruto still had a fluke. I hope this uncle's teammate in front of him, not the enemy. You should wake up. Shenong said lightly, old teacher? Yu Lu stared blankly. There is no reason to kill the lovely companions, right? Shenong got up from the chair and threw Yu Lu away. Yu Lu. Naruto hurried over and caught the girl. 14 years ago, as a wandering doctor, I infiltrated various shinobu villages in order to obtain the Zero Tail technique. It took me 13 years to finally find the technique to resurrect Zero Tail in Konoha, and thus obtain the power of Zero Tail, the power of dark chakra. When people's hearts are darkened, let Zero Tail be possessed. Making the darkness in people's hearts materialize is still very simple to understand, although it took 14 years. Shenong said lightly. The thing has been successful, he doesn't mind sharing the joy of success. The reason why your village was attacked was to get Zero Tail to possess you. Lying. It's not true. Teacher. Unable to accept the reality, Yu Lu stared at Shenong with wide-eyed eyes. This man didn't have any real feelings from the beginning, he was deceiving her from the beginning. Master and apprentice. What a boring relationship, you stupidly fell into my tricks and you were completely taken advantage of by me. Shenong laughed. As for the savior, you will never doubt it. Ah! Yu Lu screamed and cried. Anger, unwillingness, resentment, despair. All kinds of negative emotions once again filled Yu Lu's heart. I feel it, a strong dark chakra, Shenong exclaimed. Yu Lu's body is the resurrection technique, and the technique that can really get the Zero Tail power is on him. Unforgivable. I can't forgive a guy like you. Naruto rushed over. Boom. Advertisement. In the next second, Naruto was bounced on the wall. Shenong's old body began to change, his hair turned black and grew, and his body was dozens of years younger. Not only does the muscle explode, it also has a strong resilience. This is the use of the technique of ultimate physical activity, and it can even open 8 doors at once. That's it. The art of multiple shadow duplication. Naruto did not give up, and was knocked down several times and attacked several times. But Shenong is not something that Naruto in normal state can deal with. Wow, Naruto spit out a large mouthful of blood. What you believe, the strength gained over time, is no more than that after all. Humans are very fragile, without fangs and claws, nothing can be accomplished except crying. But why has such a world become a human thing? This is because. Among all living things, humans are the cruelest. Boom. Shenong punched again, almost making Naruto coma with pain on the spot. Naruto. Yu Lu looked at Naruto worriedly. The farce should almost end, right? Shenong. Yi Feng said with a light smile. Together with Hinata, the two fell from the roof. Spiral pill. Yi Feng's figure flashed and appeared next to Shenong in the next second. Rubbing a most common blue spiral pill with his left hand, it penetrated Shenong's abdomen and made a big hole. You can't kill me, this power can't kill me. Shenong gritted his teeth and said. The injury is recovering quickly, and flesh and blood are growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What about another shot? The night wind hit out again with a spiral pill. Puff through. Finally it was Shenong's turn to be beaten, and the strengthened body looked useless in front of this man. Wait. It's not over yet. Shenong opened a mechanism and fell down from this floor. Are you? Naruto looked at these two people, always feeling very familiar. Kill her, then throw Naruto out. Yi Feng glanced at Naruto's side, his smile turned a little evil. Chapter 98. Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 98 close black lens bracket saturation. Yes, brother. Hinata replied calmly. Naruto has no strength anymore, so naturally he can't stop her. Do not want. Why are you doing this? Have the ability to come to me. Naruto shouted. You are just a pawn. Hinata smiled coldly. If it wasn't for Naruto to be useful, I'm afraid Dashemaru would have killed him long ago. Naruto could only watch Hinata approaching, and Lu in his hand was getting closer and closer. If beauty is an art, then destroying beauty, is this also an art? That kid Deidara is actually a genius. Yi Feng was not in a hurry to find Shenong who had escaped, but looked at Hinata's side. The former cowardly and incompetent sister file size has now become a useful tool that kills people without blinking an eye. Do not want. In Naruto's tragic roar call, Lu's head was chopped off. Blood shed everywhere. In a daze, he seemed to see the original scene again. Kozakura died in the same way and was chopped off. Boom. Hinata smashed the wall of the room with a punch, then carried Naruto with a desperate face, and threw this guy down from the sky. Although it looked a few hundred meters, it was absolutely impossible to die. If the human column force is dead, the tail beast will also die, and it will take at least a few decades to recover. As long as Kyuubi doesn't twitch his brain, he won't watch Naruto fall to death. Elder brother, finished. After doing all this, Hinata returned to Yi Feng. Yi Feng nodded, and reached out to pat the girl's head, which was comfort and reward. In fact, it doesn't matter whether Lu is killed or not. But Naruto is so confident that it's okay to make a joke to him. In the surface consciousness, he thought he was the previous Naruto, but he didn't know that he was actually controlled long ago. It's like a puppet dancing under the hands of a puppeteer. Let's go and find Shenongai, the night breeze said lightly. Yes. The fortress in the sky, central power room. Ahahahahaha, you just followed me like this, what a fool. Advertisement. Shenong smiled brazenly, interesting. Yi Feng looked at the installation in this huge space and understood a lot. He tried to condense the spiral pill in his hand, but the chakra was soon forced to dissipate, and ninjutsu cannot be used here. How about it? Ninjutsu can't be used anymore, right? This is the place to turn the chakra collected by Zero Tail into power. No ninjutsu can be used. Shenong laughed. The cobweb-like chakra pipes converge to form a white sphere of huge amounts of. This sphere generates power again, making the entire fortress flight in the air. In that case, you can't use ninjutsu either, Yi Feng said lightly. He jumped down, and Hinata followed closely behind. You two bastards, if only to limit ninjutsu, how would I take you to visit this power center? Look at it. Do you think this is just an ordinary fortress in the sky? If so, how can I come into contact with something dangerous like Zero Tail? This is a super weapon that can instantly annihilate the 5 great nations. Shenong roared. After speaking, he entered the white sphere in the center, letting his body be swallowed by it. It is to control the Zero Tail, and then use it as the power source for the fortress. The night breeze said lightly. In the center of that huge amounts of white light group, the essence is the body of Zero Tail. Use various techniques to contain them, and then use them as a tool. It's probably like sealing the tail beast in Renjuli's body, but Shenong's method is safer. As long as he does not die, Zero Tail will always be sealed. You guys now, I can squeeze to death with my hands. Shenong laughed. The white light group was under his control, and dozens of giant hands suddenly grew and spread over. The opponent can't use ninjutsu, they will definitely die. What makes you so confident? I absolutely can't use ninjutsu. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Zero Tail is a monster, and you are just a tiny human who borrowed part of the monster's power. Suddenly talking in front of me? It's been a long time since I heard such a funny joke. The man's body suddenly swelled, and then turned into a white snake over 30 meters long. In contrast, Shenong looks like a joker, impossible. How can you have this forbidden technique too? Shenong's face changed drastically. In the body of this giant snake, he felt a stronger power than Zero Tail. Advertisement, innocent. The giant snake vomited, and the golden snake eyes were like flowing lava. With just a sweep of the snake's tail, she carried overwhelming power to defeat Shenong, and the white chakra burst apart. The technique that sealed the Zero Tail was also broken. Unexpectedly. Forced me to this point. What will become of Zero Tail without restraint? Even I don't know. After Shenong finished speaking, he closed his eyes. And the real Zero Tail just debuted, and the momentum it showed was dozens of times stronger than before. Ru, your power belongs to me. Zero Tail also vomited. Up until now, do you think you can eat me? The Night Wind said calmly. Since it is a product of the dark chakra, then obediently surrender to me and turn it into my nourishment. I will take your power to rule the world. Boom. The underground space began to explode. The collision of 2 huge chakras was like a tail beast jade detonated in an air fortress. Zero Tail exerted his due strength, but he couldn't help the giant snake at all. The time it took to break the seal was too short, and it hadn't grown up yet and couldn't deal with this kind of opponent that was already comparable to the tail beast. 10 minutes later, the newly recovered fortress was completely disintegrated in the air, falling down and turning into pieces. The disappearance of the Zero Tail as a power source is inevitable. The process of swallowing is very fast. Zero Tail hadn't grown up at all, and Yi Feng had eaten that guy without much effort. Every day there is still darkness in the human heart, it will constantly provide him with chakras. With this plug-in, his strength can improve again. However, after the amount of chakra has been cultivated to a certain level, it doesn't really matter how much it is, and it is basically saturated. The most important thing is surgery, blood, and ability. Only by gaining more powerful ninjutsu and blood can you continue to grow stronger. Did you make it? Hinata asked. Yi Feng was expressionless and nodded. Let's go to the base on the other side to catch 2 Cornin. Those flight ninjas are good research materials. Yi Feng said again. The group of Sora Shinobu who attacked Konoha before was at the base on the other side. The small city that can fly is resting on the sea. Taking those technologies away is a kind of gain, and perhaps a floating city can be built in the future. Chapter 99. Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 99 close black lens bracket robbing people halfway. 1 month later. Sound Shinobi Village. Then, this time the blood curse seal has also been updated. After a certain improvement, if there is not a lot of combat damage, it should be able to last for 5 years. Yi Feng said. The blood curse seal technique has been researched all the time, and a breakthrough has been made recently. The changes in blood are probably related to his getting stronger over the years. Yes, my lord. Do respectfully replied. He has been busy managing various experiments and bases. If his body hadn't depended on the blood curse mark, he would have been unable to hold it long. If the pressure is high, you can train a little subordinate to help. Originally, Xianglan was given to you, Yi Feng said. At the beginning, I wanted to let Duo cultivate Xianglan, but then I was too busy, so I threw Xianglan to Honglian. But now Gurren is also dead. By the way, several ninjas in the ninja world have disappeared recently. It seems that the person did it, Do said again. Do you want to stay, Roar? That kind of guy doesn't matter, there is nothing to be concerned about anyway. And he has been stared at by Konoha, and he won't be jumping for long. Yi Feng replied lightly. Bailiu Roar, speaking of it, had met with him several times and exchanged some medical experience. That guy is also a ninja with a lot of dreams. It has swallowed a lot of blood succession boundary, and can exert the power of several bloodlines. But unlike him, the several bloodlines that the guy swallowed were very rubbish, and his potential was not high originally, and his strength was very average. Now that the guy was noticed by Konoha, he was not far from being wiped out. The sunshine today is really good. Yi Feng looked up, and it was the cloudless weather. Yes, the sun is so good, brother, shall we go to the movies? Idzuki Bean did not know where a head came out, and said with a grin. What? Movie? You want me to see those boring things in black and white? Yi Feng curled his lips. There are also scientific developments in this era, but they are all relatively low level. Like electricity, cameras, video cameras, and televisions, these are the most common applications. But because of the existence of the profession of ninja, no one has studied science for making thermal weapons. There are firecrackers, but no guns and ammunition. In addition, the movies in the cinema are all black and white, and they don't seem to feel at all. Advertisement, go check it out, just go check it out. Princess Fengyun and the Demon King's duel, this is the 3rd part. Idzuki Bean looked over with expectant small eyes. Princess Fengyun? Devil? Yi Feng's mouth twitched. That's it. Princess Fengyun is a big star. The movies she starred in have always been very popular. Hongdou took out a movie poster. Above is a beautiful woman with a brave appearance, and I have to say that there are indeed a few women with that kind of scent. But after all, it was just an actor, Fenghua Xiaoshui. Fenghua Xiaoshui. So it's that woman, Yi Feng nodded. Played the role of a princess in the movie, and in fact, that woman is indeed a princess. That kind of princess's temperament is not from the performance, but from the real, so her performance in the movie will be so good. Huh? Fengjun, what's wrong with you? Do you know her? Red Bean was taken aback. Since the relationship between the two became close, Hongdou occasionally referred to Roar as winner, or Roar. Although the outside world still regards this man as a big snake pill, he actually calls himself Yi Feng. So Hongdou also called him Fengjun. Let's go, since you want to play, I will take you all out this time. Anyway, there won't be many opportunities to play in the future. Yi Feng thought for a while and agreed, great. Then I will call everyone and then go to the cinema together. Red Bean was surprised. No, not to the cinema. Yi Feng shook his head. Then, where are we going? Konoha. 2 days later, the group set off to the forest in front of Konoha. Yi Feng, Idzuki Beans, Hinata and Hanahuo, Shion who claims to be his sister, and the maid, Yakumo accepted by Idzuki Beans. Waiting here is not for anything else, it's for the sake of stubbornness. The heroine of the Wind and Cloud Princess series, Fenghua Xiaoshui, will come to Konoha and release a commission. And they squatted here just to grab someone halfway. Just to satisfy the Red Bean's dream of chasing stars, by the way, everyone goes out to relax, which is considered a tourist. Tack tack tack, there was a sound of horseshoes. Advertisement in the movie, Princess Fengyun is riding on a horse, behind which is a bunch of soldiers, like chasing her enemies. But in fact, the group of people behind is a professional team, the director and his subordinates. In order to make a better movie, now this is just an audition to see the effect. Psychicism triple Rashomon. Just as a mighty group of people ran in the forest, 3 giant gates suddenly rose up in front of them, blocking their way. Who is it? Please come out and see. The director came out and said. This is a somewhat older middle-aged man, looking in his 40s. Because of the passion for the film industry, I have been struggling. The princess was sitting on the horse, with makeup on her face, and she looked like she was indeed a princess wearing the service in the movie. That innate nobleness and elegance can't be easily imitated. Are you the client? I accepted Konoha's request. The night wind fell from the trees and said slowly. But, the middle-aged man looked at these guys with hesitation. Wearing a ninja guard from a Tonin village, a man with many women. Although the momentum is not bad, Konoha's commission business is the best, and his reputation is also very good, he still wants to go to Konoha. It's nothing, either let us take the commission, or you will die here. Yi Feng threatened. Presumptuous, how did you talk to adults? The 3 Zhongren ran out. When they walked outside, they naturally had bodyguards, and they hired 3 Zhongren. Zhong Ren. Scarlet flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. The 3 Zhongren had no chance to resist, and they took out kunai and cut their own throats. How about it? How are you thinking about it? I don't have much patience. Yi Feng said again. Although the tone was calm, the dangerous look in his eyes made people shudder. This weird guy seemed to be unable to refuse. All 3 Zhongren died so miserably. If they disagree, I am afraid that the whole army will be wiped out. Hey, don't worry, with the strong protection of Hongdou, my teacher and me, you have absolutely no safety issues when you go out to shoot a movie this time. Red Bean patted his chest to self-believe. While talking, he approached Fuji Fuyuki, the stage name of Fuka Koyuki. The most dangerous thing is you guys. The corner of the director's mouth twitched. Chapter 100. Auto-generated chapter title, Fenghua Xiaoshui. Fuji Fuyuki and his group were intercepted and then forced to get their own bodyguards. A group of people went to prepare to travel to the distant snow country. Unlike the past, Shui is depressed, but she doesn't have much passion for filming. That, you are like a princess in the wind, right? Miss Yukie's acting skills are really amazing, I am your fan. Hongdou leaned over with a smile. Shui Wei glanced at this passionate woman who was a few years older than herself, with no expression on her face. Her true identity is the princess of snow country. Going back to that kind of place is almost like throwing yourself into a trap. She escaped from that place because she hated things like fate, but now she wants to return to that place. Really, idol, don't ignore me, Itsuki continued. Shuihui remained blankly in a daze, and didn't mean to pay attention to the red beans. Princess Fengyun this time, but it's the first overseas filming. The heroine is in this state, and these inexplicable bodyguards are also very strange. Director, is it really okay? Someone in the crowd complained. This is no way, I can only take one step and count one step. The director shook his head. The other side, hey, I said, don't lose it. Yi Feng reminded. It was the first time for Huohuo to travel so far, so Hina had no choice but to accompany Huohuo as he swayed around. Yakumo was silent all the way, although I occasionally look at the surrounding scenery, but there are very few words. And Xian was as lively and cheerful as ever, clinging to Yi Feng. Probably because her life was too depressive in the first 10 years of her life, her character has rebounded now. Just like many students were squeezed out of game time before, and then fell into playing games all day after arriving at university. For example, Mr. Salted Fish, elder brother. Your hands are so cold. Xian's voice was soft. Who would have thought that this blonde girl was the witch who had passed away in the land of ghosts? It's ridiculous enough to think about those people. Obviously he didn't know anything, didn't know where the sprites went, didn't know how Xian disappeared, and came to the conclusion that the monster and the witch died together. The rumors were really terrible, and even let Xian attend his own funeral. Evening. After rushing for most of the day, everyone stopped in a small town. Advertisement. Are you going to have some wine? Shui, who was in an abnormal state these days, unexpectedly found Yi Feng on his own initiative. Find me? The night wind was slightly taken aback. Shouldn't girls be a better choice for chatting? But there is only one reason for inviting him, because he is the leader of the ninja, and Hongdou is his subordinate. It's not fair. Hongdou saw this scene not far away and said uncomfortably. That woman, she didn't take it seriously because she was so passionate, so she went to the teacher, it was really damnable. Hey, Sister Hongdou has today too. Xian smiled gleefully. The night is getting darker, an ordinary hotel in a small town. So what? Ms. Shuihui asked me to discuss something. Yi Feng drank a glass of beer and asked, who's going to a ghost place like Snow Country? Aren't you a great ninja? You change the route and ask them to shoot the movie in a different place, and the reward after the event is done is easy to say. Shuihui said lightly. There was a touch of sadness on the delicate face, which looked a little haggard. You can't escape, you can escape once or twice, but you can't escape for the rest of your life. Yi Feng shook his head. What do you know? Shuihui frowned. This ninja, who looked rather young, seemed more powerful than he thought. The princess of the snow country, although it's a secret, it's not a secret to me. The night wind said calmly. Do you know who I am? What is the purpose of you people? Yukie stared at the man warily. Don't worry, I can't be hired by those guys to catch you back. I know your life experience, but I'm not interested in those disputes. My name is Yi Feng, people in the ninja world used to like to call me Dashemaru. Yi Feng said slowly. His tone was so plain from beginning to end, Shui Wei even doubted her charm for a while. But after a little thought, she was connected. Advertisement. The girls around this man are very beautiful, obviously they're used to looking stunning. And the big snake pill. Even ordinary people are familiar with this name. One of Konoha Sannin, who was once famous in the ninja world decades ago, and now Konoha's 5th generation Hokage is a figure in the same period. You look so young. Shui Wei curled her lips. The Red Bean girl really likes your movie, so she came out to play. So don't get me wrong, I am not interested in you, your Royal Highness little snow princess. Yi Feng said again, if you have something to discuss with Hongdou. I came out to play, not to work for someone. The man put the wine money on the table and turned to leave the tavern. Shui Hui continued to drink booze here alone, not knowing what she was thinking. Speechless overnight. The next day, early morning. The film team and Yi Feng continued on their way, heading in the direction of the snow country. The weather today is good, the temperature of the sun is just right, and the blue sky is dotted with white clouds. The road was smooth, and no robbers were encountered. I'm sorry about what happened yesterday, I'm in a bad mood these days. Sure enough, Shui Wei started chatting with Red Bean. Ah, nothing, M's Yukie is an idol, and being an actor is very tiring. Sometimes this is understandable. Idzuki replied enthusiastically. The snow painting is like a block of ice, and the red bean is a ball of fire. Thank you. But actors are really the worst profession. Only the worst people will choose to do this job. According to the setting of other people's scripts, to interpret a false life. What a fool. Shui Wei sighed. No, I can't read it wrong. The love in Ms. Shui Hui's eyes, the calmness and elegance in the performance, are definitely love for the acting career. I know people's hearts very well, Miss Shui Wei. Red Bean smiled slightly. With her power of observation, it is not too simple to find the mood fluctuations of ordinary humans. Ms. Shuihui, is there any trouble? You can tell me. Although it is the first time we met, I will definitely help Miss Shui Wei. Idzuki Beans showed a bright smile again. Thanks, thank you. Shuihui lowered her head slightly. Chapter 101, Auto-generated chapter title. Supporting the scene. Then say so, leave the affairs of Miss Shui Wei to me. Idzuki said confidently. Really, is it really okay? It won't trouble you too much, right? Shuihui still hesitated. Don't look at my words like this, I'm actually very powerful. Hongdou laughed. Talking and chatting, the two women became one. Without using illusion, Shuihui was determined to go to that place so soon. I have to say that Idzuki is very good at chatting. In fact, there is no essential conflict between inheriting the throne of Snow Country and shooting a movie as a star. Anyway, you have become the king, and it is not up to you to decide what to do. As for other problems, Red Bean also has the confidence to solve them. It's just a small country of snow, and there is no such thing as a strong one. Oh, is this the sea? Huo exclaimed. In order to rush to the country of snow, there is also a boat passing through a sea area. The first time I saw the boundless blue sea, the small fireworks were jumping around on the boat. How about fish for lunch? Grown-ups, Yakumo respectfully said. She was wearing a very standard maid uniform, but she was replaced with a black short skirt with white silk, and she stepped on a pair of small white. The girl's foundation is not bad, and she looks very seductive when she dresses up. Whatever, it's fine for you to be happy, Yi Feng replied lazily. There will be no more months left in this kind of leisure time. As for the improvement of strength, chakra's volume has become saturated, and there is nothing to cultivate. Every day I get a little shadow duplication, rub the balls of chakra's changing nature, and there is nothing else to do. Are you ready? There is a shooting mission on the ship today? Idzuki Beans appeared with a smile. Shuihui's face was obviously much better, full of gentle kindness. In fact, Oshimaru's reputation is not good, but it is all indifferent, which ninja has no human life in his hands. Moreover, as an ordinary person, there is no chance of resistance when encountering a ninja of the level of Oshimaru. She was lucky enough to meet such a passionate fan of Hongdou. Lights, okay. Microphone, okay. Lens, okay. Start trial shooting, film preparation. Advertisement, Act 23, Section 6, Shot 1, Action. Everything is ready and the actors come on stage. Shishimaru. You have to cheer up. Shuihui instantly entered the state, performing the Fengyun princess who had lost her subordinates. Surrounded by the broken ship after the war, it was a mess, full of bleak and sad atmosphere. His Royal Highness failed to help you, extremely ashamed. The dying man said, What are you talking about? It is because of you that we muster the courage. The princess's voice was crying, and tears rolled in her eyes. The expression was bitter, but it was full of unwillingness, regret, and deep sadness. His Royal Highness, I really want to go to see the other side of the rainbow with you. Lion Maru. In the cry of Princess Fengyun, the subordinates lost their vitality. The acting is perfect. As expected of Miss Yukie, the live performance was really great. The red bean turned into a star chaser, and went to stick to Shuihui again. Brother, Sister Hongdou is so weird. Xian's eyes were weird, and she came close and whispered. Is this really a normal star chaser? If Hongdou was a man, he would definitely be regarded as a suitor of Shuihui. What's weird, isn't she always like this? The night breeze didn't make any waves. That woman didn't even let little loli, let go, let alone her idol. Lunch is ready. Yakumo's voice came from afar. Well, Sister Yakumo's craftsmanship is very good. Shion said with a chuckle, the next day. Director, the sea ahead is blocked by icebergs. Early in the morning, the people on the boat were frightened by what was in front of them. It shouldn't appear in the map, but there is indeed a huge amount of iceberg blocking the route. Then decide it is it, change the script, the director's eyes shone with fanaticism. What? The assistant is puzzled. Are you stupid? Take a good look, that cliff is a great location. How can it slip away from the outside lens? This is the general bestowed by the movie god. Everyone is ready to disembark. The director ordered that everyone also got on the ship with tight, thick clothes. After the boat moored, I came to the top of the iceberg to film. Advertisement, boom. The ice suddenly exploded, and then 3 ninjas from the Snow Kingdom came out. It is the 3 subordinates of Fenghua Rudao, the current ruler of the Snow Country, who came here to execute Fenghua Xiaoshui. Spikes avalanches, crane wings blowing snow, winter bears freezing rain. Little Snow Princess, did you bring the hexagonal crystal? Chushui asked indifferently, looking like he was sure to win. She is the only female ninja among the 3 ninjas. Little Snow Princess? Hearing this called roar, the director team was shocked. Yukie has always played the role of a princess. Is it true that her real background is a princess? Sure enough, someone is asking for trouble. Itsuki squinted his eyes. The kaleidoscope of twin pupils opened instantly, staring at the 3 ninjas motionlessly. Is it dangerous? But even if you catch life, the shooting must continue. Director, can we stop making trouble? Ninja fighting, if you don't run far, you will really be dead man. The other side is still making a lot of noise, and the corners of Red Bean's mouth have been slightly raised. It has ended, fantasy, Red Bean said slowly. Nani? When is it on Earth? The faces of the 3 ninjas changed drastically, and their bodies were not controlled and could not move at all. Since the picture is still shooting, I will give you a decent way to die. Psychicism 10,000 snakes. The Red Bean bit his finger and then quickly formed a seal. After slap the ground with both palms, a huge purple snake appeared, crushing the 3 people into meat sauce at the moment of its arrival. How about it? Am I very handsome now? Hongdou jumped onto Wansha's head and smiled triumphantly. The woman with the ball head stood on top of the snake's head. The scene in the movie was indeed shocking. This is the strength of Midori Idzuki beans, fans of Princess Fengyun. Hongdou blinked, not forgetting to pose, and blew a kiss to Shuihui by the way. Boy, don't be okay to summon me out. Wan Snake's voice sounded, as if a thunder burst in everyone's ears. Hey, isn't this for you to support the scene? Idzuki Bean scratched his head. After that, sacrifice 30 living sacrifices, otherwise you don't want to call me in the future. Wan Shi snorted coldly, then glanced at the night wind in the distance, his huge body disappeared in place. Chapter 102. Auto-generated chapter title, Reincarnation and Soul Fusion. After a farce, everyone continued to shoot the movie and then headed towards the depths of the Snow Country. The Snow Country is a remote country, a weak and peaceful country. The previous generation of Wang is Fenghua Xiaoshui, the father of Fenghua Xiaoshui. But more than 10 years ago, Zhao Shui's younger brother Fenghua Rongdao launched a rebellion, and Zuoren with chakra armor seized power. Fenghua Xiaoshui barely escaped from birth and has only lived incognito these years. Active as an actor, almost gave up her princess status. It is impossible for her to defeat the angry waves, and it is impossible for her to take back the snow country that belongs to her. And Xiaoshui doesn't want to be in the position of Wang, prefers to be an actor, so she resists going to the snow country to film. Red beans, thank you, it really helped a lot this time. Xiaoshui said sincerely. Before meeting Hongdou and his group, she couldn't imagine that she could beat the raging waves at all. Don't worry, I will wipe out those guys cleanly. His Royal Highness, if you inherit the throne, don't forget to make a movie. I'm still waiting to see your new movie. Red Bean smiled. Xiaoshui's face was also full of smiles. 2 weeks later, the Snow Country successfully returned to the right track, and Fenghua Xiaoshui announced that he had taken over the throne. However, the news of the nation's joy did not last long, and another news broke. Fenghua Xiaoshui handed over the throne to a loyal minister worthy of entrustment and devoted herself to the work of actors. As long as the Snow Country does not take the initiative to pick things up, the ninjas outside will not attack here. It's snowy and icy all year round, and you won't get any resources if you conquer here. As a result, the Snow Country returned to its former calm and peacefulness. Her Royal Highness continued to do the work she liked, and under the protection of the Night Wind and her group, she returned to the territory of the Land of Fire. Hongdou, where can I find you in the future? As we parted, Xiaoshui couldn't help asking. Much. I can't answer this for now, but don't worry, Xiaoshui, we will definitely meet. Idzuki replied. In the past 2 months of travel, Yifeng dragged his tired body and brought a bunch of women back to the base. No matter how strong a man is, he will be too tired to go shopping with a woman. Advertisement probably a psychological effect. Yifeng felt very tired anyway. Grown-ups, the art of reincarnation without a corpse has made new progress. Maybe we can consider from other directions, between the caster and the subject. When I just came back, the pocket just crackled, Yifeng didn't have time to rest, so he went to the laboratory. All of these 15 people used the technique of reincarnation, or the soul melting technique improved by me. Look, my lord. Do was obviously very excited, and introduced the physical condition of the experimental subjects one by one. The subordinates of the two guards were also very sensible, and handed over a large stack of papers for recording experimental data. Experiment number 1 and number 7 have become fools, while the other 13 subjects have retained 2 soul consciousnesses. 2 souls coexist as one, and if there is no hostility between each other, they can switch the soul in charge of the body at any time. After observation, the reason why number 1 and number 7 failed was because those 2 people failed to master the improved technique. In this way, the technique of reincarnation without a corpse will no longer consume soul power. Talk about it. Yifeng listened carefully and gradually showed admiration. It is indeed a good improvement to allow the 2 soul consciousnesses to coexist, just like the mode of getting along with the tail beast and the human column force. If human Julie is hit by the illusion, the tail beast in the body can quickly wake up the host, so that Julie can quickly awaken from the illusion. Ninjas who have used soul fusion will also be immune to most of the spells from then on. And the benefits don't stop there. If the body is old, you can use this technique to perfectly obtain a new body and achieve immortality, in another sense. Since the 2 souls do not harm each other, the process of using them no longer loses the power of the soul. Continue to experiment. This time the goal is to write the experimental body of the I bloodline. The goal of the test this time is whether 2 souls can master more powerful pupil power when they are living together. Didn't you integrate 3 pairs of kaleidoscopes before? Just use 2 pairs to experiment. Yifeng and Do exchanged a lot of details. Finally, the experiment was handed over to the pocket, and then he went back to the room and took a good night's sleep. Remaining time until Akatsuki's operation, 3 months. Time passed so slowly. It's mediocre, and it seems that the undercurrent is turbulent. Someday, Yifeng finally left the laboratory with bloodshot eyes on his back. The 2 have not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Advertisement. In order to study more mysteries of soul fusion, the 2 pairs of kaleidoscopes were used up. First, the 2 Uchiha tribes master the kaleidoscope separately, and then let one of them swallow the other, using the improved integrate technique. The newborn body was planted with blood curse marks, and then warmed with the blood of the night wind. After the operation is successful, the kaleidoscope that has been swallowed by the person will be given to the new integrate body. Sure enough, I finally got the eternal kaleidoscope, and the 2 souls mastered it easily, and soon played the strength of the eternal kaleidoscope. And then, the pair of eternal kaleidoscopes entered Yifeng's belly, and the 2 subjects who had been hypnotic ability in advance were also killed. Suzor can be pretty. Unexpectedly, I am almost awakening too. Yifeng had no expression on his face. His body is already very powerful, and Suzuo Nengu can also be used to pretend to be forceful, and his defense power is not as strong as his body. What's more, this Suzuo Nengu is still not completely body, and it is a bit embarrassing to take it out and pretend to be forced. That technique, it's almost time to use it. Yifeng walked out of the laboratory and headed towards the forest outside. Hyuga Fireworks is practicing in that forest. Little flower fire. Yifeng waved to roar, Master Yifeng. The firework that was doing physical exercises with a family member suddenly stopped. The forest is quiet, just a cute little girl practicing here. My lord is looking for me, is there any order? Wahuo is very sensible and polite. Although unlike her sister, she doesn't rely much on Master Yifeng, but at least she dare not disobey the order. This is soul fusion, give you a week to familiarize yourself with it. Yifeng threw out a scroll and sat down beside the fireworks. The little girl obediently picked up the scroll and looked at it, and soon her complexion became shocked. Elder brother, I'm only 10 years old now, it seems that there is no need to change a younger body. Wahuo said blankly. The art of longevity is indeed tempting to many people. But the problem is that she doesn't need this kind of ninjutsu now. Her body is neither old nor seriously ill. There's no need to change her body, right? And change your body or something. It always feels weird. Chapter 103, Auto-generated chapter title. 103, Akatsuki. The action begins. That's right, let's put this matter aside for now. You hold the scroll first. Yifeng patted Wahuo's head and then left the forest. It suddenly occurred to me that Wahuo's body was actually quite important. It was the blood of the pure and real Princess Bai Yan. If you want to use that technique, it's actually best to let Hinata take the initiative to melt your soul with her. In this way, the integration of the strength of the 2 women is not 1 + 1 = 2, but will stimulate a stronger reincarnation eye. But after thinking about it, it seems that there is no need to do so. He is strong enough now. The next step should be to try to swallow the intercolumnar cells to get the wood escape, and then the reincarnation eye. Yifeng thought silently. With his current physical strength and chakra attributes, he is confident that he can bear the corrosive nature of the original Naruto cells. As for Awakening's reincarnation eye, he had acquired Naruto chakra a long time ago, but he lacked a pair of eternal kaleidoscopes of Sasuke Uchiha. Wind and rain are coming. The half-year period finally passed. On this day, Akatsuki finally held a meeting after a long absence. Pain, Xiaonan, Ju, Weasel, Ghost Shark, Feiduan, Jiaodu, Scorpion, Didera, Dashawan. Very well, the preparation phase is over, it's time to capture the tail beast, and then make the world feel painful. Create real peace in pain, Pain's cold voice sounded. As the leader and the strongest person in the organization, on the bright side, his aura is the strongest. In fact, bring the soil behind and smile, waiting for this day to begin long ago. And Uchiha Madara indicated that I was on the third floor. Heizi shook his head and said that he wanted to say something heartbreaking to Madara. The night wind lurks quietly, which means that everyone here is spicy chicken. Oh, correct. I missed the undercover agent sent by Konoha, Uchiha Itachi. On the surface it was harmonious, but in fact it was intriguing, and it was already a good idea how to use those guys. Give the first tale of Cheyenne Village to Deidara and Scorpion, and give the second tale of Union Village and the third tale of Wuyan Village to Dashemaru. 6 tails and 9 tails are in charge of Pain and Konan, and Neneos are handed over to Uchiha Itachi and Onigiri. Yatsuo will not move for the time being. Disband. Pain gave the order. The first thing to perform is the one-tailed task. Although the people responsible for the capture are Deidara and Scorpion, considering that the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Fire are adjacent to each other, Konoha will not die, and Oshimaru is also sent to help. Yefeng's task is to stop those ninjas who are reinforcements, and then wait until the end of the seal is completed before completing his task. Advertisement definitely, Yifeng can take his subordinates to act, and the organization will not interfere. Starting today, there is no way to relax anymore. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. Aster, have you seen any future? Yifeng asked. There is nothing worth worrying about. My brother took red beans to perform the task, and then Hinata and Huohuo stayed at the base. The battle went smoothly. Xian muttered. Really, why don't you take them there? The girl faintly said. Your ability is a prophecy. How do you get to the battlefield? Do you want to be a drag oil bottle? Wait for my return at the base obediently, Yifeng said grimly. Although he is already very strong, he has sailed carefully, and only cautiousness can ensure success. Humph. Xian Tsunere snorted. Yifeng smiled, reached out and patted the little girl's asterisk. When I come back, take care of you, disobedient little girl, remember not to run around. Ninja world is going to be messed up. Yes, brother. 2 days later, within the land of fire. 2 silhouettes rushed through the forest, heading towards Sandian Village, the Kingdom of Wind. Feng, are you going to visit Lulan country this time? Your 2 puppets are still there, Itsuki reminded. That's right, it's time for those 2 puppets to be recycled. But having said that, Lulan can't live without the protection of ninjas, and leave the 3 generations of Fengying and the 4th generation of Fengying stupidly there. Yifeng said after thinking for a moment. 3 generations of Fengying were killed by the Scorpion and made into puppets, while the 4th generation of Fengying was killed by him. And the 5th generation of Fengying is Gaara, a man of strength. Fengying is really a high-risk occupation, and it has been killed by the people of Akatsuki for 3 consecutive generations. Not only were the corpses turned into puppets, but there was also the technique of reincarnating from the filthy soil, which was simply used to the extreme. It is not without reason that Cheyenne Village is considered to be the weakest of the 5 ninja villages. If the ninja in Cheyenne Village heard it, he would be so angry that he would explode. Hongdou raised her eyebrows. Advertisement, the 5th generation Fengying is Gaara's boy. It's a pity to be the position of the wind and shadow, and the scenery will be over soon. Yifeng sighed. By the way, Naruto will also appear this time, right? Aren't we taking him down? Itsuki asked again. Naruto is now our pawn. If we catch him, isn't it equal to weakening and reducing our whole cards? I also used other gods on that kid, just to do things later. He is my trump card. Yifeng shook his head. Don't look at Naruto being stupid, there is a rib compared to the second pillar, but the protagonist has a strong aura. The stronger the guy's strength becomes, the more powerful his subordinate will be in the future. When the ninja war really begins, Naruto will be able to play its due role. At the necessary moment, lay ambush those guys who think they are old. What about Sasuke? The kid's team doesn't know where it went. When it comes to Naruto, Sasuke has to be mentioned, and Itsuki is also more concerned about that guy. After all, it is also Oshimaru's subordinate, who has been planted with the curse of the sky and has the ability to be expected in the future. Toolman. When the eternal kaleidoscope is cultivated, that guy will lose most of the use value. Definitely, with the current experimental methods, he can still cultivate a kaleidoscope for him and can make another wave of waste reuse. You guys in the rebellious period, wherever he is. Anyway, he will definitely go to Uchiha Itachi in the end. The fateful confrontation between the 2 brothers is inevitable. The night breeze said lightly. Sasuke also has the protagonist halo, and he is accompanied by 3 members of the Eagle team. It is impossible to die. At the same time, Konoha village on the other side. I miss it. There is no change at all here. Everyone, Naruto Uzumaki is back. Naruto stood on a telephone pole and shouted roar. It has been 3 years since Sasuke rebelled against the village. He has gone through various training and mission experience, and also practiced with the lecherous immortal, and now finally returned to Konoha. Mrs. Tsunade's Hokage rock is also ready. Naruto looked around excitedly. Jilai was also standing in the street below, holding a novel he had written in his hand. Konoha. It's really nostalgic. Chapter 104, auto-generated chapter title. 104, Deidara vs Gaara. Then, it's almost time to start. 2 guys in Akatsuki's robes entered Cheyenne Village. The hidden subordinates of the Scorpion took action, and the inside and outside synthesis skills solved the ninja guarding the gate of Cheyenne Village. Big brother Scorpion, then I will go alone, don't let me wait too long. The one-tailed man Julie who guards the crane. Gaara in the sandstorm, what kind of guy is it? Sand-hidden village. Over the sky. 1, 2, 3, there are 3 ninjas in charge of monitoring the sky. Speaking of which, this village is really artistic, so it is even more necessary to destroy it. Ha ha. Deidara sat on a big clay bird, observing the situation below. He ate the clay with his mouth and made 3 more spiders. Drop the little Spider-Man from above to below, and then sneak attack the ninja in charge of surveillance. What is this? The 3 ninjas in different places were all hit, and their faces were caught by white spiders. Art is an explosion. Drink. 3 low explosions sounded in Cheyenne village. Without attracting too many people's attention, 3 ninjas were killed. Hee. Sneak in successfully. Deidara fell to the top of the Fengying building. However, before he was happy for a few minutes, Deidara saw a teenager standing in front of him. She has short dark red hair and the word, love, on her forehead. Look at this costume, it is the 5th generation Fengying Sama of Cheyenne village, who is also the target of him and Shay. Gaara. That's it. I love Luo lightly said. Looking at the other party's uniform, it was obviously a member of the mysterious Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki organization had previously invaded Yanyan village and robbed the 4-tailed man Julie and the 5-tailed man Julie. The whereabouts of the 2 are still unknown. The ninja village of the 5 major countries has taken precautions and is very afraid of this organization. Oh, sand? Deidara rode the clay bird again? The sand around Gaara started to surround him, but the speed of giant bird flight was not satisfied. Sand followed closely behind him. Even Deidara was about to fly out of the boundary of Cheyenne village, and the sand continued to follow Deidara in pursuit. It's really convenient, Daedala murmured. Advertisement. Controlling the sand flight, Gaara can also stand on the sand, which means he has the ability of flight. Speaking of which, you can recognize me, you are not easy either. Deidara looked at Gaara in the air and smiled. There is no such bird in the desert. I understand at a glance. I love Luo lightly said. At the same time, Cheyenne village also discovered that something was wrong. Weird people invaded? Isn't the task of protecting the village entrusted to Captain Yura? Kanjiro said coldly. Can't reach Captain Yura. What did you say? That guy is a scorpion ambushing puppet in Cheyenne village, definitely can't get in touch. Dozens of ninjas guarding the gate were silently killed long ago. Master Fengying is fighting the invaders, go and see. Gradually, the ninja found 2 figures in the air. Gaara stood on the sand, and his opponent was a young man with long blonde hair, dressed in Akatsuki's clothes with black background and red clouds. The plan for the covert operation failed, but it's okay to save me from wasting my energy to find you. Deidara chuckled lightly. Rise. Gaara raised both hands up, and a large amount of sand in the underground sand-hidden village suddenly rose up. Cut. Do you occupy the right place? It's really a bit troublesome. Deidara squinted his eyes. Hands of sand. Gaara controlled the sand to turn into an arm of Shuhei, and grabbed it towards Deidara. It's almost time, the show has just begun. Deidara chewed the clay in both hands, and 3 white birds appeared in each. The 6 attacked Gaara together. Boom! Gaara's sand protects his body in time, and these things explode without getting close to him. This time it was very fast. Drink. Deidara threw out 2 more clays again. This time it was 2 things resembling white cranes, and the flight speed was extremely fast. The outer sand was too late to defend, and eventually exploded very close to Gaara. Gaara. Konkuro stunned roar. Gaara is the shadow of the village, and there must be no accidents. Advertisement. Cut. It's like an eggshell that protects the yolk. It can defend my skills. It's really a bit powerful. Deidara stared forward. The sand gathered together and turned into a big round ball, enclosing Gaara in it. Although Deidara's explosion exploded nearby, it still didn't hurt him. And Gaara has a third eye. Even if he is wrapped in this sandball, he can see clearly outside and use sand to attack Deidara. Deidara suddenly found that the light above disappeared. Looking up subconsciously, the boundless black shadow shrouded him, and the sand almost blocked all his retreat. Can it be said that it is a human pillar to be able to control such a large amount of sand? Sand is fastened. Gaara reached out and grabbed it. The cage formed by the sand began to block and close, as if countless Shohei's hands were grasping at Deidara. This is tricky. Deidara did not expect Gaara to hide this trick. Although the big bird flew outside, it was finally wrapped in sand. A huge sandball with a diameter of 100 meters floats over the sandy village. Ended. Konkuro breathed a sigh of relief, as expected of Master Fengying. Well, as long as there is Master Fengying, there is nothing to worry about in this village. Many ninjas also maintain an optimistic attitude. For the time being, it seemed that the opponent couldn't break through Gaara's defense. Fengying's side was out of advantage. Boom! There was an explosion inside the sandball. A small gap was opened and Deidara's body fell from it. But Gaara obviously thought of this too. The sand in the gap in the explosion continued to intercept, grabbed Deidara, and threw it in the direction of the sandball again. Swish! At a critical moment, Deidara threw a big white bird in his hand. Riding on the big bird, finally left the sandball. Gaara's choice was also very decisive. The huge amounts of sandball fell apart directly, all chasing towards Deidara. Finally, sand caught up with Deidara and wrapped around his left arm. Centipede. Deidara spit out a white centipede with his right hand and exploded the hand of sand that was spreading in midair. In this way, the sand that Gaara was holding onto him is broken. Sand-bound hurdles. Gaara's expression remained unchanged, but I grabbed my hand sharply. Hide a little bit of sand in the gourd in the attacking sand, and you can continue to control it even if it is disconnected. Puff. Deidara's left arm broke on the spot. Chapter 105, Auto-generated chapter title. 105, One Tail, successfully captured, it's not easy. Deidara gritted his teeth, forcibly broke off his left arm, and escaped Gaara's sand attack. He also saw through. Gaara hid the sand from the bodyguard in the attack. That kind of sand can be directly controlled remotely even without a chakra connection. There is not much clay left, I really underestimated this guy. So, just destroy this village. Deidara hugged a white doll with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. The broken arm is not important at all. As long as the arm is still there, the scorpion can be sewn up later. The current task is to solve the human strength. Really, Deidara, when on earth are you going to make me wait? Scorpion complained. The thing he hates most is waiting for someone. But now it appears that Deidara did not complete the task quickly. Determined an emergency convening task for all staff. You are responsible for the defense of the reservoir, with 2 teams, and blocking the nearby roads. You can't assume that there is only one enemy. Medical squad, open the barrier to guide non-combatants inside, there can be no innocent casualties, understand? Marquis ordered. He is a very prestigious Shangren in the village. Master Fengying was fighting, and he was the one who ordered. I'm tired of your expressionless face. Deidara threw the doll out of his hand. In the air, the doll instantly grew larger, reaching a height of more than 20 meters. There is no doubt that this is also an explosion attack, and looking at this file size, the power of the explosion is definitely not small. Gaara's pupils shrank slightly, and his face suddenly changed. C3. Drink. Deidara shouted. Mix into the chakra of your highest level and use the explosive clay to make an adult doll. The explosion is large enough to destroy a small village. Boom, the explosion sounded throughout the sandy hidden village. The dazzling firelight soared into the sky, looking brilliant and dangerous in the night. Well, what is it? It's the sand of Master Fengying. It's amazing. It can form such a big shield. The ninjas recovered, only to find that the explosion was intercepted by a large amount of sand. Massive sand formed a shield in the air, intercepting C3 in midair, and the explosion did not harm the village. In fact, it is not easy for Gaara to manipulate so much sand. The chakra in his body was consumed quickly, and roar sucked quickly. Before squeezing Deidara's left arm with some sand, the ball of sand, which was absolutely defensive, exposed a gap. Advertisement, drink. Deidara detonated a bird again. The light in mini volume deliberately flew over from behind, bypassing Gaara's vision, and detonated in the gap of the ball of sand. Boom. The explosion sounded again. But the sand of absolute defense was extremely fast, and this time the sneak attack was unsuccessful. It's the same as I thought. Deidara gave a sly smile. His left arm was torn off, but at that time, the clay spider was also mixed into the special sand. In other words, Gaara's current absolute defensive sandball, that part of the sand is used for defense, but his clay is hidden inside to detonate the spider. Explode from the inside, you can't defend it anymore, right? Art is an explosion. Drink. The sandball burst from the inside to shapeshifting with a bang. Gaara did miscalculate, and I didn't expect to be overshadowed by Deidara. Successful. Deidara showed the winner's smile. The absolute defensive sand slowly fell. Gaara was hit hard, and was almost exhausted. Next is... Deidara was about to collect people on the bird, but Gaara moved again. The sand that had previously stayed in the air moved slowly. Gaara wanted to move the sand out of Cheyenne village. For this reason, his last chakra was gone. I see, if you put the sand down, you will be a lot easier, right? As expected of Master Fengying, Deidara smiled. Start attacking. Protect Master Fengying, Marquis ordered. All the prepared crossbow arrows were fired immediately, and countless arrows rained in the direction of Deidara. But how could Deidara be hit by these things? It seems that the number is large, but it is impossible to hit him. Even though the detonation symbol was attached to the arrow, it was still avoided by Deidara. Useless resistance. Deidara controlled the giant bird to flight, avoiding a large number of explosions. Let him wait so long, Brother Xie is going to be angry again. Roar. On the other side, Gaara used the last chakra to move the sand out of the village and fell into a coma on the spot. Deidara rode the bird to catch the fallen Gaara and flew towards the outside of Cheyenne village. One tail. The capture is complete. The white giant bird flies away, the tail behind it is tied to the comatose 5th generation Fengying. Hey, Konkuro, don't act rashly like this, wait for the team together. Advertisement Maki looked at Konkuro's back and said. The latter directly chased it out, the gate of Cheyenne village. It's really slow, I told you not to wait long, Scorpion said impatiently. The tail behind Deidara swept away, and the latter squatted down to avoid the blow. The metal scorpion tail is terribly poisonous, and poisoning it will really be dead man. This kid is a bit good, Deidara chuckled, so let you prepare well. Scorpion said uncomfortably. This guy had prepared too little detonation clay in advance, otherwise it wouldn't last so long. Big brother Scorpion, how are you prepared? I finished it for such a long time. Let's go. Soon. Kankuro brought many ninjas to the gate of Sane. This narrow passage is extremely quiet. Originally, many ninjas were sent to guard this place, but they didn't even notice the enemy invasion. There may be an ambush, so be careful. Kankuro leads the ninjas cautiously forward. Not far away, I saw the body of the Sandy ninja, these guys. They were killed by a sneak attack from behind. Are there any traitors in the village? Kanguro gritted his teeth and said, boom. At this moment, a violent explosion sounded again. Both sides began to explode and collapse, and rubble almost flooded the gate. The ninja squad who had just rushed to rescue Gaara was killed by this move. Kanjuro used the puppet technique to get out, only to rescue 2 people. Damn it, I'll chase them. These 2 guys are injured and give you treatment. Kanjuro shouted, hey, that guy has defeated Gaara. It won't help if you go alone. Maki couldn't help but said, listen well, just follow them, don't do it. And the anxious Kankuro had already chased it out. Over the years, Gaara has changed a lot, and is no longer the boy who only knew killing. Otherwise, he wouldn't sit in Fengying's position. What's more, Gaara is still Kankuro's younger brother. How could he watch Gaara be taken away like this? Chapter 106, Auto-generated chapter title, 106, Konoha's reinforcements. One night later, Kankuro chased them all night, and Deidara and Scorpion also walked all night. Finally caught up when the sun rose at dawn. Return Gaara back. Kanjuro said coldly. Although facing 2 mysterious ninjas of Akatsuki's organization, his will is extremely firm. Crow, black ants, Sancho fish, 3 puppets sealed in the scroll were summoned. Deidara, you go first, I deal with him, Shie said lightly. Okay, brother Scorpion. Deidara replied. Unexpectedly, I could see them in such a place. Someone is using the puppet I made before, I really miss that feeling. What? Making this puppet? Are you a scorpion of red sand? The other side, Konoha received an urgent request from Cheyenne village. A man Julie, also the 5th generation of Fengying, Gaara was abducted by the people organized by Shao. This is not only the loss of the country of wind, but also a provocation to the 5 powers. Tsunade quickly dispatched ninjas who could help. Shao Li, Ning Si, Shino, Ya, Kakashi, Naruto. There is also Tamari who is preparing for this year's ninja exam in Konoha. Hearing the news that Gaara had been taken away, Tamari was extremely anxious, and rushed to the village with Konoha's ninja. It's here. Deidara and Scorpion came to the bottom of a mountain. The seal land prepared in advance is to seal a tail in the body of the outer golem here. It's really late enough, get ready now. Pen's phantom has been waiting here for a long time. Human pillar power is more powerful than imagined. Deidara said. Psychicism outside golem. The preparation work was completed, and the personnel were assembled quickly. It's too slow, you too. Yifeng sighed, cut. You can take care of yourself, Konoha's ninja should be on the way. Deidara said with disdain. From Konoha village to Cheyenne village, it will take 3 days at the earliest. It takes just 3 days to seal a tail beast, Yifeng replied. During the sealing process, please also take care to protect your own body. Pain said lightly. Advertisement, it's not too late, let's start now. Seal technique Eternal Dragon 9 seals, Pain ordered. The chakras of everyone formed a seal technique together, and then connected Gaara who was in a coma underground. The red chakra of the tailed beast emerged from his eyes, nose and mouth. The cave fell silent. 3 days later, Konoha's reinforcement ninja rushed to Konoha. Kankuro was killed by the tail-rotting poison, but he was actually at the end of the battle. Although Cheyenne village hired a retired 1000-generation mother-in-law, it was unable to eliminate this toxin. The people who can cure the ninja realm are probably Oshimaru and Tsunade. But those 2 were obviously not so nice to invite. Kankuro. Tamari bit her lip and sobbed silently in front of the hospital bed. Gaara was taken away, and Kankuro's skin turned purple and was dying. Go save Gaara. Never let Gaara have an accident. Temari's eyes became firm. It's useless to cry at this time, saving people is the most important thing. Parker, can you follow the smell? Kakashi psyched up his ninja dog. I have remembered the smell of Gaara. Although it was 3 days ago, I can still follow it. I hope it's still too late. Parker was spitting, his expression was very serious. Involving the mysterious Akatsuki organization, the people here don't know if it is enough. Go now. Naruto yelled. In the past few days, he could not help but want to do it. Those damn Akatsuki guys actually took Gaara away. Only Renjuli can understand the pain of being a Renjuli. Gaara kept working hard and finally became Fengying. He was quite envious when he heard the news. The ninjas set off soon. In order to see his grandson, Akasha Scorpion, Chio also joined the team. Shao Li, Ning Si, Kakashi, Naruto team. Shino, Toa, Tamari, Chio 1 team. Finally the seal is complete, and I'm so sore. Fei Duan stretched. Those ninjas are coming towards me, with Konoha's reinforcements. The night breeze said lightly, then leave it to you. Oh, by the way, Itachi, you also came from Konoha, right? Don't you want to join in the fun? Said the corner. No need. Itachi shook his head. Advertisement, disband. Be careful each, don't play off, Pain said. Outer golems and various phantoms disappeared one after another. Back to reality. Yi Feng opened his eyes, but also felt a little sleepy. Really, it feels really uncomfortable to work for someone else. Yi Feng sighed. Teacher, those people are getting close here, there are about 200 meters left. Hongdou stood on a rock, looking into the distance. Since you are awake, let's have fun with them, who are here? Konoha's Yu Nishino, Inazuka Toa, Sagakura's Tamari, and an old woman she doesn't know. There is an enemy ahead. When he reached this flat land, Parker suddenly reminded. His sense of smell clearly perceives the two humans in front of him, and someone is nearby. It seems that Kakashi and Naruto are here too, I don't know where they are. The night wind came out from behind the rock. Seeing the ninja dog appeared, he knew that Kakashi must be in Konoha's reinforcement team. You, are you? Akatsuki's guy. The few people on the opposite side were slightly taken aback. Yi Feng and Hongdou wore Akatsuki's robes, and their identities didn't need to be explained. Have not seen you for a long time, although you always call me Dashemaru Roar, I prefer the name Yefeng. The man smiled faintly. Orochimaru. Tamari gritted his teeth and stared at the man. The fourth generation Hokage died in the hands of Oshimaru, and also deceived Sane to make a plan to attack Konoha. Kankuro and Gaara are also now, both of which are related to the Akatsuki organization where Oshimaru is located. If it weren't for her, she still had some sense, she would have rushed to fight long ago. This is a real bloody hatred. Long time no see, you are more beautiful than before. Yi Feng smiled faintly. It's like not seeing the emotions in Temari's eyes, but still making fun of them. Orochimaru. A person from the same period as Tsunade. Chiyo's expression is also a bit complicated. At the beginning, Oshimaru, Tsunade, and Jilai were also called Konoha Sanin, and that was all decades ago. Time is really unforgiving. I changed my mind. Since you want to see your grandson so much, I will assume that no one has seen it. Yi Feng said with a smile suddenly, but, Miss Temari's had trouble staying. Chapter 107, Auto-generated chapter title, The Death of Tamari. What are you talking about? You guy, Tooth has the most grumpy temper. Although the opponent is Oshimaru, he didn't plan to just shrink back. Don't do it, Tooth, the opponent is not something we can defeat. Shino was much calmer. Even 3 generations of Hokage died in the hands of Oshimaru, how could they be opponents? Where is Gaara? Give me Gaara back to us. Tamari was eager to save his brother, and he was even more anxious than Ya. Even if the opponent is Oshimaru, he definitely can't back down now. In fact, think about it, it doesn't seem to be a big deal to kill you. The Night Wind slowly said, these guys don't respect him very much, and they plan to kill only one Tamari. It is purposeful to leave Chiyo and the other 2 behind. Scorpion meets Chiyo and sees the puppets made by his parents, there is a high probability that he will release water and die in this place. It's not that he and the Scorpion have any deep hatred, but that he wants to go smoothly. After the death of the Scorpion, full members will vacate a position. There is no doubt that this position belongs to Alfie. The plot is business as usual, but the difference is that he concealed his strength and did not leave the Akatsuki organization. Everyone can calculate, everyone is his pawn. Send bad bugs. The worm controlled by Shino burst out of the ground. Innocent. The red bean's complexion has not changed, it seems that this scene has long been thought of. Trying to use this kind of ninjutsu sneak attack in front of Shaolin Yan is simply naive. Scatter. Yi Feng and Red Bean did not move in place, as if another invisible barrier was blocking them. Although the insect swarm emerged, it was directly shaken to death by the power of invisible. Akamaru. Ya shouted. When the orc-like method was activated, Akamaru also changed to the appearance of a tooth, which seemed to use shadow duplication. That's it. The black chakra forms a skeleton, as if an evil spirit descends. Suzuo Noji clasped a sharp long sword in both hands and slashed across several people. Can't move? Ya realized that he was suddenly unable to move. The eyes of Idzuki Bean and Oshimaru turned scarlet at some point. This is a pupil technique that the Uchiha clan only possessed. Hateful. Shino's face changed drastically. Even if his body cannot move, he can control the swarm and remove himself. Advertisement, but it was too late to save everyone. Boom. Susanoo's long sword fell and slashed. The rocks shattered one after another, and Inazukaya was dismembered on the spot. The broken body was stained with that black chakra and immediately began to decay. Tooth's position is too far forward, save him if the worms come. Blood prison. Kill. The Red Bean's voice sounded faintly. What? Even Chiyo didn't react. I don't know when, an inconspicuous pool of blood appeared next to several people. Idzuki Bean's body was condensed from the blood, and then Kuonai cut Temari's throat. Goodbye. Bing done the art of ice sword. Yi Feng's hands are imprinted, and an ice sword is condensed in the air. It only spread tens of meters in an instant. Temari's head was cut off immediately, his eyes were dull, his expression was dull, and his expression of horror and doubt was still maintained before death. A headless body fell to the ground. So far, only 2 survivors, Chiyo and Shino, remain. The 2 sides played against each other in less than 2 minutes. Teacher is really, Miss Tamari is so beautiful, she was so killed by you. Red Bean pretended to be a pity. What, where is this kind of woman pretty? Is she worthy too? Yi Feng curled his lips disapprovingly. The eyes are just so-so, and it seems that there is nothing to be concerned about. If you insist on saying it, the eyes are not as pretty as that girl in Ino. The game seems to be almost played, so I will spare you 2 lives. Yi Feng squinted his eyes. The weird smile on his face made people unable to guess what he was thinking. Let's go, Red Bean, we should leave here. Throwing his head away, the man said lightly. Is teacher. Red Bean obediently followed behind. The two people wearing Akatsuki robe walked away. Shio and Shino's expressions were solemn. Tamari is the bloodline of the 4 generations of Fengying and the princess of Cheyenne village. He did not expect to die here today. Toa is also the descendant of Konoha's Inuzuka family. Naruto must be sad for his heroic sacrifice in this mission. The two of them were in a heavy mood, but still had to continue to set off. The task is to rescue Gaara, now we have to continue. Advertisement, it's Isu will finally clean up the mess. Dadala sighed. Get ready to greet the guests, I heard that Kyuubi's Ren Julie is also in Konoha Ninja. Scorpion said calmly. That fellow Itachi said that the first person who would roar was Kyuubi Ren Julie. Not sure whether it is true. Deidara laughed. If it is true, then Uchiha Itachi's observation ability is as good as ever. Boom. The boulder was opened. Naruto, Kakashi, Ning-Si, Xiao Li, Shino, Kai-Dai mother-in-law. The 6 ninjas joined together and walked in. So, which one of the 9-tailed people is Julie? Deidara smiled. Gaara's body is already cold and is being used as a seat by Deidara, while Scorpion is on the side, staring at the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations. She should have been retired from the world. Unexpectedly, she came out this time, maybe she came out only after hearing him. You guys, I want to kill you, Naruto really roared first. The pupils of the eyes changed to the shape and color of the 9-tailed pupils, and their reason was eroded by anger. Gaara actually died, and the guy on the other side just sat under him like this. Coupled with the news of Tamari and Toa's death, he could no longer control the anger in his heart. You can't be wrong, you are the 9-tailed person Julie. Deidara stared at Naruto and couldn't help laughing. Gaara, what are you sleeping leisurely there, get up. Stand up, Gaara, did you hear me? Just enough, Naruto still had a glimmer of hope. In other words, it's just self-comfort, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Gaara has no roar anymore. Even the mouth escape of the protagonist is not effective for the corpse. Dead man can never come back to life with just a few words. Stop, Naruto, calm down, Kakashi stopped Naruto. What's wrong, brother Scorpion? Noting the Scorpion's gaze, Deidara asked. Give this guy to me, it looks like that person Julie wants to take this corpse back. Scorpion said lightly. Although Gaara is dead, the corpse can still be used to make a puppet, which is regarded as a secondary use of waste. It looks like this. Deidara nodded. Chapter 108, Auto-generated chapter title. 108, Return to Lulin. If I say this, my eldest brother might get angry, he said. But, that person Julie left it to me to deal with. Deidara said suddenly. It was said in advance that there was one person, so you don't have to make an inch of it, Deidara. Chie said coldly. Although the organization has assigned the task, but now this kind of Q-tailed force is delivered to the door, definitely can choose to do it. As an artist, if you don't pursue stronger stimulation, your sense of things will slowly become dull, brother. I heard that Kyuubi's people are very powerful, and they are candidates worthy of my art. Deidara said seriously. What did you say? Your kind of explosion can be regarded as art? Art is something that can exist for a long time and is perfect, passed down. Eternal beauty is art. Scorpion began to refute. Eternal beauty is art? Although we are all acting in the same group, I respect you very much, but big brother, art should be dazzling and fleeting beauty. What did you say? Deidara, I don't think you really understand real art yet. I think it's the eldest brother you don't understand. The two guys stared at each other, and neither was convinced. On the other side, Naruto, Kakashi and others were already stupid. Especially Naruto, almost couldn't help but rushed over. Take out a wind demon shuriken, and then throw it at the Scorpion. When, Scorpion's tail blocked the ninja, and he didn't bother to look at Naruto. Deidara, your kid deliberately annoys me, right? That's why I said, it might make you angry, you should know the consequences of making me angry. For me, art is an explosion originally. Deidara stood up, the white clay he threw out of his hand enlarged and turned into a big bird. After the nutritious conversation ended, Deidara was finally ready to do it. Goodbye, brother. Gaara's body was placed in his mouth by a giant clay bird, and Deidara went out of the cave in a bird flight. Although not said, but the meaning of provocation is very obvious. If you want to regain Gaara's body, then Kyuubi's Ren Julie will chase him. Hateful. Advertisement, unforgivable, Naruto really chased it out. Naruto. Kakashi looked worried and followed out. Inside the spacious cave space, only Scorpion was left facing Chio, Neji, Xiao Li, and Shino. I heard that you retired a long time ago. Scorpion looked towards Chio. Suddenly want to see how grandson looks, Chio said lightly. Although she is older, she is not the kind of person who can't move her hands. Fight against the sword. Chio controlled 10 Kuu thorns past. Under the control of the chakra silk thread, it broke through the defense of the scorpion tail and cut through the robe of the Akatsuki organization. The scorpion in the clothes is a strange guy. The limbs are swollen and huge, and there is a strange face on the back. The scorpion tail just sticks out of the mouth of the strange face, and the two hands of the scorpion have obviously been modified. The whole person is lying on the ground, like a real scorpion. If you insist on resisting, there is no way, like the kid behind you, they will become my collection. Chie said coldly. That's not his body, he hid the body inside the puppet. When the puppet master manipulates the puppet, his body will show flaws, so in order to overcome this weakness, he hides himself in the puppet. The puppet is both his armor and his sword, that's the proudest puppet of Scorpion, Fei Luhu. Chio explained. Do you know how my collection is made? First remove the internal organs, then peel off the skin, clean the blood, perform antiseptic treatment, and finally add various devices, and a puppet collection is complete. The old woman is right, Fei Luhu is also one of my collections. Plus the ninjas facing you, my puppets will exceed 300. Scorpion spoke in a gloomy tone. The Fei Luhu offensive and defensive, the first thing we have to do is to force the Scorpion out of that puppet. Then what should I do? The other side. Oh, isn't this Konoha Whitefang's son, Kakashi Hagi? People like you also come to chase me. Big brother Scorpion is more powerful than me. Well, although we have different views on art, it is probably the case. You don't care about the ninja there and chase me, there may be an entire army wiped out. Deidara rode on the giant bird and flew away in no hurry. Advertisement intentionally keep a certain distance from Naruto Kakashi. The taunting effect is full, but he is not in a hurry. At this moment, Yi Feng and Red Bean had long since ceased to care about the affairs of Akatsuki's organization. Deidara and Scorpion are responsible for handling the aftermath. Even if they were killed, it would only be their own weakness. For the people of Lulan country, the last time I saw me was more than 20 years ago. The night wind walked into a small country in the desert. There are large tracts of forests and lakes here, and it doesn't look like they're in the desert. Doing the math, the little girl Sarah should be nearly 40 years old now, right? Time travel is really amazing, Yi Feng continued. Xian went with her at the beginning, she and Sarah were about the same age. But now that she and Xian are back to their normal timeline, Sarah, the original princess, is almost 40 years old, and Xian is still a little girl. Teacher, use 2 Hokage to improve the natural environment. I'm afraid you are the only one to do this. Red Bean can't help but complain. The first generation of Hokage and the second generation of Hokage were reincarnated in the dirty soil, but instead of fighting, they were used for greening in the desert. If outsiders knew, Konoha's ninja might be alive and well. What's so difficult about this? Now I can also use Mu Dun. Yi Feng smiled. After devouring the cells of the first generation, he also obtained Mu Dun. In addition to the unlimited chakras, he can also engage in unrestricted greening like the first generation of dirty soil. Mu Dun, the tree realm is coming, the man yelled, and as expected he summoned a large area of trees growing wildly, reaching a height of 30 meters. But it was just for casual use, and the night breeze soon stopped Mu Dun. Let's go, do business first, Yi Feng said. Edzuki nodded. The two rushed as fast as they could, and finally rushed to the royal city of Lulan Kingdom before night fell. Although many cities have been established in Lulan over the years, Wangcheng is still the most prosperous. The buildings here are simply supernatural workmanship. The Lulan people are really geniuses. Hongdou sighed when he saw a large number of tall buildings. The intricate roads are like a labyrinth, with floors breaking through 100 meters at every turn, and the tallest building even exceeds 300 meters. Although there are no powerful ninjas, they are the world leader in architecture. Chapter 109, Auto-generated chapter title, Base exposed. Palace. Inside a palace. Yi, Master Yefeng. Seeing the two figures suddenly appearing in front of her, Sarah almost suspected that she was dazzled. Although it has not been seen for so many years, the portrait of Yi Feng has always been preserved, and she sees it almost every day. How could this, God, that changed Lulan Kingdom be forgotten? I haven't seen you for so many years, Sarah has grown up too. The night breeze said lightly. When he left, he gave Sarah a blood curse seal. Now that more than 20 years have passed, the effect of the blood curse seal has also disappeared, but that thing has indeed exerted its effect. Sarah is almost 40 years old, but she still looks like a 20-year-old woman. My lord, are you coming back to take charge of Lulan Kingdom? Sarah knelt on the ground, her eyes filled with excitement. As long as this adult is Lulan's king, Lulan will definitely become stronger and more prosperous. Get up, it's not time yet, I came back to reclaim 2 puppets. Definitely, I will add other puppets to guard Lulan country. Yi Feng shook his head. The ninja world has not been dealt with yet, how could it be possible to come to Lulan to be the king? That's it. A gleam of disappointment flashed in Sarah's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. After all, being able to see the adult again today is already a very happy thing for her. Where is the queen? End of life. Yi Feng sat on a chair and asked lightly. Hongdou was looking at the things in the palace from the side, without interrupting. Yes, my mother passed away 5 years ago, it's a pity that I can't see an adult again. Sarah replied respectfully. This is a new blood curse seal, which can make you live longer. Yi Feng glanced at the woman, thought about it, or bit her neck, giving her a new curse seal. Ordinary people do not have high-intensity battles, so this technique is more effective. In addition to longevity, it also has the effect of beauty and tolerance. Thank you, Master Yefeng. Sarah seemed to be younger again, and her skin was more radiant. If she was an 18-year-old girl, probably people who knew her for the first time would not doubt it at all. Speaking of which, don't you have any heirs? Don't plan to cultivate a successor? The night breeze said lightly. Advertisement, back to your lord. The subordinates only want to serve the adults and contribute their own strength for the adults, and they have no time to consider the affairs of men and women. Sarah blushed, but still answered seriously, very good. Then before I come back again, you will continue to take care of Lulan country. The Night Wind said calmly. In any case, it is always good to have someone help him manage this place temporarily. A short while. These are the new two puppets, they will continue to protect Lulan country, and it will be over if any order tells them. Yi Feng recovered the foul soil reincarnation of the first and second generations, and then summoned the weaker third and fourth generations of Fengying. In his collection, these two are simply rounded up. Yes, my lord. Sarah is still very respectful. Facing this godlike man, she had to respectfully. I still have things to deal with, so I won't stay here for long. Let's go, Red Bean, Yi Feng said again, The two disappeared quickly. Just as they suddenly appeared tonight, they suddenly disappeared. The palace was deserted. Sarah sat in the chair where the man had been sitting, her eyes slightly blurred. That woman is called Red Bean. I don't even have time to rest here for one night. Master Yefeng. The voice of the queen's resentment sounded in the palace, but no one would hear it. And just as Yefeng and Hongdou left Lulan country, the outcome of the battle on the other side had already appeared. Kakashi and Naruto successfully caught up with Deidara. And Deidara didn't intend to explode to his full strength. In the end, Gaara's body was robbed, but he also managed to escape. On this side of the Scorpion, there was a classic water release battle. The Scorpion can manipulate hundreds of puppets, including the corpses of 3 generations of Fengying. But even so, as Chio took out 2 puppets, Scorpion's will was shaken. Those 2 puppets were his parents, he made them when he was a child, and they were the first puppets he made. No one knows what is thinking in the Scorpion's head. But there is no doubt that after these 2 puppets appeared, he deliberately exposed his weakness, and then died at the hands of the 2 puppets. Deidara slipped away, and Scorpion died. On the other hand, after taking back Gaara's body, Chio felt ashamed that his grandson participated in this action. The old lady of 1,000 generations committed suicide with a forbidden technique and exchanged her life for the life of Gaara, who was already dead. The battle in Cheyenne village came to an end here. Advertisement, Scorpion actually died. With the strength of those guys, how could it be possible to kill Big Brother? Deidara was puzzled. How could the scum, the power of manipulating puppets with scorpions, be killed? Unless he wants to die. Anyway, the Scorpion is dead, Pain said lightly. The organization will select new candidates as soon as possible to inherit the position of Scorpion. There is one example, please be careful in the future, everyone. Disbanded. The brief Akatsuki organization meeting ended. A week later, the Country of Fire, Naruto, Yamato, Sai, and Shino formed a new ninja team. The traces of the Dashemaru base were found, and the 4 decided to find out. Among them, Sai was secretly ordered by Danzo to kill Sasuke when necessary. But they seem to have forgotten one thing. Why did they dare to come to the base of Dashemaru? There are intruders, sister. Xiaohua Huo couldn't help but said. This base has been exposed for so many years. Should Konoha's ninjas be incompetent, or is the concealment really good here? Shion foresaw it a long time ago, those guys can't get over the storm. Hinata said calmly. As early as 2 days ago, Shion predicted that Konoha ninja would come here. Even if the Orochimaru is not there, it is impossible to invade here casually. Miss Hinata, those invaders will be handed over to you, but your lord said that Naruto is an important piece and cannot be killed. Do not, leave it to me. A figure walked out slowly. This is a young man with long hair with a sword around his waist. He has a grumpy hairstyle and a cold temperament. There were 3 of his subordinates behind him, namely, Shanrong, Shuei, and Shongo. That Naruto guy is here, I will make him completely desperate. Sasuke said coldly. He also wants to know how much Naruto has grown in the past 3 years. Remember not to kill him. Seeing that Hinata didn't speak, he nodded and agreed. Understood. Sasuke walked in the direction of the intruder. Chapter 110, Auto-generated chapter title. Sasuke fights Naruto again. Then, who is that figure? Naruto was taken aback. Their team was advancing cautiously, but Sasuke appeared directly in front of him. Do you think you are hiding well? A group of mice? Sasuke smiled evilly. Looking at Naruto disdainfully, he made an invitation to fight. Zetsu. Boom. Thunder and lightning gathered in his hands, and Sasuke punched a big hole in it with one blow, and jumped out of the base. This guy knows to tear down the house. Do sighed. Regardless of Sasuke being Orochimaru's subordinate, in fact, most of the time he doesn't listen to orders at all. Seeing Sasuke going out, Shigego and Karen Mizuki were both closely behind, and then Naruto's team took a look at each other and left here too. After all, the goal here is Sasuke, who has nothing to do with other people. Outside the base. Did Kakashi not come? Sasuke asked lightly. In this ninja team, he only knew Naruto and Shino. Kakashi is not here, I am the acting captain, Yamato said. After the First World War in Deidara, Kakashi had to go to the hospital to lie down and rest, where he had the energy to participate in this mission. Next, we will bring you back to Konoha, Yamato said. Dashemaru is not at the base, this is a good opportunity. Naruto is desperately chasing you here, don't you understand this fetter, this feeling? Sai asked. He was originally sent by Root, but he was subdued by Naruto's mouth escape. Now he has also changed. He does not intend to execute Danzo's orders, but to do things according to his own consciousness. Yes, because I understand, I have to cut it off. I want to kill Uchiha Itachi at any price for it. And you, Naruto, you're what hinders me, Sasuke said coldly. Speaking of which, isn't your dream to be Hokage? The figure flashed, and Sasuke had appeared next to Naruto the next moment, and put his arms around Naruto's shoulders. If you have time to chase me, it's better to practice hard. So, this time my whim may kill you. Sasuke slowly pulled out the knife with his right hand. How can a guy who can't be rescued by his companions become Hokage? I will let you come back from the wrong path, Naruto said firmly. Swish, advertisement. Sasuke made a sharp cut to Naruto's back. Sai appeared in time to block the knife. Naruto, a fool who didn't resist, really thought that Sasuke wouldn't cut him? Very good defense, but, Chidori. Sasuke released thunder and lightning all over his body, pushing Naruto and Sai away together. The wooden escape used by Yamato also arrived at this time, but was directly smashed by high-intensity lightning. The riding wheel opened, and 3 black guashas emerged. Zhongwu, Shuei, you guys also come to help. Sasuke ordered. Shino and Sai leave it to these 2 people to solve it, and he deals with Naruto and Yamato, and Shangrin can heal the injured at any time. Sasuke. Naruto let out an angry roar. The pupils of the eyes had turned into the blood-red eyes of 9 tails, and the red chakras overflowed. The war is about to start. This is a good opportunity, Naruto. Let him see the power of you and me. Kyuubi's voice sounded. The sealed space inside Naruto. What's wrong? What are you hesitation about? You really need my strength, don't you? 9 tails led it roundly. As long as Naruto continues to use its chakra, the seal will continue to weaken. Sooner or later, it can control this body, and then escape from the cage. Don't come out again, I don't need your power anymore. Naruto refused. Following Jiraiya's practice, he also gradually understood the relationship between the tail beast and the strength of the human column, as well as the disadvantages of using the power of the tail beast. Yugai. It turned out to be a member of the Uchiha family. They have grown to this point. Kyuubi suddenly found another person. In addition to Naruto, human consciousness has also entered this space. Why can you? Naruto was also taken aback, but he didn't expect Sasuke to appear in this place. I can see now, there is such a thing in your body. Sasuke said calmly. Naruto's special power comes from this huge tail beast chakra. Your pupil power and chakra, who is more ominous than me, is exactly the same as the previous Uchiha Madara. Said Kyuubi. Being able to enter here with the pupil power of the 3-god Jade, Uchiha Madara could do it before. Sasuke has not been abandoned in recent years, in fact, he is very close to the kaleidoscope. Definitely. Advertisement less than a day of kaleidoscope, the gap between the 3-god Jade and the kaleidoscope is irreparable. Sasuke could only see the existence of Kyuubi, but could not control the tail beast with his pupil power. Then, let's get started. In the real world, Sasuke slowly opened his eyes. The chat time is over, and it's time for the show. Naruto can't be killed, other people can always be killed. It is also a great pleasure to appreciate Naruto's expression of regret. Why, Sasuke, Naruto was beaten on the ground. Without borrowing the power of Kyuubi, he was not at all Sasuke's opponent now. The growth in ninjutsu, the mastery of the 3-god Jade, and the enhancement in the state of the Curse Seal. Even if Naruto and Yamato add up, it's better to be defeated by Sasuke. After all, Sasuke's fire escape is the restraint of Mu escape. On the other hand, Shino and Sai are also very struggling. Shigeko and Shuei are absolutely not bad in strength, they belong to the type that can fight and endure. Shigeo's resilience is strong, and Shuei is able to hydrate and immune to ordinary physical attacks. It's really lively. Hinata watched the theater in the distance with fireworks. Shion is also nearby. This base seems to have to be abandoned. Do sighed. Although Konoha's ninja doesn't matter if it comes, but people come to ask for trouble every 3 days, which is unbearable. But since it's here too, let them pay the price. He took out the chakra knife and then joined the battle. It doesn't matter that he doesn't fight at all, but his strength is not lost to Kakashi. Shino was killed as expected, but the insects didn't have much effect. And Sai couldn't escape, his head was cut off, and his body was directly smashed into meat sauce at noon when he was excited. Ended. Sasuke pierced Yamato's heart with a knife. Naruto was knocked out and fell to the ground without consciousness. Sasuke, isn't it hurt? Seeing that the battle was over, Shanglin hurried over. Fine. Sasuke shook his head, it just consumed some chakras and suffered no injuries at all. Good performance, but when did you come back? A voice sounded. Sasuke took a look and saw Dashemaru and Adzuki beans approaching from a short distance. I just came back, just to deal with these garbage. Sasuke said calmly. Chapter 111, Auto-generated chapter title. 2 teat men 2 weeks later. The only survivor, Naruto, returned to Konoha and immediately began the practice of injecting chakra attributes into the spiral pill. And Naruto's most powerful ability is the wind attribute chakra. Since the incident in Cheyenne village, the villages seem to be quiet again. Akatsuki did not make any major moves, but is this really the case? Thunder Country. Union Village. This kind of steep terrain is really unpleasant. Red Bean complained. Most of the mountains are almost vertical, with the sea below. It is difficult to survive in such a place without being strong. Let's go, let's fly over. Yi Feng smiled slightly. He can perceive the breadth of various chakras, and it is easy to find where the strength of the human column lies. Hearing this, Hongdou's pretty face blushed slightly. Allowing the man to hold himself, the two of them flight towards the place where the target is. After an hour, some dark underground passage. This is an underground pipe that handles rainwater, which is dark and cold. Da. A rush of footsteps sounded. The two teak people are the two-tailed cats Renjuli, one of the Renjuli of Union Village. The woman has long straight beige-brown hair, usually tied into a braid that reaches the waist. The figure is not very good, but it is considered to be a good one, with exquisite features, fair skin, a rare white-skinned beauty, the village flower in the village. In places like Union Village, most women have black skin. The teak man has the arrogance of a queen, but is actually a ninja who loves the village with a gentle heart. Even fleeing here, your desire to survive is really strong. Akatsuki needs your strength. Give your life obediently. Yifeng smiled faintly. Hongdou smiled while watching this, but since Yifeng started her hand, she had no plans to do it. You are really from the Akatsuki organization. The teak man looked cautious. Since there were not many people who knew Yifeng's current appearance, she could only judge the two people as Akatsuki through the clothes, and she didn't know that it was Oshimaru. Oh, it's been a long time since I encountered a suitable collection. Yifeng sighed. Advertisement to others, the teak man is a beauty, in his eyes it is no different from a normal person. Should I say that those eyes are too common? You think you have driven me into a desperate situation, right? But the truth. I lured you here. The teak man suddenly smiled. Boom. The detonator exploded instantly. Several doors of the underground passage were directly blocked by crushed stones, directly cutting off the escape route of Night Wind and Red Bean. Since I know that you are Akatsuki's people, then I can't let you run away. The teak squinted his eyes. She is an extremely rare, perfect human pillar, and she has an extremely close relationship and affection with the tail beast. Human Julie and tail beast's chakra can borrow each other at will. As long as she is willing, she can enter a state of complete body-tailed beastization at any time, and display all the strengths of the two-tailed cat. This is the trump card of the teak man. The road is blocked, wind. We really don't even have a chance to escape. Red Bean smiled weirdly. Indeed, most of the illusion arts have no effect on the human column power, because the tail beast can awake the human column power that has been hid by the illusion. But their two methods are more than illusions. Even without illusion, the Night Wind still has 10,000 ways to kill the teak man. Yes, what a terrible woman. Yifeng smiled too. I want to bet on the reputation of Union or Wei Teak, here to kill you. The teak man's face remained unchanged, and his voice was very cold. Little girl, you weren't even born when I became famous. If you give up resistance, I can guarantee that your corpse is intact and that you will die decently. Otherwise, it will be so ugly when the time comes. Yifeng persuaded. What a joke, meow, the teak roared. The huge chakra came out, and the hair behind it stood straight up. The blue and black tail beast chakra, the power of the tail beast exploded unscrupulously, and the tail beast's full body was completed in less than 3 seconds. A big blue cat with a body length of about 20 meters has strange black lines on its body. The teeth are sharp, the pupils are yellow, and there are 2 eye-catching tails behind. Is this the two-tailed demon cat? It's really small. Red Bean curled his lips. 2 tails are the smallest among the tail beasts, and they are good at speed and fire escape. At that time, the tail beast Jade was also used. Advertisement. Roar, a huge fireball appeared in her Wei's mouth, spraying towards the location of the Night Wind. Speaking of, at first, the 6 Tao immortals were eccentric, right? Her Wei was so weak as to be so pitiful. Yifeng sighed and shook his head. The eyes turned into ice blue with a snowflake pattern, and a black chakra code appeared on the surface. Under the action of the repulsive force, the fireball disappeared before it came close. It's not good, teak man. The opponent's strength is not simple. Let's run away, and seek help from Lord Rakage and Lord Karabi. The cat's voice echoed in the teak man's heart. The tail beast has lived for a long time and has seen countless strong men. Although that kind of pupil technique I don't know what it is absolutely very powerful. This is Neo's intuition. Upon hearing this, the teak man suddenly hesitation. Do you still want to escape now? Stay, Yifeng smiled coldly. Go. The cat reminded again. At this time, the teak man moved his body, and the huge body of the second tail disappeared at an extremely fast speed. The second tail was really fast, and he ran 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Vientian Tianyan. Yifeng stayed on the spot and stretched out his right hand. The strong gravitation burst out, and even the second tail could hardly resist this huge force. The reincarnated eye has the same ability that controls the gravitational and repulsive force like the reincarnated eye, so he also named this power Vientian Tianyan. Damn it. What is this? The teak people wanted to resist, but the attraction was terrible. Aren't you good at fire escape? How about trying my trick? The technique of multiple shadow duplication, fire escape, spiral pill. Yifeng's hands are sealed. Hundreds of shadow duplications appeared, and each shadow duplication held a fiery red whirlpool in his hand. The spiral pill with the changing nature of the fire escape chakra is injected, and in the rebirth eye mode, more chakra volume is injected than ordinary surgery. Oops. Boom. The entire underground space exploded completely. Several hundred meters of land was smashed into a depression, and the surrounding residential areas were destroyed by one move. The teat man barely crawled out of the pit, and could no longer use the power of the second tail. Just protecting her life from that kind of attack, the second-tailed chakra was almost exhausted. Chapter 112, Auto-generated chapter title, Undead Duo. Kitten, that's it, although you are very disobedient, I'd better keep a whole body of you. Yi Feng said lightly. Yes, damn. The teat man collapsed to the ground, losing any strength. In the horrible explosion just now, she was almost killed directly, and now she is completely exhausted. The second tail capture is complete, Hongdou said with a smile. Start early and end early, the night wind said calmly. The tail beast is about to be sealed next. 3 days later, the mission was declared complete, and Yefeng and Hongdou also left the Kingdom of Thunder. But at this time, the Country of Fire had discovered the traces of Akatsuki's organization. Hidana and Kokaku are collecting bounty there, killing many ninjas, and attracting Konoha's attention. After the killing of the scorpion in Cheyenne village, it seems that Akatsuki is not so terrible, so Konoha plans to act on the 2 people who have been found. Send ninjas is. Especially Shinobu Code and Kamizuki Izumo, as well as Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino. Even if they can't beat the opposite side, this combination can still escape, which is considered to be going to spy on intelligence. After all, Shikamaru's shadow and Ino's technique can effectively control the enemy. Too slow. Jiaodu. Really? Feiduan sat on the ground, yelling impatiently. The bounty exchange is the bounty exchange. Why should the secret door be installed in the toilet? There was a stinky smell inside, and it was not clear whether it was the smell of corpse or shit. At the same time, Konoha's ninja also pursued it all the way to the vicinity. There are only a few places for bounty exchanges, and it's easy to find them. If you find a goal, solve him first. Shikamaru saw Hidan appear there and immediately made a decision. The other person on the other side seemed to be away, so I took this opportunity to kill one first. Let's go. Shikamaru made a few gestures, and Gang ZT and Shenyue Izumo nodded immediately. Swish. Several kuus suddenly shot over. Huh? Who is it? Fei Duan reacted quickly and immediately waved his sickle to stop kunai. At this moment, Gang Tai and Shenyue Izumo both appeared with their ninjas, besieging them from left to right. Shadow imitation. Shikamaru's shadow also appeared in time, freezing the flying section so that it could not move. Puff. 2 long knives penetrated the left chest and abdomen of the flying section, which was absolutely fatal. Solve one first. Advertisement. Shikamaru squinted his eyes. The Akatsuki members were so careless, they were just as easy as being slaughtered. Maybe he should have gone for the last action in Cheyenne village, maybe the one named Didera could also be killed. It hurts. Who are you? Feiduan frowned and asked uncomfortably. What? Gang T and Shenyue Izumo were both taken aback. How could it be possible that this kind of injury could still speak, even without the intention of dying? Hey, stop turning the knife, it hurts. Fig grinned with pain. Is this guy a regenerative healing factor? Gang ZT looked shocked. Isn't it obvious? Feiduan was speechless. We are Konoha ninjas. We are ordered to annihilate you Akatsuki members of the 2-person team. Shenyue Izumo said coldly. Where's another person? Shikamaru asked. What do you mean? Jiaodu's voice sounded. Boom. The place where Shikamaru was staying was hit with a punch, and he couldn't keep dropping the shadow imitation technique to retreat. The horns also appeared. Cut, ninjutsu has been solved. Fei Duan showed an extremely unhappy expression. Gangxi Tetsu and Shenyue Izumo immediately retreated and returned to Shikamaru. Jiaodu, don't interfere, I will use them for the ceremony. You can take the corpse as you like. Feiden took the 2 long knives out of his body and said. Cut, those little ghosts don't have a bounty, but you can give it to you if you want to make a move. The corners said calmly. Anyway, the flying segment is unkillable. What is that? Shikamaru was a little puzzled. Feiduan made an incomprehensible movement. Using the blood flowing out of his body, he drew a weird circle on the ground. They don't seem to plan to go together. We continue to attack. I control the one called Feiduan, and you just cut off his head. Shikamaru formulated a combat strategy. A person with strong resilience will definitely die if his head is chopped off. It hurts so hard, you bastards. For those who don't understand other people's pain, Lord God will punish you. Fei Duan said. Go. Gangxi Tetsu and Shenyue Izumo rushed out like this, and Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique was also activated at the same time. Advertisement. Dingji and Ino walked out from behind, guarding the corner of one side. If Kokaku intends to intervene, Ino will control him by turning around. What a troublesome technique. Hidan evaded Shikamaru's shadow while fighting with 2 Kaminen. I have to say that the flying section is really good in physical skills, and it is not let down by the attack of Gangxi T and Shenyue Izumo, and Shikamaru's skills are suppressed. So you have nowhere to run. Shikamaru threw a lot of kunai here. And behind the Fei Duan, the 2 Shangren also lost Kuwu at the same time. If you can't hide, then don't hide, Fei Duan laughed. 5 or 6 kunai were hit on his body, but his movements were not affected at all. Damn regenerative healing factor. Shikamaru couldn't help frowning. The opponent's fighting style is completely different from ordinary ninjas. Catch it. Relying on this method of using injury for injury without fear of death, he finally injured the steel with a sickle and cut his face. The blood collection is complete. What happened? He stopped. Shikamaru was a little surprised, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Feiduan added a mouthful of blood on the sickle, and then stood back to the circle he had previously painted. It seems that he does not intend to attack anymore. Do it. No matter why the Fei section did this is indeed a good opportunity to get started. Shui Dun Shui Yan take the original, Shinyuki Izumo launches ninjutsu. The chakra is turned into water syrup and spit out from the mouth, spreading on the ground like puddles. As long as you step on it, you will be stuck and unable to move and become a living target. Ended. Gangxi T shot a kunai, approaching the heart of the flying section. Has it ended? Shikamaru stared at Hida nervously. The heart has been pierced by Kuwu, no matter how strong it is, there should be a limit to it. Ah ha 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 ha, it hurts, right? This is your own attack. Fei Duan laughed. I don't know when his skin turned black with white lines, and the whole person looked extremely weird. Although the heart is pierced, it seems like a okay person. How could it be? Gangxi T stared at his heart blankly. Obviously there was no attack, but there was a sharp pain in the heart and it was penetrated. Puff through. Gangxi T fell to the ground and died. Chapter 113. Auto-generated chapter title, 113. Misty Village, Three Tales. Z-Tai. Shenyue Izumo shouted, what is going on? Why did Feiduan not die, but the people on his side fell? Is it sanctioned? How about it? How much can you feel the pain of others now, right? Feiduan laughed. Be cursed by me, just wait to be judged by me. He was the first to die, but not the last. Feiduan stared at Shikamaru again. That technique. Shikamaru's eyes dimmed, thinking like crazy in his mind. What kind of technique is it, and what method is used to achieve it? As long as you can discover the principle of the technique, you will definitely be able to figure out a way to deal with it. By the way, that circle. He licked the blood on the sickle so that his body would change, and he deliberately walked into the circle to self-mutilate. Shikamaru's eyes flashed with enlightenment. Do it, Ino. Retreat. Shikamaru ordered. Yes. Ino's face was solemn, and he knew that today's affairs could not be delayed any longer. She had sacrificed one Shangnin, and had to wait until reinforcements appeared before it was possible to continue working on the two of Akatsuki's organization. The technique of turning the heart. Ino quietly activated this technique. Controlled Jiaodu's body. Go, everyone backed away, and the unconscious Ino was carried by Ding Si. Although Fuden wanted to chase people, he was blocked by Shikamaru's shadow and couldn't catch up, so he simply gave up. Cut, really, it's not fun at all, however. Neither Fei Duan nor Zhao had been happy for many days. For Konoha, Naruto quickly completed his ninjutsu practice and was still the protagonist anyway. Wind Escape Spiral Shuriken is classified as the existence of S-class Wind Escape Forbidden technique. Once you use this trick to kill, even the connection between the cell and the cell will be cut off, causing a real death. If the person using ninjutsu is also within the explosion range, they will also be slightly injured. Ever since, Naruto and Kakashi joined the encirclement team. Advertisement Shikamaru learned from the lesson this time and learned the lessons of the last time. Not surprisingly, Feiduan, a guy with no intelligence quotient, was buried alive. The flaws of ninjutsu were exposed, and Shikamaru let his nose to walk, his body was torn apart, and the whole person was buried alive. On the other side of Jiaodu, he met Naruto who was on the hook and was also killed. The undead duo was killed by Konoha. Really, those two guys are not reliable at all. Deidara sighed. Hey, senior, don't be so sad. A Fei's voice sounded. After Scorpion died, he became a full member in Deidara team. Cut. Deidara didn't bother to talk to this guy. A Fei is simply here to be funny, exuding a funny aura all the time. Orochimaru, how about the 3 tails you were in charge of? Pain said lightly. The members should die if they die. Now is not the time to be sad, not to mention that he is not sad at all. From the day Yahiko was killed, Nagato rarely experienced emotional fluctuations. For that goal, what is the death of 2 members? I have entered the country of water. There are about 2 days left to enter the scope of the Wuyan village. Yifeng replied. Since those 2 guys are dead, the plan will change. I'm going to capture Luwei now. Nanao is the same as the original plan and hand it over to Itachi and Ghost Shark. Yao will not move for the time being. When I finish dealing with the 6-tailed man Julie, I will go to Konoha to capture the 9-tailed man. Pain said lightly. Disbanded, the country of water. The Wuyan village is built on an island country and is filled with heavy fog all year round. On this day, Yifeng finally came to this village with red beans. Sanwei, in which direction? The night breeze said lightly. That huge chakra can only be owned by the tail beast. Although hiding under a lake, he was soon discovered by him. What does Sanwei look like? It is said to be a very big turtle. Edzuki said casually. With Yifeng's current strength, there are few opponents in the entire ninja world, and there is nothing to worry about when dealing with a tail beast. Bing done frozen. The night wind walked over the lake. With the movement of the right hand, the entire lake began to freeze. Advertisement sleeping under the lake. Frozen all the water into ice cubes and see how you sleep. Roar. With a roar, the freezing lake was slapped to pieces. An angry roar resounded throughout the misty village. This is a gray mud turtle-like monster with 3 giant tails covered with thorns, and its body is like a hill. The hideous head was covered with scars, and his right eye was bloody. Ninja? Are you a ninja again? Masuo Isosaka's temper is obviously not good. Since Yakura's death, it has been in the wild, and it has been stocked in this lake in the Misty Village. Now someone is coming to bother it, and it doesn't seem to be a ninja from the Hidden Fog Village. Surrender, Sanwei. A scarlet appeared in Yifeng's eyes, and the power of the eternal kaleidoscope was unreservedly released. The powerful illusion was released and immediately controlled the tail beast. This is the power of Uchiha. It's really troublesome to seal the three tails here. Yifeng sighed. The ninjas in Wuyan Village are already heading in this direction, so they have to deal with Sanwei quickly. Psychic art. With the seal in his hand again, Yifeng summoned 10,000 snakes. One snake's body is not smaller than the tail beast, even a bit bigger. Let it leave here with its controlled three tails, and wait in the nearby sea. And he and Hongdou stayed to deal with the ninjas in the Hidden Mist Village. Take it away. Yifeng ordered. Yes. Wan Shi's attitude is much more docile than before. The strength of the night wind is not what it used to be, and as a psychic beast, it dare not attack this guy again. 5 minutes later, a woman wearing a water shadow hat, followed by more than 30 shangren, rushed over violently. Even if Wuyan Village does not have a suitable person to be a pillar of strength for the time being, Sanwei is the property of Wuyan Village and is the village's war weapon. It's not something outsiders can watch. How is the situation? The woman took off her hat and said coldly. The beautiful eyes are clear and watery green, and the brown-red cross curly hair is scattered around the waist, shaped like a small tree, and the right eye is covered by the hair. The figure is enchanting, the face is charming, and the whole body exudes the charm of mature women. It is the 5th generation of Water Shadow, Terumi Ming. My lord, the two ninjas are still by the lake, but the three tails have disappeared, and they seem to be heading toward the sea outside. The guard Shing on the side said. His right eye was transplanted with the white eyes of the Hyuga clan, and he could observe the situation in the distance. Dare to fight the idea of three tails. I'm so tired and crooked, I want to see who dares to steal things from our village. Terumi Ming's eyes cold. Chapter 114, Auto-generated chapter title. 114. The maid Terumi Ming. Solving escape demonstration of melting. Boiling escape skillful fog technique. Terumi Ming used 2 consecutive blood boundaries to face the distant figure. First, it was a viscous and highly corrosive liquid, and then spit out a cloud of boiling mist, swallowing the white figure in the distance. The subordinates around him showed fearful eyes, and they obviously knew the power of their water shadows. Almost nothing cannot be melted by these 2 techniques. Master Shuiying, it's been gone for years. The night wind slowly walked out of the fog. Together with Hongdou, even the clothes on her body are not messy. Under the repulsion of the rebirth eye, this kind of ninjutsu didn't even have a chance to get close. Seeing this, Terumi Mei and the ninjas became nervous. But after seeing the man's face clearly, 2 deep blushes appeared on Terumi Ming's face. Where is Lord Shui Ying? This is the reaction of the adolescent girl when she sees the lover in her dream. When everyone saw this, they all helped their forehead helplessly. Because Terumi Ming's age has passed the marriageable period, she herself is very paranoid about marriage-related matters, and basically she will become a nympho when she sees a beautiful boy. As a result, he often mispronounced Qing's words, a vocabulary similar to the pronunciation of marriage date, and then smiled and threatened Qing to shut up, otherwise he would kill him. This is probably the most special water shadow in the history of Wuyan Village. And it's worth mentioning that Terumi Ming's request is not to be handsome, but also that the subject will not be melted by her ninjutsu. So Terumi Ming has been single until now. You, who are you? Terumi Mei asked, with a hint of spring on Chao's face. He is handsome and can block the acid mist. It was the first time she met a man who met her requirements. I said, Master Shuiying's memory is really not good, or is it still older? Last time I came to you to rob her the tomb. Think about it, almost 10 years ago. Yifeng said with a smile. When he first came here, Terumi Mei is now 31 years old, and she is still the same as before, the grumpy Shui Ying. Orochimaru? Are you Dashemaru? Terumi was stunned. Although the Orochimaru who appeared at the time was also very young, he could be seen to be a man of at least 30 years old. Looking at the time now, Orochimaru is probably close to 60 years old, but he looks like a man in his 20s. What exactly is going on? Eternal life. Eternal life represents infinite possibilities, so you will only grow old, and I will not die. The night wind said calmly. By the way, Sanwei has been taken away by me. Advertisement. If you want to do something here, I don't mind to wipe out all of your hidden mist villages before the Ninja World War begins. Yifeng continued. Are you threatening me? Terumi Ming frowned. As the 5th generation of Shuiying in Wuyan Village, who would dare to talk to her like this? You can try. Itsuki said without disdain. Even though there are so many masters here, Yifeng will definitely not take 3 minutes to kill these people. The powerful gravitational and repulsive force of the reincarnation eye alone is enough to pinch these ninjas to death like ants. Although I like men who can't melt, but you really don't like a guy like you. Terumi Ming said coldly. Between her personal feelings in the village, she still knows how to choose. And Dashemaru's reputation has long spread throughout the world of ninja, being a cruel and ruthless guy who likes to do human experiments. I didn't notice it when we first met. Actually, your eyes are pretty. Yifeng exclaimed. Under closer observation, Terumi Ming's azure blue eyes were clear and deep, carrying a magical power of fantasy. Teacher, if you publish abnormal quotations here, it will spread all over the world. Itsuki reminded. If the habit of liking eyes is revealed here, it is estimated that the whole world of ninja will know the hobby of Orochimaru in the future. So what, even if those people know, do they dare to come up to me and trouble me? Yifeng disagrees. But maybe everyone will wear glasses after going out, just in case you suddenly meet someone like you. Red Bean reminded in a low voice. 2. Yifeng nodded. Speaking of which, those eyes are not suitable for being taken out alone. The night wind is a bit tangled again. Terumi Ming's eyes were taken out alone to look at them. They were like azure blue gems. Although they were not bad, they did not have such a good sense of beauty. Only with the unique hair color of the hairstyle and the face, the overall harmony can highlight the beauty. Make it a puppet, Yifeng said solemnly. Scorpion's art is actually not completely wrong. Think about it, making a woman like Terumi Mei a puppet is actually quite seductive. Aren't the living people seductive? What are you guys saying? Don't think I will be afraid of you, Terumi Ming said coldly. Although I don't know what those two people are talking about in a low voice, it is definitely not a good thing. Advertisement. She felt locked in by a murderous intent. Excavate the internal organs, peel the skin, and then embalm the corpse. Be careful during this period. Yifeng looked at Terumi Ming's body and whispered. Teacher, don't read it anymore, didn't we catch the job well? Hongdou's body trembled and said quickly. Although she was used to seeing many terrifying murder scenes, she still didn't want to see Terumi Mei being killed. Probably there is a sympathy between beautiful women and beautiful women. Not to mention that the process was too cruel. Thinking about a puppet made by a living person and placed in her home, she felt a little chilly in her heart. Catch alive. Why? Yifeng asked. Actually, I have always had a wish to catch a powerful female ninja as a maid. It's like Yakumo, but the butler is okay, it's totally impossible to go out. Idzuki said. Seriously? Yifeng stared at the woman suspiciously. Hongdou nodded heavily. Well, Terumi will not kill this time, but let's not take it as an example. The night breeze said lightly. It doesn't matter to him whether he kills or not, it doesn't matter to him, it's okay to make Idzuki beans happy. And you can catch it back for bleeding, and get the melting and boiling escape into your hands. Although it doesn't make much sense, but the collection is also good, after all, it is a relatively powerful blood inheritance limit. Let's start, scums from Wuyan Village. Yifeng looked at the people in Wuyan Village, with contempt in his eyes to the extreme. Superior, Terumi Ming is not to be outdone. The so-called scholar can be killed but not humiliated, even if he can't beat this guy today, it is impossible to endure such humiliation. Now that the other party has done it, then Bong will accompany him. Water escape the art of water dragon bomb, the technique of mist hiding. Earth escape earth flowing river, water escape water rushing wave. The overwhelming ninjutsu swept over, Terumi Mei also used boiling escape and melting escape again. The entire lake and nearby woodland are reduced to battlefields. Wuyan lost more than a dozen ninjas, and finally was seized by Yefeng. Blood moon. Illusion was launched, and Terumi Ming was immediately unconscious, and everyone was unable to stop them even desperately. Chapter 115. Auto-generated chapter title, Be strict with yourself. A small island. Really, there's absolutely no next time. Don't think I will indulge you next time. Yifeng knocked on the red bean's forehead and said. What's good about living people? Damn people have to die. Although Terumi Ming indeed had no reason to be killed, he did want to be a puppet on a whim. Teacher, please deal with Senwei first, I'll go to train Miss Terumi Mei. Idzuki chuckled. Without waiting for Yifeng to speak, he has already slipped out. How old is it? It's still this character. Yifeng curled his lips. After Terumi Ming fell into a coma, the meridians in his body were sealed and it was impossible to use chakra. Therefore, if it is handed over to Hongdou to discipline, there will be no danger. Fine. Shaking his head, Yifeng's mind returned to the big tortoise in front of him. This is a mud turtle-like monster with 3 tails, the so-called Senwei Isosuke. Chakra injected the ring in his hand and informed Pain to seal the tail beast. Successful, Orochimaru, it's beautifully done. Pain's phantom appeared, even if it was a compliment, it was dull. Call them to prepare a seal. Oh, yes, this time I snatched Shui Ying from Wuyan Village. Yifeng said. Water shadow? It doesn't matter, we are only the last few beasts, and our people are already on the way. The ninja villages just want to unite now, it's too late. By the way, was Shui Ying killed? Pain asked lightly. Killed by me. Yifeng lied without a trace. That's good, there will be one less shadow-level enemy in the future. Now prepared to seal, psychicism outside Golem. 3 days later, Yifeng opened his eyes again. Although he was used to the process of sealing the tail beast, he still felt a little tired. It's time to go back, Red Bean, the night breeze said lightly. Advertisement, yes. Hongdou responded with a grin. After 3 days of absence, Terumi Mei seemed to be a lot better. How did you tune it? Yifeng was a little surprised. This woman's temper is obviously the kind of surrender that would rather die than be complete. Indeed, I have encountered a lot of trouble, such as not wanting to change my hairstyle, or having clothes, or being disobedient and wanting to commit suicide. Idzuki nodded. Then how did you deal with her? Yifeng looked at Master Shui Ying who had changed his face in front of him. Terumi Ming's long hair was combed into a clean ponytail, and the whole person looked refreshed. A light makeup and even some lipstick were put on her face, and her clothes were changed to ordinary casual wear. A lavender crop top, a hip skirt, and a pair of black stockings, obviously the clothes that Hongdou chose for her. Threat: if you don't obey once, I will kill a civilian in a water country. After I killed a dozen people, she became very obedient. Hongdou smiled like a devil. Yes, not bad. Yi Feng nodded appreciatively. This is his disciple, he is so enlightened. Terumi was silent, looking at the two teachers and students, feeling extremely complicated. Unexpectedly, she also had this day, being threatened so that she couldn't control her life or death. If you insist on dying, I will let the teacher reincarnate you from the dirty soil, and then make you sober, do it yourself, and kill the people in the country of water one by one. So you better be sensible. Recalling the devilish words of Red Bean, Terumi Ming's heart was cold. These two guys. Perverted. 2 weeks later, the country of fire. New underground base. Since it was discovered by Konoha's ninja last time, the old base has been abandoned. Everyone moved to the new base, located in a forest, not far from the Valley of the End. I'm going out, Dashemaru, it's up to now to find a guy to settle the account. Sasuke said coldly. Have you completed the test of thousands of people? The Night Wind said calmly. 1,000 experimental subjects with some strength were handed over to Sasuke to kill them all. It's just a bunch of rubbish, it's a FARD assessment. Sasuke left the base with the team. Young people are really rebellious. Advertisement. Yi Feng smiled lightly. Sasuke's body has the technique of flying Thor, which he asked the 4th generation of Hokage, who was reincarnated from the dirty soil, to do it. After the matters are dealt with, you can go to Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. After all, these brothers are just tools used by him. Speaking of which, Lu Wei has also been sealed. It seems that Yuyin village has new guests. Yi Feng looked out the window. The base here is built on a big tree, not underground, so you can see nice scenery. The layout of his room is simple. A large bed, a desk, 2 rows of bookshelves and a wardrobe, and a few chairs. There are a lot of collectibles on the bookshelf. For example, Yurihon's eyeballs and the original brown eyeballs of Itsuki beans. Yurihon's eyeballs have been treated with antiseptic treatment, while the red bean's eyes are changed regularly to keep their cell tissues active. However, this room is not always so clean. Occasionally, women's clothes and underwear are thrown all over, and there are fat second and so on. He doesn't like to indulge himself, after all, he is a strict self-disciplined man. However, Red Bean and Xian seem to enjoy it, always quietly appearing in his quilt. Probably this is also a kind of distress in life. Now, I said, Hongdou, do you pay attention to the occasion? It's really rude to the teacher. Yi Feng stopped looking at the scenery outside the window, and returned to the desk. To be precise, go back under the desk. Hongdou made a vague sound of inexplicable meaning, something in his mouth, a soft smile in his eyes, and his cheeks were red. The wind is real, I obviously like it, but I don't admit it. Do you like me? I definitely like what I do, too. Itsuki Bean swallowed what was in his mouth, licked his lips and said. The amorous look in his eyes is full of imagination. In fact, there is no need to think about it, because she is indeed doing something indescribable, which is reality rather than fantasy. What a bad student, you will be punished, Yi Feng smiled. There are a lot of women around him, but in fact only Red Bean is the one who cares the most. I won't mention Xian who took the initiative to give it to the door for nothing. The main role of Hinata and Sisters Huohuo are experimental products. In fact, there is no emotional foundation, and he doesn't need that kind of thing. As for Yakumo and Terumi Mei, they were just Azuki's personal maid. Then how do you punish me? Feng Jun, Itsuki Beans pretended to be obsequious, and then buried his head to vomit. You don't have to eat today, I will feed you, girl. 5 decibels Chapter 116, Auto-generated chapter title, Coming to Yuyin Again. Yuyin Village. The rain was torrential, and the icy city was covered with black clouds. Dive into success is easier than imagined. Jilai also came out of a frog's mouth and whispered in a low voice. The defense force of Yuyin Village was weak, and it took almost no effort to enter. On the other side, in the high-rise buildings of Yuyin Village. What's wrong? Xiao Nan noticed that Pain's face had changed, and asked immediately. Someone broke into my reign, this feeling of chakra, the other party is a master. Pain said lightly, so, where do you start the investigation? Jilai also wore a raincoat to enter the city. There are many pedestrians coming and going, but most of them have no expressions and the atmosphere is extremely dull. Mother-in-law, sell me one. Jilai also walked to a steamed bun shop, picked up a steamed bun and said. Thank you for your patronage, I haven't seen you, come from outside? The old woman said. Nothing, I'm an author, while traveling, I will introduce the scenery of each place in the magazine. Oh, how about my buns? It's delicious. The two chatted for a while, and Jilai began to inquire about information without a trace. Speaking of which, this village is really peaceful. Jilai also said. Long ago, Yuyin Village and Yuzhiguo were still in war and poverty. Yeah, thanks to Lord Pain, thank goodness. The old man looked respectful to the so-called Lord Pain. Since that adult took charge of Yurnan Village, there has been no war. Master Pain? Jilai was also a little surprised. He is also the first time he knows this person. The last time I came to Yuyin Village, I had to go back more than 20 years ago, when Sanjiao Hanzo was still ruling the village. Yes, it's Lord Pain, the old man said with certainty. What about Sancho Fish Hanzo? Jilai also asked. What? The old man didn't seem to hear clearly. Sancho Fish Hanzo. Advertisement Jilai also said. But the old man did not answer, and the people on the street also cast strange glances. Ahem, I'm bothering mother-in-law. Jilai knew that the situation was not good, so he drove off quickly. Looks like this, Hanzo should be a topic that can't be mentioned. A short while. Jilai also came to another store and ordered some snacks. Then, what is that? Jilai also asked. In front of the store, dolls made of paper hung. That's Lord Angel, don't you know? Decorate Lord Angel's origami in front of the door, and I heard that something good will happen. The young waiter smiled. Angel? Jiraiya was also baffled. Sanjiao Hanzo has become a topic that cannot be talked about, and Yuyan village is much more peaceful than I thought. There is no dispute here. I have never heard of Pain and Angel, friendly hotel. Jilai also saw that special shop in the distance, and instantly couldn't help it. 2 hours later. Haha, the guests can really laugh. The companion girls smiled. The stage name is Kodazuna, a woman with a cow-like figure, and a type similar to Tsunade. I probably saw the same name, so Jilai also ordered her. No, I don't lie, what I say is true, Jilai also said. With his speaking skills to please women, he has gained a lot of trust. Really? That's fine. The girl also pours wine for Zalai. Such a good figure, it's worth coming from afar. Jilai also smiled. What, the guest is not a native of the village? The girl was a little surprised. In places like Yuyan village, people from outside are rarely seen. I heard that there is a place for mercenaries like me to eat a bite of rice, so I came. Remember to call it, Sancho Fish Hanzo. Shish, it's impossible to talk about this kind of topic here. The girl quickly stopped Jilai. Oh why? Jilai also asked. You will also be considered an accomplice of Hanzo and be killed. The girl whispered. The new leader, Lord Pain, is very powerful. My husband said that if he is targeted, he will never be merciful. What? Katazuna has a husband. Yes, my husband is a country entertainer and doesn't have much income, so I also started to work. Advertisement. Oh, that's really hard work. I heard from my husband that the rain in the village now is the ninjutsu of the Lord Pain. As long as he gets caught in the rain, he will know what that person is doing. That's terrible ninjutsu, so it's better not to ask strange things. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Pain and Xiao Nan were trying to find the invaders, but found that there were more invaders in the village. An old friend came here to play. Anyhow, I am also a member of Akatsuki. Definitely want to come and see. Yi Feng smiled. Old friend? The two were slightly taken aback. The person who came is Jiraiya. He heard about the Yuyan village Yukatsu organization, so he set out from Konoha and came here to spy on information. Yi Feng said. Jiraiya. Pain in Xiao Nan's eyes flashed slightly. Xiao Nan, after I stop the rain, use your ninjutsu to search for him. Pain ordered. Give it to me, Xiao Nan answered calmly. If you want to follow along, you can do whatever you want. Pain looked towards the night wind and said calmly. Hey, where is it bad to go? I have to come to Yuyan village to find some information. Yi Feng looked at the back of the two of them leaving and shook his head. Although Zalai also said that he was good at strength, he could not be the opponent of Samsara Eye. At the same time, Master Pain is said to be in the tallest tower to the west. Then what? Jilai also caught two Yunin to torture. I don't know anything else, no one has seen what Master Pain looks like. Master Angel gave all orders with the help. For the restless people who threaten themselves, Lord Pain will never let go. That ninja named Hanzo, his parents, friends, family, distant relatives, all of them were killed, not even the baby and the baby. In this village, Lord Pain is the rule and the god here. Cut, in the end, there is still no useful news. Jilai also murmured. Although I knew the behavior style of that guy named Pain, I didn't have any clue at all whether he was ninjutsu, his appearance, or whether he had the blood limit. Whether the other party was organized by Xiao Xiao, and if it is, who is the specific one, I don't know anything. It seems that I need to fight him myself. Jilai also imprisoned the two urine in the frog's belly, and once again came to the outside world alone. Just make sure by yourself. Chapter 117, auto-generated chapter title. Conflict. Teacher Jilai, I really miss it. Pain said lightly. What should I do? Xiao Nan asked. To be honest, she didn't really want to kill Jilai. But in any case, she will respect Pain's decision. No matter what, he won't be a companion outside, right? I guess so. Then kill him, there is nothing to miss anyway. Yes. Lead the way. Well, before you get there, I will try to do it on him. Damn it, has the disguise been seen through? Jilai also released the caught urine and manipulated him by hiding in the ground. But not long after they walked out, they were blocked by a group of white papers. Huo Dun Yan Bo. Jilai had no choice but to reveal his real body, and attacked his opponent with Huo Dun. Toad summoning flat shadow, Xiao Nan's body began to condense from the paper. I wanted to use this trick to lure Pain out, but I didn't expect to lure you out. Your release technique is sharper, and you have become a good woman, Xiao Nan. Jilai also smiled. The woman in the distance is Xiao Nan, one of his students. I thought you were dead, but I didn't expect to become a fluttering piece of paper. Angel, are you the spokesperson of that god? Who is Pain anyway? Jilai also said, you have nothing to do with the teacher. Xiao Nan said calmly. The paper forms a pair of wings on the back, gradually rising. Do you think you can become an angel like this? What are the benefits of this form? Jilai also squinted his eyes. Xiao Nan has indeed improved a lot, being able to make his body paperless, and he is not afraid of fire escape. This is an order from God, I will kill you, Xiao Nan replied. The pieces of paper turned into sharp blades and shot out in large numbers. Jilai also spouted flames again, colliding with Xiaonan's paper group, but it was obviously suppressed. Toad oil bomb. Seeing that the fire failed to attack, Jilai immediately changed his attack thoughts. The figure dodges the paper while spraying a large amount of oil on it. Advertisement. If the paper is stained with oil, it can't be dispersed. The white hair behind Jilai stretched out and caught Xiao Nan in midair. You who like origami are the gentlest among those children. What about the other two? How about Nagato and Yahiko? The rumor of death is also false, right? Jilai also asked. Xiao Nan didn't speak, but his expression was a little sad. Really, which of them is Pain? Jilai also asked. As of this time, why did you appear in front of us? Xiao Nan looked calm. Nothing, if you were not a member of Akatsuki, I wouldn't be here either. I heard that you were dead before, but I didn't expect it to be like this now. Jilai also said. At that time, maybe I should listen to Dashawan. You think so, don't you? Xiao Nan said. At the time Konoha Sanin met Xiaonan's trio in Yuyan village, Dashemaru once proposed to kill these 3 children. I never thought about that kind of thing, I just feel sad. I taught you how to survive in troubled times, there is no doubt that you are my disciples. Even though the world is difficult, I can't beat Roar without hitting me, it really makes me feel heartbroken. Jilai also sighed. I don't know what happened to those children, it turned out to be like this. The teacher doesn't understand us after that, Xiao Nan replied. The initial confrontation between Akatsuki and Hanzo forces, the death of Yahiko, the intervention of Konoha Danzo, and the secret Kuro Zetsu and Uchiha Belt soil. After so many things, they became the current Akatsuki. I really don't understand, even so, is this why you became Akatsuki? What Akatsuki did is wrong. Jilai also questioned. That is the answer we came to by ourselves. Teacher Jilai. A Pain arrived first. Although the appearance and the impression of Nagato are different, those eyes are undoubtedly reincarnation eyes. Jiraiya also subconsciously regarded this puppet as Nagato. Is it you? Nagato, it seems that you are not moving in the right direction, what happened? Jilai also had a solemn expression. You don't need to know, you are just an outsider after all. The puppet replied lightly. It is precisely because he understands Jiraiya's behavior that he knows that a ninja like Jiraiya cannot help them, and that Jiraiya will always stand on the side of justice. Even after listening to their experiences over the years, they still have to do it. In that case, it is better to do it directly, advertisement. Nostalgia is meaningless. You have changed, Nagato. Jilai is also ready to fight at any time, psychic art. The puppet shouted. A huge amounts of crab was summoned, vomiting a lot of bubbles. The oil on Xiao Nan's body was washed away, and he was restored to a paper-like state. Xiao Nan, you can withdraw, there is also Dashemaru, you can watch the show, you are not allowed to do it. Beast Road Pain said. Xiao Nan flew to a high altitude. Really, isn't it good for me to watch the show quietly? I even deliberately pointed out my existence. The night wind came out slowly. Orochimaru, Jilai's eyes widened. Although it had long been heard that Oshimaru had joined Akatsuki's organization, this was the first time he saw Oshimaru's current appearance. This is the first time the two will meet again since the man rebelled against the village. Probably the last time. Are you really Dashawan? Jilai asked uncertainly. The man looked like he was only about 20 years old, and he was normal. If you have to say it, it's probably that the skin is paler, the black hair draped behind him is similar to Dashemaru, and his appearance has completely changed. You are old, Jiraiya, and I'm still so young now, with lush vitality. The night breeze said lightly, Cut, what happened today is really troublesome. Jilai also frowned. Although Xiao Nan and Dashemaru didn't seem to get involved in the fight, he didn't feel relaxed. The reason why the two people didn't intervene was obviously because they had confirmed the facts, and with his strength, they couldn't be Pen's opponent. Go. Beast Road ordered. The huge amounts of crabs came out of the huge bubbles and ran towards Jilai. The art of messy lion hair. Jilai also yelled. The hair on his back grew rapidly, he directly tied the big crab, and then directly crushed it to invalidate the spiritism. The white hair is unabated, like a snake, tied the animal road tens of meters away. Nagato, I want to ask you a few things, what happened to Yahiko? Jilai also asked. I did have this guy, but he's already dead. The beast replied calmly. Chapter 118, Auto-generated chapter title. God and Mortal, Nagato. You. Jilai also didn't know what to say for a while. Yahiko actually died. Listening to this tone, it has been dead for many years. In the end what happened? Jilai also asked. Nothing. It's just going through the war. A lot of people died here. That kind of pain made me grow up. An ignorant and stupid child will become an adult after experiencing pain, and will become an adult whether he speaks or thinks. The tone of Beast Dao was still very calm. So do you think that giving up the miss of your friends is growth? Teacher. You are just a mortal, and I, after feeling the infinite pain, continue to grow beyond mortals. Yes, from a mortal to a god, Beast Road Pain said. Since Yahiko's death, The potential of his reincarnation eye has been continuously tapped, and the current Akatsuki organization has been created. Once you become a god, you will consider everything you say and think from the perspective of God. Teacher, you are just immortal. It's normal if you don't understand what I'm saying. I didn't expect you to be paranoid to this point. Ji Lai frowned tightly. Things that cannot be seen clearly from a mortal point of view, I can see everything clearly from the perspective of God. And because I am a god, I can do things that mortals can't imagine. It is God's responsibility to draw rests on this war-torn world. Pain said, if you use this as your goal, why collect tail beasts? Ji Lai also asked again. Anyway, you are about to die, so let me tell you the real purpose of Akatsuki. Using the banned tail beast to create a new forbidden technique, it only takes a moment, even a big country can be completely destroyed. This is the most powerful forbidden weapon, Pain said. How can that kind of thing end the war and only make the war more violent? Ji Lai is even more puzzled. Hundreds of millions of people will die in an instant. This kind of pain will cause humans to fear, so as to eliminate wars and achieve real peace, just like me before. The world is just a child, so it needs God to help it grow. Pain said brazenly, you have become quite joking, Nagato. This is not a joke, Teacher Jiraiya. Brute Dao once again summoned a chameleon to replace himself who was bound by Ji Lai's hair. Is this your psychic technique? Advertisement? Look at me? Ji Lai was not surprised that the other party fled, and summoned a large toad backhand. Toad Jian from Miaomu Mountain. In my opinion, you are just a tiny existence that will never grow. Hu Shengdao continued. I was actually treated like a little kid. Speaking of which, I am no longer a human being. Dio. The blood and tears gushing out of anger were originally Sanin, but now they have become immortals, the toad monster of Miaomu Mountain, and the same is true of Lord Jiraiya. Ji Lai also stood on Toad's head, posing in a pose that he thought was very handsome. Perhaps in his heart, the opponents were still the same Lily ****. Fairy mode, before I'm ready, I can't separate my hands, please help me buy time. Jiraiya put his hands together and said, well, although I am very useless, I will work hard. Big Toad replied, invisible, what a tricky ability. Ji Lai also noticed at this time that the guy with reincarnation eyes entered the chameleon's mouth and then disappeared. If this is the case, then only use enchantment ninjutsu to deal with it. Ji Lai also exudes a perception barrier. As long as the enemy is inside, they will be aware of their location. In that case, psychic art. Animal Dao once again summoned a psychic receiver and a huge dog with 3 heads. Toadkin. Ji Lai also stood on Toad's head. The opponent's attack came, and Toad Jian temporarily blocked it. The meeting place is the building in Yuyan village that handles stagnant water, and the space inside is very large. Boom. Toad Ken jumped up and stuck the 3-headed dog on the wall with a fork. But the 3-headed dogs split up and turned into 3, continuing to stare at Toad Ken and Jiraiya's side. The split did not end, the 3 continued to be sorted and soon became 6. The body became smaller as soon as possible, but the attack became more fierce. Toad Jian was bitten twice and hurriedly fled towards the top of the passage. The most important thing at the moment is to give Ji Lai and delay time. Finally, 1 person and 1 frog came to the top floor of the building. More than a dozen split summoning dogs fought more and more, almost endless. If you can, make it more beautiful, Ji Lai also said. Because I am very useless, Toadkin replied, it has suffered serious injuries. Solve them one by one and lead them to a small place. Advertisement, The 2 continued to flee, a short while. Toad Jian was finally chased several times, and then temporarily lost his combat effectiveness. Ji Lai also used ninjutsu to compress these dogs into Toad's stomach, forcing their psychic skills to dissipate. Nagato, you are still immature, and I was caught in the gap behind you. Ji Lai also reappeared near the Beast Road pen. Toad Kenichi regained his strength and inserted the chameleon with a fork. Boom. The chameleon disappeared. Damn it, is it shadow duplication? Ji Lai's expression changed. Yes, and more than that, psychic art. Beast Dao Pain appeared from another location and summoned a psychic beast again. A bird's beak has huge amounts of strange bird. Boom. Toad Jian raised the shield high, but was still knocked down to the ground. In order to prepare for the fairy mode, Ji Lai had no choice but to escape and enter the nearby passage. The strange bird followed closely behind. Boom, boom. The strange bird is not only extremely fast, but it can also release bombs. Ji Lai also seized the opportunity to use a shadow duplication to attract the attention of the strange bird. Roar. A large group of flames spouted from the mouth of Ji Lai's body, destroying the strange bird. Boom. At this moment, the wall behind exploded again. Asterisk a carat asterisk dollar asterisk carat a huge amounts of rhinoceros was summoned. One after another, it's really endless. Ji Lai was also speechless. How many psychic beasts are these? The power of the reincarnation eye is really terrifying. The caster's body is invisible, constantly fighting with all kinds of incredible psychic beasts, and there is no one who wants to resist. Coming. Toad Jian fell from the sky and beat the rhino to cancel the psychic. Mo. A minotaur appeared again, it is indeed endless. But Ji Lai Yi was a little puzzled in his heart. Why does Nagato only use one type of spiritism? Logically speaking, people with reincarnation eyes are proficient in almost all ninjutsu. Chapter 119, Auto-generated chapter title. Fairy mode, reincarnation eyes, Toad Jien, leave it to me later, you go back. Jilai also said. Understood. Toad's figure disappeared with a bang. Boom. The cow-like monster rushed over, but was directly dissipated by Jilai Ya in the fairy mode. Boy, why do you always call us in such a noisy place? It will get angry if you ride too much. Don't say that, Mom. Xiao's lie is also due to a reason, right? Daddy, you just protect him like this, it's true. Two toads stood on Jiraiya's shoulders. This is the result of training in Miaomu Mountain. With the help of two toad immortals, he enters the immortal mode state. Long time no see, I'm sorry to trouble you like this. Boss, big sister. Jilai smiled. He had already known these two toad immortals when he was still a teenager. But, boy, you didn't mean that this kind of appearance is not pleasing to girls, so you don't want to change your body like this. Right now is not the time to care about these, but the opponent has reincarnation eyes. Jilai also has a serious face. The Eye of the Six Paths? That kind of thing really exists. It seems really compelling. Both toads were surprised. The pupil technique possessed by the legendary six immortals, reincarnation eye. It's almost time to learn to use the fairy mode alone, Xiao's a lie. Compared with the two adults, I am still just a baby. This time I will trouble both of you to contribute. Then, it's time to go. Jilai also walked out of the entrance of the cave, his whole person completely changed. The nose swelled and turned red, the eyes turned to Toad's orange-yellow color, and weird lines appeared on his face. This ugly look was indeed unpleasant to girls. Where is that guy with the Eye of the Six Ways? That guy is hidden in the body of the psychic animal, invisible. Jilai also replied. When will I wait until this continues to see if I force it to show its original shape in one breath? Mom, don't be so excited, be careful that wrinkles will increase again. Why is this guy fighting Xiao Jilai? Because he is my past student. Found it. Ji Ma's tongue grew rapidly, and then he caught the invisible chameleon 10 meters away. The male toad is Deep, the female toad is Shima. Advertisement, puff. Shen Zuo spit out a powerful cutting waterline. The chameleon was instantly killed, revealing the beast Dao Pain hidden inside. Is that the Eye of Reincarnation? It's indeed ominous eyes. The two toad immortals are extremely cautious, psychic art. Beast Dao summoned two figures. You are the one who brings destruction. It is the mission of the teacher to knock you down here. Jilai also said solemnly, but soon, Jilai was also confused again. The two newly appearing figures also have reincarnation eyes. What's the mystery in this? Hurry up and let me go back, there is still dinner to be prepared. Ji Ma said. Mother, compared with dinner, this guy's eyes are the problem. Don't be careless, that is the strongest pupil technique. I don't care about it, don't underestimate the housewife who troubles the preparation of meals every day, you immortal. How do you talk? I'm not worried about you just saying that. The quarrel here is endless, and the pens on the other side can't stand it anymore. Swish. One person came quickly. Jilai also reacted quickly and kicked out immediately. In the fairy mode, the power has been greatly strengthened, kicking the incoming person tens of meters away with one kick. Well, that's the end of the couple's quarrel, hurry up and get these guys away. Jilai also said. Boy, you prepare oil, and his father uses wind to escape. Good. Senfa Gomon. One person and two frogs work together. Jima spit out flames, Jilai also spit out a lot of toad oil, while Shenzuo spit out strong winds. The hot kerosene pounced like a river. The hungry ghost Dao Pain stood up at this time and stopped all the attacks, even absorbing all the oil. These guys have hidden secrets. Shenzuo frowned. Use melee combat to make sure. Jilai also lay on the wall, his hands and feet becoming like Toad's limbs. Super Jade Spiral Pill. Under the blessing of the fairy mode, the ordinary spiral pill becomes about 5 meters in diameter. Hungry ghost Dao Pain didn't retreat completely and directly absorbed ninjutsu. Advertisement: the chakra of the spiral pill was directly absorbed. This guy. Jilai also felt tricky again. Be careful behind. Shen Zuo took out a blue smoke bomb and threw it out. Jilai also reacted immediately, intending to catch Pen who was attacking him. But the latter resisted with a backhand without vision and grabbed his fist. Xianfa Maojun Shinbin. Jilai also flashed aside, and the white hair behind him pierced out like countless needles. Psychic art. Animal Dao once again summoned a giant panda, blocking the attack from behind, still defending without vision. All Pain had a shared vision, but Jilai didn't know this either. Have you noticed Xiao Zilai too? When attacking from a blind spot before, other people were watching us from other places. Shen Zuo said. I know that, but those guys didn't make eye gestures, they didn't communicate in any language, and they didn't have any extra actions at all. How did you communicate? Jilai was also full of doubts. By the way, all three of them have the same pair of eyes. If the three of us can share the vision they see, it makes sense. Shen Zuo suddenly realized, but even if you know this, it's useless. Jilida also knew that the situation was not good. Ninjutsu cannot be effective, and it is difficult to deal with three opponents. Little Jiraiya, run away first. Boom. A white mist disappeared, Zilai disappeared in place, and Chakra left with the underground pipeline. When are you going to see? Xiao Nan said slowly. Why, are you worried that if I know your whole cards, what actions will be taken against you? Yi Feng smiled faintly. That's not it, just to remind you, don't think about saving yourself, he will die today. Xiao Nan's body gradually disappeared. She stayed next to Nagato, knowing the strength of the reincarnation eye best. As long as Nagato is in the peak state and the six penons act together, absolutely no ninja in the entire ninja world can beat Nagato. After all, those are the eyes of 6 immortals, reincarnation eye. I was really underestimated, haha. The man laughed self-deprecatingly and then followed suit. Chapter 120, auto-generated chapter title, Broken Arm. Crack quack quack, a croak of frogs resounded in the passage. 3 Pain, who was chasing Jiraiya, noticed this, but continued to catch up. Illusory. 3 Pain felt a little sluggish, and the illusion had begun to take effect. Huo Dun Da Yan Bo, a shadow of Jiraiya duplication, launches ninjutsu from behind. Hungry Ghost said pen subconsciously to block ninjutsu. In this way, there are only 2 pens left on the front. One of them seemed to only use spiritism, puff. Jiraiya's body also spit out flames. Is it here too? 2 Pain jumped up. But the wall above the passage turned into a frog's stomach and intestines, and a Pain was immediately sucked. Don't want to use spiritism. Seeing that the animal Dao Pain wanted to seal the seal, Jilai immediately kicked it off. At this point, the illusion has finally fully exerted its effect. The 3 Pain were completely hid by the illusion, and even the eyes of reincarnation could not break free for a while. Has it been placed? The beast said calmly. The 3 pens were sealed in the dungeon, with a huge toad standing all around them. Teacher Jilaya, I didn't expect you to have this kind of illusion. Pain said lightly. In the illusion gold binding technique that can restrain the spirit, your mind and body can no longer move. I should have taught you that no matter what enemy you face, you can't take it lightly. Jilai also replied. Nagato, you got your mission wrong. Rather than using pain to guide the world, I hope you use this power beyond pain to change the world. Although I only spent a short time together, I used to believe that you were the son of prophecy. Ended. Returning to reality, Jilai has completely killed the 3 Pain with 3 broad knives. After confirming that all 3 of them were dead, he was relieved. Cough cough cough. The 2 toad fairies coughed violently. Obviously, the burden of using this illusion is not small. This kind of frogs puts a lot of pressure on the throat. Shen Zuo said. Yes, it is troublesome to cooperate with the father of the child. Ji Ma is also a little tired. Really sorry, after that, take a good rest, now I have made a choice. Advertisement Jilai also said. Don't take it lightly, but you taught me, teacher Jilaya. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang from behind. Boom. The wall was directly blasted, and Jilai also fell out embarrassedly, barely standing above the water. The 4th Pain appeared, who was in charge of controlling Hades. Jilai still underestimated the power of the reincarnation eye. He is testing the strength and means of the 3 Pen, and Nagato is testing his strength carefully. Of the 6 penons, only 3 appeared at all, especially the heavenly Dao Pain, the most powerful of the 6 puppets, did not appear from beginning to end. Boy, your right hand is. Ji-Ma stunned roar. Jiraiya's right arm was directly torn off, which also meant that he could no longer use ninjutsu. I know. Ji-Lai Ya looked ugly. What exactly is going on? Shen Zuo frowned tightly, but something more surprising happened very quickly. Including the 3 pens killed before, all 6 pens appeared. How can it be? The 3 people who were killed just now also appeared. Probably among the newly emerged people, somehow resurrected them. The tone of the 2 toads became anxious. The ninjutsu that can completely resurrect dead man has never been heard of, and it seems that they have paid no price at all. In fact, the 6 pads of pain were originally just puppets. It was not so much a resurrection as a repair tool. As long as Hell Road does not die first, then the killed pain will soon be resurrected. Pen, who are you on Earth? Jilai also asked. The so-called Pen is the unified name Roar for the 6 of us. Heavenly Way Pain said lightly. Why do all 6 people have reincarnation eyes? You are. Jilai's expression changed. This new face is obviously Yahiko, and undoubtedly Yahiko. But isn't Yahiko dead? Why do you become Pen and even have reincarnation eyes? Could it be that all pain is actually dead man? Isn't Yahiko dead? Jilai also roared loudly. Indeed, Yahiko is dead long ago. It's Pain standing here, Heavenly Way Pain replied. Who the hell are you? We are Pen and God. Advertisement. The 6 people jumped down together and attacked towards Jilaya. Due to some releases, he did not immediately exert all his strength. Yahiko, why do you have Nagato's reincarnation eye? Jilai still wants to ask clearly. Even if you knew, you wouldn't be our opponent. Heaven replied lightly. Boom boom boom, Shiradao's arm changed, launching a large number of miniature missiles. Although Jilaya broke a hand, his speed did not decrease and he avoided these explosions. Boy, give up. Jima advised. The situation is getting more and more unfavorable, and the most important thing is to escape first. We must find a way to find the flaw. Even if we die together, we must kill them here. Jilai also firmly said. Crack. The entire wall was manipulated by Heavenly Dao Pain and fell down. Jilai was also taken aback and then jumped into the sea. The breath is gone. Tiandao glanced at his side lightly. A pain was caught by Toad's tongue under the water and then disappeared with the breath of Jiraiya. This is gastric juice? Pain was a little surprised when he was caught. Spiral pill. Jilai, who had broken his arm, also walked around at this time and wiped out Pen with a single blow. Puff. When he was dying, a black rod suddenly appeared in Pain's hand. Jiraiya's movement was affected by the injury and could not evade the blow, and the left shoulder and left arm were both penetrated by the black rod. Are you okay, kid? Ji-Ma is very worried about Jilai's physical condition. Can you hold it up? Jilai reluctantly replied. By the way, this guy is not Nagato at all, I remember. I saw this ninja when I traveled various countries many years ago and even fought against him. The scar on his forehead was caused by my suffering. Jilai also stared at the killed Pain, recalling the past. If you want to escape, take advantage of it now. Shen Zuo said. You may be killed when you go out now, but maybe you can determine the true identity of the enemy. If you miss this opportunity, there probably won't be anyone so close to Pain. Jilai also said. Akatsuki is undoubtedly Konoha's enemy. If you can't bring back useful information this time, Pen will only be more difficult to deal with when fighting in the future, and even bring devastating blows. Chapter 121, Auto-generated chapter title. The death of Jiraiya. The only chance to expose his true identity is now. This is the time to make a choice in the prophecy of the Great Toad Fairy. Please take back the information about Pen and the body of Pen you know so far, and then tell Tsunade. Jilai also said. Just leave this kind of thing to the child's mother. Shen made plans to stay. I want to come back before dinner. Ji-Ma agreed. Well, I will come back for dinner with Xiao Zilai. Shen Zuo said. If both of them were gone, there would be little hope of surviving Jilai. If it stays, it can also increase the survival rate of Jiraiya. Swish, Jiraiya and Shinsaku came out of Toad's belly. Quietly took out a wind demon shuriken, but the sneak attack was not successful, and the attack from the blind spot was avoided. Sure enough, these guys share vision, it is as expected. Jilai also looked at these Pain's faces carefully. He almost had the impression of these ninjas, they were ninjas he had met once. These people didn't have the reincarnation eye before they were alive, and it was obvious that they had undergone special transformation to become what they are now. These penons are all puppets. Wow, Shiradao Pain drilled out of the sea and directly squeezed Jiraiya's throat. Little Jilai too. There was no way for Shenzuo to rescue in a hurry, and it was almost exhausted. It was too late. Tiandao and the other Pain jumped over. The 5 black rods nailed Jilaiya's body to the stone, and the breath of life immediately weakened. I wanted to speak, but couldn't make any sound at all, and my consciousness became hazy. Pain didn't do anything when he saw this. This is a mortal injury, and Jilai is already a dead man. Yes, Naruto. I am your teacher, how can I give up lightly? As if a glimmer of light, Zilai also got up with his body supported and rode on the back of Shenzuo with his last chakra. What a tenacious life, the heart should have stopped beating. Tiandao Pain said lightly, it's a pity, Jiraiya. You are going to die here. The night wind came out slowly. Boom. The mending finally arrived, and the missile from Shiradao directly blew Jilaiya's body into the sea. Advertisement however, Shenzuo obtained the intelligence in exchange for Jilai's life and has escaped. If it's okay, please leave Yuyan village, Xiaonan warned and then left with the Pains. Yi Feng had an indifferent expression on his face. He got it anyway. Jilaiya's broken arm. As long as there is this, Jiraiya who reincarnated from the dirty land can be summoned, and it can be used in the future war of the ninja world. Even if you don't consider the combat power, it is not bad to take out the ninja of the disgusting Konoha. 2 days later, Sasuke finally found the trace of Itachi. Come to Uchiha's base and do a one-on-one break. This is news from Itachi. Even if his body is supported by medicine, it can't last too long, so he was anxious to see Sasuke. After a well-arranged battle to release the water, he entrusted his power to his younger brother. From here, please go there alone, this is Itachi's order. The ghost said lightly. Anyway, after working with Itachi for so many years, he is still willing to help. Ignore him, Sasuke, let's defeat him and go together. Shang Lin said. The opponent is from the Akatsuki organization, and she is also afraid that Sasuke will be killed. No, listen to my orders, Shang Rin, this is my own revenge, no outsiders need to intervene. Sasuke said lightly. As soon as the voice fell, he walked in alone. Shangrong, Shigeo, and Shuei stayed outside waiting for the end of the battle. And the other side. Naruto, don't worry, Kakashi couldn't help but persuade. Naruto still didn't give up looking for Sasuke. In addition to practicing during this time, he also came to the vicinity of the battle between Itachi and Sasuke this time. Using the technique of multiple shadow duplication, even a duplication ran into Sasuke on the road. Probably the location is determined, and the search becomes simpler. Hi, everyone, a silhouette of Akatsuki wearing an orange whirlpool mask suddenly appeared. What? Naruto was taken aback and fell directly to the ground. It's an honor to meet Konoha in such a place, let me see, 2, 4, 6. A Faye's voice sounded very happy. Naruto, Kakashi, Shikamaru, Ino, Dingji, Inazuka Hana, sister of Tooth. Advertisement, it turned out to be 6-1, which is really unlucky. A Faye said with a grin, is this guy a member of Akatsuki? There is no information. Shikamaru sighed. Among the information that has been collected, there is no such person as Alfie. Ahahaha, I am a newcomer, am I a newcomer, please take care. Alfie is still Hibby smiling. The ninja who neither took the initiative nor planned to release Konoha to influence the decisive battle between Sasuke and Itachi. Try it out first, in terms of numbers, we have an absolute advantage. Kakashi said. Don't hinder us. Naruto's shadow duplication attacked from behind holding a spiral pill. Hee. Afei let out a weird smile and avoided the trick directly. The ability in his right eye can make his body nihilized. As long as he is in the nihilized state, any physical attack will be ineffective to him. Kakashi's left eye magical power once possessed was the ability to draw enemies into the magical space remotely, but he could not be blurred. As for those eyes, I have been used by red beans for a while, but now they have been eaten by the night wind. But if you want to draw people into the supernatural space, you must personally grasp the talent line. What? Naruto didn't expect to wear it out. The spiral pill smashed into the empty space, and the attack did not succeed at all. Hateful. Not to be outdone, Naruto jumped up again. Don't be too capricious, what can a kid like you do? Afei did not give face, her body suddenly materialized, and he kicked Naruto's chin. Puff. Naruto spit out a mouthful of blood and fell, feeling very aggrieved. The opponent is transparent at one time, and at the same time an entity. His own attack will fall into the empty space, and suddenly the opponent will attack again. As expected of Akatsuki, it's really troublesome. Shikamaru did not expect to have such a strange ability character. However, the good news is not without it. The other party seemed to just want to intercept them and didn't plan to fight life or death, otherwise Naruto wouldn't be as simple as being kicked just now. It's been a long time, Alfie, oh, and Kakashi, Naruto. The night wind came out slowly. As before, he still acted alone, leaving Adzuki Beans and Hinata at the base, including Shien. But beside him stood a fellow who reincarnated from the dirt. A ninja that Konoha ninjas are very familiar with, especially Naruto and Kakashi. Chapter 122, Auto-generated chapter title. Whip Corpse. Little, Sakura? Naruto's eyes were in a daze. The girl he had a crush on was right in front of him, because he was wrong. Yes, this is Sakura. It's a pity that she was beheaded by Sasuke. This is what I reincarnated from using dirty soil. The night wind said calmly. Senior Dashawan, you are so vicious. Everyone is scared. Afei said gleefully. Although reincarnation of dirty land can resurrect dead man, it is considered an ninjutsu that disrespects decedent, and it can even be said to be insulting and playing with decedent's soul. By doing this, Oshimaru was completely humiliating Konoha's ninja face to face, especially the nine-tailed man Julie. Look, Naruto, this is Sakura, the killed Sakura. The man grabbed the pink-haired girl's hair and smiled coldly. He regained Sakura's consciousness, but did not give her the right to speak and move freely, so Sakura could only stare at the Konoha ninja with wide innocent eyes. Everyone has grown a lot, but Sakura, who was reincarnated from the filthy soil, is still at the age of 12. F*K. B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** The anger and the nine-tailed chakra roar responded, and the red chakra code of the tailed beast appeared. It seems that this mission has failed. Shikamaru shook his head. Although Kakashi didn't speak, he still had a very distressed expression. Naruto is too emotional, and too easy to be emotional. Akatsuki has a lot of people ambushing here, but Naruto is a ninja manjuli. If he gets caught here, he will lose more than he gains. Old Kakashi. Teacher. Naruto was taken aback for a moment, then lost consciousness and fell into a coma. Kakashi stunned Naruto before being completely controlled by nine-tailed chakra. Otherwise, this guy will explode and will only attack randomly regardless of enemy and friend. Give up, the Night Wind said calmly, but wanting to slip away from me like this makes me look down on me too much. The man smiled dangerously. Although exposure in front of a Fae can't reveal too much strength, it doesn't take much strength to solve these guys. Oh, Dashemaru. Ino looked at the man opposite with a complicated expression. Although Dashawan and Adzuki beans have not done anything to her several times, the good luck seems to have come to an end. Ice escaped the art of Ice Dragon. The Night Wind condensed a dragon with ice cubes, and threw its teeth and claws at Konoha Ninja. You guys go. Kakashi's face was solemn. Boom. Two short knives appeared in Kakashi's hands and cut off the ice dragon. The swordsmanship of the Flagwood clan is indeed powerful. Advertisement, speaking of it, the eyes I gave Kakashi at the beginning seemed to be lost by him. A Fae thought to himself, fine, I'll let you die this time. Fly, you prevent them from breaking through here again, I will go to see Sasuke. The Night Wind slowly said, now is not the time to reveal the cards, it is most important to get Sasuke's side. Taking back the filthy reincarnated Sakura, he set out to the stronghold. Okay, senior. A Fae still had a lively tone. Uchiha base. The top of the mountain. In the dim room, Sasuke walked in slowly, and Itachi was sitting in the upper seat waiting. How far can you see that pair of riding wheels? Itachi asked lightly. You ask how far can I see? What I can see in my seriousness now is the way Itachi you were killed by me. Sasuke said coldly. Resentment, hatred, anger. All these years for today. The way I was killed? Then you prove it to me? Itachi flashed in a daze and appeared behind Sasuke. Shong. Itachi took out a kunai, and Sasuke pulled out the saber from his waist, and the two collided. After a brief confrontation, the two separated again. Chidori. Sasuke controlled the thunder and forced the past. Itachi frowned, then jumped into the air, and Sasuke's body waited here for a long time, and successfully penetrated Itachi's body with a knife. Puff! As the long knife entered the body, Itachi was killed on the ground. You have become stronger. Obviously he was killed, but Itachi still had no expression. One last thing for you, Itachi. Sasuke said, and Itachi did not answer, just pointed to the seat on the other side. Itachi sat completely on the chair. What happened just now was just his illusion. Cut. Illusion farce? Sasuke's face was calm, as if he had guessed it too. What do you want to know? Although it wasn't to the end just now, let's listen to it. Itachi said calmly. I'll say it again. Sasuke's voice sounded again, but it appeared behind the Itachi chair. The Sasuke in front of Itachi is a snake duplication. Illusion. Advertisement. Itachi vomited some blood, but still looked calm. Finally, I will ask you one more thing. That's what I said. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Sasuke threatened. Did you deliberately avoid the important position of your chest? Itachi said lightly. You said at that time, as long as you have your eyes open, there will be 3 people including me who can use the kaleidoscope to write round eyes, and who else is it? Sasuke asked. Why do you care about that kind of thing? Itachi asked rhetorically. To kill that guy after killing you. Sasuke made no secret of his killing intent. Kill him? There was still no expression on Itachi's face. On the night you killed all the tribe, you said that there was another Uchiha tribe. The person you didn't kill, which means that the guy is your accomplice. Even you, it is impossible to kill Uchiha alone. Sasuke said. You noticed it. Itachi's face finally changed. Who is he? Sasuke pushed the knife inserted into Itachi's chest forward a little more. Uchiha Madara, Itachi replied. What? Sasuke was taken aback. Uchiha Madara, a character of the same period as the original Naruto, is one of the founders of Konoha village. It stands to reason that the guy died in the battle with the first generation of Naruto, already dead for decades. Madara should have died long ago. Are you kidding me? Sasuke obviously didn't believe it. Ma is still alive, believe it or not, it's up to you. Itachi said lightly. Stop talking nonsense, Sasuke roared. People will rely on their own knowledge and cognition, and have been bound by these things, and call these reality. The relationship between knowledge and cognition is ambiguous, and the reality based on these may be an illusion. People live in their own perceptions, don't you think so? Itachi said suddenly. What do you want to say in the end? Sasuke looked suspicious. What courage is it to make this dying man dare to talk to him like this? Ma is dead, that's just your wishful thinking. Like you once thought I was a gentle brother, Itachi said lightly. Chapter 123, Auto-generated chapter title, 123, End Yan. Itachi vs Sasuke. For me that night's events, when I was young, I could only regard everything as an illusion. Although I also want to make myself feel like I'm just in a cruel illusion, all that is undoubtedly reality. Now my eyes are different from the past, and my writing wheel eyes can see through illusion. Sasuke became emotional, and Chidori appeared in his hands again. It's really as pretentious as before, this sentence, I will accept it first. Itachi said lightly. The illusion disappeared again. The Itachi that was pierced by Sasuke with a knife was still an illusion, and the real Itachi was sitting on another stone chair. That's it for acting, Sasuke said coldly. He was tired of repeated illusions. You can't have the same eyes as mine, Itachi said regretfully. He intends to easily lose to his assistant after Sasuke has obtained the kaleidoscope writing wheel. But Sasuke is still a 3-go jade now, so acting will be a little harder. Did you not kill all your important people? Did you come to me with that innocent thought? Itachi asked. According to the records of the Uchiha clan, the owner of the 3-go jade is most likely to open his eyes when the emotions fluctuate greatly. So in order to open the eyes, there have been ways to kill the loved ones, parents and friends. Then you use a kaleidoscope to write round eyes and kill me quickly. Or the current I can't measure your instrument? Sasuke's self-channel. Even if it was Sambuyu, he was confident that he could definitely kill Itachi now. It's amazing confidence. Itachi finally got up from his chair. Kaleidoscope writes round eyes, these are special eyes, which have been leading to darkness from the day they opened. The more you use it, the more you will be sealed. Said Itachi. How is this going? Sasuke doesn't know why Itachi is talking about this topic. Kaleidoscope will go blind one day, Itachi said lightly. Is this the price of gaining the power to control the 9 tails? It seems that you have read the slate of the assembly hall according to what I said. Advertisement. Who is Madara? It's the man who first tamed the 9 tails with a kaleidoscope. This man also uncovered another secret in the kaleidoscope and wrote round eyes. Ma transplanted his brother's pair of kaleidoscopes after going blind, thus obtaining an eternal kaleidoscope, eyes that will never be blind. But Madara is a loser. He later manipulated 9 tails to attack Konoha, but was stopped by the 4th generation of Hokage. He is not the pinnacle of Uchiha. The person who is really close to the pinnacle will be me, because I will take your eyes away. Sasuke. You are the new light to me, Itachi said brazenly, successfully disguising himself as a pervert who had planned for many years. Is it all for this? Sasuke slowly eased the bandage on his forehead, and an unprecedented killing intent appeared in his eyes. If I had the last illusion before, after listening to these words, the last illusion in my heart also disappeared. Definitely, this is also in Itachi's calculations. He didn't intend to let Sasuke know the truth of the past. Dying with the darkness on his back and giving everything to his younger brother is the last thing he can do. You can't beat me because I have a kaleidoscope and you don't. Itachi provoked again. No matter how you use those eyes, I will use my hatred to turn the illusion into reality. And your reality is death, Sasuke said coldly. When a series of metal blasts sounded, the two took out a large amount of kunai and shot at each other at the same time, blocking kunai at the same time. Monthly reading. Itachi took advantage of this opportunity to draw out one of his whole cards. Definitely, he will not kill Sasuke by this trick, but deliberately reveal a flaw to let Sasuke crack his monthly reading. I should have said, no matter how you use those eyes, I will use my hatred to turn the illusion into reality. Sasuke panted and stood up. After using the monthly reading, Itachi was a little tired and squatted on the ground. This is not to release water, but to release a piece of sea. Yi Feng hides himself in the wall with soil, and looks a little speechless. There is a cloud and mud difference between having a kaleidoscope and not having a kaleidoscope. From the time he saw Sasuke, Itachi had countless opportunities to kill Sasuke, but he didn't. Instead, he carefully planned a battle of how he would lose. Worthy of being a brother, I really love deeply. In the monthly reading just now, you saw the illusion that your eyes were dug out by me, right? Advertisement, then let me make it a reality. Itachi stood up and said. Swish. Taking advantage of Itachi Jiin's time, Sasuke threw out a wind demon shuriken. Itachi stopped Jiin immediately and hid away. Kakashi. Hit me 6 times a second. Hit me Sasuke 6 seconds every time? The wind demon shuriken flew in midair and turned into 2. This is the shadow shuriken technique, and it also comes with the thunder and lightning in the assistant. Itachi managed to escape in the gap between the 2 shurikens, but it was not over yet. Boom. The shuriken exploded, and then shot out an iron piece, which was a shuriken with a mechanism set up. Itachi couldn't avoid this trick, and an iron piece was inserted into his left leg. Although you are dying, don't let the water be so obvious. Yi Feng complained again. Anyhow, the people of Akatsuki's organization can't even handle this kind of toy. Does anyone believe it? Is it a side effect of the monthly reading? It feels good. Sasuke obviously didn't realize that Itachi was releasing water. Huo Dun Hao Fireball. Sasuke ejected a ball of flames. It seems that it was injured, so he directly chose to break the upper wall and came to the top floor of the building. Knowing that Sasuke would chase it out, he chose to eject a fireball. Cut. This kind of injury is still far away. 2 big hands grew behind Sasuke, relying on the power of the curse to directly resist the fireball. Under a dark cloud, the 2 brothers faced each other nervously. But in the dark, Yefeng still used soil to hide. Huo Dun Hao Fireball. Both sides spit out a lot of flames again, but at the time of the collision, Itachi released another wave of water, and his fireball was actually suppressed by Sasuke. Amaterasu. Itachi released the pupil technique of his right eye. Once it appears, the black flame will burn forever without burning the target. Sasuke's flames could no longer withstand the fire of Amaterasu, and the attack was disintegrated. Sasuke ran up quickly, but Itachi released the fire of the Amaterasu and kept attacking, almost saying up half of the building, and Sasuke was also stained with black fire. Boom. When Itachi arrived, Sasuke, who was burning by the sky, turned into a white smoke and dissipated. The one that went out before was shadow duplication, and the body was actually hidden in the lower layer. Chapter 124, Auto-generated chapter title. Kirin, Suzuo Nengu, I've been waiting for this moment. Sasuke's eyes were cold. At this moment, it was the period of Itachi's weakness. Using the power of the kaleidoscope, his body must be overwhelmed. This is his best opportunity. Fire escaped the art of dragon fire. Several pillars of fire broke through the floor. Itachi supported his body forcibly and barely avoided the flames. Although he was acting with Sasuke, he did feel tired due to his physical condition. Don't be brave, you don't have chakras now, Itachi said calmly. Indeed, I don't have chakras anymore, I ran out of fire escape just now. But do you think I will come here without any preparation? Sasuke smiled confidently. Flap, pop. The clouds began to rain, and there was a roar of thunder and lightning burst. This ninjutsu only lasts for a moment, it is absolutely unavoidable. As you wish, I will reproduce the appearance of your death. Sasuke smiled very confidently. In the fire escape just now, the target was not Itachi at the beginning, but to generate updrafts, which would generate cumulonimbus clouds. That is, thundercloud. In this natural environment, the power of the thunder and lightning will be more abundant than ever. It just so happens that Sasuke is good at Thunderdun, who can control thunder and lightning, even without chakra. He can use the thunder and lightning in the natural environment to launch an attack. This was Sasuke's final blow. Get ready to die, Itachi. Sasuke jumped to the top of the stone slab, very close to the clouds. The thunder burst, and the whole world was shining with blue electric light. It takes only 1,000th of a second for thunder to fall, which is faster than the speed of sound, and human reaction speed is absolutely unavoidable. Come on, dissipate with the thunder, laid down Kirin. The lightning flashing in Sasuke's right hand corresponded to the lightning in the clouds' roar. The thunder and lightning turned into a huge amounts of beast, like a dragon. Boom. The entire small mountain range was directly destroyed, and the building was directly shattered into countless rubble. The strength of this trick is not even inferior to the tail beast Jade. Ended. Sasuke looked tired and couldn't help kneeling down on the ground. On the other side, Itachi was lying on the ground and seemed to be dead. This is, what do you want to reproduce, my death? Advertisement. Itachi's voice sounded. A scarlet chakra emerged, and a ghost-like skeleton appeared around the whole person's body. Susanoo, although it is not complete, it is also very powerful. Susanoo no Hu added 2 artifacts, the 10-fist sword and the Yata mirror. The former has a sealing effect, and the latter can change its attributes according to the local attack, thereby invalidating the opponent's attack. This is Itachi's whole card. If there is no such trick, I must have died before. It's really getting stronger, Sasuke, Itachi said slowly. His physical condition is already very bad. In order to act, and consume such a large amount of chakra, his already dying body, now it is very difficult to act. But he can't die yet. The power must be handed over to Sasuke, and the curse mark in Sasuke's body must be pulled out. Only in this way can Sasuke survive in this world alone. To revive the glory of the clan and revive Uchiha, it is all left to Sasuke to complete. He is the one who bears darkness, so it's good to die like this. Itachi. Sasuke watched the opponent keep approaching, but he couldn't use any of his strength. The heavenly curse imprint that Dashemaru gave him, this time it is impossible for him to break out or something. After all, it was just a trace of the soul's origin, not the complete soul of Yefeng. Moreover, Yi Feng still doesn't look down upon Sasuke's body as a container. It's finally over. Yi Feng watched the battle calmly. 10-fist sword. Itachi's Suzuo pierced through Sasuke, forcibly tore out the power of the curse and sealed it. In this regard, Yefeng also said that it didn't matter. He was originally the 2 souls who integrated, but it's no harm at all to lose this little bit. In this way, your eyes are mine, let me get it slowly. Itachi is still playing. At the last moment of his life, he was still working hard to act, and the brothers really loved him deeply. Sasuke was so scared that he couldn't speak, he could only watch Uchiha Itachi approaching. Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time. Itachi nodded Sasuke's forehead with bloodstained fingers, and then couldn't hold it anymore and fell down with a puff. The power of Amaterasu has been handed over to Sasuke. And after this time, Sasuke must be able to break through the last step and open his own kaleidoscope. Coupled with his previous deliberate reminder, Sasuke should know to close his eyes and leave him to open the eternal kaleidoscope in the future. As an older brother, he really did everything he needed to do. Advertisement. Goodbye. Stupid brother, with your pair of riding wheels, how far can you see? Patter, patter. The rain fell again. It's a really good performance. The emotional scene between the brothers is so touching. It's a pity that my brother is a bit stupid. The night wind came out slowly. He took away the kaleidoscope of Itachi at will, then sealed the corpse in the scroll, and finally dragged Sasuke away. Oh, Lord Orochimaru? Shang Lin and others did not expect Dashiwan to appear here. Let's go back to the base. Sasuke won the previous battle, but he needs a little rest. Yi Feng casually threw Sasuke to Shang Rin and said lightly. Yes. The 3 dared not defy the order of Orochimaru. If Sasuke is in a complete state, maybe they dared to go wild with Sasuke. But Sasuke fell into a coma, and the 3 of them would absolutely not dare to do anything with Orochimaru. The task is complete. The ghost watched silently as the group of people walked away. Itachi's last wish is to ask him to stand in here to prevent outsiders from affecting the battle. Now that the battle is over, he can continue to return to the Shao organization. That night. Orochimaru base. Until I have dealt with Sasuke's affairs, everyone is forbidden to enter. Understand? I will kill anyone who dares to come. After threatening Sasuke's men, Yi Feng entered the room where Sasuke rested and healed his injuries. 2 had already bandaged him, and Sasuke's injury was fine. And looking at the strong fluctuations of the pupil power, it is indeed also awakening Sasuke's own kaleidoscope. The ability of the left eye inherits Itachi's Amaterasu, and the right eye is the ability named adding earth life, which can be manipulated into various forms. Are you awake? The wound has been bandaged for you. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Oh, Dashemaru, what are you going to do? Sasuke asked tiredly. There are a lot of scalpels on the table. It seems that this man wants to do something to himself. Chapter 125, Auto-generated chapter title. The truth. What? Without waiting for Sasuke to say anything, blood suddenly came out of his left eye. This was a method that Itachi deployed before he died. Once Sasuke saw the Orochimaru, the Amaterasu sealed in Sasuke's eyes would trigger and burn the Orochimaru to death. Amaterasu. Yi Feng was instantly swallowed by Heian, but he looked like he had expected it a long time ago. The reincarnating eye was activated instantly, and the powerful repulsive force directly shattered the Amaterasu. As long as it can't attach to the target, even the fire of the sky can't attack the enemy. Roar. What is the problem? Sasuke gasped for breath. Originally he was extremely weak, but now he forced Amaterasu once and his body became even more exhausted. This is a method said by Itachi, probably he knew that I would not let you go before he died. Yi Feng replied calmly. What do you want to do to me? Sasuke asked in a low voice. He has gained a lot of strength by relying on the Osh pill over the years. Although the revenge is now complete, he is not willing to let him die in the hands of such a man. Don't worry, you are a great pawn for me, how could I kill you? Yi Feng smiled. While talking, he injected the paralytic potion into Sasuke's body. Put on the eyes of Itachi, and get the eternal kaleidoscope. Then, dedicate these eyes to me. Just treat it as your tuition for more than 3 years. Yi Feng smiled faintly using the scalpel skillfully. He took out the container with Itachi's eyes. Do not want. Sasuke closed his eyes groggily. After one day. After the warmth of Sasuke's blood, the eyes of Itachi successfully found a new owner, and the changes became an eternal kaleidoscope. Taking advantage of Sasuke's coma, the night wind directly took out the eternal kaleidoscope. In this way, he completely accomplished the goal. The use of the brothers Itachi and Sasuke has now been completely completed. As long as he gains the power of these eyes, he can successfully awakening the reincarnation eyes. The reincarnation eye and the reincarnation eye coexist, coupled with the infinite chakra and the immortal body. Who else is his opponent in the ninja world today? The next day. What happened? This feeling of incomparable weakness. Advertisement. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, but he was so tired that he could hardly move. Eternal Kaleidoscope used his power to complete the evolution, but was taken away and transplanted back to his own eyes. Definitely feel weak. Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke awakening, Shang Rin couldn't help being the first to hug him. Don't make trouble, I am very tired now, Sasuke whispered. Looking around, it seemed that it was in a dim cave, not the base of Oshimaru. From today, you are free, Sasuke, Yi Feng said. He waved his hand and motioned to Shang Lin to leave this place first. Where is this place? Sasuke was a little baffled. Recalling what happened yesterday, there was anger in my heart facing the Oshimaru. It seemed that Itachi's eyes evolved through his own body, and then they were taken away by the big snake pill. Damn, it was put together by this guy. It seems you are very unconvinced. Are you planning to ask me to settle accounts later? Yi Feng squinted his eyes. Cut. Sasuke snorted coldly. I will tell you something, it's about Uchiha Itachi. Although he doesn't want you to know things, or even if you never find out, but I still want to tell you. Yi Feng said. Itachi? What's the matter? Sasuke showed a little interest. Remember the Amaterasu that broke out in your left eye yesterday? That was set by Itachi before he died, just to prevent anyone from approaching you. Once I get close, or the guy with the Shalulanyan appears in front of you, the Amaterasu will automatically start. And the Amaterasu that you have in the left eye kaleidoscope now comes from Itachi. He injected his pupil power into your body, Yi Feng said. What do you want to say in the end? Why would Itachi do this? Sasuke frowned. He also didn't think clearly why Itachi would give him his pupil power before he died. Don't you understand? He is to protect you, Yi Feng said lightly. You, what are you talking about? Itachi protects me? How is it possible? That guy clearly wants my eyes and wants to kill me. Advertisement. Sasuke shouted. In order to protect justice, protect the peace of the ninja world and Konoha, Itachi finally chose to sacrifice himself. But there is one person he can't give up, and that is his favorite brother. Yi Feng said again. To shut up, to shut up. To shut up. How could Itachi be that kind of person? He is a lunatic. He killed all of us. He wanted to kill me yesterday. Sasuke yelled, covering his face. The 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi, Konoha's 2 elders, Shuan Kaharu, Mito Menyon, and the leader of the Roots, Shimura Danzo. In addition, the Akatsuki members who participated in the operation at the beginning, these are the people who know the truth at the beginning. Yi Feng continued. Remember, Sasuke, your gentle brother, and your stupid family, and stupid you. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha has become tense, and the clan people have expressed rebellion, and they will use their own strength to fight for the Uchiha clan's deserved status and power. Even if your father is the patriarch, he cannot stop the rioting clansmen. Finally one day, Danzo proposed a plan, and the 2 elders and the 3 generations of Hokage have acquiesced. That was the end of the matter. Itachi chose to leave with infamy, and came outside to organize Akatsuki to collect information. And you, as his younger brother, everything he has done over the years is for you. After Yi Feng finished speaking, Sasuke's body was trembling. Reason is collapsing, and the reality that has always been believed is reversing. The brother who hates and hates him the most, is he who loves him the most in the world. Impossible. Impossible. Itachi clearly wanted to kill me. You're lying to me, right? Sasuke roared, panting constantly, almost unable to think. For evidence, you are still alive now is the best proof. Even if Itachi is dying and just hangs on the forbidden drug, do you think you can kill him? Yi Feng said. Sasuke felt as if he had been stabbed in his heart, and he was stunned. He even used a kaleidoscope. He definitely wants to kill me. Sasuke still didn't want to believe it. If that is true, then what is the purpose of all these years of hard work and cultivation? All your reactions and ninjutsu are in his expectation. And he really wants to kill you, no more than 10 seconds at most. The gap between the kaleidoscope and the 3 go jade. When you get used to these new eyes, you will understand. Chapter 126, Auto-generated chapter title. 126, Eagle Team vs Yao. Then, I have brought fresh blood. I'll leave it to you next, Alfie. The night breeze said lightly and left the cave. Okay, senior. Afei said with a grin. Sasuke and his 3 subordinates will serve as reserve members of Akatsuki's organization. If he can complete the task beautifully, Sasuke can become a full member. As for Yi Feng's thoughts, Sasuke is just an ordinary kaleidoscope now. Even if he possesses Amaterasu and Susanoo, he cannot be his opponent. If he becomes his enemy in the future, it will be a big deal to kill. If not, let him live on. A week later, Union Village. Yunlei Gorge. The light is really dazzling. Karabi walked out of the house after retreating. This is a very characteristic man. He has dark skin, light yellow hair, black sunglasses, 7 long knives on his back, iron on his right shoulder, and horn tattoos on his left cheek. Lei Ying's younger brother, Zhuli, a respected man in the village. He has a strong body and a weird personality. He also likes to rap. He often plays concerts in the village. Is it noon? B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Practicing early in the morning, empty belly. I am a good person who loves rap. I decided to eat sukiyaki for lunch, yeah. Kurabi stopped dancing and found a figure not far away. Those people's clothes were obviously organized by Akatsuki, and they were obviously unkind. Are you the person Julie from Yao? Sasuke asked coldly. This is the first mission given to the evil team by the organization. If it can be completed, Sasuke will become a full member. No, you should say, are you Yao-sama? Kurabi corrected. We are going to arrest you, Sasuke said solemnly. So, it should be said here, let us arrest you. Kurabi said casually. In his opinion, these are all little ghosts. Shuei is on the right, Shigeo is on the left, and Shangrong is behind. Do it, Sasuke said without hesitation, puff, puff. Within 2 minutes of the battle, Shuei and Shigeo were thrown out by Kurabi successively. These two men were not his opponents yet. Advertisement, let me come. Sasuke pulled out his saber around his waist and rushed over. Yes, compete with Kurabi, instead of using kaleidoscope ability. It is worthy of being the second pillar, and easily did what ordinary people can't do. Boy, it just happens that I am in a good mood, so I will let you see the real swordsmanship. Kurabi smiled. The fighting lasted for a short time, and Kurabi's 6 knives penetrated Sasuke's body, and the last one fell from the sky, almost cutting his head. Fortunately, Suizuki and Shigego arrived in time to rescue Sasuke. As long as I am on a whim, the entire evil team will beg me not to die. Sasuke. Drink my blood. Shangrong panicked, and quickly handed his arm to Urzuzi's mouth. Offended, Shanglin. Sasuke said slowly. Shangrin's blood has a very good healing effect, and these knife wounds quickly recovered. Let's go together. Chidori bloomed among the assistants, and rushed over with Shuizuki Shigego. Cut. Kurabi hit Shuei with a punch, but he was surprised to find that Shuei turned into liquid water. It's now. Sasuke. Call me. Shuei overjoyed. Chidori. Sasuke released a strong electric current, which directly energized both of them. Take me a punch. Chongo turned on the curse seal state and dropped a punch from midair. Boom. A big hole was punched in the ground, but Kurabi was nowhere to be seen. Over there. That guy wants to escape. Shangrin perceives the person's chakra position. Damn, are there any perception-type ninjas? I really can't get a good rest today, it's so weak, but so noisy. Kurabi said uncomfortably. The figure flashed, and rushed towards Sasuke and others again. It's so fast, Shangrong let out a startled roar. Sasuke directly opened the kaleidoscope and released an illusion. As expected, Kurabi was hit, but Sasuke didn't know that human Julie was immune to most illusions, because the tail beast in his body could help awaken human Julie. Has it ended? Advertisement. The eagles breathed a sigh of relief. Lay plow hot knife. Kirabi stood up suddenly again and directly punched a big hole in Sasuke's chest. Not only the neck and chest, but even the internal organs were blown away. Sasuke's breath weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. This kind of injury cannot be cured by Shangrin's blood. He is like my reincarnation, a character that Lord Osamaru liked. Shigego recalled Junmeru's words in his mind. Share my body and chakra to Sasuke, the only way to save him. Shigego said. At the beginning, Sasuke was able to withstand the curse of the sky and his power. This is the only way now. Wake up. Sasuke. Shangrong roar called. In order to save Sasuke, Shigego's appearance became a child. And the 8-tailed man Julie immediately turned into a beast, and turned into a monster with a cow in the upper body and an octopus in the lower body. It was Shuei now blocking it. Shuei is almost immortal where there is water, and can condense a huge body of water. Let me use this form, do you still want to escape? Roar. Kurabi directly activated the tail beast Jade. Hateful. Shuei hardly resisted this cannon-tailed beast Jade, and the whole person went into a coma and lost consciousness on the spot. At this time, Sasuke, who was awake, drank the blood of Shangrin again, and only then recovered some chakras. Amaterasu. Sasuke finally used this trick. A flame that will never disappear without burning the target. As expected, Kurabi couldn't stand this move, his huge body completely turned into a target, and the tail beast churned in the sea. Chidori. An 8-tailed tentacle was about to fall, and Sasuke had to chop off the tentacle with a plover knife. Afterwards, Amaterasu was recovered to prevent Kurabi from being burned to death by Amaterasu. In today's battle, although the evil team was successful, it was almost wiped out. The strength of the human column was indeed terribly strong. That night, sure enough, I brought back Yao. Alfie is not surprised. By the way, if you know Itachi's survival, you can also choose to inherit Itachi's will. What do you think in your heart? Unlike the usual hippie smiling face, a Fae looked very serious. I know about Itachi, how to protect the village even if you fight for your life. But for me, the grief of losing Itachi is more serious than that way of living, and it leaves me powerless. The peace I got at the expense of Itachi is not what I hoped for at all. I will not forgive any of those people back then. I want to destroy Konoha. Sasuke said coldly. Chapter 127, Auto-generated chapter title. 127. But the maid can warm the bed. Really? I have seen Itachi's way of living, and you want to destroy what he protects? Alfie asked again. Why didn't Itachi kill me? That's because to him, my life is more important than the village. It's the same for me. Itachi's life is more precious than the village or something. The discrimination and targeting of the Uchiha clan has turned father and son against each other, crippling each other, driving Itachi into a desperate situation, but admires the Senshu clan. All Konoha's people are rubbish among rubbish, it's all my revenge. Sasuke shouted. It doesn't matter if you think of me as a little devil who can only use emotions. Inherit Itachi's will. What beautiful words. That's just disgusting words from a guy who doesn't know how to hate. If someone denies my way of living, I will kill his important people one by one. So that he can experience a little bit of the hatred in my heart. Konoha village. The 5th generation of Hokage calls you, hurry up. Kakashi could hardly tell that he was in Naruto's room. What? Naruto was a little bit decadent. Last time he had the chance to bring Sasuke back to the village, but he failed. This was a shock to him. What? Is it Toad Boss and Toad G? Why came here this morning, what happened? Naruto walked out of the room and found 2 big toads in the village. Actually, Toad Yoshi, don't say anything that shouldn't be said, just leave it to the boss and Tsunade. Wen Tai warned. What the hell happened? Naruto murmured. A short while. Walking into the Naruto building, Naruto found that Tsunade and Silent's faces were not very good, and Kakashi was also not good. There is another toad in the room who hasn't seen him before, who looks very old. Is this Shao Jiraiya's apprentice? Shenzuo asked. Yes, he is Naruto Uzumaki, the so-called son of prophecy. Tsunade replied. Master Frog. What? Naruto is a bit inexplicable. Hey, Naruto, pay attention to what you say, this is Lord Shenzuo, one of the 2 immortals of Miaomu Mountain. Because I have something to look for, so I came here specially. Tsunade said quickly. You are Shao Jiraiya's apprentice, right? Looked deeply at Naruto. Advertisement, little Jilai? What the hell is going on with this Uncle Frog? It's actually called the Horny Fairy Shaozilai. Naruto said dissatisfiedly. This is Master Jiraiya who taught Master Jiraiya immortal technique. Silent explained. Laughter Fairy, this nickname really fits Shaozilai. Shenzuo smiled. Naruto was stunned. Is this old frog Jiraiya's master? This Uncle Fairy is looking for me, what is going on? Naruto's attitude has improved a lot. Where should I start? Anyway, let me tell you first. Shao Jilai also died in the battle. However, grief is something that no one shares after all. Jiraiya is dead. Konoha still should do what, at most, some ninjas will offer condolences. After a few days, everyone forgot about it again. After all, the days have to go on, and the earth won't turn if it can't come and die. Naruto went to Mount Miyauki to practice immortality, and Tsunade drank booze every night. Definitely, this is not something that is all right. The weather was a little bit colder, and Hongdou seemed to finally realize that the shorts were not so good, and put on a long-lost coat. This is what Yefeng would care more about. Tick, tick. It's raining. The rain fell on the ground, as if time had gone back for many years. At that time, the teenager and the little girl were in a daze in the dessert shop. What are you doing in Konoha? The question was a woman with long red-brown hair. Forgot the rules? Hongdou patted the woman's asterisk unceremoniously and threatened. Master, what are we doing in Konoha? Terumi Mei was a little frustrated, but still dared not speak. This is what you should ask. Itsuki Bean smiled like a devil, and patted the woman's asterisk again. Okay, stop teasing her, we are not here for fun. Yifeng sighed. The girl Hongdou really learned his bad temper, or was it like this a long time ago? He is a selfish person, so Red Bean is also a selfish person. To be honest, I think 2 maids are enough, one to wash clothes, one to cook. Do you still want to find a bed warmer? Yifeng rarely uttered a word. Some time ago, he successfully swallowed Sasuke's eternal kaleidoscope, and awakening his own reincarnation eye. For the time being, the ninja world can walk sideways. So he agreed to Itsuki Bean's request to come to Konoha this time. Ino sauce is very cute. Itsuki Bean stuck out his tongue. Advertisement, oh. Yifeng nodded calmly. Although Ino is indeed good, it doesn't have that kind of attraction to him. Or seriously, he doesn't have much interest in women. Like sisters Hinata and Huohuo, he didn't even have the idea of doing it. To be honest, he had thought about when to eat those 2 reincarnation eyes as well. As for the maids that Red Bean likes, that's not to mention. I am a maid trained for the wind this time, I will train Ino sauce well. Hongdou didn't seem to care about Yefeng's attitude, but rather looked very motivated. Maid or something, I don't like it, but you like it. Yifeng shook his head. What the hell, don't you think it's very comfortable to be ordered by someone? Hongdou said with a smile, and by the way, took a photo of Miming's asterisk for the 3rd time. She seemed a little jealous of the little maid's figure. What, don't I have someone to call at any time? Tool man kind of stuff, you can have as much as you want. Yifeng replied, but the maid can warm the bed. Red Bean curled his lips. You can also warm the bed. Yi Feng rolled his eyes. Humph. Itsuki's face flushed. Tsunere turned his head away. I probably know that I am the teacher's favorite woman. The most favored tool man. When will the hard days survive? Terumi Ming listened to the chat between the teacher and the student next to her, her expression unrequited. Unexpectedly, the genius of the dignified Zhao family, the water shadow of the Wuyan village, the ninja world is rare to see a strong man with two blood inheritance boundaries. She would also fall to this point. If you can't survive, you can't ask for death, you have to obediently serve as a maid for others. I must say that the luckier thing is that my owner, Hongdou, is a woman. Although Yi Feng was her master, the man seemed to have no interest in her, only occasionally staring into her eyes on a whim. Elder brother, what are you doing in Konoha? A voice sounded. Yi Feng and Hongdou turned their heads and saw the beautiful girl with blonde ponytail holding an umbrella. Ino sauce. Hongdou smiled and rushed over. History always repeats this cycle. How many times has this scene happened, and it will happen many times again. No matter what. Konoha came today with two human traffickers. Chapter 128, auto-generated chapter title. 128, Life is not easy, miming sighs. Read, Sister Hongdou. Why are you coming to Konoha? Ino asked cautiously. Although she is not quite sure what the reason is, these dangerous people have never threatened her. On the contrary, Hongdou behaves very intimately, she is simply her relatives. Don't worry, I didn't come here to kill people. Definitely, it's not here to do good deeds either. Yi Feng looked calm, although it is strange to say that, Konoha will soon perish. Ino-chan, I'm here to save you, Hongdou said solemnly. While talking, he took Ino in his arms. Ino is 15 years old this year, not the innocent and ignorant little girl back then, she has developed a rather large body. Fair skin, delicate facial features, picturesque eyebrows, closed moon, shame flowers, peach cheeks, apricot face, all over the country. Okay, maybe that was Ino in the eyes of red beans. Yi Feng just stared at those clear azure blue eyes, and expressed emotion that the blonde girl's eyes are so pretty. If you are not afraid of red beans being sad, you really want to use it as a collection, there will be a sense of accomplishment when you put it on the shelf. This is the idea of Yefeng. Konoha? Is anyone going to attack our village? Ino was still cautious. The Yamanaka family has joined since Konoha built the village. Even if you tell this kind of news to someone in your family, they won't leave, right? But no matter what, I ask the wind to come here with me this time, and Ino-chan will not die. Itsuki continued. She really likes this little blonde girl. This kind of thing. Ino has seen it many times, but still feels flattered. Unexpectedly, among Konoha's enemies, someone would care about his life so much. You can tell Konoha this news, someone is going to attack or something. But it's useless to say it, because Konoha will still perish, and your people will not run away. The night breeze said lightly. After all, human beings are this kind of creature, that is, such a creature. If it is an ordinary person, he will probably escape early, but as a ninja guarding Konoha, it is basically impossible to escape. If you want to ask why, it's probably the will of fire. But what exactly is the will of fire? It is faith for some people, but in the eyes of people like Yefeng, it is a pile of shit. This kind of thing. The girl bowed her head and looked very at a loss. Suddenly I heard that my hometown was going to be destroyed, and I really didn't know how to react. And Ino did understand the tempers of those in his family, as well as his parents, it was impossible for them to leave Konoha. Advertisement unless the 5th generation Hokage ordered a retreat, it would be impossible to leave. But could Konoha retreat all without threats? The answer definitely is impossible. Suddenly I wanted to have a cup of coffee, but there doesn't seem to be that kind of thing in this world. Speaking again, how about going for a glass of juice? Yi Feng said to Red Bean. Terumi Mei doesn't need to take care of it, but Ino, just don't care about her. Sure, do you want Ino-chan to come together? Hongdou invited with a smile. I'll go back first. The girl left with great heart. Even if this news is useless, it still needs to be reported. How Konoha will deal with the infiltrated Osakimaru and the risks afterwards are matters of Konoha's senior management. As Konoha's ordinary ninja, she can only do this. A short while. A drink shop on the street, It's so sweet. Hongdou smiled relaxedly. Although Terumi Mei also had a glass of watermelon juice, she didn't have a good face and was silent all the time. Miss Miming is really cold, but it is this unique glamour that is worthy of those eyes. Yi Feng's words are inexplicable. What the hell? Xiao Miming's figure is very good. Feng, don't keep staring at you. Red Bean curled his lips. Terumi Mei is the most proud of her figure and temperament, really. Speaking of, I really can't tell it is a water shadow at all. Yi Feng smiled again. Terumi Mei just sighed long, daring to be angry with these two people. What is the real life is better than death? Probably that is the case. There was almost no chance of resistance while alive, and all chakras were sealed. And if he commits suicide, the other party still has the forbidden technique of reincarnating from the filthy soil, and death will only make his own ending bleak. Thinking that the world in the future might fall into the hands of such a person, Terumi felt a chill in her heart. What kind of world is this? Speaking of which, Miss Miming, you don't have to be too pessimistic. If one day it can be determined that you are loyal, you will be able to use chakra again. After all, I am not a ruthless man. Yi Feng grinned slightly. Advertisement, but the smile looked a little weird, even slightly threatening. Terumi was just silent. Now, let her be a maid is the limit. From the bottom of my heart I want to be a maid for others. It is impossible to think about it. Although the other gods could do that kind of thing, Yi Feng didn't plan to waste that kind of illusion on a woman. The other god gave it to Naruto last time, and it hasn't recovered yet. It will probably take a while. Xiao Miming, remember, you won't be Water Shadow from now on. If you are always so cold, maybe one day the wind will kill you. I can't help it. Red Bean Yu said earnestly. Maybe. Yes, I remember. Terumi hesitated for a moment and finally chose to surrender. Life is too hard. Red beans? The night wind seemed to suddenly sound. Exist. Hongdou replied quickly. The kaleidoscope made in the last experiment, there is still a pair left here. You just put on the evolution into an eternal kaleidoscope. Yi Feng said. He also thought about giving these eyes to Sasuke, but the boy was not easy to control at first glance. The other gods have different candidates, so Sasuke should forget it. Now, Itsuki Bean took over the glass container with 2 eyeballs in it. Yi Feng nodded. Anyway, there are only 3 of them in the room, so I am not afraid of being discovered by outsiders. And even if they found out, Konoha's ninja dared to provoke them, it would only lead to destruction in advance. Well. Red beans do not hesitation. In Terumi Mei's shocked eyes, the woman dug out her 2 eyeballs with her fingers. After doing this, he put the 2 eyeballs in the container into his eye sockets. Itsuki Beans didn't even have a trace of pain. Awesome. Yi Feng faintly praised. Hongdou has indeed improved a lot over the years. Whether it was willpower or strength, she was no longer the little girl who was a little stupid, she was more like a little witch. Tasty. Yi Feng threw the changed eyeballs into the juice, and then ate it with a chuckle. Terumi Ming's body trembled as he listened to the sound of the man chewing his eyeballs. Life is not easy, Miming sighed. Chapter 129, Auto-generated chapter title. 129. I'm a normal man to the other side, Ino? Are you sure you didn't talk nonsense? Yamanakai gave a weird look. My daughter suddenly said that she had encountered Akatsuki's Osamaru, and the man also said that Konoha would be destroyed soon. Not to mention the authenticity of the news, why did that guy tell Ino? Why not kill Ino? Ino couldn't laugh or cry. How to explain this? Could it be said that there is a woman who hugs herself every time she meets? Or is it that the enemy of its solid wood leaves likes itself very much? Dad, I'm serious. I hope you can tell Master Naruto with these news that someone might actually come to attack Konoha. Ino said again. Yamakai nodded a little. Ino usually has a spoiled temper, but he is not a person who can play pranks on such things. What should I do in the future? Watching his father's back leave, Ino was extremely distressed. Maybe the red beans are joking? Maybe nothing big happened? But if Konoha is really destroyed, her parents will probably also be killed, right? And Hongdou just said it would guarantee her life safety. If you don't know anything, just die with everyone like this, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. But knowing that his safety is guaranteed in advance, he has a strange sense of guilt. It's like killing an enemy on the battlefield, but the enemy says to spare you your life and kills your teammates cleanly with a backhand. What's all this? It was getting late. Yefeng several people stayed in the hotel. Probably because of the joy of the reincarnation Yi Feng has been in a very good mood recently. Everything is being executed according to plan. This world will belong to him sooner or later. Occasionally this kind of bubble bath is also pleasant. Yi Feng lay in a big bathtub and closed his eyes leisurely. What is the reason for becoming stronger? Probably, I can always stand in the highest position and do whatever I want. Research ninjutsu, develop technology or the technology for beautiful women's eyes and longevity. No matter what you do, no one in this world can stop his actions. This is his goal. Squeak, advertisement. The door of the shower room was suddenly pushed open. A figure with a perfect figure came in smoothly. Red beans? Let me rest for a while, I suddenly want to sleep. Yi Feng did not open his eyes and replied lazily. People are always easy to slacken when they become stronger. In his opinion, everything in the future will only follow his plan, and he will eventually rule the world. Lord, Master, it's me. The woman said shyly, her voice rather helpless. Yi Feng discovered that the woman who came in was Terumi Ming, appeared naked, less than 1 meter away from him, in front of the bathtub. What are you doing in here? Yi Feng was stunned. It's an order from the owner of the Red Bean, she said. She said that my body is I want Master Yi Feng to look at it. Terumi Ming said in a low voice. Are you reluctant? It feels like you want to kill me. Yi Feng curled his lips. I feel speechless about the evil taste of red beans, but I am also curious about what Terumi Ming will do next. I don't have the ability to kill the master, Terumi Ming replied. In other words, you actually wanted to kill me? But there is no way, after all we did such an excessive thing to you. Come in and soak, you will catch a cold outside. Yi Feng said lightly. Yes, master. Terumi Ming's movements were a bit stiff, but he entered the big bathtub and lay down opposite the night wind. According to people like you, I should be an evil villain or something. How do you feel about taking a bath with me? The 5th generation Shui Ying-sama. Yi Feng smiled badly. Back to master, you are really mean and make me feel very unhappy, but I have no choice. Terumi Ming said calmly. There is no choice at all, there is only such a way. Unless she also chooses to fall into the evil way, regardless of the people of the water country, then she can commit suicide and liberate. But the people who continue to be tortured after death, and who killed the water country with their own hands after being reincarnated from the filthy soil, do they really have that kind of endurance? Choosing justice means surrendering, and it doesn't matter if you fall into the evil way. This is the sorrow of the weak. Advertisement, looking at what you look like, you probably won't succumb. But it doesn't matter, as long as the tool person can be a tool. I don't care about that kind of thing. What is thinking in the tool's heart? Yi Feng said. Master, your attitude is really cold. Speaking of which, can I go back? Terumi Ming said. Hongdou just let her in, and as long as Ye Feng's approval, she can leave this embarrassing place. Leave what? Anyway, it's here. Don't you plan to perform the duties of a maid? Yi Feng smiled badly. Suddenly I understood some Red Bean's thoughts, this mood of flirting with Shui Ying. So evil. Master, you. Terumi Mei looked towards Yi Feng subconsciously. I'm a normal man too. Yi Feng rarely smiled excitedly. Choose, continue to stick to justice, or end yourself or something. Yi Feng smiled lightly and threw a handful of karma. If Terumi Ming still surrenders, then he will continue to be his toy with Itsuki beans. If Terumi Ming resists, he will wait to be killed, and then be reincarnated by the dirty soil, keep his consciousness sober to destroy the water country and kill hundreds of thousands of people. Just. The price. The woman smiled wryly. After hesitating for a few minutes, Kuwu in his hand was finally thrown out. In fact, she will fall sooner or later, but the outcome of the fall is different. Either he becomes a creature without feelings and finally chooses to commit suicide one day, or one day he completely gives up struggling and becomes a qualified slave maid. In the bathroom, a small snow-white hand stretched out. Yi Feng was still lying comfortably, feeling Terumi Mei's beautiful and soft body, staring straight at those eyes. Use your mouth. The man ordered. Terumi Ming twisted her body and Xiaoxiu moved over. The red and tender mouth swallowed, becoming familiar little by little, licking. Yi Feng admired the woman's eyes, and unknowingly, his hands were already pressed on the woman's hair. Cough cough. Cough cough. An unwilling and poignant expression appeared on the woman's face, her eyes in a trance. After a few minutes, Terumi Mei returned to her senses, and then gave a subtle smile, looking somewhat reluctant. But it is this kind of special weakness and flattery that brings out her beauty. Go to bed. Yes. Chapter 130, Auto-generated chapter title. 130, What is morality? The next day, early morning. Yi Feng woke up from the big bed, surrounded by two women. Even the indifferent Shui Ying made a moving moan last night. It's really not my own style when I think of it, but it has already happened, that is, it has already happened. There is also the breath of male and female hormones in the room. Terumi Ming closed her beautiful eyes and her small mouth was slightly open, and she slept soundly beside her. Her sleeping face was cute and seductive. She was indeed a stunning woman who made every man swallow. The way of sleeping with Red Beans is more domineering. He hugged tightly from behind, with a big long leg wrapped around his waist. Terumi Ming sleeps like a docile cat, while Itsuki is a domestic cat that she has been cultivating for many years. Almost subconsciously, Yi Feng wrapped her arm around Terumi Mei's waist. Soft, with the urge to commit crimes. The master is really perverted. Terumi Ming opened his eyes and said angrily. Yi Feng was not surprised, but more intently admired the woman's eyes. When did you wake up? Yi Feng asked casually. Probably when the master reached out his hand. Terumi Ming answered calmly. The master is not so cold, either. I'm restless in the morning, are you coming to lick my feet? Terumi Ming said suddenly. What, do you think I'm a pervert? I'm a normal man too. Yi Feng rolled his eyes. Oh. Terumi nodded, with no extra expression on her face. Are you going to get up? Itsuki also woke up. Yi Feng replied and began to put on his own clothes. During the period, Itsuki Beans didn't know what to think, and grabbed Terumi Ming's fat time. In Terumi's speechless eyes, Itsuki Beans even smelled it. Master, you seem to. It's worse than I thought. Terumi Mei could not find any words to describe her mood. While wearing her own black silk, she stared at the woman named Itsuki weirdly. What's the matter? Red Bean disagrees. Punish you not to wear it today. Itsuki Bean threw Fachi into the trash can and gave Terumi Mei a purple miniskirt. Advertisement. Terumi can only accept reality. Let's go out for breakfast, Hongdou said with full vigor, showing a harmless and cheerful smile. Terumi Mei put on her clothes and pressed her skirt carefully. If any wind blows, she will probably become Konoha's perverted showing crazy demon. She is really the most failed Shui Ying. A short while. 10 minutes later, the three walked out of the hotel to eat breakfast. Although it was said that someone would come to attack Konoha, in fact, Ye Feng didn't know when Pen would do it. Maybe it will be an hour later, maybe there are still 3 days. But anyway, it's been a while. The Yao who Sasuke was in charge of capturing was a fake, and the guy escaped from Amaterasu. Thinking about it seriously, now there are only the 8-tailed and 9-tailed beasts that have not yet fallen into Akatsuki's big net. What? Who is that woman? It always looks familiar. Red Bean whispered. It's Tsunade, that useless cow. Yi Feng looked indifferent. Boom. The ground was crushed by a foot, and Tsunade, who was about to go out to work in the Hokage building, suddenly couldn't hold it back. Even if Oshimaru appeared in Konoha, she didn't even have a trace of respect when she saw her. How dare you say that she is a cow, really? AB**********D to kill. Yo, long time no see. Yakazi waved his hand, not caring that Tsunade smashed the wall and walked into the room. Regardless of the strange power or the technique of Baihao, there is no threat to him. Orochimaru, I couldn't believe it when I heard the news yesterday. Unexpectedly, you really dared to appear in this village and look down on Konoha's ninja? Tsunade said coldly. Even if Konoha is not the #1 in the ninja world, he can't be bullied by a big snakebill. You are just a mortal after all. Yi Feng shook his head. Tsunade's progress over the years can be said to be so small that he can't compare with him at all. Since it's here, just leave the body here, Tsunade said coldly. Oshimaru is a member of Akatsuki's organization, and even Konoha's S-rank rebel, he can't let him leave here alive anyway. Before that, would you like to see the gift I gave you? Everyone is old friends. Yi Feng's hands were imprinted, summoning a coffin that reincarnated from dirty soil, and a man with blue long hair walked out of it. It was Tsunade's lover at the time, advertisement. Kato cut off. Orochimaru, how dare you play with dead man? Tsunade immediately became angry, but seeing the former lover appear in front of me, my mood still fluctuates. Decades. She died on the battlefield at the beginning, and her phobia was also because of her death. I helped you fulfill your wish, you should be happy. Yi Feng said. Insult decedent. Unforgivable. Tsunade gradually woke up and looked at Oshimaru with red eyes. I hope you have the courage to talk to me next time you meet. A faint purple flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. He used illusion to temporarily control Tsunade, and before the situation became uncontrollable, he took back Kato Den, and took a few women away from the shop. A long time. Tsunade finally returned to reality from the illusion, and his heart was empty. Master, you really don't have a lower limit, Terumi Ming said something rarely. For his former companion, Tsunade, who was also one of the 3 ninjas, Oshimaru had no intention of being merciful. Do you want me to be merciful? To be honest, it is my kindness to not kill that woman before. After all, I don't want to expose too much strength. Yi Feng looked calm. Before we get rid of those people behind the scenes, it's better to keep a little low-key. Wind, your morals have fallen to the ground. Hongdou smiled and covered her mouth. What is morality? Can you eat or sell for money? Human's ability has limits. The more scheming you are, the more you will find that man has limits, unless it becomes an existence that transcends humanity. I'm not a man anymore, Red Bean. The man's style of painting changed, and his momentum suddenly became invincible. Anyway, aren't you going to stay by Ino? After all, it's not clear when Pain came here to capture 9 tails. Yi Feng said again. Feng, you are so anxious to push me away, do you want to live in the 2 worlds with Xiao Miming? Recently you have become more and more nasty. Red Bean made no secret of the jealousy in the words. What? Even you belong to me, and your maid definitely belongs to me. The man had a definitely expression on his face, seems like it. Edzuki nodded. Terumi Ming. Chapter 131, Auto-generated chapter title. Pain invades Konoha 2 weeks later, Konoha. This guy, is that Akatsuki? The Konoha ninja, who was in charge of guarding the periphery of the village, met the weird character in the red cloud coat on the black background. This is a man with short orange hair with a lot of black rods in his body. He is unusually dressed and gives a heavy sense of oppression. Puff. A Zhang Ren was directly penetrated through his chest, and his breath disappeared on the spot. Go. The 2 partners pounced on it subconsciously. Even if it can't be intercepted for a long time, at least let the people on Konoha know that an enemy is invading. Learn. Let's inform Master Naruto, the 4th ninja said. But as soon as he took his steps, the 2 partners who tried to delay time with their own lives had been thrown out. Vientian Tianyan. Heavenly Dao Pain stretched out his hand and immediately solved the last survivor. All 4 Zhongren were killed in battle. From here, it is divided into exploration and feint attacks. Heavenly Wei Pain said lightly. The 5 Pain and Xiaonan are behind him. Pretending to be the way of Shira, the way of animals, the way of hungry ghosts, exploration is the way of heaven, humanity, hell, Xiaonan. Konoha opened an ninjutsu exploration space in the whole village, and was able to notice the people who entered it. Once someone enters from a place other than the main entrance, they will be spotted immediately. From here, let the world feel pain, Heaven said lightly. Animal Dao was thrown into the air by Pain, and directly broke through Konoha's perception barrier. An intruder. West Gate Point B. Konoha quickly got the information. But this is wrong information, because, psychic art. Beast said Pain. People outside the barrier were also called in. All Pen separated, Shira Dao took the lead in launching guided missiles to bomb the surrounding buildings, and Beast Dao summoned 3 huge amounts of centipedes. Destroy Konoha and capture the Kyuubi man Julie, the action begins. Where is Uzumaki Naruto? The human world uses the hidden ability to defeat one ninja after another. His ability can enter the opponent's spirit, read the memory, and even grab the enemy's soul for the Hades to eat. Even if he doesn't die, his opponent will always be a vegetable. The battle lasted for several minutes, but no useful information was collected. Knowing that Naruto Uzumaki went out to practice immortality, Konoha was only a handful of people who knew. Advertisement, boom. A lot of explosions and buildings collapsed in Konoha. As it started, Ino was walking on the street with a complicated expression. Sure enough, an intruder appeared. Is Konoha really going to perish today? Ding Si, I'm going to inform the intelligence department. Ino said quickly. At this point in time, Konoha's interrogation department was still studying the corpse that had been brought back underground. I'll go to my father's side, Ding Si nodded and said. As for the civilians all over the street, they have completely panicked, and casualties have begun to appear. Although the ninja was fighting back, but it was only constantly being killed. Even if the pen's combat power is separated, it is not something ordinary ninjas can handle. Especially Tiandao Pain, no ninja can get close, and immediately kill all the enemies he sees. Tsunade-sama. There was an intruder in Konoha, and the detection reaction was one person, but immediately after entering the village, there were multiple people. Report. There is a target report of an intruder. It's a person in a red shirt with a black background. Suspected Akatsuki organization. The Hokage building is no exception. Soon, the whole village of Konoha was caught in the chaos of war. Launch an emergency alert, also, inform Naruto to rush back to the village. Tsunade ordered. Yes, the battle continues. What happened? Turning to sleep, Xiaochen and Shui Portalian were in a building, and they also found gunpowder rising from Konoha. From time to time, there were explosions, and it seemed that an enemy appeared in Konoha. It was Akatsuki's people who attacked. Danzo walked into the room. Don, is what you said true? Xiaochun's face changed. Yes, it was the leader of the Akatsuki organization who had defeated Jiraiya, Pain. Danzo looked serious. After killing Jiraiya, will Konoha come right now? Hu Yan also had a solemn expression. Well, in order to collect the tail beasts, they wantonly arrested Renjuli, and many ninja villages have been subjected to Akatsuki's poisonous hands. I'm afraid they're here for Naruto Uzumaki, but at this time, the 5th generation of Hokage ordered Naruto Uzumaki to return to the village. Danzo said again. In this case, wouldn't it add fuel to the fire? Advertisement. Yes, if such requirements of the 5th generation of Hokage are left to their own accord, Konoha will probably die soon. Even at this time, Danzo still does not forget the location of Hokage. Instead of going out to help deal with Xiao's people, he came to discredit Tsunade's decision on the two elders' sides. If Tsunade died in this battle, that would be what Danzo would like to see most. As long as he becomes Hokage, Konoha will definitely reach the true peak. At least he always thought so, and it is such a man who has a dark heart and is constantly harming Konoha, who has been indulged by Hokage for the past 3 generations. So what justice does Konoha talk about? The 3 generations are nothing more than a waste, and even the ancestors' foundation can't be kept. All day long, the will of fire is brainwashed by the will of fire, but he condones the existence of Danzo. Naruto building. I see, I'm going to call Naruto back. Toad in charge of the contact said. Using psychic techniques, Naruto will return to Konoha in just a few minutes. No. Let Naruto stay in Miaomu Mountain. The 2 elders broke into the Hokage office. What? Tsunade looked at these 2 immortal elders very uncomfortably. Although these 2 guys are not as hateful as Danzing, they are not good stuff. They have condoned Danzing for so many years, and their 2 elders are also accomplices. I heard that it is Akatsuki's leader who is attacking Konoha. Hu Yan said. How do you know? Tsunade frowned. I knew it from Danzo. Xiaochen said. This time Akatsuki's goal is Kyuubi Renjuli. Hu Yan continued. So what? Tsunade asked. Isn't Naruto a kid? The intruder has defeated even Jiraiya. If Naruto is called back, wouldn't it be? Xiaochen didn't finish her words. Because Tsunade walked straight over, he grabbed the collars of the 2 elders and lifted them into the air. Let go, Tsunade. What do you want to do to our 2 advisory elders? The 2 old men said quickly. You 2, who do you think you are? When do you want to treat him as a child? He inherited Konoha's will and has grown up to the present. Naruto is surpassing Jiraiya. He is not Konoha's war weapon, but a ninja who protects Konoha. Tsunade shouted. Chapter 132, Auto-generated chapter title. 132. Kakashi died in battle, whatever. When Tsunade said this, the 2 elders had no choice but to retreat. After all, Tsunade is the 5th generation of Hokage. Tsunade-sama. There are new discoveries. This is that the black stick has the function of accepting chakras, something like accepting signals. Silent walked into the office and told her new findings. Outside, Pain was still arbitrarily destroying Konoha's building. Psychic art. Tsunade summoned a huge amounts of slug, and then split into countless slugs into the battlefield. As long as these slugs exist, the wounded can be quickly healed. Where is Uzumaki Naruto? Kill you if you don't say it. Heavenly Dao Pain grabbed Aluka with one hand and threatened. When Kakashi held kunai to appear and intercepted it. Give me the battlefield here, you can retreat with the wounded. Kakashi said solemnly. The opponent is a character of Akatsuki's organization, and it is the leader. No matter how many Jongren, it is just cannon fodder. I see. Aluka also knew that staying would only drag her back, so she left here with the wounded. In that case, I ask you, where is Kyuubi? Tiandao Pain said. What you did was wasted effort, because the people here are different from ordinary villagers. Even if they sacrifice their lives, none of them will betray their companions. Kakashi pulled out 2 short knives. Hagi Kakashi, the son of Konoha White Fang. It's a good time to meet, Pain said calmly. Where is Nine Tails? This question is really stupid. Kakashi directly rushed up with the knife. Tiandao did not show mercy, and directly launched a repulsive force. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Boom. Kakashi was directly shocked and flew dozens of meters away. It was only the first trial that Kakashi suffered a lot of minor injuries. The opponent's ability is too weird, it can bounce him off without touching it, and there is even no connection seal. Is that the power of the reincarnation eye? In that case. How do you deal with this? Advertisement. Kakashi wielded the two knives in his hand, and chakra condensed into two white knives and slashed towards Pain. He is not without the means of remote hands-on, innocent. Pain didn't even move a step, and the knife light was all shattered before it even approached. Call out, Shira Dao. Pain also appeared, launching a large number of missiles. A series of explosions sounded. Kakashi had to avoid these attacks. After the explosion, Kakashi made the same move as Jilai did, cutting out in the blind corner of the field of vision, but Shira Dao directly avoided the double swords. Vientian Tianian, Tian Dao. Pain is an absorbent. Kakashi hurriedly took out an iron chain to tie herself to a piece of gravel and was not sucked over. He also understood that each pen's fighting style and ability were different. According to information, there are psychic techniques and some that can absorb ninjutsu. As for the two in front of him, one can release a large number of bombs, and the other can attract and repel external things. It is not surprising that Jilai will die if he faces 6 such pennons alone. Coming, Chu Dao Dingxiai and Chu Dao Dingza appeared together, and both father and son came to support Kakashi's battlefield. When Kakashi first exploded, he used the technique of shadow duplication. What was fighting outside was shadow duplication, and the body was hidden in the dark. When the Dingxiai father and son arrived, the three attacked together, killing Asura Pain directly. Now there is only one left. Kakashi said. Soon, many ninjas from the Chudo clan arrived. Kanai, gravel, flying darts, huge fists of multiplication. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Tiandao directly countered with a move, all attacks were disintegrated by the rebound, and the ninjas who made the move fell one after another. Hateful. Kakashi quickly threw a smoke bomb and took the new teammates to hide in the dark. What the hell did that guy do? Ding Zuo couldn't help but said. It's like gravitational and repulsive ability, very powerful. But there are gaps between each use. I have an idea. Kakashi looked serious. He can't fight for a long time, he must solve the enemy quickly. Boom. Kakashi drilled out of the ground, and two slashed towards Tiandao Pain. Pain flew Kakashi directly. You're a nice guy, so you need to solve it now. A black rod sticks out of Tiandao's sleeve, double meatball chariot. Dingxiai and his son rushed over after their bodies doubled. Too slow, advertisement. Heavenly Dao. Pain flew these two guys again. The interval between each use was 5 seconds, and the two men rushed over, and he just happened to be able to defend it. Chong. The iron chain ambush on the ground was held by Dingxi and his son. The design definitely can't be so simple, even if the two of them are also bounced away, they can wrap this guy with underground chains. And taking advantage of the gap of a few seconds. Die. Kakashi swung his knife and slashed over. So that's how I ambushed chains on the ground. Tiandao's complexion remained unchanged. Crack. A body was cut to pieces by Kakashi, but it was not the Heavenly Way pen, but the Shiro Way pen that fell before. This guy who should have been unable to act ran out at a critical moment, blocking this move for Heavenly Dao. Ended. The skill gap of Tiandao disappeared. The Shenluo Tianzheng was launched again, and all three of Kakashi were shocked, vomiting blood. This shock is no joke. If you were an ordinary person, your internal organs would have been shattered long ago. But even so, the outcome of the battle is already obvious. Heavenly Path Pain was unharmed, but Kakashi's 3 people were all seriously injured and chakra consumed a lot. It's over. Yi Feng watched this scene from a distance. Although Pain and the others also discovered that Oshimaru was in Konoha, they didn't bother to care about Oshimaru. After all, where others go is his freedom, as long as it doesn't prevent him from arresting Kyuubi, it doesn't matter what Oshimaru wants to do. Flagwood Kakashi, Autumn Road Dingxiai, Autumn Road Dingza. All died. In this way, Tsunade's era will be over. But you can't just hand Kyuubi to Akatsuki. Before the chaos above subsided, we were lurking underground. Danzo said. Toad, who was responsible for communicating to get Naruto back, had been killed by him. In this way, Naruto would hardly return to Konoha at this time and would not be taken away by Akatsuki's organization. When this event is over, Tsunade will take the post and then he will sit on the 6th generation of Hokage. Should we help them? Even if Mr. Danzo leads us, if Konoha's people die, it will be meaningless. A subordinate said. Tsunade is also Hokage anyway, and slugs. No matter how tragic the above battle is, it's impossible for everyone to die. Tuan Zhang said coldly. Chapter 133, Auto-generated chapter title. How many floors do you have to carry a bag of rice? The battle continues. More and more ninjas were killed and injured. If it were not for the large number of slugs sent by Tsunade, the number of casualties would have doubled. But even so, Tsunade was uncomfortable, and the chakra in his body was quickly consumed. Crabs, strange cows, chameleons, 3-headed dogs, strange birds. The beast Dao summons a large number of psychic beasts. Many ninjas tried to stop them, but they couldn't eliminate these monsters at all. Ebisu was killed. Mute was killed. Soul is taken away. Yamanaka Hichi was killed. Morino Ibixi was killed. You are, the kid at that time. Tsunade recognized the person in front of him. The orange-haired boy at the time seemed to be Yahiko, and there was another person who followed Jilai to learn ninjutsu for several years. It seems you still remember, Heaven said lightly. Naruto Uzumaki, where's the 9 tails? Heaven asked again. Who knows? Tsunade's expression was plain. The human pillar force is basically captured. The balance between the villages maintained by the tail beasts cannot be maintained now. It doesn't make sense to shield Kyuubi now. Tiandao's tone is very calm. For Kyuubi, he is bound to win today. There will soon be disputes, and the fire of war will spread everywhere. Then we will control these wars. If you can help us, it's not impossible to let you Konoha. Tiandao continued. Don't underestimate the 5 shadows. To this end of the destruction of the peace we are pursuing in modern times, you terrorists, it is useless to say anything. Tsunade shouted. It's so arrogant, your peace is only violence to us. Nagato became a little angry. It is true that Konoha's past behavior was not completely correct, but I absolutely cannot agree with yours. Tsunade said. Speak carefully, this is the final warning from God. Tell me where Naruto is. Pain asked again. Advertisement. To gather Konoha's power together and defeat you, nothing more. And there is one thing you made a mistake, what you want most will never fall into your hands. Tsunade said. Miaomu Mountain, it seems that Naruto is not in the village. Heaven said slowly. Finally, people who knew the information were tortured. May I ask one last question? The chakra gathered under your feet is to deal with my spells, right? It seems that my ability has been noticed by you. In the face of overwhelming power, everything is meaningless. This has been proven by your great powers. You still think that you are the protagonist of this world, that you are so far away from death, that you are so superficially indulged in peace. The murderer will eventually be killed, and hatred links the two together. The war is accompanied by casualties and pain on both sides. Nagato controlled pain and said, our great country has suffered the same. Don't find excuses to do this kind of thing again. Tsunade snorted coldly. Konoha has lost a lot now, and if the opponent gives up the attack, it's okay. After all, even if Konoha could kill Pen, he would inevitably pay a great price. Ridiculous. Tiandao glanced at Tsunade. A bag of rice has to carry several floors, and a bag of rice has to carry the second floor. Feel the pain, think about the pain. I gave a bag of rice too much, and I washed a bag of rice. Accept the pain, understand the pain, Pen. What are you planning to do? A bad foreboding arose in Tsunade's heart, and he hurriedly pursued in the direction of Pen flight. And on the other side, the animal way brought all pain out of the village. No, using that technique will reduce your lifespan. Xiao Nan looked worried, but Nagato didn't stop. All Pen fainted, and all chakras poured on Tiandao Pen. There is mud in your mouth, who will give you a bag of rice? From now on, let the world feel pain, Shen Luo Tianzheng. Boom! An unprecedented explosion erupted from the center of Konoha. Everything was shaken by this force, and Konoha turned into a giant pit. Advertisement: the 400,000 square kilometers of Konoha village was destroyed in one move. More than tens of thousands of people were killed by this trick. Fortunately, the slug sent out by Tsunade had protected Konoha's ninja in advance. Otherwise, even the ninja would almost all be killed by this move. What a terrifying power, reincarnation eyes. Yi Feng said with a smile. The black Susanna turned on the elementary level state, and the thick chakra skeleton blocked the impact. Idzuki Bean and Terumi Mei are also inside Susanoo, and Ino is also there. Ino's father was killed not long ago, and the girl's gray expression is now even more gray. With this kind of impact, I am afraid that her mother will not survive either. Master, your eyes. Terumi Ming looked surprised. Because Yi Feng's eyes have also turned lavender, with black ripples emerging, there is no doubt that this is the eye of reincarnation. Nothing, it's just a little secret, Yi Feng replied with a light smile. Terumi nodded, feeling that there was no end in sight of her hard life. Yi Feng is strong and her life safety is guaranteed, but it also means that it is difficult for her to escape from the sea of suffering. That guy should be back, too. Yi Feng squinted his eyes. Hongdou hugged Ino with a dull face, comforting. Boom. 3 huge amounts of toad appeared, namely Toad Wentai, Toad Guang, Toad Jien, Toad Ji, as well as Shensaku, Shima, and Naruto, who had returned from practicing fairy mode. It is worth mentioning that Naruto cannot maintain the fairy mode by relying on 2 toad immortals because of the existence of 9 tails in his body. Naruto can only turn on the fairy mode by himself, and put 2 shadow duplications in Miaomu Mountain to practice fairy skills for backup. In this way, his fairy model has a time limit. As for why Naruto came here. Toad, who was in charge of communications, was killed. Toad of Miyamushan received the news immediately, knowing that Konoha might be in an accident. So Naruto hurried back to the village. Where is this place? Didn't it mean that the psychic returned to Konoha? Naruto was a little surprised. They were summoned by Shima using psychic techniques. But looking at this dusty place, there is no humans. Where is Konoha? This is Konoha, let's take a good look around. Ji-Ma said solemnly. Naruto looked around and found Konoha's iconic Hokage rock. But the place that was originally a village has now completely turned into a huge pit, with dust and smoke rising hundreds of meters high. The entire Konoha was turned into ruins. Who did this kind of thing? It's clear at a glance. Ji-Ma said solemnly. Chapter 134, Auto-generated chapter title. Fairy mode Naruto Uzumaki outside Konoha village. Pain Ludao slowly regained consciousness. Hell Road only used Hades to eat the damaged Shiro Road, and soon the Shiro Road became intact. Why are you so messy? Xiao Nan is still very worried. The use of a large-scale Shenluo Tianzheng is very heavy on Nagato. Because this is my justice, the beast replied calmly. As soon as the voice fell, the animal Dao was thrown out, and then the animal Dao in the air used psychic art to summon the other 5 pain. 6 pain is ready. Shen made a solemn expression. Naruto Uzumaki, the Shura Dao that had just recovered, rushed out. But Naruto, who had already turned on the fairy mode, was not what he used to be, and he smashed Shura Dao with a single punch. The battle is on the verge. A small slug entered Naruto's arms and kept talking about Pain's intelligence. Naruto asked if Mr. Kakashi was out of the village, and the answer was that Kakashi had died in battle. Psychic art. The Beast Road summoned a big cow. Due to the use of the super god Luo Tianzheng, Tiandao could not use that ability for the time being, and now he could only rely on a few other pens to support it. After fighting for less than 2 minutes, Naruto relied on the fairy mode to solve a hungry ghost road that absorbed ninjutsu. The fairy mode can control the natural energy of invisible and hit the opponent in the air. Yes, you have learned the same fairy model as teacher Ji Lai Yi. Tiandao said calmly. You said that Ji Lai is also a teacher? Naruto frowned. Yes, I followed Ji Lai and learned ninjutsu for several years. For you, I am your brother, we should have understood each other when we went out of the same school. Master has always been looking forward to peace. Tiandao admitted frankly. What a joke. Naruto directly condensed the spiral shuriken and injected the spiral pill with the chakra nature of the wind attribute. Used in the fairy mode, it can be thrown to attack. Destroying Konoha like this, no way can I see peace. Naruto shouted. You only see the trees but not the forest, but you don't understand the meaning of peace. Be obedient and catch it, your death will bring peace. Tiandao looked calm. Advertisement, didn't I tell you to stop joking? Naruto threw the spiral shuriken out. The pens provoked one after another, and the human realm threw the brutal Dao out, and was swept into pieces by chakra. The remaining 3 pain are Hell Dao, Beast Dao, and Heaven Dao. Psychic art. A strange bird landed from the sky and attacked Naruto. On the other side, a 3-headed dog that couldn't be killed but would keep splitting, a psychic beast dragged 3 toads. Your speed has slowed down. That trick just consumes too much chakra. Tiandao's tone was calm from beginning to end. Feng Dun Sand Dust. Shima uses ninjutsu to interfere with the battlefield. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Toad Wen jumped too far and directly ate Naruto and brewed Dao into his mouth. Where did you go? The perception in the field of vision is dark. Heavenly Dao and Hell Dao are also not clear about the location of the animal Dao. Spiral Lianwen. Naruto knocked down Beast Dao. In Toad's mouth. The way of heaven only happened at this time. But the animal road was knocked down, and the previous psychic beasts also disappeared one after another. The immortal mode of the body came into contact at this time, and Naruto summoned back a shadow duplication he had practiced in Miaomu Mountain, and opened the immortal mode again. Entering the fairy mode once, you can probably use the wind escape spiral shuriken twice. In other words, he now has 4 opportunities. Wind escape spiral shuriken. Naruto did not hesitation, entered the fairy mode again and directly launched ninjutsu. At this time, Hell Dao resurrected the previously defeated Hungry Ghost Dao, and ate this ninjutsu. Boom. A smoke bomb was thrown out. Although the time is short, but knowing the ability of the pains from the slugs, Naruto quickly formulated an offensive plan. It's useless. Seeing another wind escape spiral shuriken flying over, Hungry Ghost Road directly blocked the front. But this is Naruto's body change, not real ninjutsu. So you can't avoid it. Naruto directly hugged the Hungry Ghost and pressed it to the ground. The real wind escape spiral shuriken flew through the smoke at this time. The strength is finally restored. The sequelae of Tiandao's use of Super God Luo Tianzheng just disappeared at this time, and he directly shattered the spiral shuriken. It's not over yet. When using smoke bombs before, a shadow duplication jumped high in the sky. Using Helix Lianwen from a high place directly knocked down the Hell Road from behind, so that Pen, who was defeated, could no longer be resurrected. Advertisement, Shen Luo Tianzheng, Naruto and his own shadow duplication were directly shocked. The 3 toads wanted to attack, but they were also shot directly by this trick. Our illusion requires a certain amount of preparation time. Before that, I will rely on you to hold it, Shensaku and Shima said. Their frogs can stop the pens, but it takes time to prepare, and now I can only hope that Naruto can stop them. You are really strong, forcing Pain to this point, you are still the first. Tien Dao said blankly, but in fact, this was also due to the fact that Naruto knew the ability of each pen in advance, and Tien Dao happened to be in a period of weakness when the war started. Under various conditions, Ming Talon was able to defeat the 4 pens. Vientian Tianian, Tien Dao sucked Naruto over. Hungry Ghost Road hugged Naruto and directly absorbed all the chakras from Naruto. That's it. Heaven said indifferently, don't underestimate the fairy mode. Naruto roared. Hungry Ghost Dao is absorbing his chakra, but is the natural chakra of the fairy mode so easy to absorb? Those who do not have the body of immortals absorb natural chakras, and they will only be destroyed. What? Tien Dao was taken aback. The body of Hungry Ghost Dao that absorbed Naruto chakra turned into stone, and Naruto broke free. Now, you are the only one left, Ming Ren gasped. It seems that the fairy model is also risky. Tiandao watched the hungry ghost road turn into stone and got this answer. Ready. Child mother, Shen Zuo said. Vientian Tianian. Tiandao activated gravity and directly attracted the old toad, Shen Zuo. He wouldn't give these two toads a chance to use the illusion technique called immortal frog crow. I've had enough of that illusion. Tian Dao took out the black stick and penetrated Shen Zuo's chest. Toad Fairy died on the spot. Grandpa Fairy. Although Naruto wanted to stop him, he was absorbed in a large amount of chakra, and it was too late to block the movement of heaven. Chapter 135, Auto-generated chapter title, 135, The Capture of Nine Tails is complete? Konoha. Really all ruined, Ino's body was trembling. Although she survived, she was not happy at all. In this sad world, the weak can only be forced to endure pain forever. Yi Feng stood on a gravel and watched from a distance the battle between Naruto and Tiandao. Really, Feng, don't talk cold words, so please comfort poor Ino-chan anyway. Hongdou held the blonde ponytail girl in her arms and curled her lips. Women, it will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Yi Feng said something inexplicably. Don't worry, no one will hurt Ino with me. Idzuki continued. Sister Red Bean. Ino slowly closed his eyes and passed out into a coma. Her hometown was destroyed, her parents, clansmen, and friends were all killed. This pain caused her to collapse. Can't think anymore, it is no longer possible to go back in time. Kyuubi, the capture is complete. Tien Dao discarded Shen Zuo's body casually, and then used a black stick to penetrate Naruto. Folded hands together, a black rod was inserted into the ground. This thing had the effect of disrupting chakra. Naruto could no longer enter the fairy mode. That way, I will be a little more peaceful, Kyuubi. Heaven said lightly. As long as heaven still exists, other pain will be killed if they're killed. Anyway, as long as the corpse is provided, it can be recreated. Why did this kind of thing? Naruto shouted unwillingly. You ask me why? Things always happen suddenly, and the reason is only to be noticed afterwards. This situation. Let's talk a little bit. My goal is to complete the unfinished will of the teacher Jiraiya, as I said before, to breed peace and justice. Heaven said slowly. Peace, justice, what a joke. Destroy my master, my teacher, and Konoha like this. Why do you have the right to speak up there? Naruto said angrily. So, what is your purpose? Pain said lightly. Advertisement. I want to knock you down. I'm here to make this ninja world peaceful. Naruto replied without hesitation. Really, that's really an amazing thing, it's really justice. But turn my family, my companions, and my village into the same village as this one, you Konoha ninja. Are people like you qualified to speak of peace and justice? Pain retorted. When Konoha and other shinobu villages fought, the place was in the country of rain. When I was a child in Nagato, his parents were killed by Konoha's ninjas. In fact, Highway deliberately guided it, and Yahiko's death, in fact, has nothing to do with Konoha's danzo, and there have always been Highway and Motoi in the dark. How is this going? Naruto was silent for a moment. The country of fire, and Konoha, you are already too strong. For more resources and benefits, wars with other big countries will occur, and then the distribution of resources and benefits will be redecided. If you don't do this, someone will starve to death. And it is our innocent small countries and small villages that are the battlefields of big nations like you. Every time there is a war, our place will be devastated. In the end, your great country returns to stability, but what is left to us is endless suffering. I and you are expecting the same things. Both want to achieve the peace that teacher Jiraiya said. You and I are no different, each fighting for their own justice. What I did to Konoha is no different from what Konoha did to my village. The pain of losing something important, both you and I understand. We are all people who carry out revenge in the name of justice, but if revenge can be called justice, then more hatred will inevitably be born, causing a chain reaction. Living in this world, understanding the past, predicting the future. Humans are creatures that never understand each other. The brothers chatted about heaven, but Pain was really too careless, even trying to use mouth escape in front of the protagonist. If it's you, face the chain reaction of this hatred. What would you do? Can you solve the problem by killing me? Pain asked. This kind of thing, I don't know. Naruto is rarely confused. If Konoha's ninja ruined everything about this man, then he didn't know what to do with this kind of thing. Even if he kills Pain, maybe some Avengers will find Konoha again in the future, and the cycle continues. Only hatred is passed on from generation to generation, there is no justice at all. I collect tail beasts for peace. Advertisement. For this I need the power of 9 tails to create an unprecedented powerful weapon. It is so powerful that it can destroy a big country in an instant, and then let the world understand the pain, think about the pain, and use this fear to suppress the occurrence of war. The whole world will move towards true peace, Pain said. However, this kind of peace is nothing more than a lie. Naruto's eyes flickered. Humans are not such smart creatures. Otherwise, it is impossible to create peace. After a few decades, that restraining power will weaken again, but if someone uses the ultimate weapon again, fear will come again. The world will become peaceful again because of fear. This is my goal. Pain said. However, it was not so much his own goal as it was a Fei and Heiju who deliberately guided him to think so. After all, Nagato is just a toolman being used. You said the peace I hope for is false. But in this cursed world, there is nothing more false than the peace that people understand each other. Pain said. I want everyone, every village, every country, all human beings to understand each other. This idea was originally absurd. The lecherous fairy believes that the era when people understand each other will finally come. Different from you, Naruto said, it's just talking about it. What can someone like you who can't give an answer? All you can do is give me Kyuubi, Pain said. As he said, he took out a few black sticks again. The shoulders, legs, abdomen, 6 black rods affecting chakra pierced through Naruto's body. Boy, can't give up, you are the son of prophecy? I have believed in you since I came to death. Ji-Ma said angrily, it's really noisy Toad. Tiandao casually took a Shenluo Tianzheng, and Jima was blown away several hundred meters away. Boom. A figure suddenly appeared. At this point in time, who will come to the battlefield to rescue Naruto? You are. Chapter 136, auto-generated chapter title. Prologue, Naruto. Sakura, who was reincarnated from the dirty soil, said blankly. Her memory is still at the age of 12, and now the whole person is dumbfounded, and she doesn't know why she appeared here. Orochimaru's filthy earth reincarnation technique? Get in the way. Pain said irritably. Under Naruto's gaze, Sakura, who was reincarnated from the dirty earth, had her head cut off. But because the body is made of dirty soil, it quickly repaired on its own. Stop it. Hole. Naruto roared unwillingly. Since you can't kill, how about this? Pen directly used a black stick to penetrate Sakura on the ground. Due to the characteristics of the black rod interfering with chakra, it was like a seal technique. Sakura's body could no longer be repaired, and it was in a stagnant state. Sakura. Naruto roared again. It is precisely because of love that hatred arises, and only then can we know the pain. Boom, just as Pain was speaking, the explosion happened suddenly. Naruto, under the influence of extreme emotions, completely responded to the half of the 9-tailed roar in his body, and directly entered the 4-tailed state. Chakra, the dark red-tailed beast, filled his body and turned into a monster. Are you angry? Hate me? Now you can understand the pain a little bit? Tiandao said calmly. Heavenly Dao Pain is the most powerful of the 6 puppets, and even one can defeat the strength of the human column. Shuei Naruto roared again, and the tail behind him became 6. The white skeleton appeared on the body, once again forming a protective coat, and the 9-tailed chakra was more aggressive. This kind of momentum is very good, but my pain is above you. Pain said while avoiding the giant hand formed by the tail beast chakra. The battle between the two even knocked out the underground water, and the battlefield was getting farther and farther away from Konoha. Finally, Tiandao couldn't help but use the bottom pressing technique. Earth burst into the sky. A small black ball was thrown out of the hands of Tiandao Pain, and the strong gravitational force shattered the mountains. Luwei Naruto couldn't resist this force either and was completely absorbed into it. A giant ball with a diameter of several kilometers stagnated in the air like a small star. Nagato. At the place where Xiaonan and Nagato's body were, Nagato started coughing up blood after using this trick. Advertisement. Fine, compared to the moon made by the 6 immortals, my trick is far worse. Nagato said calmly. At the beginning, the 6 immortals used the earth and sky to make the moon. The ball he made now is nothing at all. I'm going to hang up. Yefeng hid in the dark. Sakura was called out deliberately to irritate Naruto. Naruto will explode in his plan, and then activate the Watergate chakra in his body to stabilize the seal of the tail beast again. Then there was a mouth escape, and Nagato was also impressed. It's time to leave this boring place. Yi Feng took a few women away. You don't have to look at it at all to know what will happen next. Nagato will be persuaded by Naruto, and then repent of his actions, and use the natural skills of the outside world and reincarnation to resurrect the people he killed in Konoha. A week later, Konoha's affair is over. Akatsuki's Nagato finally resurrects the person he killed, and Naruto becomes a hero. Tsunade fell into a coma because of chakra exhaustion, and the 5 Shadows meeting organized by Fu Shao had already sent an invitation to Konoha. At a critical moment, Danzo successfully seized the position of Hokage and temporarily took over the 6th generation of Hokage. What? Danzo made Hokage. When Sasuke got the news, he was stupid. That kind of secretly mouse can be recommended to sit on Hokage. Does Konoha really have a meaning to exist? Yes, that guy became the 6th generation of Hokage. But if you can kill him, this 6th generation should be gone. Afei said. What happened to Konoha? Due to Pen's attack, Konoha selected a new Naruto to participate in the 5 Shadows talks. That's it, then make a big fuss, go to the place where the 5 Shadows talks and kill Danzo. The country of Iron. Under the organization of the 3 ships, the 5 Shadows gathered together. It is worth mentioning that the water shadow of Wuyan village was also a temporary elected guy, because Terumi Mei was taken away. The 4th generation Raikage, I. The 3rd generation of soil shadows, Onoki. Gaara is the 5th generation Fengyin. The 6th generation of Hokage, Danzo, temporary. The 6th generation of water shadow, Changjiro, temporary. Advertisement. In response to Lord Raikage's call, the shadows of the villages are here today to negotiate and discuss matters concerning the Fu Shao organization. Mifune said. The country of Iron is a neutral country, and holding meetings here is assured for everyone. The 5 Shadows talks held in the past were basically held here. 5 Shadows has really changed a lot, Onoki said. Among the current 5 Shadows, his age is the oldest. Before when he was still young, Shima and Madara were still alive, but at that time he was not Hokage, the reason was a ninja. Being a shadow at this age is really awesome, Onoki said. I don't know if it's a compliment or ridicule, but it was obviously to Gaara and Chojuro. Gaara is okay, and the reaction is relatively flat, while Chojuro is completely unsuccessful. He was originally an introvert and even some inferiority guys. Your Excellency Feng, your father must teach you very well, right? It's a pity that he is an uneducated guy, Onoki said. In his impression, the 4th generation Feng is a shameless guy. Yes, that's why I stand here to become Feng. Gaara didn't care too much and replied calmly. Sasuke is naughty again. The so-called sunny, rain stopped, Urzuzi felt that he was doing it again. Facing Rai Ying was almost cut to death, facing Tu Ying was almost killed by Chen Dun, and finally relied on Baiju and Bring Tu to escape alive. But Dato also successfully declared war, saying that he would start the 4th Ninja War on Akatsuki's behalf. And Sasuke behind and brought the soil to intercept Danzo, who was going to return to Konoha, and finally succeeded in killing that guy. The temporary 6th generation Hokage was killed. And at this point in time, a long time has passed. Feng, it feels like you don't care about external affairs. Idzuki said. The most important people, don't they usually appear at the end? It's not a kid anymore, I fight and kill all day long. The Night Wind is lazy. Holding a book in his hand, the whole person looks like an ordinary person. There hasn't been much experimental research recently, and I'm basically resting, and I leave things to my subordinates to do. But Ino's state is quite strange. Although her family was resurrected, she did not return to Konoha, but was brainwashed by red beans or something, and chose to stay here. Chapter 137, Auto-generated chapter title. Other gods reappear 1 month later. The 4th Ninja World War, you actually prepared these things. Yi Feng is rarely with a Fei. It is divided into White Jew and Black Jew. Among them, Bai must be able to copy himself, similar to cloning. In order to prepare for this battle in the ninja world, Baiju's number is 100,000, enough to face the ninja coalition forces of the 5 great nations. As for Highway, that is Huai's ray of consciousness duplication, which can be regarded as a special duplication with his own independent personality. Insufficient high-end combat power will trouble your dirty soil to reincarnate. Take the soil said. There is nothing to hide, he is Uchiha. Unclean earth reincarnating spots. Instead of using the reincarnation technique, the adult will be very angry when he is resurrected. Yi Feng smiled. This is also something that can't be helped. Bring the soil calmly. Nagato was persuaded by Naruto, which he did not expect. We have to recycle the reincarnation bring soil. Never got out of the ground. Nagato's body is still kept in Xiaonan's place, and the eyes of Samsara must be retrieved. Puff. Tai Tu was about to answer, but unexpectedly a hand pierced his heart. It was definitely cultivated by Madara Uchiha. Anyone can betray the Akatsuki organization, but it is absolutely impossible. Before Tai Tu had time to say anything, his head was twisted by the night wind. Shenwei is really troublesome ability, even if I want to do it, I have to plot it. Yi Feng said with a smile. Divine power can blur the body, even he thinks it is better to be cautious, otherwise it would be troublesome to let the dirt escape. Heiju was killed by his rebirth eye-seeking jade, while Baiju's body was controlled by other gods. Now the soil is also killed by him. Deidara died in the previous battle with Sasuke, before the decisive battle between Sasuke and Itachi. And Sasuke's team also left Akatsuki not long ago. Now that the official members of Akatsuki's organization, there are only 4 people left. Yi Feng, Xiao Nan, Baiju, and Gui Yu. Among them, Xiao Nan is also a traitor. Nagato chooses to believe in Uzumaki Naruto's words, Xiaonan naturally believes in what Nagato believes. Baiju is not a human being, the only real living beings are actually Yefeng and Giyu. Gudong. The night wind ate the kaleidoscope with soil. In this way, he obtained the complete ability of the divine power. Owner, it's time to get the reincarnation eye. Advertisement Baiju's body respectfully said, also. Yi Feng left the dim basement. Starting today, the real man behind the scenes has become his night wind. Akatsuki's efforts over the years have only helped him unify the world. Uni sauce. The girl said timidly, what's up? I'm going to go far, also, it's okay, don't call it Ernie sauce, it's numb. Yi Feng stroked the girl's hair. If you meet my father on the battlefield, can you spare him? Ino blinked. That won't work, you have to pray that he'd better not go to the battlefield. The night wind is far away. It's useless to say that, Oino. To stay in this kind of place, you must have the consciousness of sacrificing everything, just like Hinata. Red Bean Yu said earnestly. Hinata, now let you go and kill Hyuga Nisu, can you do it? Idzuki smiled evilly. Kill. Hinata's face was calm. By now, there was no retreat, only to choose to follow that man. Ino's disguised smile suddenly turned into a bitter face, and he stared at Hinata with some annoyance. Sister Xian, don't grab my candy. Kahuo and Xian seem to have fun. And in a certain place in Lulan Kingdom, Queen Sarah is still waiting for the real master of the kingdom. Definitely, Yi Feng doesn't really care about these women. Maybe, who knows? After all, that was originally a moody B*******************. D-man. After one day. Yuyan village. Dark and heavy clouds covered the village, and torrential rain accumulated into a torrent. It seems that you don't plan to hand over the eyes of reincarnation obediently. Yi Feng said. A woman with a good figure stood opposite, who was Xiao Nan from the Akatsuki organization. Why you? I thought it would be Alfie who came to the door. Xiao Nan was a little surprised. A Fei's existence is closely related to Xiao, and even existed since Xiao was founded. Advertisement: Uchiha Belt Soil was killed by me. Now I am Akatsuki's leader, Yi Feng said. That's fine, I originally planned to get rid of him. Since you came here instead of him, then you should die together. Xiao Nan said solemnly. Do you think you can kill me? Even if you have worked together, don't think I will show mercy to women. Yi Feng couldn't help laughing. Anyway, you and Nagato are so naive, they would choose to betray Akatsuki and believe in Uzumaki Naruto. The man continued. He is bright, so everyone has the flower of hope. Xiao Nan was in a trance. Since Nagato believes that Naruto can achieve peace, she also chooses to believe in Naruto. Naruto has the shadow of Yahiko, but she surpasses Yahiko. To this day, you are still wearing Akatsuki's clothes. Yi Feng said. Akatsuki was created by Yahiko. The red cloud on this dress symbolizes the bloody war in Yuyin village. Neither you nor a Fei are just stealers, the real Akatsuki does not belong to you, nor does this dress belong to you. Xiao Nan said coldly. And the Eye of Reincarnation is something owned by the ninja Nagato of Yuyin village, and it doesn't belong to a person like you either. Orochimaru. Xiao Nan's body began to turn into paper. First, the creation of the Akatsuki organization was facilitated by someone, including your goals, and killing Yahiko in order to change your goals. Second, Nagato's reincarnation eyes do not belong to him, those eyes belong to Uchiha Madara. Third, do you really think you can win and stop me? The last sentence sounded, and the night wind had come to Xiao Nan's side. The divine power was activated, and everything around it began to twist and pour into the different space. I will take you to that world. Xiao Nan's voice is very calm. It turns out that the detonation talisman was mixed in. Yefeng had to give up experimenting with his new ability. The divine power vortex stopped. Boom, after a violent explosion, the two separated again. There were a few more holes in Yifeng's clothes, while Xiao Nan was breathing a little, consuming a lot of strength. You are darkness. In a world without light, flowers can only wither. Xiao Nan shouted, and the sea surface, where the two were located, was immediately separated. This is not the sea surface at all, but the sea camouflaged by countless sheets of paper, and the water on the surface is only a small part. Chapter 138, Auto-generated chapter title, 138, 600 billion detonation talisman. You seem to have taken Alfie's ability. It happens that I have studied his blur, and it can last for 5 minutes at most. And the 600 billion detonating charms I prepared for this. Jiaodu. WDNMD, able to explode for 10 minutes. Xiao Nan's voice is very cold. This is the art of the paper of the gods, the limit she can manipulate. Controlling so many detonating charms, and disguising them to the point where she can't detect it, her ability has been used to its limit. Go to hell. Boom, the shocking explosion sounded throughout the sea, and Yuyin village was even shaking. The 10-minute explosion with ultra-high intensity, absolutely no one can resist. In fact, Xiao Nan's guess is correct. Even if Yi Feng exposes his own body, he will suffer a certain degree of injury in the face of such an explosion. Injured in the hands of a little girl, what a joke. Susanna. The night wind directly activated the power of Suzuo in a complete state. A giant in black armor with a height of 100 meters, holding 2 huge amounts of samurai swords, and a pair of unspread wings behind him. Under the blessing of reincarnation's eye pupil power, he held it for 10 minutes and exploded. Thus, Xiao Nan was crawling on the surface of the water, her chakra almost exhausted. How? I'll die in this way. The sound of the night wind faintly sounded. The explosion was so violent that even Xiao Nan couldn't see the internal situation clearly, and could only think that the guy was blown to powder. Puff. The black rod formed by Chu Daoyu penetrated Xiao Nan's abdomen. The ultimate substance formed by the yin and yang escaped Xiao Nan's final resistance in an instant. Why? You should have been killed, even if you get Alfie's ability. Xiao Nan looked at the blood flowing out of his abdomen incredibly. Do not forget, I'm Yefeng, or Dashemaru, you guys prefer the last name. I got Alfie's ability, but it doesn't mean I only have his ability. Want to kill Death God? The pupils of Yifeng's eyes changed to the appearance of reincarnation eyes. This is the Eye of Reincarnation? How could you have it? Advertisement. Xiao Nan lost his voice. Yifeng was taken back by Chu Daoyu, and she only had the strength to speak reluctantly. The real Eye of Reincarnation is like this, you can switch a will, instead of opening the eye like Nagato you can't close it. His eyes are from Uchiha Madara, and they have been exploited from beginning to end. Now, it's time for you to tell me where Nagato is. The night breeze said lightly, Yahiko, Nagato, their will not dissipate. Xiao Nan's eyes were in a daze. The dark clouds in Yuyin village dissipated at this moment, and the long-lost sunlight fell. This is something that hasn't been seen once in many years. A rainbow hung on the sea after the explosion. Xiao Nan looked a little fascinated. Naruto, he will be a bridge to peace, I believe so. I am a flower that is not afraid of withering. I will send you on the road now. I don't know where the power came from. Xiao Nan reappeared the technique of paper escape, and a circle of white paper changed into a garland. Back to light? Yi Feng sneered, opened the eyes of reincarnation and just walked over. Under the protection of repulsive force, all paper cannot be approached. Tell me the location obediently. An illusion was launched, and Xiao Nan finally lost his last chance to resist. And finally knowing the location, Yi Feng also succeeded in getting what he wanted, Uchiha Madara's reincarnation eye. For the sake of working together, Xiao Nan's body was not destroyed. There is only a dark world, what's so bad? Are you finally going to start fighting? This war is over, the teacher can rest, right? Hongdou said with a chuckle. Just coming out of the bathroom, drops of water dripped from the hair, and the looming delicate body made people think about it. It's nothing more than a mob, even if I don't have Akatsuki's army, I can use my power to destroy the world. The Night Wind said calmly. With the collection of filthy reincarnations he possessed, it was enough for the Ninja Alliance to bother and headache. Adzuki Beans, you seem to be fat. Yi Feng grabbed the woman's cheeks and tugged at both sides. Nothing. Red Bean curled his lips. The Ninja World War is over, let's get married, brother. Xian sneaked in from nowhere, with a smirk on his face. Don't arbitrarily set up this kind of flag advertisement. Really? Yi Feng shook his head. Marriage or something, to be honest, he didn't want to get married at all. How did Hinata and Hinahu react? Yi Feng said again. After returning to the base, he took all the reincarnation eyes from Sister Hyuga and ate them all by himself. It was originally for this purpose. Although it can also be cultivated as a powerful subordinate, it is more reassuring to hold something like power in one's own hands forever. The reincarnated eyes were taken away, and the Hinata sisters put on ordinary white eyes. And Wawo's bloodline power seemed to have been squeezed dry, no longer reacting with the new eyes. The body is a little weak, but it's not a major problem. Adzuki replied. But, brother, do you really want to resurrect that thing? That's Huie. Xian couldn't help but said. Wei Yi is the mother of the 6 Tao Immortals, and even the 6 Tao Immortals cannot kill the existence that can only be sealed. Resurrect that kind of person, what if the Night Wind can't beat it? Wei Yi really cannot be killed, but it doesn't mean that I can destroy her. Isn't the sprite also an ancient monster that cannot be killed? I don't kill her, I just destroy her memory and then take that power away. Yi Feng said calmly. Wei Yi is an immortal physique, and he can only swallow that kind of power and take it as his own. It is impossible to obliterate that kind of power. You must win, teacher. Hongdou stared at the man, her voice delicate and gentle. If you are dead, I will also go to that world to accompany you. Hongdou blinked and said. Don't worry, a man like me is destined to harm the world, how could he die? Yi Feng smiled. The Ninja World War finally arrived. The 5 major countries sent their own ninja troops to form a ninja team of tens of thousands of people. Reikage is the commander-in-chief. The commander is Shikamaru, and his intellect has conquered these shadows of Shinobu. The ninja coalition was divided into several units and marched in different directions, and the battle with Akatsuki was about to start. But the battle was not as easy as imagined. In terms of numbers, the Ninja Alliance is even at a disadvantage. 100,000 white absolute, the powerful old generation who reincarnated from the filthy soil. Whether it is low-level cannon fodder or high-end combat power, almost the Akatsuki organization has an advantage here. The 4th Ninja War, this is the beginning, Chapter 139, auto-generated chapter title. The 4th Ninja World War. The leader of the ninja unit, the 1st unit is Darui, Reikage's powerful assistant. The captain of the 2nd unit, the Lois of Yanyan village. The captain of the 3rd unit, Kakashi Konoha. The captain of the 4th unit, the 5th generation Fungi Ngara, is also the commander-in-chief of all units. Captain of the 5th unit, 3 ships of the Iron Country. And the other side, reincarnated from the dirty soil. Yefeng summoned a large number of coffins and took out all his collections. Thousands of hands Juma, thousands of hands, Sarutobi, Nami Fengshuiman, Konoha's predecessor Hokage are all present. The 2nd generation of Water Shadow, the 3rd generation of Reikage Eye, have 6 ninjas of gold and silver horns. There is also the human column power collected before. 2-tailed teak, 3-tailed Yukura, 4-tailed Old Purple, 5-tailed Man, 6-tailed Feathers High, and 7-tailed Fu. Although the number is small, it is also convenient to control. If there are too many people who are reincarnated from the dirty soil, there will be uncontrollable situations, and even those who are reincarnated from the dirty soil deliberately release water. Send them just to stop the army? Baiju's body asked. 5 shadows or something, just leave it to me to deal with it. I don't bother to deal with the scum, so let these guys clean it up. Yi Feng said. His goal is Yao, and then by the way, he will tidy up the current Gokage. As for Naruto, that guy had already hit his other gods, but he didn't know it. After collecting all the tail beasts with the outer golem, he can resurrect the 10 tails, and then digest the 10 tails by himself. Erase Kaguya's personality and inherit that power to become a new god. Report. A lot of white weird people appeared on the battlefield. There are so many, there seems to be no pain, the combat effectiveness is not weak, and you can divide or integrate. There was news from a ninja. Hearing that, Wu Ying frowned. The ninja villages of the 5 big countries are united together. If this kind of number can't eliminate the Akatsuki organization, I am afraid they will be laughed at by the people of the world. The battle started, and all sides encountered their own opponents. If it's just a cannon fodder, it's actually not that difficult for the ninja army. But with the addition of a lot of resurrected powerhouses, the victorious Libra began to lean towards Akatsuki. Something like human Julie controls the tail beast directly to the tail beast Jade, Even if the ninja coalition can solve it, there will be a large number of ninjas who will consume the chakra. The person who reincarnated from the dirty earth is chakra infinite. It's been a long time since I saw you. The night wind appeared on the battlefield where the 5 shadows were. He came here and brought Konoha's 4 Hokage with him by the way. Orochimaru, advertisement, how dare you play with decedent like this? Tsunade clenched his fists angrily. Senjujuma, is that the ninja god called Senjujuma? Chojuro was frightened and his legs were a little weak. Senjujuma, Uchiha Madara, the 2 legendary ninjas who ended the Sengoku period. Even that kind of people have been resurrected, can this battle really be won? In the interim, I told you before, don't use this forbidden technique. Look at how much trouble it is causing everyone now. The pillar curled his lips and looked at his brother. Cut. Don't go too far. At the beginning, he studied the art of reincarnation from the unclean soil, in order to resurrect the Chianshu Juma. It's a pity that he died before he finished his research. Hateful. Tsunade was even more furious. Seeing modern Hokage slaughter his ninja coalition on the battlefield, he was so angry. We must stop those strong who are resurrected, Onoki said solemnly. Those modern films are already extremely powerful. Now that the regenerative healing factor plus the unlimited chakras, the Ninja Alliance will only be slaughtered if there are no masters to participate in the war. Go and seal those shadows first. The incumbent Wying quickly made a decision. Want to stop them? Let's talk about it after passing my level. Yi Feng walked out alone. Ha ha. Tsunade rushed over with a sneer and smashed the night wind to 100 meters away with a fist. If Da Shiwan can kill it, it's definitely better. As long as you kill the artificer who reincarnated from the filthy soil, this kind of ninjutsu will naturally be broken. As expected of Tsunade, he is still so powerful. Unfortunately, you only have this advantage. Yi Feng stood up slowly, unscathed at all. The eyes of reincarnation were opened, and this kind of attack could not hurt him. Master Naruto. Gaara flew over the sand, and the other shadows also rushed to the battlefield. As long as the Dashawan is killed, the filthy soil will be reincarnated without attacking. The 5 shadows are ready, it seems we can have a good time. Yefeng still looked calm. All preparations have been completed ahead of time, and now there is no need to worry about anything. Advertisement, it's 5-1 now, don't be too optimistic. Tsunade said coldly. She knows more or less about Oshimaru's abilities, and she has a great escape, but the frontal fighting power. That is, the Eye of Reincarnation? Onoki found something was wrong. Oshimaru's eyes have changed, it is undoubtedly the legendary reincarnation eye. Yes, and it's not an ordinary reincarnation eye. Yi Feng smiled lightly. In Samsara's eyes there are 6 black Guyu Jade, which evolved after absorbing Uchiha Madara's pupil power. Beyond the ordinary reincarnation eye, this is the 6 Go Jade reincarnation eye. It is only the last step from the legendary Jade reincarnation riding round eyes. Just now you said 5-1, right? Then as you wish, come 5-1. Yi Feng made a seal in his hand and separated 25 shadow duplications. Every shadow duplication uses Suzuo Nohu, a giant in black armor with a height of 25 and 100 meters appears. The body hasn't started yet, only a means has calmed the 5 shadows. Desert burial. Gaara controlled countless sands and rushed over. In any case, stop these huge amounts of monsters first. Small gravel. Hateful, roar, Onoki had to take out ninjutsu. Yi Feng said arrogantly, if Wying couldn't even solve the problem, it would be really disappointing. And the destructive power is strong, which means that the consumption of chakra will be very serious. Naruto and Raikage reluctantly, while Toying has no successors, otherwise they would not appear on the battlefield at this age. The Suzanos waved their knives one after another, cutting all the sand away in less than half a minute. Chojuro is a waste at all, and Gaara is mediocre to the extreme. Dust escaped the technique of boundary stripping. This is an upgraded version of the original world stripping technique. It has a larger range and greater power, and any objects in it will be decomposed into atomic states. It deserves to be 3 generations of Tu Ying. Da Yemu was supported by Gaara, barely standing. The chakra in his body was consumed 7 or 88, and he was almost 80 years old, and he felt very helpless. 5 shadows is nothing but that. Yi Feng looked calm. Chapter 140. Auto-generated chapter title, The Defeat of the Allied Forces. The sky is shaking the stars. Yi Feng put his hands together, the reincarnation eyes in his eyes thoroughly used all his strength. As the meteorite tears the air and appears, the sky within a radius of a circle is full of shadows. This trick can summon the meteorite to fall out of thin air. It is simple and rude, and there is no way to escape whether the enemy or ourselves. However, he can't be injured in this kind of attack, and the ninja army on this battlefield will be all affected. Is this really something humans can do? Meteorite is going to fall. How can it be? Everyone, hurry up and leave. Onoki was very anxious, and after thinking about it, he finally flew towards the meteorite by himself. The number of ninja coalition forces is meaningless at this time. No one knew that the Eye of Reincarnation would be so powerful, and the strength of Dashawan was beyond everyone's imagination. Damn it. Legend has it that the leader of Akatsuki's organization has been killed? How come Dashawan also has reincarnation eyes? Is it the guy who transplanted it? Ah. Gaara also used all the chakras. Up to now, only the shadows can stop this attack. The sand on the ground soared into the sky, slowing down the falling meteorite slightly. Onoki's ultralight rock art also reduced the weight of the meteorite. Reikage angrily turned on the lay-done chakra mode and was about to rush forward, but was stopped by Tsunade. It is easy to destroy a meteorite, but a broken meteorite will still cause irreparable death and injury to the army. Tsunade explained, frowning tightly. With the strength of the 5 shadows, the difficulty is not to smash the meteorite, but how to avoid the damage of the meteorite. Even if the meteorite exploded, it would still cause a lot of casualties to the Ninja Coalition forces. Humph. Rai Ying glanced bitterly at Da Xuan, who was watching the show, and squeezed his fist to death. Gaara and Onoki tried desperately to intercept, the meteorite finally suspended in the air, buying time for everyone to retreat and escape. In one move, tens of thousands of ninjas can only flee in embarrassment and linger. Is this the power of the reincarnation eye? Hongdou saw the meteorite in the sky a few miles away, and his eyes were extremely shocked. Her life-saving ability is not reminded, so she can appear in such a place to watch the show. This guy, the ghost shark on the battlefield, was also very shocked. It turned out that Dashemaru had hidden so many hole cards, but he hadn't found it before, only thinking that he was a lunatic doing human experiments. It's not over yet. Yi Feng smiled coldly. Advertisement. Boom. The second trembling star smashed down. The next meteorite fell on top of the previous one with a loud noise. Cough cough cough. Onoki's head was hit, and he vomited a lot of blood, falling like a kite that dropped. Gaara also exhausted all the chakras and collapsed on the ground, unable to move. I'm going to go, Lei Ying said cruelly. Lay-done chakra mode was developed to its limit and rushed towards the meteorite. Tsunade sighed, and the figure followed closely. This will cause a lot of casualties, but there is no other way. It is better than all these ninjas are killed. Innocent. Yi Feng did not rush to continue doing it. Boom. The meteorite was bombarded by Tsunade and Reikage with their best efforts. Countless rock fragments fell. This was the attack that Wying could no longer dare to attack. In the face of Dashemaru's attack methods, they are so weak, it is almost like a baby facing an adult. Do not want, run away. The Ninja Coalition forces were buried by this move, and the number of casualties directly exceeded 20,000. The army was defeated. Orochimaru, Tsunade stood up from the ruins and roared. Not only grief and anger, but also despair. Because Dashemaru's strength was too terrifying, even their 5 shadows hadn't hurt each other until now. Go to hell. Yi Feng didn't bother to look at these guys again. Earth burst into the sky. A small black ball appeared, and at the same time a shadow duplication was separated again. Shadow duplication directly used Susanoo Nohu, a 100-meter-long black samurai sword, to cut all the 5 shadows in half on the spot. And the starburst star also exerted its effect in the air at this time. Flee. 5 shadows are dead. The Ninja Coalition forces completely lost their fighting spirit and fled from the rout, leaving the remaining survivors completely turned into scattered sand. And the indiscriminate attacks of the Earth Blast and the stars finally broke out. The horrible attraction directly seduced everyone in the past, and Absorbent turned into a giant ball in the sky. This is the power of the true gods. Advertisement. Even bigger than the one made by Nagato, Yefeng created a huge sphere with a diameter of 10 kilometers, and more than 30,000 people were buried. My lord, you can prepare to resurrect the 10 tails. Baiju's body emerged from Yi Feng. Relying on his parasitic ability, he has been watching the battle on Yi Feng. He who had fallen into other gods was now a faithful slave of this man. Yi Feng nodded and headed directly to the other side, by the way, summoning all the human Julie back. The battlefield where Naruto and Kurabi are. A short while. Vientiane Tianyan, Amaterasu. As soon as the Night Wind met, Kurabi lost the battle. Hateful. Naruto turned on the 9-tailed chakra mode and threw out several spiral shurikens, but they were all shattered by the Night Wind. He is not a guy like Nagato. Come here, Naruto. Yi Feng said. Naruto's eyes suddenly changed, and he walked over in a daze. He had fallen into other gods. In fact, he was already unable to resist this man's orders. Psychic art. Yi Feng summoned a huge amounts of humanoid monster with 9 blood-red eyes on its head. Kirabi's 8 tails were eaten, half of the 9 tails in Naruto's body, and half of the 9 tails in the 4th generation of Hokage reincarnated from the dirty soil were all eaten. Roar, the monstrous aura of the outer golem almost frightened the ninja army, and each of them hated them for running 2 feet long. The news of the defeat in other battlefields hasn't reached here, but the ninjas here don't have the idea of fighting anymore. The 8 tails and 9 tails have been acquired by opponents, and there is another monster that seems to be difficult to deal with. 10 tail, it's mine. Yi Feng gave a satisfied smile. His black hair turned white, his skin turned black, and he was wearing the white coat of the 6 Tao Immortals. 8 Taoist jade floats around his back in a circle, holding 6 staffs in his hand. Psychic art. Absorbing the outgoing golem into the body, Yefeng summoned the sacred tree. Now he is the 10-tailed person's strength, and has completely inherited all the power of the reincarnation eye. The positive sign allows you to be nourishment. The growth speed of the sacred tree exceeded everyone's imagination, but the height broke through the clouds in an instant, and countless branches entangled all the ninjas. Chakra devours the ninja frantically. Even 9 tails looked like a little fox in front of this giant tree. 6 decibels Chapter 141, Auto-generated chapter title, Wei Yi's Resurrection. This world is mine. Yi Feng's forehead revealed the third eye, which was a blood-red eye with reincarnation ripples, and 9 black guyu. Jiugo Jade Reincarnation writes round eyes. For the time being, let's use an unlimited monthly reading. The third eye of Yi Feng looked at the moon in the sky that did not know when it turned into a bloody color, and the pattern of the Jade Reincarnation writing round eyes was reflected on the moon. As the purple light flourished on the moon, the unlimited moon reading was officially launched. Under this ultimate illusion, all humans will enter the world of illusion, unless they can escape from the Uchiha tribe who can turn on Susanoo. This is just for the convenience of conquering the world. After he kills all the ninjas in this world, he can cancel the unlimited monthly reading. As the madness spread, the roots of the sacred tree stretched out and skyrocketed, as if turning into countless tentacles, winding away tens of thousands of ninjas one by one, wrapping them tightly into mummies. Even the people on Xiao's side were no exception. Roar, it's finally done, Yi Feng said with emotion. After planning for so many years, he finally realized his ambition to rule the world. The sacred tree extracts chakras from the ninjas, and then resurrects the real Tentails, which is Itsuki Kagaya. 5 hours later, the endless chakras rushed into the body of the night breeze from the sacred tree, which was enough for tens of thousands of ninjas. When the night wind was almost uncontrollable, a figure of a woman with white hair and white clothes appeared. Itsuki Kagaya was resurrected. White skin and blue-white long hair, 1 white hair over the ankles, no eyebrows, 2 horns on the head, white eyes, and a 9-hooked jade samsara writing round eye on his forehead. As soon as she came alive, she regained several percent of her power. But due to Yi Feng's powerful devouring physique, she could not swallow this man, and even 60% of her power belonged to Yi Feng. Advertisement. Who the hell are you guys? Wei Yi frowned tightly. Not only was her strength unable to erode this man, but her strength was swallowed. When I eat you, you will know. Yi Feng smiled lightly, watching the woman casually. This is the most powerful existence on this plane, but the power is now weaker than him. As long as this eye is not taken away, you can't defeat me. I am the god of this world, Wei Yi said. With the power of 9 Guyu Jade Reincarnation to write round eyes, those gaps can be made up, and even overtaken. She is confident to kill this little thief who stole her own power. After thousands of years of waiting, she was finally resurrected. How could she give up the throne? Thousands of years ago, people in ancient times did not know the true origin of chakra, and all human beings were ordinary people. Until one day, the Tatankamoto family planted a sacred tree. In order to provide nutrients to the sacred tree, the Tatankamoto family sent Huiye and Datongmu to the earth to plant the sacred tree. The two were originally a pair of partners, but for some reason, Huiye launched a surprise attack on Yishi and almost killed him. After that, Huiye guarded the sacred tree alone. After the chakra fruit matures, the Datongmamoto family will send someone to the earth to collect the sacred tree fruit and welcome Huiye to return to the outer planet. This is the original plan. But the development of things was unexpected. After Huiye descended into the world, she accidentally met and fell in love with the Lord of the Motherland, the Emperor's son. However, she was at the mercy of mankind. Her feelings were betrayed and became the enemy of mankind. In a desperate situation, Huiye had to swallow the fruit of the sacred tree that can only bear fruit for 1,000 years, and then obtained the chakra and the power of the sacred tree. Later, Huiye launched an infinite moon reading, turning all mankind, including the emperor, into the offerings of the sacred tree. Only a part of the mankind was washed out of memory and put back, in order to avoid the extinction of mankind. After that, Huiye gained the supreme status and ability on the earth. Roar is omnipotent. It can be said to be no different from a goddess. Advertisement. After tasting the delicacy of power and strength, Wei Yi no longer wanted to return to her original planet. But because Huiye stole the fruit of the sacred tree, she had always been afraid of the day when members of the Tatankamoto family would come to the earth to get the fruit of the sacred tree. Therefore, she kept using humans to worship the sacred tree, so as to create a large number of living weapons for nothing, just to face the enemies who came to the earth in the future. As time passed, the problem came. It was too lonely to live alone, and Wei Yi developed the urge to want a child. So Kagaya accepted the blessing of mankind and used the power of the sacred tree to conceive 2 brothers, Hai and Hamura. A few years later, 2 children were born, and they inherited Huai's ability from birth. The eldest son was named Itsuki Yui, who inherited the reincarnation eye and the power of Kagaya, and the second son was named Itsuki Yumura, who inherited Kaguyu's white eyes, all with extraordinary abilities. But what is surprising is that when the 2 children grow up, they become enemies with their mothers. In order to protect humans, Hai and Hamura repeatedly asked Kagaya to suspend worship of the sacred tree, and finally aroused Kaguyu's anger and wanted to take back the chakra she gave to the 2 children. So Yui and Hamura held a fairy tin rod against their mother Kagaya, and the battle between the 3 continued for several months. Finally, Hai and Hamura used the power of yin and yang to seal their mother with the earth-booming stars. The stones on the ground flew into the air, wrapping Huiye into a spherical stone, and then flew to a high altitude that no one could reach, forming the moon. This is the story of Wei Yi. If you have to say it, Huiye is actually right, but the 2 children who are on the side of the righteous are the ones who are wrong. After all, Wei Yi is not a human being on Earth, and she has nothing to do with the humans here. Her values, world outlook, etc. are completely different from those on Earth. For her, sacrificing a bit of humans to create a white army is no different from humans raising pigs and fattening them to kill and eat meat. In her eyes, this is nothing more than normal. It is already Wei Yi's great kindness to leave a little ignition seed so that humans can continue to reproduce and not be extinct. However, Wei Yi made the mistake of allowing the two children to grow up with ordinary humans. Even though the physical appearance and ability are close to Kaguya's children in all aspects, they have a human heart mentally, and start thinking about problems from a human standpoint. It finally led to the tragedy. To put it a bit ugly, Hai and Hamura were originally completely aliens, but after spending a long time with humans, they finally became humans in their hearts. From the standpoint of mankind, the two brothers have indeed saved mankind. They are great enough to be recorded in the annals of history, written as poems and sung for thousands of years. But from the standpoint of Kaguya, this matter can be as ridiculous as it is. Chapter 142, Auto-generated chapter title. Devouring 10 Tales. Think about having two children and let them play games with a bunch of domestic animals since they were young. As a result, the two children's wings stiffened when they grew up, and they even imprisoned their mother for a lifetime for the beloved domestic animal. Such a scam, no one can accept it, right? But in the end, it will cause such a tragedy, and Wei Yi originally also has a great responsibility. After all, it's education. Children are not allowed to recognize their identity from an early age, and they are not allowed to have the worldview values that belong to alien. Even if a tiger is the king of beasts, if he has been kept in a zoo since he was born, he can eat meat by walking and roaring all day long. I don't know what a real tiger looks like or why it's fighting. I don't know the difference between myself and the other creatures in the zoo. Such a tiger is no longer considered a tiger, it is not from the heart. At this time, the zookeeper pointed to the tiger's own mother and asked the two little tigers to beat her mother, because this tiger came from the outside world. It was cruel and ruthless to eat people without spitting out bones, which was very terrifying. The two tigers had listened to the caretaker since they were young, and now they naturally do not suspect him, and decisively knocked down their mother. I thought I saved the caretaker and all the fellow animals in the zoo, but I didn't know that I was the really ridiculous and sad guy. You are special. Wei Yi stared at Yi Feng with a curious look. You are special. Wei Yi scanned Yi Feng's body curiously. In thousands of years, apart from the reincarnation of her two children, it was the first time that an outsider could reach the 6 realms. It is worth mentioning that the appearance of the night wind explosion also successfully attracted Wei Yi's attention. The first time I saw such a handsome and beautiful boy, the abstinent Kaguya couldn't help but waver. This kind of look doesn't always feel like a murderous look. Yi Feng curled his lips. The ancestor of chakra doesn't seem to know the current situation. Does she still think that she has a chance to spare her life? You don't want to tease me, do you? Are you greedy for my body? You're mean? Yi Feng smiled. What's the meaning? After being sealed for thousands of years, Huai's understanding of human language is still stuck in the Warring States period. Naturally, he was confused about Yi Feng's words. This woman's stupid and sweet character, if it weren't for her soft-heartedness, how could those two rebels have beaten Huai? Now it seems that thousands of years have passed, but Wei Yi still hasn't changed at all. Advertisement still a silly woman. Come on, Junior. Let me see where your limits are. Wei Yi's eyes gradually cooled. No matter how to deal with this thief, the most important thing is to defeat the man and prove his status as the lord of the world. When Yi Feng saw Wei Yi roll his eyes, he looked like he was seriously preparing to do it, and the corners of his mouth rose a radiant. In terms of chakra's quantity, he is now only stronger than Kaguya. And above the pupil technique, he has ultimate reincarnation eyes and a pair of 6-hook jade reincarnation eyes, which is definitely not weaker than Huai's pupil technique. More important is the actual combat experience. Wei Yi was just a silly white sweet, with almost no actual combat experience. From the beginning, he didn't think he would lose to Kaguya. The technique of multiple shadow duplication. Yi Feng let out a low drink, hundreds of shadow duplication appeared beside him, and then rushed towards Wei Yi with the main body. Grown-ups. Bai Weiyao looked at the battlefield in the distance. There are more than 100 shadow duplications, which means that only 1% of the chakra of the body is left. Unless Huai is defeated and sealed by one move, Yefeng is absolutely dead. So, who can let Huai lose? The answer is naturally inverse harem art. Yi Feng smiled badly, and hundreds of duplications changed their body and appearance, and then they all became beautiful men of various types, and they were all naked. Wei Yi was lost in a moment and stayed where she was. Originally, she used her eyes to stare carefully at what kind of technique Yi Feng planned to use, but she never expected to see such a hot scene. And it was precisely because of her blank eyes that Wei Yi looked at everyone's body almost at a glance, without letting go of any detail. 2 intoxicating reds appeared on his cheeks involuntarily. The ancestor of chakra was too shy to know what to do. I won. Yi Feng's body managed to get close to Wei Yi, and his hand gripped the woman's neck tightly. All the shadow duplication disappeared, and there was a wicked smile on his face. Not waiting for Wei Yi to launch Heavenly Yuzhong to escape to a different space, he had already used his whole cards. The pupil power of the ultimate reincarnation eye was activated, completely locking the existence of Kaguya, completely unable to use any space ninjutsu. Why, I can't move. Wei Yi returned to her senses and wanted to struggle, only to find that her body was suppressed by a strange force. Advertisement not to mention the use of chakra and ninjutsu pupils, even the body is very difficult to move the fingers, all aspects are suppressed to death. Even the body is getting weaker and weaker over time, and strength is constantly being lost. You are mine. Yi Feng never concealed it anymore. The 1,000-meter-long white snake appeared and ate Huai down in one bite. You are really absorbing my power. Wei Yi's face finally changed. After being eaten into the belly of a snake, I felt my body getting weaker and weaker, and I couldn't sit still. But she can't help it. Yi Feng was the only one who could devour her power, and also the one who made her wonder how to resist. That guy swallowed a lot of her power at the beginning of her resurrection, and now she has no way to resist this B**********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************When you you talk you When you I seem to be really dead. Wei Yi's consciousness became weaker and weaker, and it almost disappeared. Tears flickered in his eyes, and he smiled sadly. Your strength is not weak, but you, the controller, is too weak. The combat experience is entirely a child. Yi Feng looked plain. The eyes of the giant snake were full of indifference. Chapter 143, Auto-generated chapter title, After the War. He actually didn't have to kill Wei Yi. It can be used as a pillar of strength to seal Wei Yi in his body. But it's okay not to do that. Anyway, I didn't just do it once or twice in the past few years. Gradually, Wei Yi was squeezed out. Just when Yi Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief, the sudden change occurred. Wei Yi's last trace of consciousness did not dissipate, but ran into his spiritual space. I go, is it really an immortal body? It can't be killed? Can it not even be swallowed? Yi Feng's face face turned dark. Although the wisp of soul in the body was very weak, he couldn't destroy her unexpectedly. But luckily, this soul couldn't make any waves, and he could only be imprisoned here like this. As long as he doesn't give Huiye power, then Huiye will always be locked here. There is a little soul left, and it is also indistinguishable from death. Mission completed. An ininexplicable female voice suddenly sounded. There was a sharp pain in Yi Feng's mind. It's like traveling to the Naruto world for the first time. His head is about to explode. What is this? Time continues to pass. The white snake fell into a deep sleep and did not wake up for a long time. The whole world seemed to fall into silence, all sleeping in infinite monthly reading. Ye Feng, from now on, the two of us will be one. Wei Yi's spiritual body floated out of the night wind's sea of knowledge and fell in front of him. In the eyes of a man with dementia, the mental body then becomes a flesh and blood entity, and this flesh and blood entity is actually constructed with his power. Seeing the beautiful and alluring beauty in front of her reappeared, Yi Feng's face was lost. In short, Wei Yi's power is all in Yi Feng's body, and his soul and body are also integrated into his body, and everything is under the absolute control of Yi Feng. But as long as the night wind allows, Kagaya can also recondense the entity. Owner, advertisement. Many of Huai's memories have been erased, and the whole person is confused. The only thing I remember is that the man in front of me is his master. Call master. Yi Feng returned to his senses and said fiercely, A pair of bad hands slapped the fat buttocks a few times, causing the beauty to hum. After thinking about it, Wei Yi is now a part of him in a sense. To abuse Kagaya is to abuse yourself, and to treat Kagaya is to treat yourself well. Then if that's what, isn't that what's your own? Yi Feng's facee's couldn't help but darken when he thought of this. Come back, Wei Yi. Yes, master. Wei Yi replied obediently. The condensed physical body returned to Yi Feng's body. Oh, I'm finally done with everything. Seeing countless white mummies gradually wakinging up and struggling, Yi Feng said in a low voice. Okay, finish work, the rest of the mess, whoever loves to take care of it. Yi Feng said with a smirk, and the figure disappeared into the whirlpool of invisible. Infinite moon reading was lifted, and most of the ninjas in this world were confiscated. Chakra. This world is already in his pocket, and no one can stop him anymore. Konoha. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks have passed since the Fourth Ninja World War. After the war, all sorts of things were almost completed. The Akatsuki organization, unwilling to fall, still wanders in the ninja world like a ghost. Although the 5ve great nations are greatly injured, they are also on guard at any time. No matter what, the world finally calmed down. However, a sudden wedding announcement has once again made the entire ninja world lively. There is no other reason, just because the initiator is the Night Wind. Once Once's genius Sha Ren, and also a member of Akatsuki's organization, now it is the 10-tailed man Zhuli who has announced to the world. In addition to the strength of the groom himself, the number of names of the bride on his wedding invitation is also surprising. Because Yi Feng wants to marryy 18 wives at once. Advertisement. Hinata, fireworks, Yamanaka Ino, Midoriya Bean, Yuyutaka, Tamari, Conan, Teepman, Terumi Mei, Atsuki Kagaya, Tina, Koanai, Xia Ling, Esters, Red Hitomi, Black Hitomi, Ma Yin, Hill. As for why there are fireworks on the list, I have to talk about the decline of the Hyuga clan. In the previous war, the Hyuga clan, regardless of the clan or the division of the clan, were basically all dead and wounded. The number of people who survived the entire clan was pitifully small. Even if it hadn't been disbanded, Konoha's first clan would have long existed in name only. Therefore, in order to consider the future of his sister, Hinata took the initiative to take on the role of leading the Red Line. As the saying goes, men chase women, across the mountain, women chase men, interlayer yarn. With Yi Feng's distracted temperament, there is naturally no reason not to agree to this kind of good thing delivered to the door. The harem group added another pair of sisters, both of whom were white-eyed princesses, and Yi Feng's mouth was about to burst into laughter. Closer to home. Speaking of weddings, it has to be said that big names and movies from various countries have to show Yi Feng face, and even have to come and give gifts in person. 10-tailed man Zhu Li. In this situation today, who can stop the offensive of Togo? Even if Yi Feng didn't say anything on the face, and didn't mean to be hostile to anyone, he was the only true king in the world since he announced his identity. The uncrowned king. Definitely, some people are happy and some are worried. Some people want Fawn to please the night breeze, whether it's the ninja village or the high-ranking power of the big country. Some people feel deeply disturbed, because the existence of the night wind is like a timed S**X. Although he didn't say which Shinobu village he was standing in, he seemed to treat everyone equally. However, if there are people from the ninja village on the waiting list, if there is any dispute between the big countries in the future, Yi Feng will definitely be more inclined to the country where his wife has been. Then, Konoha, Wuyan, Cheyenne, and Union are all on the list, and the only thing left is Yanyan village, and these people can't sit still. Damn, don't our village and our country have beautiful women? Is it possible that we will be the first to decline in the future? The ninjas and elders in Yanyan village panicked. Sometimes, a thing does not depend on whether you have it or not. But when everyone else has nothing but you have nothing, you have to panic. The simplest example is when the teacher assigns an assignment. Did not say to do or not, nor did he say when to hand in. But the next morning everyone else did it, and even handed it over to the teacher's office. You were left alone without doing your homework. Think about what the teacher would think of you. Even if you don't say anything on the face, you can't figure out what you will think. Everyone in Yanyan village feels this way now, but fortunately, when attending the Night Breeze wedding gift, there is still a chance to remedy it. Chapter 144, Auto-generated chapter title, Every Day. The age of the ninja has passed, although that was only a year ago. The chakras in the human body are all extracted by something called the sacred tree, and ninjutsu has completely become a thing of the past. Except for the legendary Lord Yefeng and some of his cronies, all humans have become ordinary people. Something called technology is emerging to replace the ninjutsu that once affected the world. With the Lulan imperial capital as the center, the world is slowly changing. Empire of Night. Konoha Castle. In a dessert shop, a 12-year-old girl is looking at the shop. The girl was wearing a traditional light red kimono, her black hair was naturally revealed, and her pigtails were tied up on each side. Her skin is not fair, it is a healthy wheat color, and her pupils are also normal black. She is a cute girl full of youthful vitality. Dessert shop? Is it new? That guy seems to be familiar with Konoha. It is said that she has a beautiful sister. Many people talked about it. Hina Kahuo, is that the woman who stayed next to Master Yefeng? Yes, it is said that her older sister is Hinata Hyuga, who was once the patriarch of the Konoha Hyuga clan. Shush, don't talk about the past. Hyuga clan? It seems to have all been wiped out. It is said that there was a floating meteorite on the battlefield, and the bodies of those people were there. Yes, I went there a month ago to see it. It's such a big stone, 10 kilometers in diameter. To be able to float in midair, you deserve to be Lord Yefeng. It's really the power of a god. Probably Yi Feng's reputation is too big, and all the people around him are also famous. In addition to the two genuine wives of Hongdou and Xiuan, many women have also been exposed. That man. It really makes people feel at ease wherever they go. The little girl muttered to herself. She is indeed Hyuga Kahuo, and this time she came out with her sister to return to Konoha, intending to live a peaceful life. My sister is such a fool. Hinata expressed his heart to the man and said something like that, but the man said that it is difficult for him to have no time to play with the family. Advertisement obviously, my sister had followed him for so many years, but in the end she was still a statusless subordinate. It's even just a dispensable person. After the rule of the world, people praised that adult highly for bringing real peace, and also eradicating a lot of hunger and poverty. But Hyuga Huahuo knew that the man didn't care about these things at all, and that Queen Sarah did it. Talking about a god is actually just a selfish guy. Definitely, she can't tell this kind of thing. Huahuo, I'm back. Hinata walked back to the dessert shop with 2 big bags. The store has just opened, and many ingredients and things have to be re-prepared, including learning to cook and bake. Sister, aren't we good at doing other jobs? Why open a dessert shop? How troublesome. Wahuo complained. It's good to work hard, and it's good to learn more. Hinata said with a smile. Occasionally, there was a look of loneliness in his expression, and he was immediately caught by the sensitive fireworks. Wahuo is not a fool, on the contrary she is very smart. She knows how much the man has done to their sisters over the years, and she knows that they have been turned into complete toolmen. And my sister is really stupid. Even so, do you still miss the days of getting along with that kind of man? At the beginning. It's also in Konoha. Hinata cleared the utensils purchased in the store, and put them in the refrigerator one by one. Thinking back to that boy with white eyes, he was indeed dreaming. The person called Hyuga Kaze doesn't exist at all, but she still misses that day, even if she is deceived. This is a feeling of inexplicability. Even if you have been hurt by someone, you will still remember the happy days when you laughed and haha. Life is so hard, always looking for something beautiful to remember. Although those things will probably never come back, humans are just such incurable creatures. Elder sister, aren't you really going to see your father's cemetery? It's been so long anyway. Wahuo suddenly spoke. Although there is no corpse to be buried, things like monuments still exist. But Hinata seems to have forgotten that he is a member of the Hyuga family and has never visited once. Father. Advertisement, Wahuo, you used to be young, maybe you don't understand the mood of your sister. Hinata's expression is a bit complicated. She used to be just a cowardly child who grew up in a cage with no freedom until she met that day when the man saved her. What would her life be like without him? Because he couldn't become stronger, the position of the head of the family was eventually taken away by his sister, and then he became a marriage tool or something. In any case, it won't be better than it is now. That man not only changed the world, but also changed her destiny. Although that guy's attitude is very cold now, Hinata still did not give up. People always have to live for something. If you don't even know who you are and what you should do all day long, then you are not a human being. This is what the man said. Hinata used to be confused about what her life was like, but later she only hoped to be with him. Although it is not going well now, she and her sister arrived in the distant Konoha, and the man didn't even say goodbye. Sister, there is too much sugar. Wahuo stuck out his tongue. The street people coming and going outside the dessert shop is actually not much different from Konoha in memory, but it's a lot broken. Wahuo said. A familiar but unfamiliar city. As for the Hokage rock, it was torn down after the establishment of the Empire of Night. Before, the people in Iwaki sent a beautiful girl over, but the head of the beautiful girl was chopped off, and the person who gave the gift also lost his head. Yi Feng likes Lulin's architectural style, so everyone is happy to please him. Although the man didn't care about the so-called unpleasantness. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Sorry, I will pay attention next time. The bread and desserts that Hinata made for the first time were obviously substandard. Hinata smiled lightly. Moreover, under the influence of the Lulin imperial capital, there is basically a trend of building tall buildings all over the world, as if a house with a height of less than 100 meters is not a house. Hinata touched his sister's hair, his eyes drifting far away. The sound of ticking outside the window gradually sounded. Many buildings were rebuilt, after all, the village was destroyed by pain. It's going to rain, sister, I'll do it again. Chapter 145, Auto-generated chapter title, 145, New Place? That night. The basement of the royal palace of Lulin imperial capital. This is a newly built place, specifically for Master Yefeng to do some invisible experiments or other things. All in all, there used to be Oshimaru called Roar, but now it has been unified as Lord Nightwind. It's really boring. There is no ghastly experiment as imagined. Yi Feng just lay on a bench. The surrounding area was empty and there were no props. But in fact, those things are only placed in the Shenwei space. Up to now, his power is no different from that of a god. He can transfer a large number of items at will, and shuttle between many different spaces. There are worlds where gravity is hundreds of times greater, there are worlds full of ice, snow or flames, and there are worlds where there is nothingness. Unisauce, is it okay for Miss Hongdou to go out alone? The girl's voice sounded. Yi Feng was lying on the bench, while she was lying on the man's body. Is there any fool who dares to do something with red beans? Don't worry, Sarah will protect the red beans even if there is such a bad idea. The man replied calmly. The eyes of red beans were also recovered. Apart from the blood curse mark, there is no special ability. But this has no effect, anyway, there are no enemies in this world. As for the goal of Hongdou going out this time. Seems like Fenghua Xiaoshui is coming. The woman who used to be the princess of Snow Country is now an incredible star, definitely, who is also a friend of Red Bean. Uni-chan, you are too lazy, don't you go for a walk? The moon looks good tonight. Ino said. After that war, the ninja of this world completely disappeared. All of her people who had been resurrected once were also killed. The world was acquired by an evil man, but she didn't think it was strange. Hongdou liked the little girl very much and insisted on letting her stay, and then asked Yi Feng to use other gods to rewrite the little girl's memory. Although not all changes were made, Ino was no longer the ninja girl who used to be Konoha, just a loyal maid in the palace. If you talk about other identities, it's like being a sister who is doted by red beans, and indirectly, it can be regarded as being favored by Yefeng. What is this? Seeing Yi Feng took out various bottles and cans, Ino curiously said. All kinds of strange drugs, it can make people grow a second head or something, or make people feel that spring is suddenly approaching. Yi Feng smiled. Advertisement, pink, it's very tempting. Does Ernie-chan want to lie to the children? Ino said again. I opened a jar and found that the candy in it was the girl's favorite pink. Just looking at it, I feel that the candy is urging you to eat it. Don't call me Ernie Sauce, it's okay to call it Master, O'Neill always feels too intimate. Yi Feng suddenly shook his head, but aren't we very close now? Ino rolled his eyes. I'm already lying on you, what else to say? This is your volition, I didn't ask you to do this kind of thing. Yi Feng curled his lips. By the way, O'Neill is really busy recently. I haven't seen Sister Xian and Sister Red Bean come to you often. Ino said. Put down the medicine jar, playing with his blonde hair. The bright blue eyes are as calm and beautiful as the sea. Because I have to prepare, Yi Feng said. Prepare? Ino was a little confused. What are you going to do? You have to prepare these bottles and cans. It's useless to tell a little girl like you, after all, you don't know Huye, and you don't know what else is out there. Yi Feng said. The Datongmu clan will definitely find this place sooner or later, no more than 5 years at most, and someone should have noticed this planet. But that is not the most important. The important thing is, he can actually go to other worlds. This is the harvest after defeating Wei Yi that day. A certain voice suddenly sounded, and even with his strength, he couldn't know the origin of the other party, only that it was a woman's voice. I wanted to travel to this world by myself, but sure enough, someone behind it was fueling the flames. Why would such a person find himself and change his bloodline? It doesn't matter if you don't understand it, because that voice said, it will give him a chance to go to other worlds later. Being able to go to other worlds means being able to continue to grow stronger. Although he was the first person invincible on the plane of Naruto, Yi Feng really wanted to become stronger. After all, human beings are creatures with endless desires. Advertisement, I can't go, at that time, there is no way to take someone to go with me, I can only go to that place by myself. Yi Feng suddenly said again. What? It turns out that's the case. Isn't O'Neill deliberately indifferent to them? This way the sisters will be even more angry when they know the truth. Ino blinked his big cute eyes. Yi Feng couldn't help but smile, stretched out his hand and squeezed Ino's soft face. Am I that kind of person? Little girl, you still don't understand me. The so-called women are just a bunch of tool people. I can do whatever I like. I don't even bother to care about their feelings. If one day gets tired, I might just throw you away. Yi Feng smiled lightly, thinking about the mood of Hongdou and others. He is not such a gentle man, although he occasionally pretends, he is actually a heartless guy. Ino puffed up his cheeks with a puffed look. In the end, he couldn't find anything to say, and only spit out his little tongue and made a face. Don't worry, even if I go to that place, I will come back here in the future. After all, this world is my thing, the place that belongs to me will always belong to me. Yi Feng said. Although the Datongmu clan is terrible, he is not afraid of the opponent's strength. Wei Yi was swallowed and absorbed by him, and the new Datongmu clan would continue to swallow and become stronger. Unisauce, you are really soft-hearted, obviously we just can't bear to be cute, perverted. Ino Tsunere snorted. He spoke coldly, surely he still cared about them in his heart. What's the saying? Are men not all creatures that think with their lower body? Even though O'Neill is powerful, she certainly can't resist the man's instincts. Maybe I am a normal person, Yi Feng said uncertainly. Ino can think whatever she wants. She is already a poor girl whose memory has been modified, and she has good dreams. Humanity. Human beings are creatures that like to escape from reality, whether consciously or unconsciously. Chapter 146, Auto-generated chapter title, 146, Night Wind and Tool People. 2 days later. Aster City. Although the name is Xian City, Xian has never been there a few times, just to commemorate the original deeds. Red beans. Fenghua Xiaoshui ran all the way. With a light makeup painted on his face, the princess's temperament is undoubtedly revealed, surrounded by the crowd. Xiaoshui, you are so beautiful. Admiring the admiration, Hongdou held the woman's little hand. The two women walked away talking and laughing. The director group sighed and sighed behind the back, while Hongdou's secret guards did not dare to be careless at all. Although there is peace now, I'm not afraid of 10,000 just in case. If Red Bean is really attacked and injured by someone, I am afraid that man will order them to be killed. Even if it's just a toy, that is only a toy he can bully. If someone who doesn't know good or bad dared to bully Red Bean, Yi Feng will definitely make that person regret coming to this world. This topic will not be mentioned for the time being. Not to mention that Hongdou's chat with Xiaoshui was orange, and the royal palace of Lulan imperial capital was not peaceful at the moment. My lord, are you leaving? Queen Sarah's expression was dissatisfied. The latest version of the blood curse seal technique, I blended yin-yang escape in my own fresh blood, and kept it for 100 years. Anything else? Yi Feng looked indifferent. Sitting on a throne that he would never sit on, the expression on his face was very flat. As long as he is alive, no one will dare to resist the current empire, so it doesn't matter at all to give power to Sarah, and he can use people at ease. I just thought that I would not see an adult for a long time. Sarah was a little bit twisted. Calculated by age, she was almost 50 years old, but she looked like a 20-year-old girl. The blood curse seal is really good, and everyone who has used it said it was good. Nothing else, I'm leaving, you can tell the Red Bean or pocket anything. Yi Feng stood up and said, Grown-ups, I don't know if you want to attend a wedding? Do said suddenly. As Yi Feng was about to leave this place, it was difficult to find that he was now in the palace. After the war, the identity he got was the national teacher, which was almost the position of prime minister. Even though he was the same as Yefeng, he wouldn't participate in those mundane things at all. Wedding? The Night Wind was slightly taken aback. It's the wedding of Uchiha Sasuke and Karin. I sent an invitation yesterday. The location is the King City attached to the Kingdom of Fire, and it will start in 2 days. Do said. What? Advertisement? What am I going to do? I'm not Urzuzi's father. Whoever loves to go, and whoever loves to go, if you want to go, just give me some gift money and it's done. Yi Feng said lazily. Sasuke's eyes were definitely recovered by him, including chakra or something. Transplanted a pair of ordinary human eyes, and then lived as an ordinary human. This is because Shang Rin knelt down to beg for mercy, otherwise he might have cut Sasuke on a whim. After all, Naruto is dead, and Sasuke's death is not a big deal. Yes, I understand. Dudu no longer said anything. As far as the matter is, everyone just retreats behind the scenes. Anyway, Master Yefeng is already invincible. If you want to use it, you can use a little bit of light and heat. If there is no major event, just live a normal life. A peaceful life is actually pretty good. Don't worry about the money being not enough, don't worry about your health, don't worry about getting a serious illness someday. Do whatever you want, and there will be people willing to fawn you wherever you go. What an unpretentious free life. Brother, you are so bad. I knew it, but I didn't come over to see me, another voice sounded. The person here is not a suspicious woman, but Xian, a witch from the country of ghosts, now one of the most respected women in the Empire of Night. I know you will come to me, so I won't look for you. The Night Wind gave a good reason. I do not care. People are angry. Xian pouted and started acting like a baby. She can foresee the future fate of the people around her, so she also knew in advance that Yi Feng would go to an unknown world alone. There are similarities between that world and this world, but there are also differences. The humans there seem to be uncomfortable, and they are often killed by monsters. However, in the picture seen from the future, the Night Wind is not in danger. Good, it's not that I won't come back, Yi Feng comforted. The witch and the sprite were once one, and he is also inextricably related to Xian now. The little girl could even digest his blood directly. Everyone is a tool person. Hongdou is biased towards his selfish feelings, and Xian is special and good at it. And Chirumi. Good body shape, moaning, good sound, beautiful eyes meet someone's XP? Maybe they all have a little bit. Be with me tonight. You will leave quietly by yourself tomorrow morning. Xian said again, as if I wouldn't let you go if you didn't promise. The soft little hands grasped Yi Feng's waist, always feeling the rhythm of being pushed back by the younger sister. Advertisement. Yi Feng nodded. One day, that would be a delay of one day, after all, it is only one day. A short while. Miming? Why are you here? Yi Feng was a little surprised. Terumiyuki not only appeared in Xian's room, but also put on a white yukata deliberately, wearing nothing in it. This is not a simple seduce, it is clearly delivered to the door for you to eat. You arranged it? Yi Feng glanced at Xian. We. Sister Hongdou said that her brother actually likes miming very much, and she really is. Xian stared somewhere with a grin. Please be petted by the master. Terumi Ming blushed with shame. It's not the first time that she has done this kind of thing, but it still feels like the first time every time. Forced to do this kind of thing. As time passed, she couldn't tell her heart. After all, the feeling of the body is not deceiving. I get pleasure from it, and I am forced. This is an extremely complicated issue. Too much trouble, people don't want to think anymore, just be happy. 1 day, 100 days, 1000 days. Humans will always get used to it. The next day. Early morning. Yi Feng got up from the big bed, then changed clothes under the service of the maid, and had breakfast. I ask you to take care of them both. Yi Feng drank a glass of juice and said leisurely. Yes. The maid seemed to be used to all this, her face calm. Yakumo. The maid who has been teaching red beans for a long time. It can be said to be a tool person among the tool people. He can come as he pleases, work hard without complaining, be nice and quiet. Speaking of which, are you getting fat? Is my Yakumo going to grow up and mature? Yi Feng stared at the maid's chest. My Yakumo? The little maid was stunned, and quickly lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Although I have grown up, I still like to be a quiet maid. If you learn to mess around like red beans, I will be thrown out of here, understand? The man said earnestly. Yes, my lord. Yakumo blushed and replied. Chapter 147, Auto-generated chapter title, The Black Bullet. 10 years ago, the end of the world came. Protrusions descended on the human world. This is an unprecedentedly terrifying creature with huge amounts of size and incredible power, and its vitality is almost endless. Even if it is strangled into countless pieces, the gastroenterologist can recover. There is only metal brooch, the only thing that can inhibit the rebirth of gastroenterologists. There is another point about the horror of the gastrointestinal animal. As long as other organisms infect the body fluids of the gastroenterologists, they will soon be assimilated into gastroenteric animals. The large-scale spread finally caused human beings to be on the verge of extinction, and they had to build a wall of metal to live in it and survived. Japan. Tokyo. Are you here to support our police? Isn't he just a kid? I found traces of the gastrointestinal animal, but it turned out that it was a young boy who came to support. Several police officers were a little disdainful. No way, I'm the policeman, Rentaro said coldly. Tentong Private Security Company, right? Never heard of this name. The police looked at Rentaro's ID, and his tone was still very unfriendly. Maybe it's jealous that the other party is so powerful at a young age, maybe it's because he doesn't believe in the strength of this young man. But no matter what, don't talk about the content of work. Rentaro took back his work permit and said coldly. He has no time to play games with these ordinary people. Protrusions are very dangerous. Once discovered, they must be eliminated immediately, otherwise they will cause large-scale infections where humans live. On the 4th floor. A short while. After entering the room, Rentaro found several police officers who had been killed. There is also a strange man wearing a white mask with a presumptuous smiley face on the mask. It's really late, this policeman, the masked man said. What, are you a colleague? Asked Rintaro. I'm also tracking down the gastrointestinal animals that attacked here. However, I am not your partner, I killed the police here. The masked man said calmly. Boom! Rintaro directly smashed the past with a punch, but the enemy's body and strength were also very powerful, stronger than him. Advertisement. The two fought for a few minutes, and neither was injured. You can actually kick me, what's your name? The masked man asked. Rintaro's skill is considered good among the police. Satomi Rintaro, and you? The boy also asked. I am the one who destroys the world, no one can stop me. The masked man smiled and jumped out of the window after answering a call. At the same time, the other side, Rintaro, this ruthless fellow. Even if I was in a hurry, I threw Miss Ben, who was a fiancé, off the bicycle. What the hell are you doing? Little Loli with a crimson double ponytail runs on the street. Her pupils are also crimson. Lan Yuan Yenju, one of the children of the curse, is also the initiator of the policeman Rintaro. The so-called children of the curse are the children born to human pregnant women after being infected with gastroenterological fluids, and all the girls survived. This kind of girl is born with a power comparable to a gastroenteric animal, but her blood is constantly being eroded. Once a certain limit is exceeded, the child of the curse will become a primitive gut. Because the gastroenterologist appeared 10 years ago, because the current son of the biggest curse is only 10 years old. On the human side, in order to hunt and kill the gastrointestinal animals to maintain order, a special policeman and the son of the curse form a partner. The man is the promoter and the woman is the initiator. Fiancé or something, Yenju sauce is really precocious. A cold voice sounded. Yenju looked back and found a black-haired young man on the street. An ordinary young man, who looked about 20 years old, his skin was too pale. Humph, I was originally Rentaro's fiancé. Little Loli stuck out his tongue, looking Tsunere. At the beginning, she was desperate for this world, it was Rentaro who saved her life. It's you, brother Yefeng, why are you here? Yenju asked again. Yi Feng, a very inexplicable guy, is the guard of the Tendo family and is responsible for protecting the file-size sister of the Tendo family. He and Rentaro are acquainted friends, and he met her 2 years ago. Advertisement, it just happens to be a holiday today, so I went out and strolled around. It looks like you were in trouble. Yi Feng squinted his eyes and looked to the other side. It was a middle-aged uncle stained with blood and white. The clothes on the left half were injured and his arm was gone. Combining with the previous incident of primitive gut attacks on humans, it is clear that this unlucky uncle is the victim. Little sister, I want to ask you a way. The uncle barely supported it, and said to Lan Yuan Yenju. The uncle, don't you know where you are now? This lady can't save you anyway, do you remember what happened? A pity flashed in Yenju's eyes. There is almost no cure for being attacked by gastroenterologists, and the rate of erosion is too fast. I was on the balcony of my house, and was attacked. Ah. The uncle was recalling that suddenly his body exploded directly, swelling crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a ferocious huge amounts of golden spider. There is no human form at all, and it has completely turned into a monster. This scene reminded Yi Feng of those human experiments. Speaking of which, he really committed a lot of sins before. But they are all for the pursuit of science and truth, longevity and strength, and the sacrifice of those people is very necessary. Bang. Bang. 2 bullets entered the body, and as expected, the spider's movements became sluggish, almost motionless in place. Puff. A spider's legs swept over and kicked Loli directly. Damn it. Dared to soil this lady's clothes. The spider vomited a lot of mucus, and Yenju not far away could not move immediately. Only bullets made of metal wall can kill it. The children of the curse are double-edged swords that can help humans kill monsters, but they are also monsters originally. A flying kick directly exploded the spider's head, completely ending the newborn gastroenterate and preventing a possible large-scale infection. Yi Feng was not surprised, and didn't rush to make a move. Roar, the cursed son has inherited the powerful power of the gastroenterologist. This is only a level 1 spider-shaped gastroenteric animal, and it is impossible to kill Yenju. Yenju also ran over at this time. Yi Feng skillfully took out 2 pistols and instantly killed the spider. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In today's world, the children of the curse are discriminated against. Although this little Loli killed the gastrointestinal animal, he didn't mean to commend it at all, but was a bit repellent. Ordinary police officers who arrived around stared at Lan Yuan Yenju with fear. Chapter 148, Auto-generated chapter title, Tendo Private Security Company. It's Yenju, really amazing, Yi Feng said with a smile. At this time, Rentaro, who was in charge of investigating the case, finally rushed to the scene. It's too late, Rentaro. The infected person has been resolved by me. Yenju looked at Tsunere. So, this guy is the child of the curse. Ordinary policemen around stared at Yenju. Take it down for me. You stinky civil servant, you are not allowed to abandon this file-sized sister in the future. Yenju threw himself into Rentaro's arms and said. Compared to that, is your injury okay? Rentaro helped his forehead and asked. One of Yenju's arm was scratched by a spider, and the wound was quite large, although it was already recovering. Fine, this kind of injury will heal in a few minutes, but it's a pity that the clothes are damaged. Yenju said. With the ability and physique of part of the gastrointestinal animal, her body's resilience is amazing. You are here, Yi Feng. Rentaro greeted Roar. just passing by. Yifeng nodded. Don't stare here, brother Yefeng. Do you fall in love with others? It's not possible, I have already made a private appointment with Rintaro for life. Yenju said with a smile. Who has privately set you up for life? Lotus Taro spit out, but Yenju seized this opportunity to backhand and kissed Rintaro, causing the boy to blush. The two are really affectionate, Yifeng Yin and Yang said strangely. The guy Rentaro is old and lowly is in control. By the way, can you still catch up with today's limited time supermarket specials? Don't forget it, Yifeng continued. Oops, a bag of bean sprouts for 6 yen, you must not miss it. Rentaro's face changed drastically, and he ran out quickly. Wait for me, Rentaro, Yenju followed closely behind. Evening. Advertisement Tiantong Civil Security Company. This is a private company that belongs to Ms. Tendo Kasara of the Tendo family. However, there are very few people inside. There is only one guard to protect the safety of File-Size Sister. However, it is the only subordinate, the combination of Rentaro and Yenju. Office. Beautiful black lady sitting on the chair. The straight hair is black and beautiful, and the skin is white and smooth as fine snow. The face, neck, hands, and the white skin of the thigh between the skirt and the stockings are exposed. The other parts are unified by the beauty of the body and the girl's college sailor suit, up black. Except for the red ribbon tied on his chest, all he can say is black and white. The slender eyes with the corners facing upward appear sharp, and although they are cute with a smile, they always have a gloomy expression on their face. Tsunere's beautiful girl also has a pair of very beautiful eyes, warm and crystal clear lavender. Before you die, do you have any last words to say? Mew asked lightly. What's the matter? I just missed a little reward, it's not the first time. Yifeng smiled. You stupid, obviously you were at the scene, but you forgot to collect payment. Our company is not a charity organization. Mu Zheng's little pink fist swung over, but was easily stopped by the man. Ahem, Len Taro and Yenju were anxious to go to the supermarket to buy things, I forgot at the time. Yifeng shrugged and said, so what, after contacting the police, I still didn't get paid? I brought back 2 packets of bean sprouts in the end? Mew looked more angry at the 2 packets of bean sprouts on the table. Mugingjong, do you want to eat it too? Yifeng said. Call me the president at work, please call me Miss Tendo in the family. What kind of sauce is not sauce? Mu Zheng's face blushed slightly. Also, this month's income is 0. If this continues, our company will go bankrupt. Mu Zheng said again. Satomi Rintaro and Yenju always forget to get paid after doing things, and this unreliable guard is also people with poor memory. Cuckoo. The girl's belly rang, already, not working. I want to eat steak. Operating the company is more difficult than I thought. All this is because Yifeng is a big idiot. Mu Zheng lay on his desk, his voice weakened a little bit. The address of your company is too strange, next to it is Fengyue Place. What kind of police company will open in such a place? The night wind spit out, if it's a good company, it doesn't matter where it is. Advertisement Mu even said stubbornly. Why don't the young lady change into a maid uniform and distribute flyers? You can make some extra money. Yifeng smiled lightly. Are you making this lady betray her hue? Mu Zheng's eyes widened. Let's go, actually, there is still some savings left. Let's have a steak, miss. Yifeng took out his wallet. When did you save the money? The wood is more curious. Send flyers, otherwise how to feed our fragile sister File-Size. Yifeng smiled and touched the girl's head. Thanks, thank you. Mu even pouted. Although this man is said to be the guard of their family, but in fact the origin is very mysterious, even she knows very little about this man. But no matter what, Yifeng didn't mean anything to her. At least this has been the case for the past 10 years. The night is getting darker. After sending Mu Zheng to the rented house, Yifeng received the call and went to meet someone. Doctor, here I am. Yifeng knocked on the door and walked into this special laboratory. The room was filled with various experimental subjects, limbs, eyeballs, organs, etc. of various primitive gut animals, and a lot of glass bottles. The lights are dim, and the atmosphere is very silent. But for him, this kind of place is not terrifying at all. I think he was also an avid scientific experimenter. Welcome to hell. Wearing a white coat, tall and slender, with an European style that is not inferior to Tiantongu, and white skin, life is rather sloppy. Last time I sent the body of a woman named Susan, you also said that she was your lover. The doctor has enough lovers. He is my lover. Maroto Sumayer. Jin gently stroked the face of a dead body. As expected of Jin, he easily did things that ordinary people couldn't do. 26 years old, a famous figure in the area of Japanese survivors. The doctor replied. Yifeng joked. The woman stood out from behind a dead body. The corpse is great, Yifeng. Probably the poor guy who was infected by the gastrointestinal animal. He was hit by a metal bullet without mutation. Yifeng asked. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. He had long hair in a mess, a lot of bloodshot eyes and dark circles in his beautiful black eyes. Responsible for the research on gastroenterologists and related experiments on humans. His hobby is carcasses, and he often uses gastroenterologists for cooking. Charlie. Who is this guy? Chapter 149, auto-generated chapter title. Doctor. The gastrointestinal animal you knocked down has been sent to my laboratory. But can't you let it die beautifully? The bullets scattered from the inside of the corpse. You are horny and lazy. Not only is your marksmanship bad, you are also a man with a lot of dirty thoughts. Why don't people like you commit suicide? The doctor said extremely calmly. Beside, the alcohol lamp used in the experiment is heating the glass, and there are some purple organs in it. I don't know what the corpse of the gastrointestinal animal is. I will be very sad to hear you say that, doctor. Yifeng twitched his lips and replied. If you go on like this, Mew will not like you even more. Jin said again. What, why mention her? Yifeng smiled. If you care about her so much, just try hard to make her your own. Jin has an expression that I have seen through a long time ago. He said slowly while stirring the glass container. Miss Mu Zheng is deeply acquainted with the true story of Zhuhe Daozadiantong fighting technique. I'm just a security guard. If there is any bad idea, it will be killed by Miss Tiantong in an instant. The night breeze said lightly, maybe, would you like to eat it? Jin did not talk about this topic anymore, but put the cooked organs on the dinner plate. The boiled organs were soft and lavender in color, and they didn't smell particularly peculiar, but there was no appetite. Old rules, I only have one bite. Yifeng took out a spoon from the side and scooped a spoon from the dinner plate. There is no special taste, just like ordinary completely boiled organs. The source of the infection of the gastroenterite has not been found yet. I haven't heard of being annihilated, nor have I heard of being found. Doctor, do you have any information? Yifeng asked. The one that was wiped out today was only the infected guy, and the gastroenterite that infected has not been found yet. Do you know the characteristics of jumping spiders? The doctor asked rhetorically. While enjoying the food he made, he turned on the computer by the way. The body color is golden, and then you can jump up and hunt prey. Yifeng replied. Originally, even if the body of an insect becomes larger than that of a human, its jumping ability will not be the same as before. If the flea grows so huge, not only will it not be able to support its own body, it will also be very difficult to even use the skin roar to suck it. But the gastroenterite virus overthrew everything. When a living thing becomes a gastrointestinal animal, the hardness of the skin is strengthened to adapt to the file size of the body, and the body functions will also be improved. The rate of erosion of the gastroenterologists to rewrite DNA is beyond the norm in any respect. As long as it reaches the 50% limit, it will not be able to maintain the appearance of a human being and will turn into a monster. Advertisement, you can't find the source of infection, probably because it has a unique ability. Jin Lao said. Light invisible, or flight, lurking underground or something. Yifeng nodded. He can easily solve some things, but it is better to keep a low profile. What bad thoughts can the protagonist have? Just want to live a peaceful life. If you don't solve it quickly, there may be a large-scale infection in Tokyo. The doctor said again. Do not worry, me and Mu Zhengjong will solve it. The night breeze channeled from it. Although there is only a pair of civilian police under the company's subordinates, it is enough. Sauce? The doctor smiled ambiguously. Is there any problem? No, at the same time. Fried bean sprouts, pickled bean sprouts, and miso soup. It looks so delicious. That's amazing, Rentaro. Yenju was wearing a white yukata, and Rentaro sat opposite. Hey, before eating, can you put on your clothes? Rentaro sighed. Yenju only wore a yukata, there was nothing in it, so he would be treated as a pervert. I see, Rentaro. You want me to do that? You want to eat first, or take a bath, or say? Eat me first? Yenju deliberately blinked and said seductively. Get dressed. Rentaro patted the table. Soon, the two have eaten. After satisfying the appetite, there is only one thing to do, Rentaro. Yenju stared at the boy. Okay, good night. Rentaro walked directly into the bedroom. Smelly boy. Do you dare to ignore this lady? Yenju jumped directly onto Rentaro's bed. Stop. Don't slap your face, speechless overnight. Advertisement the next day. Early morning. Really, I ignored the lady's invitation, Rentaro is really. Yenju complained. Ladies should be careful in words and deeds, and think carefully. And your chest is the airport. Lotus Taro curled his lips. Me, I will grow bigger in the future, Yenju's face flushed. Being a man must know how to let go, Lotus Taro smiled. But, I also heard that there are many poor people in this world who are unable to fall in love with mature women like Rentaro. Oni-chan, help Yenju give the injection of love, this kind of. You like this best, Rentaro. Yenju began to sell cute. Please, don't lure me into the evil hell. Rentaro wiped his sweat. This is the rhythm that induces him to become Loli's control. It's time to go to school, Yenju. Okay, Rentaro. Another superficial identity of Rentaro is a second-year high school student. As for Yenju, the child of the curse was originally forbidden to go to school, but Rentaro concealed her identity and sent her to an elementary school. Noon. After receiving the call, Rentaro quickly picked up Yenju and went to meet Mubing Yefeng. It is said that there is an important mission to the Ministry of Defense. It's here, everyone from Tendo Private Security Company. Led by a man, the four of them walked into a conference room with huge amounts of. Boy. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Many people have arrived, and many of them are well-known policemen, which can be said to be a gathering of elites from the Tokyo area. Said the man in the suit sitting on the chair. The big man hit him with a punch. No matter how strong it is, it's just an ordinary person. How can it be comparable to him? changing to a Kai who opens 8 doors. The big man gave Yi Feng an uncomfortable look, and finally gave up his plan to draw his sword. Yo, Mr. Mishima. Yi Feng stretched out his hand to block it, and then directly pushed the big man away with a push. If you are not obedient, leave this room now. Is only this strength? Yi Feng looked at each other with pity. Are you able to pretend to be a policeman recently? A 2-meter high yellow-haired man stopped the 4 of them. I didn't expect to be a policeman even with this kind of mental retardation. Zhang Jian, stop it. Yes, Chapter 150, auto-generated chapter title. The masked man who makes trouble, General Yishang, who belongs to the Mishima Royal Guard, has an IP ranking of 1584. Mew said calmly. There are approximately 700,000 pairs of special police combinations like Rentaro and Yenju in the world. And among them, the Yishang General Supervisor just now is an incredible figure. By the way, Len Taro and Yenju are more than 120,000, obviously the starter is so good. Mew said pointedly. Cut. Lotus Taro curled his lips. Is that the initiator of General Yishang? So cute little loli. Yi Feng noticed a 10-year-old loli not far away. Loli seemed to see him too, and then moved his lips silently. Judging by the shape of her lips, what she said was, my belly, hungry. Yi Feng smiled and shook his head. Such a cute little loli was a waste of making weapons for that brash man. Although the children of the curse are powerful, most of them are used as weapons. It is extremely rare for Rentaro and Yenju to regard each other as family members. Many times the initiator dies, and the big deal is just another weapon. Get ready. Next, I will explain the content of the commission, said a man in a suit. The projection screen turned on, and what appeared inside was an image of a girl with short white hair. All the sitting people got up, their faces changed drastically. Holy Sun. The power in the Tokyo area, at least on the bright side, she is the leader of the Tokyo area today. Tiantong Mugen's grandfather, Tiantong Jujicheng, was an official who assisted the Holy Sun. And that old man is also the adopter of Rentaro. 10 years ago, when the gastrointestinal animal broke out, Rentaro became an orphan. It was Tendo Kikunojo who adopted Rentaro and cultivated him to the present. Hello everyone, there are 2 contents commissioned. One is that an infected person appeared in the Tokyo area yesterday. Please remove the gastroenterate that is the source of the infection. Second, a box was swallowed by the gastroenterologist. Please get it back unharmed, the Holy Sun said straight into the subject. As soon as the voice fell, a silver white box appeared on the screen, and the reward for the task was 1 billion yen. May I ask, what's in the box? Mu Zhang raised his hand to speak. You are? The Son of Heaven is watching this side. Tiantong Private Security Company, Tiantong Mugang. That's right, I have heard your rumors, President Tendo. But that box involves privacy and cannot answer this question. Sheng Tianzi looked at the white-haired old man behind him and said, the source of infection should not be very strong. Advertisement, in that case, why do you ask the top policeman present? In the unprecedented commission fee, will the hidden risk lie in the box? Mu Zhang asked again, you don't need to know this. The Holy Sun replied, ha 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 ha, there was a burst of laughter. Suddenly a man with a white mask and a red suit appeared on the conference table. I am Hiriko Kajian, this is the first time I have met you, your incompetent leader. The man bends over, but speaks very arrogantly, it's been good these days, see you there. Ying Yin smiled and greeted Roar, where did you come in from? Rentaro took out a gun and pointed it at the masked man. Definitely came in from being upright, however, the guys who came close like flies were killed by me. Ying Yin said brazenly, just killing some ordinary people is easy for him. Let me introduce, little Bonnet, come here, Ying Yin said. My name is Hiriko Kahina and I am 10 years old. Little Loli's blue dress walked up to the conference table and bowed in the direction of Shengtianzi. She is my initiator and my daughter, Ying Yin explained, with a rather proud tone. Dad, that guy is holding a gun at us, can he kill him? Kahina stared at Rentaro. Hey, it's not enough, just bear with me. Well, really? Loli was obviously unhappy, she was cultivated as a killing tool and her greatest enjoyment is killing. What are you doing here? Mu Zhang asked. I want to tell you that I also want to sign up for this competition. 7 Stars Legacy will belong to us, Ying Yin said. Long-winded, so annoying, watch me kill you. Yi Shang couldn't help but slashed over with a knife. When, as if hitting an invisible wall, the knife was directly bounced back. What a pity. Ying Yin was completely unscathed. Retreat. Will build, advertisement, bang, bang, bang. Many people took out their pistols and fired them directly. But all the bullets shot out were stagnant in the air, strangely motionless. This is called the repulsive position. I call it a hypothetical device. Ying Yin's tone was still flat. You guy, are you really human? Rentaro frowned tightly. That definitely, just to produce this, the internal organs in the body are basically replaced with machinery made of Wa. I will introduce myself again. I am Hiriko Yingyin from the Eastern Army of the former Land Self-Defense Force, the 787 Mechanized Special Unit, and the New Human Creation Project. The man said, 787? A troop that specializes in dealing with gastroenterologists? How could it really exist? Many people surprised Roar. Whether you believe it or not, the man calmly said. Get down, Mugang. Yi Feng noticed the bullet in the air, and quickly threw down the beautiful girl. Shoo, hoo, all the bullets bounced back. The entire conference room became a Shira field, and a large number of people were hit and killed by bullets that reflected back. Rentaro Satomi, I'll give you a present. Hiriko Keijian took out a box and put it on the table. Soon, he jumped out of the room with Xiao Bainai, desperate, everyone. The day of destruction is approaching. Before leaving, the man said so. How long are you going to lie on me? Miu said more faintly. In fact, with her reflexes, she should have fallen, but the night wind reacted faster. So soft. Yi Feng said reluctantly. Looking at Naopai, his eyes became more and more evil. Abnormal. Miu Zhang cursed in a low voice, but his expression was not angry, just a bit shy red. No, it's not good, President him. A man walked into the conference room in a panic. Then, is that the secretary to the president of O's Prospect Company who is absent? Miu Zhang recognized the person. The president was killed at home, and the head of the corpse is missing. Listening to the man's roar shouting, the survivors in the room all looked at the gift left by the Hiriko Yingyan. When Yi Feng opened it, it turned out to be a bloody head. Chapter 151, Auto-generated chapter title, Mission Failed. I will add another condition for the task entrustment. Be sure to get the box before the man. If the contents of the box are destroyed, the huge stone barrier that protects the things is likely to be destroyed, and then the entire Tokyo will fall. The Holy Emperor on the screen said again. Although bullets killed many people, they were basically ordinary people, and the initiators and promoters would not be killed by this bullet. The next day. What is this? Lentaro was speechless. The bracelet in GB girl, if you cheat your partner or lie, this bracelet will break. Yenju explained. Then why should I wear it? The teenager was speechless. Is the pink bracelet really suitable for him? Because it's a couple with Miss Ben? So you can't deceive this lady, and you can't stare at other women. Yenju smiled. I saw that Rentaro loved Ehara Yenju very much. The young man raised his hand and said, sure enough, the bracelet did not break. Because it's true. Loli smiled happily. Come on. Catch that guy. There was a sudden riot on the street. Two men are chasing a little Loli with tattered clothes. The cursed son of the outer zone? Rentaro frowned. Many children of the curse don't even have the opportunity to be taken advantage of, but are simply stalked in the desolate world beyond the megalithic monument. Yenju saw that Loli, and the other party also noticed Yenju and was stunned. You scourge of the Tokyo area. The two men grabbed Loli's hair. Wait, what did he do? Rentaro couldn't help asking. She stole something from the store and was stopped by the guard, and she beat the others to death. The man said angrily, don't move, come with us. Soon the police showed up and arrested the cursed son. Yenju wanted to reach out, but was stopped by Rentaro. Why not help her? This lady used to meet her when she was in District 39, although she didn't say anything. Advertisement, Rentaro is the messenger of justice, there is nothing that Rentaro cannot do. Yenju started crying as she talked. Before meeting Rentaro, she also lived in the outer area. Those children who are caught are often bad luck. Mankind not only discriminates against the children of the curse, but even many people secretly torture and kill those children. Really, captured little Loli was shot twice by the police. In the end, Lentaro arrived in time and was finally sent to a private hospital to be rescued. By the time the matter was settled, it was late at night. On the way back, I met Hiriko Keijian, and the masked man invited Rentaro to join him to destroy the world. The child of the curse, who is clearly protecting humanity, is discriminated against by most humans. This world is wrong. Once Tokyo is destroyed, only powerful humans with ability will survive. This is Hiriko Keijian's goal, and Rentaro definitely refused this guy's request. As a result, Lan Yuan Yenju's identity was discovered the next day. As a child of the curse, it is impossible to go to the human school. Yenju was sad for a long time, and Rentaro also comforted for a long time. Flight's gastrointestinal animal. That's right, we have sent a helicopter to pick you up, are we on it? On the phone, Yaekazi and Rentaro were communicating. A gastroenterate animal flying over Tokyo was found, which is suspected to be the source of infection. This is the final funding. If you still can't make money, the company will go bankrupt. Miu Zhang's voice also rang in the phone. Well, I see. Lentaro hung up the phone. A short while. Rentaro and Yenju boarded a helicopter and quickly followed the gastroenterologist. The location has left Tokyo and came to a desolate area outside. That's it, look at this lady to clean it up. Yenju had nowhere to vent his suffocation. Jump directly from the helicopter, then step on the back of the gastrola, and fall towards the bottom of the forest. Damn it. Let's land, Rentaro said to the person driving the helicopter. Yenju is a rabbit-shaped bloodline, and his fighting power is very strong, but he is still very afraid of accidents. Boom. When the teenager rushed to the battlefield, he happened to see Yenju blast the gastrointestinal animal with one kick. After making up a few rounds of bullets, the box also fell out. Lentaro. I beat it, advertisement, I have protected humans in Tokyo, and I have contributed, right. But no one is friends with me. Yenju couldn't get happy and looked disappointed. In the future, it will definitely change in the future, just fight now. I will always be with Yenju, Lentaro said distressedly. Ha ha ha, thank you, Rentaro. Hiriko Yingyan appeared suddenly. I didn't know how it would appear in such a place, and immediately hit Rentaro in the abdomen with a shot. You damn it. Rentaro coughed up blood at the corner of his mouth. Hiriko Kahina also fought with Yenju. Little Hina is a mantis bloodline, and he is good at fighting with 2 swords. 2 lowly can do nothing for a while. The box is mine. Hiriko Yingyan laughed. By the way, let you see my methods. Proverbs hurts. The powerful repulsion burst out, and Hiriko Kajian's repulsion field directly pressed Rentaro to fly back. After firing a shot into the abdomen again, Rentaro completely lost his combat effectiveness. It looks like someone is coming. That's it for today. It's time to go, little Bennett. Hiriko Kajian left with his daughter. A short while. Yi Feng rushed to the scene with many rescuers. Fortunately, he didn't injure important places. Rentaro was not life-threatening, but he lost serious blood. Rentaro sighed. One of the 11 primitive gut animals that existed in the destruction of the world 10 years ago. Really, you are awake, boy. The evolution of gastroenterologists is generally stage 1 to stage 4. Yenju was also beside the hospital bed. She was probably too tired and fell asleep. Yi Feng said with a smile. There used to be several survivor bases in the giant steel enchantment, which were destroyed by the monsters in stage 5. There is already information on the Jungfu side, and the box contains the medium that can summon the 5 primitive gut animals. Welcome back. You have been in a coma for 1 day and 3 hours. This mission failed. The gastroenterologists of stage 5 are special. They will not even be affected by the magnetic field of the metal. They have been alive since they destroyed the world 10 years ago. Yi Feng said. Mu Zhang also said. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Once the magnetic field barrier is destroyed, the archgut animals from the outside will swarm in, and the civilians will all die, leaving only a handful of survivors. Chapter 152, Auto-generated chapter title, Sha Shi. You can heal your wounds with peace of mind, and leave this task to me and Mu Zhang. Yi Feng continued. No, I can still fight. You know, I am a new human being transformed. How could I lose to that kind of guy? Rentaro was not convinced yet. He had also undergone a human body transformation at the beginning, and Maroto Sumayor's operation brought his life back from the operating room. The right hand, right eye, and right foot are all mechanical prostheses made of metal. Get a good rest. You will be allowed to go when you are on the court. Although this incident is very urgent, don't underestimate me. Yi Feng said. In fact, whether the gastrointestinal animals in stage 5 are released, there is no pressure on him at all. With his current devouring power, that kind of creature can still eat it. Participants are starters and promoters. Is there really no problem? Mu Zhang said with some worry. She wants to go to the front. After all, her strength is not weak. But she belongs to the Tendo Keating family, and the guys in the family would not agree to leave the Tokyo area to do such a dangerous task. Don't worry, when have I lied to you all these years? Nothing will happen. Yi Feng smiled and put the girl in his arms. It must be safe to come back. Mu Zhang no longer Tsunere this time. His eyes were extremely gentle. That night, Sheng Tianzi sent a large number of people from the Tokyo area to capture Hiriko Kajian in the outer area. The Night Wind was also among them, equipped with firearms with metal bullets, and boarded a helicopter with the police combination. A second stage blood crocodile? The forest is so full of surprises. Soon after getting off the helicopter, the Night Wind saw the first gastroenterate. A huge crocodile over 10 meters in length, with 6 huge blood-colored eyes. Boom! There was an explosion from the other side of the forest. I don't know which group of stupid policemen created the explosion. If you make a loud noise in such a dense place with monsters, you will mess up without knowing anything, but you will just fall into an encirclement. Did Phase 4 appear? It's a pity that you are not my goal. The Night Wind was slightly taken aback. Not far away, a huge creature resembling a dinosaur was approaching, over 6 stories tall. Advertisement. Let's find the target first. Hidden his breath, Yi Feng's figure disappeared into the dark forest. After half an hour, Yi Feng walked to the waist of a small hill and found a faint fire shining in a cave. Probably who was resting or healing in it. Who? As soon as Ye Feng came in, he was headed by a gun. The gunman is a little lowly with long golden hair, pigtails on the left and right sides, and his eyes are a rare dull brown. Very cute and very smart. It was the initiator of General Yi Shang who uttered, "I'm hungry," with his lips. I didn't expect to meet you here. Are you alone? Yi Feng said calmly. Hello, I am Qianshu Sha Shi. Little Lowly thought for a while and wanted to put down the gun with a gentle voice. The man in front of him was not hostile. Injured your arm? Yi Feng noticed the injury to Lowly's right hand, and small strands of blood were flowing down. For her, compared to staying alone, she has no sense of security, so she doesn't even have time to deal with her injuries. She must always be alert to the movement outside the cave. I will bandage for you. Yi Feng began to deal with Lowly's injury. I am the initiator with the dolphin gene. It's just that the intelligence and memory are higher than ordinary people, so Mr. GN chose me. He is in charge of fighting, and I tell him how to fight. Lowly said slowly. That man is a mindless guy. Your combination is a good match, so the previous explosion was not caused by that guy, right? Yi Feng said. General Yi Shang probably even had muscles in his brain, and he was a guy who relied on brute force to fight. Yes, Mr. Zhang Jian's brain is made up of muscles. Lowly nodded unexpectedly. Why did the explosion happen? With you there, that guy should be ahead of schedule, right? Yi Feng asked again. I saw the light spot in the forest and thought it was another policeman, but when I approached it, I found it was a gastrointestinal animal. Mr. General hurriedly used a grenade. Although he got rid of that monster, he attracted more attacks from monsters. Then Mr. General and I separated, Loli replied. Advertisement. That's it, don't worry, I will protect you too, Sha Shijiang. Yi Feng smiled slightly and reached out to touch Loli's head. Sauce or something. Brother is really a good man. At least he looks like a good person. Loli stared at the young man carefully, his eyes flickering slightly. In this mission commission, only the guy Hiriko Keijian was asked to solve the problem, and it didn't say that the various combinations could not compete. And in such a place, even if you were killed by your own people, no one else would know about it. Not only is this guy not hostile, he is also very concerned with his injured self. It was the first time that Sha Shi was so concerned about. The previous life was very lonely and boring, and then I met Mr. Jian who turned it into a weapon, and found some meaning of existence. It's a pity that the general manager is just using her smart head, and the two have almost no feelings outside of work. Your wound is infected with the body fluids of the gastrointestinal animal? Yi Feng stared at Loli's eyes. Once it exceeds the 50% limit, it will really be assimilated by that kind of creature. Even the child of the curse will be caught after being infected. Just a very small amount of body fluids, don't worry about the erosion rate. I won't become a gastroenteric animal. Just rest assured, brother. Sha Shi showed a small smile. Check it after you go back. This is the secret between the two of us. Since there is that kind of blood, you must pay more attention to your body. Sha Shi was stunned. Just in case, drink this first. Although it is said to be a blood inhibitor, in fact that kind of thing does not exist at all. It is precisely because there is no way to deal with the rising blood vessel concentration that is the situation now. Yi Feng said gently. I didn't know where I took out a small glass bottle, which contained a light red liquid. Yi Feng smiled. Sha Shi is not stupid. If it could become stronger without risk, and with the greedy nature of human beings, it would have been a large-scale creation of the children of the curse. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Believe me, that kind of thing, even she knew it, couldn't exist. Brother, are you worried about me? Yi Feng said. Inhibitor. It's not a waste of time in this world these years. The blood inhibitors of gastroenterologists can reduce the concentration of that kind of blood. Chapter 153, Auto-generated chapter title, Inhibitor. I believe in brother. Sha Shi was a little shy by Yi Feng's eyes. The man didn't seem to be talking. Moreover, to murder her, there is no need for something like poison, and there is no need to waste time talking before, and help her deal with the arm injury. Drink it. Yi Feng smiled softly. The so-called inhibitor actually uses a more powerful blood vessel to suppress the erosion of the gastrointestinal animal. He is now a 6th-level existence, and his blood is more corrosive than a 5-stage gastroenteric animal. Dilute it a little, it can be used to suppress the blood of the cursed sun. Sha Shi took the small bottle and drank the liquid inside. Something in the bloodline seemed to have changed, and an inexplicable feeling spread throughout the limbs, and the body was warm. I always feel a lot easier, and the wound doesn't hurt so much. Thank you, brother. Although I don't know what happened, Sha Shi believes that this is not a bad thing. I really envy Miss Muging, isn't brother Yefeng her guard? Miss Mu Zheng must have never killed anyone, although she has only seen it once, but she is very innocent. Sha Shi suddenly spoke. It's true. Has Sha Shijiang killed anyone? Yi Feng nodded. Although Mu Zheng practiced the Tendo fighting technique of the Tendo clan since childhood, he never killed anyone. I've killed it before, I've killed it just now. Mr. Yishang general manager said that the policemen were competitors, so he killed all the policemen he encountered, and I shot them too. Sha Shi said. The credit for killing that guy cannot be taken away. Mr. General Manager said so. I was scared when I was killing, and my hands were shaking, but then I thought it would be better later. As Loli was talking, his expression was obviously sad. Don't worry about it anymore, with me. Sha Shijiang doesn't have to kill anymore. Yi Feng said. But why? The children of the curse were originally used as weapons. If Sha Shi doesn't fight, even if he stays with his brother, it doesn't make sense as a starter. Loli was a little confused. Advertisement, I don't think of you as a starter. Just a cute little girl, no different from ordinary human girls. Sha Shijiang, you are a human being, not a weapon, not a monster. Yi Feng stroked the little girl's head and continued. Elder brother, why are you so good to me? Obviously your eyes are not gentle, you must have a complicated past. You are so kind to Sha Shi, I do not know what to do. Sha Shi hesitated. She is not an easy kid to be deceived, and she can see what this man is hiding. But even so, she couldn't refuse this person's concern. Even if it was fake, he was the only one in the world who cared about himself so much. Maybe no one will know if I die someday, let alone someone sad. But this man cares about her very much, follow me. Regardless of the outcome of this mission, I will take care of Sha Shijiang in the future. Yi Feng said. This is the first time I feel this way. Thank you brother, but I am afraid I can't be with you, because I belong to the weapon of the general supervisor, and I have no right to choose in the legal and factual sense. Loli's eyes dimmed. What I said will not change. Don't think I'm just a district guard, in fact, occasionally I have the idea of changing the world. It's just in Yishang General, I don't care about it yet. And even if I don't take action, he probably won't be able to complete this mission alive. Yi Feng said. Yes, I believe in brother. 2 lines of tears flowed from Shaxi's cheeks, and finally couldn't help but threw herself into Yi Feng's arms and cried. Tonight, for the first time in her life, she experienced what it was like to be cared for. Even if it is deceived and used by such a man, it is better than dying without experiencing anything. The moths rushing towards the flames in the dark probably hold this mood too. They don't know what the warmth is, whether it will hurt or even destroy themselves, at least instinctively approaching, at least much stronger than freezing to death. A short while. The two were roasting the campfire when suddenly the phone rang. Hey, talk back to me while you're alive. The man's rough voice rang on the other side of the phone. Advertisement, it's great that you are still alive. Shaxi whispered. Shaxi, there is good news, I found the masked man. You come here now. The chat between the two quickly ended. General Yi Shang is indeed a foolish man. After telling the location, he hung up the phone in an instant, and it seemed that he was planning to do something directly on the masked man. In the forest, the two left the cave and started to set off towards the destination. You still have to go. Yi Feng said. No way, although he is that kind of guy, I can't care about his life or death. Shaxi was a little helpless. She definitely wanted to ignore everything, but her conscience couldn't get past that hurdle. In addition to that guy, there seemed to be more than 10 groups of policemen on the scene, right? I don't know if those guys can hold us up. Hiriko Yingyan is a very powerful transformation of people. Yi Feng said again. Although that guy looks like a joker, Hiriko Kajian is the villain boss level for the police in this world. Brother, do you know what that is? Loli said, looking at a deserted solitary tower in the forest. Ladder, in the past, humans developed something to deal with gastrulation animals, but they have not been used for a long time and have been abandoned in this place. Yi Feng replied. If that thing is used properly, it can actually eliminate the 5-stage gastroenterologist. Although that kind of creature is terrible, it can still kill 5-stage gastroenterologists by shooting the metal into that creature's body at a high speed. Separate here, brother Yefeng, go and support the police, I will stay and delay these monsters. Otherwise, no matter what the outcome is, all humans will definitely be killed by the monsters here. Shaxi said. The gastrointestinal animals in the forest also noticed that the police were fighting with Hiriko Yingyan, and hundreds of monsters were approaching the battlefield. If the situation is not right, I will run away. Shaxi lied. If she really couldn't hold it by then, she would still sacrifice her life to block these monsters. Do not, Shaxi, let's go together, I will protect you no matter what, nothing else matters. Yi Feng refused. How could he not guess the thoughts of this little loli? Chapter 154, Auto-generated chapter title, Scorpio. But, even if I get there, I'm just holding back my brother. It's better to be here, you can still fight. Shaxi lowered his head. Believe brother, I'll protect you, the kind of enemy brother that doesn't care about it at all. Yi Feng smiled and stroked Loli's head. He is a smart and sensitive child, but he really underestimates his strength. This world is just a toy for him. Let's go. Yi Feng took Shaxi's hand and gave her no reason to refuse. Shaxi smiled and nodded. 10 minutes later. Boom. Something was thrown away from afar. Yi Feng and Shaxi saw that they didn't know which person's arm was torn off. Where is the sword? Where is my sword? Have you seen my sword? As long as there is a sword, you can continue to fight. General Yi Shang appeared, but he fell without support for 10 seconds. The sword in his mouth stuck in his back and killed him. Just as Yefeng guessed, he couldn't make it to support him. More than a dozen groups of policemen were killed at the scene. Mr. General. Shaxi was a little sad. Although this mindless man has no feelings for her, he used to work together anyway. Dad, there are still living people here. Little Binei came out carrying the blood-stained double swords, staring at Yi Feng and Shaxi. The time is coming, come on, let's make the final break. Hiriko Kajian also looked here. Proverbs hurts. The repulsion field burst out and swept the two directly. He was immune to all the vitality of the police by this trick and crushed everyone. Use this method in front of me, his Nagato has to go straight to roar. Yi Feng laughed loudly. Nagato's half-crackers of the Uzumaki family with spotted reincarnation eyes can use the earth-bursting skystar, and now he can even directly create a moon. Gravity and repulsion? Too naive. Advertisement? Shenluo Tianzheng. A repulsive force erupted from the night wind, directly rebounding Hiriko Yingyan's moves. Boom, Hiriko Yingyan smashed to the ground, bleeding from the face under the mask. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, you also have this kind of power. Could it be that you also came from that unit? So we are of the same kind. I was injured and bleed, it just proves that I'm alive. Life is so beautiful. Harry Luha. The masked man didn't seem to notice the change in the situation, but laughed out of joy. Don't bully my dad. Hiriko Kahina slashed over with 2 knives in his hands. Although it is cute loli, but too violent is not likable. Yi Feng waved his hand and bounced Lil Binei away. We are all from that unit, we were created to deal with the end times. As long as human beings are extinct, our kind of talent has a meaning to exist. Join me. Let's destroy this world together. Hiriko Yingyan stretched out his hand and invited. Under the faint moonlight, the whole person danced with excitement. This is the real lunatic, who can behave so unexpectedly at all times. Just for this reason, I won't destroy the world. Yi Feng shook his head. Although he didn't care, whether it was Mu Zheng or the little loli that he met later, they definitely didn't want to destroy the world. No time to play with you, speed roll me. Yi Feng has already opened the eyes of reincarnation, and naturally will not give the other party more opportunities to breathe. What? This power. Will I lose too? Hiriko Yingyan was knocked down into the river, and the whole person sank directly. Dad. Little Binei followed closely and jumped into the river with a thud. A short while. The phone rang again, this time calling for Yi Feng. First of all, congratulations on defeating Hiriko Yingyan, his reaction has disappeared. But according to satellite observations, the gastroenterologist in stage 5 has already appeared, and it is Scorpio. There is one more task for you, the Son of Heaven said slowly. Roughly let him go to the ladder and use abandoned weapons to kill monsters. Advertisement: the device there can accelerate the bullet to nearly the speed of light. As long as the metal is shot into the body of the creature at an unavoidable speed, that guy can be destroyed and prevented from approaching the Tokyo survivor area. It's a pity to say that, but we don't have any bombs, right? The ladder has been abandoned for so long, and there is no ammunition in it. Yi Feng said. There was a long silence on the other side of the phone. I probably sent someone to check the settings there and found that there were indeed no bullets. It is too late to send it temporarily. Even if you send a plane, it will take at least half an hour. During this period of time, I am afraid that Phase 5 has destroyed the monumental barriers in the Tokyo area. Could it be? There is no hope anymore. The voice of the Son of Heaven was a bit lonely. If the Tokyo area is to be abandoned, the base of human survivors will be reduced, and hundreds of thousands of civilians living here will all die. Wait, Your Highness. The satellite reacted again. A new giant creature has appeared, a type that has never been tested. There was a startled roar on the other side of the phone. In the image projected by the satellite, there is a 1,000-meter-long Scorpio on the sea. A large number of tentacles spread on the surface of the body, completely like a Roshan floating on the sea. But this is not the most important thing. The scary thing is another monster. It was a big white snake with its eyes glowing golden red like magma, and its body was even larger than that of Scorpio. And its response is not a primordial animal. What is that creature? The creature has left again. The Holy Emperor's face was solemn. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The Son of Heaven has already sent a helicopter to all of them to go back. Why does it appear with Scorpio? No one knows what happened. There was another startled roar on the phone of the Holy Sun. A trouble was solved, but there was new pressure on everyone's mind. Although we don't know what happened, we seem to be able to go back. The 5-stage Scorpio was actually eaten alive in this way. After swallowing Scorpio, the white snake sank into the sea and disappeared. Even the 5-stage Scorpio was eaten by that guy. If it weren't for satellite observations, no one would believe that the apocalyptic crisis would just disappear. Yi Feng turned off the phone and said with a smile. They are fighting together. If that monster attacks the Tokyo area, it will probably bring more destructive power. Then how to stop the big snake? The big white snake is biting Scorpio, and the 5-stage gastroenterologist is unable to resist, and the injuries caused seem to be irreparable. After completing this mission, I finally made a lot of money, and I will not always talk about the company going bankrupt. Chapter 155. Auto-generated chapter title, 155, Guard? The next day, Yi Feng takes Shashi back to the human settlement in Tokyo. But before she was too happy, she had to accompany Mu Zheng to meet her disgusting grandfather. Tiantong Jujicheng. About the person who leaked secrets to Hiriko Yingyan. What's the matter with the Minister of Defense Kyoda and the people of his faction? Mu asked even more. Shang Tian hanged himself in the detention center and died. The old man said calmly, that guy is your subordinate, right? Mu's eyes were colder. The new gastrointestinal animal law is a bill that wants to promote the social status of the children of the curse. It was proposed by Lord Shungshan. But you are a stubborn discriminator. Your subordinates deliberately gave the information to Hiriko Yingyan, and deliberately summoned stage 5 gastroenterologists. After the incident, you advertised that Hiriko Keijian's daughter was also involved in the terrorist attack, in order to aggravate the survivors' hatred of the cursed son. All this is done to prevent that bill from passing. For this reason, even the Tokyo area might be destroyed. You are really disgusting, Mu Zheng said brazenly. Although the white-haired old man is his grandfather, she has no good feelings at all. When he was a child, Mu Zheng's parents wanted to report corruption in the Tiantong family, and they were resented by others in the Tiantong family. One night after that, Mu Zheng and his parents were attacked by a gastroenterate that suddenly appeared at home. The parents were killed and Mu Zheng's kidneys were also destroyed. At that time, the night wind appeared and healed her body, and has been protecting her as a guard until now. She has no sense of belonging to her family. All of them are a bunch of corrupt and ignorant old bastards. Although there is no direct evidence, it is absolutely the same as she guessed. 10 years ago. My wife and the days when people were killed. Didn't those monsters hurt you too? They almost killed you. Now you want to give human rights to those humans with monster blood? Those cursed children are the demons that destroy the world. The old man said calmly. They're human beings, they're heroes who protect humanity, they're definitely not the demons in your mouth. You damn old man, sooner or later I will kill you. Mu Zheng's eyes were cold, and he got up and left the room directly. The night wind followed closely, protecting the wooden watch close by. No matter what the girl finally chooses to do, he will support Mu Zheng's decision. Where to go next? Advertisement, Budokan. 10 minutes later. Mu Zheng had nowhere to vent, so he picked up his sword to find something to vent. Tiantong-style sword drawing technique 1 Type 1. Dripping water into ice. I saw the girl wielding a sharp sword and slashing towards the dummy, and the wooden figure 3 meters away suddenly fell apart. But Yi Feng didn't care too much about swordsmanship, but admired the girl's long, snow-white legs. Although he is not a leg control, he still has to admire Mu Zheng's great figure. How about it? Are you surprised by this young lady's heroic appearance? Mu Zheng hacked and killed dozens of wooden men in succession, and finally asked, wiping his sweat. The legs are really white, Yi Feng said subconsciously. Abnormal. Mu even blushed. Just take a break. Yi Feng ignored the girl's eyes, but handed over a glass of water. Sister Mu Zheng is amazing, Sha Shi also said with a smile. She is now regarded as the son of the curse taken by Yefeng, and also a member of this family. Little lowly Bingshui is smart, quiet and well-behaved, and easily gets Mu even likes him. Definitely, Mu Zheng has been personally supervising, and will not allow anything too intimate between Yi Feng and Loli. Although she didn't say it clearly, she regarded herself as the main palace. Even 10-year-old Loli cannot be taken lightly. 2 days later. What, His Royal Highness Saint is looking for me? Yi Feng was a little surprised. Yes, it's a duty like bodyguards. I have to lend you to her temporarily, after all, the safety of His Royal Highness Saint Emperor is also very important. Mu even spread out his hands helplessly. Although the Son of Heaven as a leader is somewhat evasive by power, his essence is still good, at least he is a leader who is personally sympathetic to the people. If she dies due to any security issues, life in Tokyo will only be more difficult. Well, I'll go talk to her. Yi Feng agreed. Since Mu Zheng agreed that he had passed, he had no reason to refuse. Noon. The Palace of the Holy Sun. Advertisement. When the leader finally finished the morning's affairs, Yi Feng finally saw the Holy Emperor up close. This is a girl with short silver hair and beautiful blue eyes. She is definitely impeccable in figure. Although the temperament is slightly weak, but also full of special majesty, after all, is the leader of the Tokyo area. Being a superior person for a long time will subconsciously exude that kind of aura. Hello, Mr. Yefeng, Mr. Chi Wu, the leader of the Defan area the day after tomorrow, will come to visit. I will trouble you to protect my safety during this period. I'm really sorry. The Holy Emperor smiled and said, Chi Wu Zongxuan, what is he doing here? Yi Feng asked. That guy was the leader of another region, and he was obviously a subordinate of the Holy Emperor, but in fact, that region was completely managed by him. In other words, that guy is the leader of another region, and cannot be sure of goodwill or maliciousness. Do not know, it's just that he visited during this time because Tiantong Jujicheng went out. Said the Holy Emperor. Tiantong Jujicheng is an old official and has assisted many leaders. Before that guy went out of the foreign survivor area, Chi Wu Zongxuan seemed to have received the news, and he came to visit during this period. Speaking of which, don't you have a guard, His Royal Highness? Yi Feng said. Well, come out. The girl nodded, and a team of guards in white uniforms walked out on the other side of the room. The head is a guy with glasses, a man of arrogance. I am the captain of the escort, protecting Captain Zhou Ren. In case of any situation, please advise me a lot. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The Holy Emperor smiled and said, Point a gun at me? I will consider the job of a security guard. 10 minutes later. What nasty things this kind of man can do is really a child's guess. Yi Feng squinted his eyes. Then I will go back first. Haughty, self-righteous, vanity-driven, and the kind of paranoid feelings towards His Highness the Son of Heaven. Oh. Yi Feng glanced at this guy casually, and probably knew what would happen next. Do you know what you are doing, Ensign? Yi Feng had left the palace of the Holy Emperor, and was stopped halfway along the way. The second lieutenant called Roar. Yi Feng said goodbye. Then wait for your good news. It was the 3 members of the former guard, and there was the captain among them. Chapter 156, Auto-generated chapter title, Tina Sprant. Night Wind, right? Reject the entrustment of His Highness the Son of Heaven to me. Your Excellency Tiantong will give me the task of protecting the Son of Heaven before leaving. The position next to His Royal Highness Saint Tianzi belongs to me. Zhou Ren said. Why should I listen to your orders? Yi Feng looked indifferent. It's just a few rubbish, and dare to show off in front of him. Break the bones of his hands and feet. The second lieutenant continued to point his gun at Yi Feng, and said to the 2 men. Do you want to do it? Then I am a legitimate defense? Yi Feng smiled. I'm not afraid of you doing it, but I'm afraid that you are trivial and dare to curse. Doing this kind of thing in the palace where the Holy Emperor lives, coupled with the recording pen he prepared in advance, justified defense is completely established. 2 big guys rushed over. But the speed of the night wind was faster, and before the 2 fists fell on him, he had crushed the throats of the 2 men. Boom. The captain saw his subordinates being resolved at the speed of light, and immediately fired a shot. But Yi Feng's ghost-like figure was not hit by a bullet, but instead took away the gun in his hand. Go to hell and repent, waste. Yi Feng casually crushed the ensign's neck. I didn't bother to take care of the 3 corpses on the ground, and waited calmly for the palace people to come to the scene like this. What happened? Don't move, soon someone rushed to the scene. Seeing the 3 dead bodies, many people frowned. This kind of thing happened in the place where Shengtianzi lived, and some people were killed. Before arresting me, I think it is necessary for you to look at this recorder. These 3 people abused their power and wanted to harm me. I just resisted. Otherwise, I will be the one who died. Yi Feng looked calm. Hearing this, the corners of the onlookers twitched. Are you embarrassed to say such a thing? Obviously you have not suffered any injuries? However, the matter was not determined, and no one caught Yi Feng for a while. After all, Yi Feng just completed the task of killing Hiriko Yingyan some time ago, and he was considered a small well-known figure. The 2 sides stalemate after a few minutes. What happened? Shengtianzi finally arrived at the scene. Please also your highness to be the master for me. This is a recording pen. Advertisement. Yi Feng brought out the evidence he had prepared. Shengtianzi frowned slightly, but still took it, and played a recording of the incident on the spot. After learning the whole process, the onlookers frowned. The captain of the escort was also a second lieutenant anyhow. He was so unbearable that he dared to mess around in such a place. Threatening to interrupt the opponent's hands and feet, or even shoot people, the night wind will resist is also reasonable. Really sorry, this time things are causing you trouble. The Holy Emperor smiled apologetically, instructed his subordinates to dispose of the 3 corpses, and declared that Yi Feng was not guilty. This guard was prepared for you by the old immortal, right? He just prepared this kind of stuff to protect you. That old guy's mind is not pure. His Royal Highness, do you think about when to kill that guy? Yi Feng smiled lightly. The guy Tiantong Jujicheng uses this kind of garbage guard to protect the Holy Sun, and his intentions can be imagined. The Son of Heaven did not answer, but shook his head silently. The so-called people are in the rivers and lakes, and they are involuntary. The old man's power is very powerful, and she can't deal with it casually if she wants to. I am entrusted to take over the task. From now on, I will protect your highness's safety. Let's leave now for the time being. Yi Feng smiled and left the palace. *hole, it hurts. The wheel ran over someone else's foot. Didn't there even an apology? It should be broken now. Medicine expenses, take medical expenses. You can't call the shots, just call your parents over. One wave has not settled, another wave has risen. Yi Feng just walked out of the palace of the Holy Emperor and saw a scene of Pengqi in the park. The 3 gangsters surrounded a smaller loli with a bad tone. Looking at the bicycle that fell to the ground, there were a few people talking, as if they were hit by the little loli. Hey, you really don't take the law in your eyes. You dare to touch porcelain in such a place. Yi Feng stepped forward and pushed away the 3 spirit rings. While talking, he showed his ID, the secretary of the Tendo Private Security Company. Run away. The 3 gangsters' complexions changed, and they strayed instantly. People related to the police company are not something ordinary people like them can offend. Get a hammer. I was caught by me in the street. Wait for you to enter the detention center. Yi Feng's figure flashed, and the 3 of them were subdued in an instant. It happened to be right here near the palace of the Son of Heaven. Without wasting much time, the 3 bastards were sent in, and someone would take them to confinement. Heroes of justice. I saw it for the first time in my life. Little Loli muttered to himself. Advertisement. He had long golden hair scattered around his waist, and his eyes were beautiful dark blue. She was wearing pink pajamas and appeared outside stepping on slippers. His small face was also a little dirty and looked a bit sloppy. Excuse me. Where is this place? Little Loli asked blankly, grabbing Yi Feng's arm with one hand. Yi Feng helped the little girl sit on a chair in the park and took out a clean handkerchief to wipe Loli's cheek. Okay, it's clean now, Yi Feng said, thanks. Thank you so much. Loli looked drowsy. Hey, are you okay? Little girl. Yi Feng patted Loli on the head. Only then did Loli wake up a bit, then took out a bottle of caffeine from the pocket of his pajamas, grabbed a handful of it, and ate it in his mouth. I am a nocturnal animal. If you don't, you won't be able to stay awake during the day. Loli explained. What's your name? Where are you from? Guardian. Why are you outside in pajamas? Yi Feng asked. Who knows? Loli replied blankly. Then what's your name? Then where are you from? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Speaking of the name, little Loli's face blushed slightly. I have no guardian. Listen, Tina, where's your guardian? Stop talking nonsense. You haven't changed your clothes at all, and you haven't taken a shower at all. No matter how you look at it, you just woke up. My name is Yefeng. Tina Sprant. Tina touched her lips, seeming to remember something. Tina had a very surprised expression. Yi Feng asked again. Yi Feng gave his number. Why don't you send you to the police station? Someone will arrange you there. Oh, you know my things better than me, the night wind spit out. By the way, this is my phone number. You can ask me for help in the future if you have anything. I remember today. Woke up from the apartment. Brushed my teeth, took a shower. After changing clothes, it was refreshing. Chapter 157, auto-generated chapter title. Assassination. Why are you calling now? Seeing Tina taking out her phone, Yi Feng couldn't help asking. What if you give me a fake phone number? Tina said righteously. Beep. Soon, Yi Feng connected Tina's mobile phone, and the two chatted face to face. There is one thing I forgot to say. Actually, I remember where the apartment I live in, so I don't have to go to the police station. After Tina finished speaking, she turned off her phone. You girl. Yi Feng rubbed Loli's hair. Today is really a happy day, Ernie-chan. I hope we will see you again, then, bye. Tina walked away slowly with her little bicycle. Yi Feng watched Tina leave and did not choose to chase after her now. The next day, His Royal Highness Saint Tianzi met Qi Wu Zongxuan and Yi Feng entered as a guard. Only by quickly recovering from disasters can you become the leader of the new world. Everyone who interferes with me will be eliminated. During the conversation, the man made no secret of his ambition. There is no respect for the Holy Emperor at all. It is exactly like coming here to declare war deliberately. Japan is now divided into 5 parts, and Qi Wu Zongxuan's subordinates are in charge of one of these areas. At the end of the conversation, nothing special happened during the period. After all, even if Qi Wu Zongxuan wanted to do it, he would not choose to be during the meeting, because his suspicion would be too great. When the two sides separated at night, that was the chance to assassinate the men. Am I too weak today? Sitting in the car, the emperor couldn't help sighing. Where is it? That guy's methods have always been very tough. Today, His Royal Highness is not scared by him and can't speak. It's already pretty good. Yi Feng said. The other party is an old fried dough stick, and although the Holy Emperor has a lofty status, he is only 16 years old. I don't know if you are complimenting me or scolding me. Sheng Tianzi curled his lips. Mr. Qi Wu is said to have secretly accepted weapons resources from other countries and used metal in exchange for it. His goal is obviously to take the whole of Japan in his own hands. The current Tokyo area does not allow the outflow of outstanding talents. So, can you please be my subordinate in the future? The Holy Emperor continued. What? I'm just an ordinary guard for Miss Mu Zheng, and I don't want to be involved in your big shots. Yi Feng shook his head. I intend to take back this land from the Bowel animals and unify the divided regions. Advertisement, rebuild this country and build a truly peaceful world. At that time, everyone will remember, we were all compatriots under the same sky. Even if I encounter assassinations and obstacles, I will not give up. Said the Holy Emperor. Idealists like you generally die the earliest. The Night Wind said calmly. I will not be a person without ideals. The Holy Emperor said firmly. Then make your methods more powerful, at least hold all the power you should have in your own hands, instead of depending on the face of others for what you do. You are actually an idiot, His Royal Highness. Yi Feng smiled. Thanks, thank you. The Son of Heaven nodded seriously. Although the man didn't say much, he would definitely take action at the critical moment. It was like the last time Hiriko Yingyan happened. Get down. Yefeng perceives something approaching and immediately pounces on the opposite Holy Emperor. Boom. A car driving on the road was shot by a sniper gun. If it weren't for the reminder of the night wind, probably the bullet would fry Shengtianzi's head into meat sauce. Get out of the car. Yi Feng opened the car door and hurried to the side wall with the Holy Emperor. The direction of the sniper had been determined, and the shot was an extremely powerful and ruthless character who fired this shot nearly 8,000 meters away. Do not worry, there is no danger anymore. Yi Feng took Shengtianzi to hide behind a wall temporarily. The Son of Heaven was pale and was obviously frightened. It was said before that there might be assassins, but they appeared tonight. If it hadn't been for her to find the guards ahead of time, she might have become a cold corpse by now. Report, the mission failed. There are powerful policemen protecting the Holy Emperor, and the sniper shot failed. The sniper said, did you see what that guy looks like? It's too far to see clearly. Retreat temporarily. Yes. The next day, early morning. Eat, I bought the chicken chop for you. When the night wind came to the park, Tina had been waiting here for a long time. In the early morning, I said on the phone that I wanted to be familiar with my surroundings. By the way, I was hungry and wanted to eat chicken chops. Then Yi Feng became a tool man and came here. Advertisement. If you have this kind of thing in the future, remember to tell me earlier and don't make a temporary call. Yi Feng said, I'm not suitable for getting up early. While talking, Tina took out her pot of caffeine. Just like condiments, sprinkle a lot on the chicken chops. Tina skewered 2 chicken chops with a small wooden stick, but they all fell to the ground. Mistakes. Made a mistake again. It seems that I can't eat it anymore. Little Loli stared at her hand blankly. Tina during the day and Tina at night can actually be regarded as 2 kinds of creatures. I'll feed you. Yi Feng took the lunchbox and fed a piece to Tina's mouth. Brother Yefeng, I want more. Tina chewed and swallowed a piece. A seductive blush appeared on her cute face, which made people want to kiss her. Like a pet cat, he is as good-looking and docile as a pet cat, waiting to be fed. The sound is soft and waxy, making people's bones crisp. Soon, after the feeding work was completed, Yi Feng wiped the corners of Tina's mouth again. Oni sauce, thank you, I am really happy today. Tina smiled and narrowed her eyes, thanks no more. After all, Tina is so cute, it's my duty to help the cute little loli. Yi Feng replied. Tina was the sniper last night. Yi Feng definitely replied. Tina's phone rang suddenly. I like Brother Yefeng because, for the first time in my life, someone was so kind to me. I think it should be. Just call me later. Can I see you again? So now, I don't feel so happy for a long time. This is not something like a promise, but an inevitable reality. Loli said softly. Ding ding ding, we will see you again. Since Mom and Dad died, they didn't feel very happy. My life is nothing but pain. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Lowly asked as he ran away. Chapter 158, Auto-generated chapter title. Custody that night. It was the private guard of Tendo Mugen from Tendo Police Company who stopped you last night. Your mission goal tonight is to kill Tendo Mugen, and by the way everyone in that company. There was a sound in the earphones. Tina put on a beautiful blue dress and listened to orders with headphones on. She is not an ordinary human, but the cursed child of the owl bloodline, so she has such a powerful sniper ability. Yes. Hateful, that fellow Yefeng actually put me aside, and waited for him to come back to see how I would clean him up. Mu Zhang sat on the desk and scribbled on the notebook with a pen. Boom. The office door was suddenly opened. Tina came in carrying a machine gun and stared at the woman who had met for the first time. You are Tendogi, right? Tina said coldly. Are you? Mu Zhang didn't react for a while. Get enlightened. Boom boom boom. Loli's portable machine gun fired directly. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Mu Zhang finally escaped and was not penetrated by these bullets. And Tina was not surprised by the woman's reaction, searching for Mu Zhang's figure in the smoky room. Chong. Mu Zhang held a long knife and slashed over, cutting off the barrel of the machine gun. Too slow, Tina's eyes turned dazzling crimson. The son of the curse is not only different from ordinary people in resilience, but also in physical fitness far beyond ordinary people. Lan Yuan Yenju can easily kick and explode huge amounts of protozoa. Although Tina is the blood of an owl, it is stronger than the Yenju type. Boom. Mu Zhang fell to the ground, and the long knife in his hand also fell. Although the barrel of the machine gun was cut off, Tina still used it to press against the front of Mu Zhang's chest. Just one more action will be able to end this girl's life and complete today's task. Who are you? Mu Zhang asked. Who I am has nothing to do with the person who is about to die. Tina replied coldly. You are afraid of killing, right? Do not kill me. Mu Zhang noticed that Tina's hands were shaking and said tentatively. As long as you delay for some time, you may wait for rescue. Advertisement, I didn't expect an intruder here. The man's voice suddenly sounded. Tina only felt that the voice was very familiar, as if she had only heard it somewhere not long ago. The machine gun in her hand was snatched away, and Tina had been tied up with a rope after all her absent-minded effort. Why? Why brother Yefeng? Tina's eyes widened, she didn't expect the night wind in her mission goal. It turned out that the one that prevented his sniper plan was Yi Feng, and his hunting targets tonight actually included Yi Feng. The development of the situation surpassed Tina's expectations, and the rope that instinctively broke free at this time also forgot to resist. Listen to me, brother. She seemed to be afraid of being hated, Tina yelled out anxiously. Yi Feng gave Mu Zhang a gesture not to move, and then hugged Loli in front of him. It's okay, brother won't blame you, let's talk slowly, don't worry. Yi Feng comforted. Tina seemed to have calmed down a bit, her emotions were not so agitated anymore. However, after a while, Tina thought of something again, her eyes dimmed. Brother Yefeng, kill me, I am a specially trained assassin and cannot be captured alive. Tina whispered. As a sniper who once attacked His Royal Highness the Son of Heaven, once captured alive, I am afraid that the forces behind her will not let her live. Do not worry, I won't hand you over, and I won't put you in danger. Tina is a good boy, just make corrections later. Yi Feng said firmly. Since he chose to save Loli, it is naturally impossible to give up halfway. I obviously only know how to fight, but now I have lost. As an assassin, I obviously shouldn't be like this. Brother, you have to take responsibility for me. Tina seemed to have figured it out too. Hey, police station. I want to report that there is a dangerous Loli in my house who is saying very dangerous things. Mu Zhang dialed the cell phone. The situation is already chaotic, so don't make trouble anymore. Yi Feng grabbed the phone and turned it off, and you, Tina. From now on you are no longer an assassin, and no longer a child of the curse. Forget those unpleasant pasts. Yi Feng said. Then, what is Tina from now on? Little Loli said suspiciously. Sister control, advertisement, brother Yefeng is actually a hidden sister. Another voice sounded. Tina looked at it and saw that it was Loli with the same file size as herself. It is Xia Shijiang. Understood, everyone is actually the woman that my brother likes. Tina nodded seemingly. Understood. Yi Feng knocked on Tina's head, and then grabbed Xia Shi, who was not too serious, and taught him a lesson. There is another little Loli in the house, which may be even more lively. A week later, after discussing secretly, Yi Feng and Shengtianzi obtained Tina's custody. The requirement is that Tina can't use the ability of the cursed son, live in Yefeng's house as an ordinary person, and can't attack anyone. Where are we going today? Tina sat in the car and looked out the window curiously. In the outskirts of the city, where the children of the curse live, visit our inmates, friends. Yi Feng smiled. This time I brought not only Tina, but also Mu Zhang and Xia Shi. The two Loli, one cute and well-behaved, were both very obedient and lovable little girls. Mu Zhang quickly regarded the two little girls as younger sisters. Definitely, will never happen. Mu is not such a generous woman. At least not now. The third temporary elementary school in 39 wards of Tokyo. From today I will be your teacher. My name is Rintaro Satomi, and I am interested in observing insects, collecting plants, and I also like things like microorganisms. It's almost like that. The boy introduced himself. In order to help improve the life of the cursed son, he chose to come to this place himself. With the help of an old man, this small class was successfully established. The children of the curse have basically not received a systematic education, and a lot of common sense is vacant, so Rintaro wants to help these children. This is not only Yenju's wish, but also his own intention. Do you have anything to ask me? Rintaro said. The little loli looked very happy. It was the first time I experienced this feeling of going to school, which was very new to them. Please, see the teacher in here, the old man said with a smile. Chapter 159, Auto-generated chapter title, Pervert. Ahem, let that classmate talk about it first. Rintaro pointed to a girl casually. Teacher, I heard that you and Yenjujang have already lived together on the premise of getting married, is this true? The little girl asked curiously. Real? Yenju immediately gave the answer and gave a thumbs up. Nothing like that, she just stayed at my house. Rintaro waved his hand quickly. Cohabiting with a 10-year-old child on the premise of marriage, no matter how you look at it, it's something abnormal. A short while, after playing around for a while, normal teaching finally started. That, the ruler of the Tokyo area is now, His Royal Highness the Son of Heaven. Someone rushed to answer. I have never seen His Royal Highness the Son of Heaven. Little Loli whispered. Well, it just grows like that. Yenju pointed to one side. Shengtianzi rushed over by car, and he also appeared in this place. Hi everybody, are you happy going to school? Shengtianzi showed a gentle smile, but in fact, she came to such a place deliberately, not for Rentaro's teaching. There is a particularly urgent matter, and Tiantong Mugong and Yefeng must be found immediately. Soon. Temporary meeting room, the stone monument collapsed? When Mu Zheng and Yifeng heard the news, they were a little surprised. Last night, the number 32 megalithic steel was invaded by the primitive gut in stage 4, Aldebaran, where the metal was corroded. After 6 days, the magnetic field barrier there will disappear, and the stone monument will collapse. Although it has begun to make alternative megaliths, it will take at least 9 days. The gap of 3 days is enough to destroy Tokyo. In order to prevent panic, we have blocked the news in advance, but the monolith will begin to bleach in a few days, and the news must be hidden. Outside the giant steel barrier, there are already more than 2,000 primitive gut animals waiting. The Holy Emperor said in a whisper. Why did Aldebaran appear in such a place, and why did they summon primitive gut animals to attack Tokyo? These are still unsolved mysteries, so, what do you want us to do? Yifeng asked. 3 days after the stone monument collapsed, I have to survive it anyway. I hope you can organize the civilian police force and then participate in this decisive battle. The Holy Sun said solemnly. She knew that this man's talents would definitely be enough to command that force, and then she would have more chances of winning. Advertisement, let me think about it, leading a group of troublesome subordinates is not necessarily suitable for me. Yifeng sighed. That night, how does it taste, oni sauce? T stared expectantly at the change in the man's expression. Well, it's great. Yifeng is not stingy with praise. Tina's cooking skills are indeed good, and the pizza she makes is delicious. Then next time I make anchovy pizza, Tina said with a smile. Will there be anything else? Shashi curiously said. Kabani spaghetti pizza? Garlic tomato sauce pizza? Tina murmured. By the way, garlic ketchup or something, is it really not a dark dish? Why are all pizza? Mu Zheng stroked the little girl's hair and chuckled lightly. Because I can only do this. The night is getting darker. Everyone went back to the room to sleep, but a certain loli quietly climbed onto the bed. Can't you sleep? Yifeng gently stroked Tina's hair. I am very grateful to Brother Yefeng. When I was doing assassination work under Professor Rand, this was a life I could never imagine. I've always wanted a gentle oni sauce like Brother Yefeng. Loli leaned his head over and said quietly. During this time, she also took blood inhibitors, so the owl's living habits gradually improved. Not too sleepy during the day, nor too energetic to fall asleep at night, moving closer to normal people. Oni sauce, Tina said naively. Okay, I admit that you are just a little sister. Yifeng smiled, but are you sure you want to participate in that battle? Tina doesn't need to go to the battlefield, just like Sha Shijiang, just wait for the good news at home then. Yifeng said again. Tina Sprant, with an IP ranking of 98, has already died once. Now Tina is brother's younger sister, and she can become a weapon again for her brother. Tina's life belongs to brother, Loli said seriously. If at the peak state, her power is not inferior to the killing machine Hiriko Keijian cultivated, Hiriko Kahina. Little Bine of Mantis blood is one of Hiriko Yingyan's daughters. That guy found many women to conceive, infected the body fluids of gastroenterologists during pregnancy, and gave birth to a group of cursed children. Through cruel methods to train those children, cannibalism and other competition. Advertisement the one who survived in the end was his toolman starter. But even so, little Bine was actually not stronger than Tina. Let's rest today, Yifeng said. I want my brother's arm to be a pillow. Tina blinked. All right, Yifeng nodded and agreed. Speechless overnight. Good morning, night breeze. Mu opened the room earlier in the morning and walked in. Good morning. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. By the way, Tina was not in her room this morning. Sha Shijiang also walked into the room and got up early to get dressed. Well, Yifeng looked at the location next to her, but found that Tina was not asleep next to her. At this time, the quilt suddenly moved, and Tina got out of the other section of the quilt. Good morning. I was so happy last night, O'Neill. Although there are times when I feel scared, you have taught me a lot and I am really happy. Tina said vaguely. Sha Shijang's eyes widened, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. The older brother really is a perverted loli, he actually shot Tina. I want to call the police. Mu Zhang took out his cell phone. You are a pervert. Although he does not deny that he is a pervert, he really didn't do anything bad last night. I just chatted with the night version of Tina, nothing happened. Misunderstanding, huh? The other loli whispered. It was preempted by Tina, it will be the first in the summer. But standing up, a few people saw that Tina only had her upper body in her pajamas, and the other parts were completely empty. Tina didn't seem to figure out how everyone quarreled, and stood up staggeringly. Did something happen? Yi Feng quickly explained. What is the night version? What did these two do last night? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Mu Zhang Sunere said, and many more, don't slap your face. Chapter 160, Auto-generated chapter title, Forced by Life. 2 days later. Early morning. Sorry, I don't have much time to accompany Tina, and I will bring you to see the doctor. Yi Feng said, it's okay, Tina really likes the dress O'Neill bought for me yesterday. Little Loli replied with a smile. I heard that Dr. Naruto Sumayer is a weird man among geniuses without exception. Tina said again. It's not just weird, it's very cute, bah, it's a terrible old woman. Yi Feng smiled and opened the door. Doctor, what are you doing? Yi Feng and Loli looked at the woman lying on the lab table. Too hungry, I ate all the spare grains, is there anything delicious on you? The woman said lazily. Here, Tina opened her small bag. Dried persimmons are sticky, and sweet. They're very irritating to fasting and are super uncomfortable. The doctor grumbled and gobbled it up. If we didn't come, would you starve yourself to death in the laboratory? Yi Feng Tukao. New Loli, this girl will be bullied by you in the room for a long time. Naruto Sumayer looked at Tina and said with a smile. Brother is not that kind of person. Tina shook her head and said. Oh, this man has more than 100 experience of sneaking past a little girl's asterisk, and he has also gone to school 1,000 times to steal excrement for examination. The best thing about elementary school students is the mantra of this man. This is the metamorphosis of the metamorphosis. The doctor said with a smirk. The little girl, forgive me, didn't know that you were such a master. It was really offensive before. Tina nodded, seemingly understanding. It's all slander in any way, I'm not that kind of boring guy. If I want to steal, I'm stealing fat times. Yi Feng looked serious. Soon. Those people behind me will definitely come to assassinate me, maybe just these few days. In order not to hurt everyone, it is better for me to leave Tiantong Police Company. Advertisement, Tina said tentatively. Fool, what else do I want to say until now? I will protect Tina, no bad things will happen. Yi Feng said. Let me translate, this man said that you are a precious collection in his important harem, how could he let loli like you go? That's what it means. The doctor smirked again. Huh? Tina blushed. Don't teach the elementary school students, doctor, you really are. Yi Feng couldn't help but complain. Several people chatted for a while, and Tina fell asleep in the laboratory halfway through. You seem to care about the son of the curse, young man. Don't get too deep, the whirlpool of emotions will destroy you. The doctor advised. As long as they are the children of the curse, sooner or later they will lose control of their bloodlines, and then they will still have to kill the monsters. The feelings of the present will only become a burden for the future. Neither Tina nor Shashi, they are real humans, not monsters. Doctor, you have to be more calm, Yi Feng said. But most humans don't treat the children of the curse as compatriots. If you want to change the world, then you should find a way to assist His Royal Highness, rather than just being a guard for so many years. The doctor said earnestly. What's wrong with the guard? I also feel very happy to be with Ms. Mu Zhang. Yi Feng disagrees. As for changing the world or something, it suddenly occurred to me that Sheng Tianzi visited him not long ago, hoping that he could organize the police to go to the final battle. Let him protect humans in Tokyo. To be honest, it doesn't matter to him how this kind of world is. Watching the news, it seems that you can't hide it anymore. The doctor turned on the phone, and the Emperor was live broadcasting the announcement. The stone monument was damaged, the primitive gut attack, and the protection work being done by the guards, and lots were drawn to determine the number of underground shelters. It's really a desperate situation to use this method of drawing lots. Yi Feng shook his head. There is no way. If you spend money to buy places, it will only make the situation more difficult to grasp. It is better to draw lots to send some people to asylum. In order to soothe everyone's emotions, we can only choose this way. And, are you ready to fight now? Said the doctor. The army has been waiting behind the stone monument, and all the weapons and personnel are constantly being sent there. As for the civilian police, a special unit has also been established. If Yi Feng went to fight, it would probably be a small captain's position. Who is going to protect this boring world? Advertisement. Doctor, why don't you elope with me? Yi Feng joked. He is not a friend of justice, so why protect Tokyo? Even if this world is completely gone, it will have no effect on him. Anyway, he is not a member of this world. Elopement? Young man, do you know what you are talking about? Maroto Sumayer smiled slightly. Don't always call me young. You are obviously so young, doctor. I should be considered your predecessor, right? Yifeng curled his lips. What, you want to tell me that you are actually not only a pervert, but also an old monster with good looks? You are not the child of the curse, you are very powerful, but you are only human. Maroto Jin said with a chuckle. This guy always speaks unscrupulously, as if he is just treating her as a woman, not a frenzied scientist. Seeing you is like me who was obsessed with human experiments. Everyone has a time when they are young and frivolous. Yifeng sighed. Okay, let's talk about business. You don't really intend not to participate in the war, do you? His Royal Highness the Holy Sun will be P******** D off by you. Maroto Sumayer said again. I'm just a mere guard, an ordinary human. It makes no difference whether people like me go or not. Yifeng said. Well, then I'll change the way of asking. If the Tokyo area is destroyed, what do you plan to do? Take the women to rebuild a new survivor area? Wandering around, living in the last days? The doctor asked again. How do you think Scorpio is absent? Follow me to live in a new place. Maroto Sumayer smiled slightly, the smile on his face was unpredictable. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Is this also in your calculations? Scorpio, do you know anything about the creature that appeared that night? I'm not one of those little girls, I just lied to them with a few sweet words. The doctor nodded. Have you considered the doctor? Life is forced to follow you, this pervert. Compared to megalithic monuments, I care more about what the doctor thinks. She was suspicious at first. Yifeng's reaction was too calm, as if she had known that the monster would be wiped out a long time ago. I didn't seem to force you, Sumayer, Yifeng said. That's why you don't understand me enough, doctor. Abnormal. Yifeng asked directly. Chapter 161, Auto-generated chapter title. Thing to protect early morning. Yifeng and Tina came out of the laboratory, little lowly flushed. It wasn't that she was forced to do something, but that she saw something incredible. Unexpectedly, my brother had that kind of close relationship with the doctor, and there were so many rivals of my own. Remember not to starve to death in the laboratory, woman. Yifeng kissed Jin's forehead and chuckled. Abnormal. The doctor was wearing a white coat and ignored the man's intimacy, but rolled his eyes. Let's go, Tina. We should go back, or Mew will come to us with a knife. Noon. A group of people came to the outer area, where Rentaro taught the children of the curse to learn. The time is up, stop writing, everyone upload the test papers. Rentaro said. How reliable is it? It's difficult. Can't write. Do not know. Although the test papers are not difficult, the children have not received a systematic education, so they are all ignorant. Next is this, everyone can write about it. Rentaro handed out some more papers. Dreams for the future. Let everyone write their wishes and work hard for them in the future. It's really hard work, I beg you to come over during such a difficult time. An old man appeared on crutches. Nothing, this can distract the children and prevent them from being too scared. Rentaro said. I'm finished. Rentaro, Yenju trot over. The content on the paper is as follows. This young lady's dream is to marry Lotus Taro and kiss him every day. You guy. Rentaro had such a face as expected. I'm not lowly control, hey. If this goes on, you will really have to go to prison. Let's go, take everyone to play in the city today. Rentaro said on his own initiative. A team of nearly 30 people, more than 20 children of the curse, all went to the city for a stroll. Probably the period is special, no one will care about them. Although the civilians are panicked, they can't do anything, just waiting for the end to come. Advertisement. Hey, is it really okay? These papers for writing dreams, 7 or 8 children all write that they want to marry Rentaro. Mew couldn't help but vomit. Even Yenju alone, so many children, enough to be shot for 10 minutes. No idea, it's like this for a child who lacks love. You give her a little sympathy and comfort, and she will love you unreservedly. Yifeng said. It is normal for Rentaro to help these children and get their love. The child of the curse currently does not have human rights in the legal sense, so Rentaro will not be shot. Shashi nodded. Brother is also a badass, he's a bad guy who abducts children. Tina added. You lowly control. Without waiting for Yifeng to refute, Mu Zheng's fan fist had already smashed over. Hey, why did the topic suddenly touch me? I'm a good person and innocent. Call me out in the middle of the night just to see the moon? Yifeng lay on the grass and Mu Zheng was beside him. Life is very happy now, with you and Shashi, Tina. But how long can this kind of life last? Mu Zheng closed his eyes and said. A large number of gastrointestinal animals invaded here, can those troops really stop it? I sent someone to investigate the issue of Steel 32. The metal there is provided by Tendo and Koichi. The reason behind the Scorpio in Stage 5 and the destruction of the megalithic steel by Aldebaran this time is definitely not simple. They all have something to do with the Tiantong family. Mu Zheng opened his eyes and there was killing intent inside. Miss, are you going to kill those guys? Yifeng asked. That kind of scum, it makes me feel ashamed of the surname Tiantong. This war is over, no matter what, I will cut their heads. Mu hates his teeth even more. These two things are not even the whole story. How did the original bowel animals appear? Why does it appear inexplicably and then destroy the world? Are human beings simply victims? In the 5-stage Scorpio and Aldebaran, it is basically certain that someone on the human side wants to destroy the world. So, was it possible that gastroenterologists were also made by some people? Do not worry, I will always protect you, vengeance is good, anything is good. Yi Feng said relievedly. Mu Zheng nodded, his face a little tired. Advertisement: only in this man's arms can he let go of everything that is a member of that family. No matter what happens, what will happen in the future, as long as he is with him, it will be fine. Countdown to the last day. Holy Sun, go and die. All the children of the curse get out of the city. Let's also enter the underground shelter. The city completely collapsed. Only about 30% of the people were selected to go to the underground refuge, and the remaining large number of civilians could only be on the ground, waiting for the end to come. If the guards did not block the gastrointestinal animals, all these people would die. The social order began to collapse, and the crowd became chaotic. Although it has not yet reached the worst, many people are still restless. On the tram. What is this? Lentaro curiously asked. The DVD of the G-bead girl, everyone will love this gift. Yenju said. There is an unknown premonition, Mu Zheng said slowly. I don't know why, I always feel uneasy. Yi Feng had no special reaction, just as usual, playing with Shashi and Tina's two loli. After 10 minutes drive, a group of people rushed to the scene, only to find that it was surrounded by police. Blast, bomb, bomb, Rentaro's hands were shaking. The place that was supposed to be a temporary classroom has now become a huge pit, and has not yet cleaned up bloodstains, charred dolls and windmills. Those kids. Could it be? No one spoke. Should I fight for my life to protect it? What did I protect? The world will always be more cruel than you think. People who discriminate against the children of the curse attacked here with explosives. Obviously everyone was playing together yesterday, and everyone was talking about their dreams for the future. Yenju cried loudly. In order to enhance the power of the explosion, fragments of metal were also specially added. The corpse was so terrible, even he was frightened to see it. Following the police at the scene to the morgue, more than 20 children under 10 years old were all blocked by white cloth. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Rentaro said numbly. The law will not even condemn it, because the children of the curse are not legally human. What did the human beings protected by the children of the curse protect in the end? All the children are dead. These are my students. Listening to the young man's whisper, Yi Feng and Mu Zheng also frowned. Yenju was outside the room. He didn't dare to let Yenju come in to see the tragedy here. Such a world. Yes. Chapter 162, auto-generated chapter title. Ending, boom. The number 32 steel collapsed, a day faster than imagined. Its airflow, the effect of airflow cannot be accurately predicted, and it is normal for the time to advance. Yi Feng said. Although he did not intend to contribute, on the surface, he came to the police camp with Mu Zheng. Katagong Yushu, Katagong Gongyue. A pair of police siblings. The younger sister is the initiator of the spider bloodline, and the two are friends of Rentaro. Shave the Zhejiang Mo, give Shi Kui. Zhang Mo was a senior fellow Rentaro had practiced together before, and Bu Shikui was the initiator of the Cab bloodline. Can the self-defense force really stop those monsters? Yenju was a little worried. The battle lasted less than half an hour. Roar, the gastroenterologists completely destroyed the guards. In front of such a large number of gastroenterologists, human defense is like a piece of tissue paper. The guards were all killed, let alone 3 days, even half an hour was not delayed. The Tokyo area has completely fallen, and the remaining forces are just some civilian police. Bai Suwu was stronger than imagined. In the first wave of confrontation, more than half of the people on the police side were killed or injured, and now the rest of the people just barely protected themselves. Is Tokyo destroyed just like this? Mu even sighed. She also wanted to kill some people by herself, but it seemed that she didn't have that chance. There is power to defeat Aldebaran. The girl broke into the makeshift meeting room. Sima Wizy. The descendant of the Sima clan is more in a competitive relationship with Tiantamu, and is also the daughter of a big family. The forces where they are good at scientific research, the bullets of metal, and many weapons come from their clan forces. This is a special research and developed by our company, the Fire Universe Bomb. Compared to the one used by the self-defense forces to attack Aldebaran, it is 20 times more powerful. But this thing must explode in the monster's body and cause damage from within to destroy it. Wei Wei said. In other words, there must be a policeman desperately opening a hole in the monster before throwing the bomb in? Rentaro understood the meaning at once. Yes, this is the only way to save Tokyo. Although I don't know why Aldebaran suddenly ordered the gastroenterologists to stop attacking, I am afraid they will not rest for too long. If you don't destroy that monster, Tokyo will definitely be completely destroyed. Advertisement Wei Wei replied solemnly. So, what is your opinion? Miss Mu Zheng. Yi Feng asked. It doesn't matter to him, it doesn't matter whether the world is destroyed or not. It just depends on Mu Zheng's choice, whether she wants to save this devastated Tokyo. As for the two loli of Tina and Shashi, the two loli didn't think about too many things, they just thought it would be better to follow Yi Feng, and everything else was arbitrary. I don't know, if it can, I hope Tokyo can be preserved. Mu hesitated for a moment, and said so, she just hates some humans, and doesn't want all humans to die. The task was finally handed over to Rentaro and Akuma to perform, and the initiator of the two. In the third battle of Kanto, mankind won a terrible victory. Nearly 80 people were sacrificed, and the final survivors returned to the ground from the underground shelter. The newly manufactured enchantment steel number 32 was erected again. And the world is not static. Tiantong Jujicheng was turned into a corpse when he got off the plane, and the new law of the bowel animal of His Royal Highness Shengtianzi was implemented, emphasizing the human rights of the children of the curse. Long time no see, Brother Kazuko, do not, you should be called Roar, Your Excellency Deputy Minister of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism. Mew said calmly. Did you bring what I wanted? The man in a suit said coldly. Ha ha. Mew Zhang sneered and threw a notebook with many photos pasted. The builder of stone steel number 32 in the past and the person in charge of the eroded area should be your brother, right? Replacement of metal to embezzle money is not an act worth encouraging. Because of that, the megalithic steel will be eroded away by Aldebaran. You are the one who caused the war. Mew pulled out the long knife more slowly. The fellow Tiantong Jujicheng had been killed by Yefeng under her sign. And now, she wants to purge the other dead man scum in the family. Only by killing all the people that should be killed, the human survivor area will truly settle down. Not to mention that this was for all mankind. The killing of her parents at the beginning was also inseparable from the dirty people in the family. The true legend of Tendo Flow Magic Spear, Tendo Kazuko. Tiantong Lu's true legend of sword drawing, Tiantong Mugen. Advertisement: one person holds a gun, the other draws a knife, and after signing a life and death contract, the two fight in the martial arts hall. No matter who lives or dies, there will be no legal responsibility afterwards. With the evidence as a threat, Tendo and Guang had to accept this duel. After all, if Mew Zheng handed over those things, he would still be shot. It would be better to gamble with this woman and bet that he could win. Chong. The weapons of both sides collided in an instant. Mugen slowly put away the long sword, and Kazuko was chopped off with his left foot. Say it, the truth about my parents being killed. Mew said coldly. The long knife has been put away, and it seems that he does not intend to shoot again. In fact, there is indeed no need for another shot. This is a murderous move created by Mew Fong to bury all the people whose surname is Tiantong, and it is impossible for ordinary people to stop it. There are 5 people participating in the plan. At the time I had 3 other brothers, and my grandfather Tiantong Jujicheng. Because your parents want to expose the darkness of the family, the Tendo family can have the current status, those things too are inevitable. In order to prevent everyone from being dragged into the water, I had to create an accident to kill your parents. Under the threat of death, Kazuko finally spoke tremblingly. That's it. Tina, Shashi, Yifeng, let's go. Mew Zheng had such an expression as expected, and he left slowly, regardless of this guy. Thank you. Thank you. He Guang thought he was forgiven, so happy he wanted to kowtow. But when he moved his body, he realized that something was wrong. His body was actually cut in half, but Mew Zheng's speed of swinging the knife was too fast, and even his body was still alive before, allowing him to live for dozens of seconds. So strong. Tina looked at Mew Zheng with some palpitations. I finally did it, take revenge, and kill the person I wanted to kill. Kill the man who deserves to be killed. Feng, you will always support me in the future, right? Mew Zheng flushed with excitement on his face. Really? Go back and have a good rest. The little girl shouldn't fight every day. Yifeng patted the girl's head. Things in this world are almost completely processed. Mugatsu, Maroto Sumayer, Tina, Natsushi. If you have to say something, there is probably one holy emperor left. Chapter 163, auto-generated chapter title. Laziness, what a boring day. Yifeng sat in the palace. Not a palace in a strange place, but a palace in Naruto world. After he went to the second world, he finally brought those women to this place. After all, Tokyo has no nostalgia at all, and there is a little white hair. The son of heaven was robbed. Although he was very dissatisfied with the facts, the Holy Emperor finally had to accept the reality of his arrival in another world. You guy, it's okay, don't sigh, it's me who was treated crudely. Xiaobai stared at the man who was reading. Rough. I just brought you here, but I didn't bully you. Yifeng disagrees. Ignoring my wishes and bringing me to such a place by myself, I am already very angry. Xiaobai looked upset. The definitely mood is just unhappy. This world seems to belong to this man, as the master of the empire. On the bright side, it is managed by a Queen Sarah, and behind it is this guy who really controls everything. Long time no see, Yakumo. Yefeng greeted the little maid Roar. Yes, master, I haven't seen you for a year, Yakumo respectfully said. The flow of time between this world and that world is 1 to 10, so the night breeze has been there for more than 10 years, and only 1 year has passed here. Yakumo has also become a beautiful girl, Yifeng said. Although Yakumo was like this early, he still wanted to compliment him. The quiet and well-behaved little girl is really cute. Aren't you the evil loli controlling the wind? Maroto Sumayer seemed surprised, and said, covering his mouth. Pay attention to the tone of your speech, damn it. Be careful, I let Red Bean use a small leather whip to slap your A***, and you dare to slander me in the future. Yifeng said. Hey, whatever you want, Jin said with a smile. She is very adaptable and soon fell in love with life here. After all, you can do whatever you want here, whether it's necrophilia or anatomy, don't worry about what you eat, and there are men who spoil themselves. Although the experiment she did was a bit of a meal, the night breeze is everything here, and no one talks about her. It is worth mentioning that she is probably the first to like Yefeng's collection. Jin was full of praise for those beautiful eyeballs. Teacher, see who this is? The Red Bean's voice sounded. Yifeng turned his head and saw Hongdou walking in with a woman. Fenghua Xiaoshui, the woman who was once a princess of Snow Country. Advertisement, Master Yefeng. Xiaoshui was obviously a little cautious. The people here are more or less closely related to Yifeng, but she is only in a good relationship with Hongdou. Yifeng looked at her without any special expression. He is indeed a bit perverted recently. He obviously has no feelings for this kind of beautiful girl, but he will like the little loli like Tina. Is the ultimate state of perversion just loli control? The feeling of reaching a bottleneck in cultivation. The house has become so lively. Yifeng sighed with emotion. The women gathered together, some were jealous, and some were indifferent. In short, different things seemed to happen every day. Even Tina and Shashi knew about competition. Where are Hinata and Hanoka? Yifeng put down the book in his hand and remembered the two girls. Calculating age, Huohuo has grown up a lot, in Konoha. The two sisters seem to be running a dessert shop. Idzuki said. Although I haven't visited them before, as someone who used to stay with Yifeng, no one in the whole world dared to provoke them. The dessert shop opened smoothly. Dessert shop. Yifeng seemed to remember something, and shook his head with a smile. I'll take a shower, miming, come and help me change my clothes. Yifeng said lazily. Yes. Terumi Ming bit her lip and followed the man tremblingly. Everyone knew what would happen, but no one spoke to her. Although Mu Zheng had a sense of justice in his heart, he obviously wouldn't be entangled with what kind of evil boss his boyfriend was before. Some things have happened, is it really necessary to modify them? Anyway, Tiantongmu does not intend to be a partner of justice in this world. Because Yefeng is the master of this world. Master, you can take a shower. Terumi Ming did everything skillfully. Yifeng embraced the woman and jumped into the bath. It's another leisurely day, it is also a day of depravity. Konoha Castle. Tonight is still very lively as usual. For most humans, the disappearance of the ninja is actually a good thing. The reason why ninjas exist is to solve those violent and evil guys that ordinary people can't solve. Now everyone has become ordinary people, no one is practicing ninjutsu anymore, and it becomes easier to solve the bad guys. Moreover, the Empire of Night unified the world, and the crime rate was much lower than before. There are so many stars tonight. Advertisement. Yifeng walked slowly, holding two loli by his side. Shashi, Tina. Two little girls who are very clingy, want to follow wherever they go. Although they have not been eaten, the two little girls are working hard. After all, they seem to have more and more rivals in love. Elder brother, is it going to rain? Tina noticed the movement of Yifeng holding the umbrella and asked. Yifeng nodded. Within half a minute, the sky really started to rain. But following the man's side, it doesn't seem to feel cold at all. Oni sauce, Shashi wants that. Little loli pointed to a dessert shop. Beautiful and attractive cakes were placed in the window, and there was a warm atmosphere in the room. Let's go, we were here originally, Yifeng said. Delicious. A slobber fell from the corner of Tina's mouth. She is actually a hidden foodie. Welcome, the little girl came out to welcome the guests. However, the smile on his face didn't last long, and it quickly turned into shock. Brother. Wahuo hesitated for a second, and finally bowed his head respectfully. This man who had a complicated relationship with their sisters would appear here in Konoha. It looks like you are here specifically? Does Huohuo not welcome me? Yifeng smiled lightly. No, I dare not, brother, please don't be angry. I was wrong just now. It was because the fireworks were slow to respond, so. Wawo's face turned pale. As he said, he was ready to kneel down. Yifeng definitely wouldn't let her really kneel down. He has no habit of bullying little girls. Although he has killed many beautiful little girls, Wahuo is not the same kind of women as those killed. Get up, I don't want to be said to be a pervert who bullied a little girl. Yifeng smiled and raised the fireworks. By the way, this is Sha Shijiang, and this is Tina Sauce. Yifeng said again, thank you brother for forgiving. The first time I met, I was Hyuga Kahuo, I would like to ask for your advice in the future. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 164, Auto-generated chapter title. People from Datongmush Konoha Castle. Yifeng returned to the dessert shop here in Hinata, and stayed there for the time being. Elder brother, have not seen you for a long time. Hinata came out with 2 plates of cakes, her face flushed. Yes, long time no see. Yifeng stroked the girl's hair, in a trance as if he had returned to a long time ago. And at this moment, on the far moon, a young man with short white hair and a simple robe is looking at the blue planet in the distance. Even things like 10 tails have been resurrected? The world created by the 6 Tao immortals is really wrong. According to the last wish of our ancestors, it is time to destroy there and create a new world. The white-eyed young man said, descendants of Datongmuyu village, Datongmush people. At the beginning, the 2 brothers Hamura and Hai used 6 starburst stars to seal the body of 2 on the moon. In order to prevent Kagaya from resurrecting, Hamura stayed on the moon. A small number of people in the clan stayed on the earth, and finally became the later Hyuga clan. After Hamura's death, his descendants were divided into 2 factions. The division believed that the world created by the 6 immortals was a failure and should be destroyed, and used rebirth eyes to kill the clan who advocated peace. There are 2 ways of reincarnating eyes, awakening. One is a large number of white eyes integrate, and the other is eyes with pure blood. And Sharon has been monitoring the earth. Finally found that the 10 tails were all resurrected, and he couldn't hold back his anger, planning to destroy the world. You still need awakening reincarnation eye. I have to go to that world to see. Sharon didn't originally have the reincarnation eye, only the huge reincarnation eye left by the ancestors. If you can find someone with pure blood in that place, you might be able to awakening rebirth. At that time, the resurrected 10 tails will also be killed. Where are the blood descendants left behind? Why the breath is so weak? Sharon walked into Konoha. According to his perception, there are almost no living people with white-eyed blood in this world. The branches here really shame the whole family. A figure said, no, this feeling, someone here still survived. This kind of breath, the blood is very pure. Yes, it's the princess with white eyes. Several other figures also said. Several puppets looked at each other and immediately followed the breath. Although he looked down on the characters in this world, Sharon still sent puppets, not the main body. Elder sister, advertisement, I feel a little flustered. Wahuo frowned. Although she has been deprived of strength, her instincts are still very keen. Flirty? Should no one dare to attack us? Hinata had some doubts. The current situation in the ninja world, and Yifeng himself is in Konoha, who would dare to do anything with them. Pure eyes. It has been taken away? The face of the puppet is ugly? I thought that awakening could reincarnate, but the 2 women's eyes had been taken away. Damn, what the hell did it? Who are you? Hinata saw a few dark shadows approaching, and his eyes suddenly became alert. Never mind, then take you to experiment and see if you can grow new eyes. Sharon said coldly, it's already here, definitely can't go back empty-handed. Swish. A punch suddenly came from the side, and the puppet quickly drew to the other side. Throwing crooked minds in my place, you are so courageous, boy. Yifeng squinted his eyes. Detongmush people. If this guy hadn't taken the initiative to slip down from the moon, he would have forgotten that there is still this man. You guy. You are Julie from 10 Tails? You resurrected 10 Tails? Sharon's face was gloomy. Judging from the chakra aura of this guy, there is no doubt that he is the 10-tailed person Julie. Yes, I resurrected 10-tailed and ate her, Yifeng said calmly. Under my rule, this world can achieve true peace. So what are you here for? Yifeng said again. That kind of power falls into the hands of an evil person like you, and there is no need for this world to exist. I will ruin all of you, Sharon said. It seems that there is not much gain today, but he does not give up. He can grasp the huge reincarnation eye on the moon, and he can have the power to destroy the world. Really confident. Yifeng smiled faintly. The chakras of several puppets dissipated, completely motionless on the ground. Arrogant in front of me, advertisement, wait for you. Yifeng looked up at the direction of the moon in the sky. Reincarnation? He also has that kind of thing, and it's even more powerful than Sharon. He is now more powerful than Huie in his heyday. A man with a large barrel wooden house is no different from an ant. Elder brother, are you okay? Hinata said with concern. Now that there is still someone in this world who owns chakra, she was also surprised. Moreover, that guy actually has white eyes, do not worry. I'll deal with that guy, it's just a half-hearted. It just so happened that he came here to remind me this time. Yifeng said, if he cowered properly, maybe he didn't bother to make trouble. But if you dare to jump so rampantly in front of him, you have to teach him to be a man. This is the moon. Yifeng opened his eyes again, and he had come to a strange world. With his current pupil power enough to cross the super long distance between the planet ball, he can teleport here directly. The surrounding white land is desolate and silent. The Detongmu clan, right? Teach you how to be a man today. The perception of the night breeze enveloped the entire moon. The descendants of Hamura used to build cities and floating islands here. Yifeng quickly found the palace location where Sharon's body was located. How? Do you think you can have a chance to beat me by waiting for the battle in a place like this? Yifeng said calmly. In the empty hall, a huge amounts of reincarnation eye was floating in the air. This was integrated with thousands of pairs of white eyes and a special secret technique, a weapon left by the ancestors. Although this huge amount of eye pupil power is strong, its shortcomings are also obvious. Even Detongmush people can't grasp its power, just borrow some of it. Unexpectedly, you really dared to come here to find me. Sharon was a little surprised. Even the 10-tailed Ren Julie, as long as he has this terrifying eyeball, he is not afraid that he will lose at all. With the blessing of our ancestors, do you think you are going to win? Yifeng smiled. The blue and white giant reincarnated eyes with snowflake patterns, coquettish and noble, contained powerful pupil power, even he felt a little palpitating. But can Sharon give full play to the power of this thing? The answer is definitely no unless it is a figure of 6 levels. If you want to use the power of this thing, the first thing that will be blown up is your own body. Sharon is now an ordinary shadow class, and his eyes are just white eyes. It is definitely impossible to use all of its power. Chapter 165, Auto-generated chapter title, Sent to Prison. Kneel down in front of the Detongmu clan, you will regret your decision to come here today. Sharon smiled confidently. When Yumura and Yui sealed Kagaya, there was no such thing as rebirth eyes. Even Huie doesn't have the pupil technique of reincarnation eye. Now that he can borrow this powerful force, he will definitely be able to defeat the 10-tailed people on the opposite side and seal it off again. Indeed, I can't fully utilize all its power, but how much of the 10-tailed power can you show? Sharon sneered. Takuo is not that easy to master. You are really a joker. Yi Feng was a bit speechless. 10 tails. Although Wei Yi retained a trace of consciousness and did not die, it was a pity that all the power of that woman belonged to him. And speaking of reincarnation eyes, he had absorbed the pupil power of 3 pairs of complete reincarnation eyes. No matter how you look at it, he is the best player. If you don't see the coffin, you won't shed tears. Go to hell. The huge reincarnation eyes around Sharon shone slightly, and a chakra poured into his body. The young man's white eyes temporarily turned into reincarnated eyes, and a green chakra code appeared on his body. Seeking Daoyu to appear, the surging chakra suddenly reached the 6th level in an instant. However, it is only just getting started at the 6 levels. Silver wheel reincarnation explodes, Sharon yelled. A few green jade for seeking Taoism flew over, and they were close to Yi Feng's head in an instant. Even if it is 10-tailed person Julie, facing this trick is not easy. Boom. Yi Feng's body seemed to have no substance. Chu Daoyu passed it directly, and then directly penetrated the entire moon. That's it? I thought it was so cruel, Yi Feng smiled. A trash like you, even if it becomes stronger temporarily, it is nothing more than a child carrying a kitchen knife. Yi Feng's figure flashed, and she slammed Sharon's chin with a simple and unpretentious punch. A purple-black chakra code appeared on his body, his eyes were all bloody red, there were ripples of reincarnation eyes, and there were 9 black gouaches. Advertisement Jiugo Jade Reincarnation writes round eyes. Hateful. Sharon's face changed drastically. Under the rebirth eye chakra mode, he temporarily saw the man's movements clearly, but his body did not have time to react. Watching the fist slamming over, the whole person flew out uncontrollably, wiping sparks directly in the air. Boom. The world in front of Sharon was dim, and the world began to spin. It exploded countless mountains and palaces, and finally fell into a huge pit, coughing up blood. Although he has entered the 6 ways mode, he is probably the weakest in the 6 ways mode. How? Here's vomiting blood. Can you hold on? The sound of the night wind sounded again. Without waiting for Sharon to make any response, another fist magnified in his eyes. Sharon's face was directly sunken, and his head was almost smashed, and the whole person turned into a meteor again and flew out. Under the violent attack of the night breeze, meteors that turned into a flight and smashed everywhere. Every time it hasn't fallen from the sky, it will be smashed again, flying around over the moon. The mountains shattered and the earthquake trembled. The destruction of the moon's already barren surface is even more horrible. On several occasions, Sharon was punched directly from the moon and flew out from the other side of the moon. Had it not been in the rebirth eye chakra mode, he would have died 10,000 times. Finally, the chakra pattern of Sharon's rebirth eyes disappeared, and the life of the whole person was almost at an end. You are nothing but that. Yi Feng smashed Sharon's head with one foot, and the latter's eyes were filled with despair before he died. Probably regretting, why provoke such a horrible guy? Even if the ancestor is alive, he wouldn't be an opponent of this kind of guy, right? It's not the reincarnation eye that is weak, it's your trash. The night wind swallowed Chakra, who was Sharon's corpse, and said calmly. If a character like Itsuki Yumura opened his rebirth eye, he would also find it a bit tricky. But let's forget this guy Sharon. If he didn't want to experience the long-lost pleasure of killing, he would have slaughtered this waste for the first time. Main hall. Back here again, the huge amounts of reincarnation eyes still stagnated in the air. Using a special technique to integrate thousands of white eyes together, the amazing pupil power is undoubtedly a great gift to Yi Feng. Advertisement ordinary people have no way to take this thing, but he can eat all the value of this thing. In this way, perhaps his pupil technique can get another breakthrough. Double ultimate reincarnation eyes, double 9-go jade reincarnation writing round eyes. Now coupled with this massive pupil power, he can definitely raise his strength to a higher level. Blood. A misty voice faintly sounded all around. The night wind cut the finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the eyeball. He swallowed Wei Yi, and now he is another, Wei Yi, definitely belongs to the Datongmu clan. The prohibition on the eyeballs did not take effect on him, and there was even a faint atmosphere of joy. Be obediently be my nourishment, Yi Feng said a word, and then became the body. The head of the snake ate the whole eyeball directly. Using the power of swallowing, refining this huge pupil power. The writing wheel eyes of the jade reincarnation of 9-go appeared, and occasionally glittered with the glittering blue snowflake pattern. Blood red and dark blue, two forces slowly integrate. Gradually, the 9-guyu jade disappeared, the ripples of the reincarnation eye also disappeared, and the snowflake pattern did not remain. The colors integrate together and eventually become a deep purple. This is a pair of new purple eyes, the pupil power is stronger than before. And the key is that the journey is not over yet, he will go to more worlds in the future, abducting. Bah, it's salvation, the meaning definitely is there. The night wind was slightly taken aback. You now have the meaning of what is the best elementary school student, written all over your face. Sha Shi and Tina spoke with confidence, and does this make sense? If it weren't abnormal, how could you ask for a hot spring together? To save more little girls and help those poor children out of the sea of suffering. A guy like this should be sent to prison for dinner. Just now awakening, Yi Feng felt that he could manipulate the flow of time. This was the eyes of a true god. Huh? Why did you say that? Brother, you are so perverted. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It's definitely not for beautiful eyes or some nasty lowly control, but for love and justice. After all, he is a serious and meticulous normal man. He seems to be able to do things like going back to the past. When you were originally immortal and ruled the world, what is the meaning of continuing to grow stronger? Chapter 166, Auto-generated chapter title. It's raining again. Konoha Castle, an inexplicable dessert shop. The shop is very quiet and new customers have recently arrived. It is a woman named Midori Adzuki Bean, looks mature and stable, but always do things that make people laugh and cry, and it is very, very sticky. All in all, this is a perverted woman. I like my teacher and have done a lot of heinous things. Although it has been whitewashed, now, red beans. Thank you to get dressed after taking a shower. Don't dangle around in a bath towel. Yi Feng put down the book in his hand and said earnestly. Hey. The woman looked at her chest and suddenly smiled proudly. How about it? The teacher really likes the sexy me. Those little girls are still too tender. Adzuki said. While talking and approaching, Yi Feng smelled the scent on her body and then smiled. Ino is actually pretty, the man said suddenly. In my impression, this is one of the few compliments to Ino. The little girl on the other side blushed immediately. Oni sauce. Ino's expression is complicated and his voice is dreamlike. You go take a bath too, white and fat, full of hope, that's how life should be. Adzuki said generously, not jealous. Ino is still very shy. Nodded, and then went to the bathroom on the second floor alone. Yi Feng continued to read, and Red Bean continued to accompany him, exuding a good scent. Aren't you going? Ino is lowly I gave you. This is a good opportunity to have a bath with a beautiful girl. It's better to say that even the bath water is delicious. Red Bean grinned badly. Bath water. Hongdou, don't slander me, when have I been so perverted? Yi Feng shook his head. Really not going to take a bath together? You just praised others for being beautiful, Adzuki said again. As everyone knows, I am a good person, so I will definitely not do such a gentleman's behavior. Yi Feng rightfully refused again. Huh? Advertisement? The little girl has no eyes, but she didn't know that you were a partner of justice before. May I ask your name? Red Bean pretending to be shocked. My last name is O. My name is Nijong. Everyone likes to call me O Nijong. Yi Feng took the words and continued. Really? Then O'Neill, why are there women's clothes in your closet? And there are so many little girls' clothes, it won't work if you continue like this, you will definitely end up in prison. Adzuki said again. Prison rice? It doesn't matter, I hope someone can take me away and taste it. Yi Feng shrugged. Abnormal. The unnutritious conversation is finally over. No matter who you talk to or what you talk to, it seems that you will end up with these two words. Whether it's the little lowly, or the more mature ones like Red Bean and Xian, everyone seems to have serious opinions on him recently. Probably. Fire in the harem? Where is the problem? Thinking about this heavy question, Yi Feng entered a certain room unknowingly. Lying in the bath, looking lazily at the ceiling. The hot water vapor is permeating, and there seems to be a naked girl looking at it on the other side, her face flushed like a tempting ripe apple. The long blonde hair was soaked in water and scattered, showing a youthful and beautiful proud figure without any omission. Actually I came here to think about life. Ino-chan, what do you think of this reason? Yi Feng returned to his senses and said to the girl beside her. Ino obviously didn't think too much. In this case, she was too nervous to think too much. Does Ino prefer black silk or white silk? Personally, I feel that Bai Si is more suitable for Ino sauce, so I will change into Bai Sis maid uniform. Yi Feng said calmly. Yes, Ino nodded, motionless nervously. Leaning gently next to the man, without daring to make extra moves. This is a hopeless guy, and now she has also become the same hopeless girl. Affected by red beans? Who knows? Maybe it was other gods, or something hidden deep in the character was inspired. But the truth is not too important. Advertisement. Most of the time, human beings don't care about reality, they just look for pleasant lies and paralyze themselves with various things. What's the point of the truth? Sure enough, white silk is very suitable for Ino sauce. Yi Feng appreciates the artwork, and carefully looks at the girl who puts on her clothes after taking a bath. Oni sauce. Ino was a little shy, but a little excited. She hadn't been so close to this man for a long time. Although there is a suspicion of perverted lowly, she is still liked by him. There is no conflict between Basakong and Lolicong. Sit down. Ino dried her hair, then sat down under the sign of the night breeze. What a lovely girl. The man is making an abnormal declaration again. Let Ino put his feet on the table and then play with his hands. It's raining. Ino gradually relaxed. Although this man's behavior is still so inexplicable, but recently he has become more settled. If you want to say it, maybe there is no murderousness? I used to think if he would kill a lot of people today, the look in his eyes was terrifying. Now I just wondered what type of woman he likes recently. Is it a question like lowly control? Tick, tick. Outside the window, Konoha's street started to rain. Yi Feng admires the beautiful girl's feet in a quiet shop. Actually everyone got it wrong. He is not so and so, he just simply likes beautiful girls. Especially beautiful girls with beautiful eyes. The so-called non-committal, I want them all. My lord, do you want me to sleep in? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Although Hinata and Wawos are also cute, Ino's is more beautiful than expected. And this just proves that you are liked. Hinata and Huahuo walked back to the dessert shop holding 2 white umbrellas and bought a lot of ingredients. It's just such a comparison. It turns out that Ino's long legs are the most tempting. Tick, tick. The rain outside the window is still falling. How about replacing it with white silk? Seeing the situation on Yekazi and Ino, the 2 girls did not panic. Yi Feng didn't really care what the little girls were thinking. Sure, it's not so much an excessive request, it's a commonplace behavior. The man's voice was calm, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Hinata nodded, followed by Wahuo nodded. Yi Feng glanced at the 2 girls. The girl asked cautiously. Chapter 167, Auto-generated chapter title. Finale 2 years later, someday, Royal Palace. Sorry, Master. Yakumo is too slack. He didn't even prepare breakfast, so he asked the master to punish him. Yakumo cowered and said, if you ignore that she is now in bed naked, this apology still sounds quite sincere. Fine, I didn't blame you, Yi Feng said slowly. Pulling the girl into the quilt, she stroked the other woman on the bed. Terumi Ming slept soundly. The leisurely days seemed to be no problem. There is nothing bad about being calm. Whether it's sunny or rainy, it's always a good day for reading. The new world is on the way, and the new maid is probably on the way. But leaving aside those for the time being, Hinata and Huahuo finally became qualified maids. Is this fate? It's just the evil thoughts of a certain man. Night Breeze, yes, that's the name. The boy introduced himself. What do you like? In the classroom, a classmate asked curiously. This is a new transfer student, and I don't know why it looks a little handsome, attracting the attention of many women. As for the boys in the class, most of them cast disgusting eyes. Hobby. I prefer green eyes these days. The boy said something inexplicable. It's already a 3rd year in high school, why did classmate Yefeng choose to transfer? A girl asked. Good, let's stop here for self-introduction. Classmate Yefeng, the second to last row from the right belongs to you. Said the young female teacher. Yi Feng nodded. He looked at the figure of the young female teacher, but there was no fluctuation in his eyes. She is a nice woman, but he has no interest. Really, people's questions have not been answered yet. It's really unbearable. Advertisement, the 3 girls whispered. Hello, I am also a new transfer student. If there is anything, can we all chat happily together? After class, a girl approached. A long black hair is tied into 2 braids, and it falls down on his shoulders. The slender body makes it feel as if it will break with a little effort. The waterfall-like bangs cover the left half of the face with amazing beauty, while the wine-red right eye is left on the other side. The lips are as delicate as cherry blossom petals, and the skin is white and smooth like pearls. A man can be captured with only one eye contact, exuding a devilish charm. My name is Tokasaki Kakuzo, please give me some advice in the future. The girl smiled. This is the first day of transfer life. Ding ding ding. Suddenly the doorbell rang in Yefeng's house. It's so late, who will find it? Allah, I'm so sorry. I obviously wanted to visit classmate Yi Feng, but I seem to have encountered a bad scene. Kwang San covered his small mouth and said with a smile. Yi Feng was sitting on the sofa in the room, beside a woman with green hair and a petite figure. The woman has green hair that is messy like seaweed. She is obviously petite, but her temper is not small at all, and her face is not good. Tokasaki. Crazy 3, if it's okay, we don't welcome you here. Said the green-haired woman. Although she didn't say it clearly, there is no doubt that she has a very close relationship with the boy named Yefeng. No way. He is too delicious. I can't give you this kind of thing. Kwangsan licked his lips, but did not agree. If it's an ordinary person, that's all. But this man is different. The lifespan of an ordinary person is like a drop of water, and the time he has is simply a vast ocean. As long as she can eat this man, she will become stronger than ever before, and then achieve her goal of these years to kill the original elf. Childish. The green-haired woman said coldly. Want to eat the night breeze? In that world, many monsters did try that, but those guys had their heads chopped off regardless of whether they were men or women. Even she, who was regarded as the king of the ghoul, was ultimately defeated by this man. Ait, how gentle to the guests, after all, what bad thoughts does Kwang Sanjong have? Yi Feng smiled lightly. If you want to play the game, just play it casually. Advertisement. Anyway, this woman's power, originally had nothing to do with you. Ait curled his lips. In this world, the power of the elves is indeed very powerful, but it is only relative to ordinary people. Yi Feng is the real horrible god, and there is almost nothing he can't do. This is not bragging. It is the experience of hundreds of thousands of years. Once she met this troublesome man when she was still the king of a certain world. Tokazaki Kakuzo was just a prey now. He thought he was a hunter who walked here, but he couldn't escape the man's palm after all. Please sit down, Mr. Yefeng. The devil smiled. Please don't be afraid, I just want you to do me a favor. Obviously he was a little boy in a suit, but his eyes were filled with gold like lava. The red wine tastes good, I thought you would buy me vodka. Yi Feng said lazily. Although the devil sat opposite, he was not in a hurry, and even drank wine leisurely. That's not what we should do. Although men's friendship is like strong wine, we are not suggesting friendship to chat, right? We just want to carve up the heritage of this world. The devil still smiles. The girls who looked like puppets danced like graceful white swans. Power is something fascinating, like a person who drinks seawater. The more he drinks, the thirsty he gets, and he is completely lost in the end. Yi Feng said, but he is not that kind of person. I hope you won't interfere with our family's affairs in the future. After all, it would be a waste of energy for me to cultivate that kind of trash brother. Although she is not the key to me, but I will not give her to you, or some other ridiculous evil spirit. The little girl's diary was full of similar words like, Brother Yefeng is the best. The error-free chapters of Naruto, I Can Swallow All Blood, will continue to be updated on sushu.com. There are no advertisements in the site. Please collect and recommend sushu.com. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. An unknown journey. The boy in white came back with 2 ice creams, smiling harmlessly and sunny. My brother is just a waste. He not only doesn't like power, he is even a shame. The key belongs to me. The devil still smiles. The witch belongs to you now. The transaction was successful. He would rather constrict his minions and be a waste than reveal his true appearance. Unisauce? And those last stories are floating in the wind. Ariri smiled and looked into the distance. In exchange,